If you missed out on the Challenger match recap video, Pyrovision were able to take down Mydong to advance into a rematch of Deadlock Fight Night number 8. Now, bear in mind, this is the first tournament where the 4 new heroes, Viper, Sinclair, Calico, and Holiday, were able to be played. With Vindicta taken away from Kenny F and Wraith away from Sanya Sniper, Aegis Aurora had to dig a little deeper into their hero pool. We've seen in the past how strong Play With Me can be on heroes like Wraith and Haze, and clearly he's been broadening his hero pool as we see him pick up a nice double on Calico. Instead here, Flame Dash used, but where is this Infernus heading? The Arctic Beam's going to slow them down a little bit, of course. Play With Me has the momentum to chase Disaster. Gloom Bob's coming there. Decent little bit of heal now, the return to Shadows. If it catches the Infernus will be huge. Yep. I don't think you're getting out of it now. Disaster just take too much damage there.
Well, it's not over just yet, though. Looks like the swap going to come in as well. Fremont going to get caught off here, being chased down on just a sliver of HP. And
Pyrovision continued to lengthen their lead from 11k at 11 minutes to 18k at 14 minutes as they pick up kills with ease. Previously there for Lit, really good at defending, getting rid of a lot of those minions. Prestus, though, has Kenny for dinner there. That is very, very comfortable. The Pyrovision defending his lane 3 Guardian now going to be able to push up maybe towards that Walker. Having an almost 30k lead, Prestus wanted to grab some clips for the highlight reel as he steals Freemock away for a kill and dives back in for more.
This is being thrown your way, every ultimate being used against you.
Oh my god, I think it's locked. For the barrels as well, Play With Me's in mid-air and is still hitting those. That is crazy. Lasso into telekinesis, into the bounce pad. That is so powerful, the bounce pad impact. It cannot be sort of discounted. The lead didn't have much more room to grow as Pyrovision finished off the first game in easy fashion.
Yourself to die isn't necessarily the correct term, but he does fall from this one, but the fight's not done just yet. Sap is just putting on work here, running everyone over as the slime ball.
Yeah, and Prestus is getting 3 kills one after another. Those barrels coming in, of course, the headshots are devastating. And now the patron will be picked up easily for Pyrovision, and it's going to be a 20-minute game, folks. It's about as one-sided as you can get. After a very one-sided game 1, Aegis Aurora have come together with a much stronger comp. Could Sanya Sniper on the Wraith be exactly what they need to take it to a game 3? With bloodlust in his eyes, Kenny F dives deep for a kill onto Litz, but it costs him and his team 3 deaths. And they get them, but I think it'll be a 1-for-1 in the end as Taz comes to collect, so that's another crucial kill. Some more souls heading over towards the Paradox player. Irezumi in trouble here, and I don't think there's any way Abrams is walking away from this. Play With Me always seems to know exactly where to be on this Haze as he picks up 2 kills.
Kind of style of the team since they're kind of 3-2 from both of them. So do see a little bit of a fight over towards lane 1. He's looking for the damage. Play With Me pops that ultimate, and the bullet dance since able to do some good damage, but they're not able to lock down these kills just yet.
Yeah, okay, and there's an attempt to, I guess, for an engage. Is there a cold front come out? Should we just make a highlight reel of Play With Me on Haze? He grabs another 2 kills on the rotate.
The sleep dart, the bullet dance comes through, gets locked down from the help of the wall to keep his teammate alive, and Irezumi might be the one to fall as he does trade his life for his teammates.
And for some reason, ABL wants to come in and fight. I think Aegis Aurora realize they need to do something to try and catch out Prestus, but they lose 3 players, and Pyrovision pick up the mid-boss.
Comes through. He's got Q to keep himself alive if he does need, trying to create some distance, and looks like he'll be able to buy time for his teammates to get through here, but Irezumi's going to fall, unfortunately, to the 1v1 up against Sap as we return from the shadows from ABL, but he's going to be all alone, and unfortunately, he's been meowdered.
Trying yet again to dig themselves out of this hole, Aegis Aurora go for an earn turn-in, but it ends up costing them 3 walkers as Pyrovision decide they are done with this game and crown themselves the new Deadlock Fight Night champions.
One bad fight, you get so much extra gold to the other side, and then you also give them the mid-boss come up in 30 seconds. But there we go, the concussive combustion coming in. He does get a stun on quite a few players, but the damage is just not really there just yet. South goes down, Prestus falls as well, and will we see Aegis Aurora turn this around?
This is what we're looking for. Play With Me also getting hit by a tornado. They're pretty devastating. Together is still up, as is Taz. Play With Me still alive. Of course, this Haze would be a problem in a protracted engagement. They can stay alive for so long. Oh man, you are low, Freemock. Yeah, just lingers a little bit too far. Was hoping to get a catch, but the melee just carries them into the enemy range. Kenny F just ceased to exist as soon as the pocket of Together made contact with them. Oh, the losing Play With Me might have given you an opening, but there's no reason not to get some pressure now down here on the remainers of Aegis Aurora and clean up the patron. $1,000 this time going over to Pyrovision, the new EU super team coming together, peaking at just the right time. GG, very convincing, 2-0. And so the super team of DMS and Podulaius Cumbria were finally able to take down our 2-time champions in Aegis Aurora. The question is, though, whether they're going to be able to maintain that spot on January the 29th for our Deadlock Fight Night number 11. So make sure you tune into that. And also, if you didn't catch the NA portion of Fight Night number 10, check out those recap videos and get up to speed.
Welcome everyone to another round of Deadlock Fight Night EU presented by Intel. I'm ZP here with DDK and Dan. Once more, we got an amazing slate of matches headed for us here today.
Europe never disappoints, CP. You know that. No. It never disappoints.
No, it does not. And look, we're going to get straight into it here. You're wondering, what is Deadlock Fight Night? What it's all about? We got you right here. This is our format and our setup here for today, which we'll have up here in just a second. There it is. And yeah, we're kicking off the day with Buff Enjoyers versus 1in in our best of one match. The winner goes on to the money match to fight Perry Vision, the current champions of EU. Later on in the day, of course, we got NA, Llama Lords, TF2 Boomers, playing the really recurring role, Dan, of can someone take down Hydra Nation? So far, the answer has been no.
No, yeah, that's true, but it has been getting closer. Lomlor's got definitely closer last week, so it does feel like we are getting some movement and some development in the NA scene and more stability with the teams too, so it feels like it's a matter of time, surely.
You would think, but right now, Hydra Nation, they have been just on an unbelievable spree. I mean, hey, they did drop a map last week, so they can bleed. We're gonna have to make a new graphic, Dan. That's just how much domination we've had from Hydra Nation on the NA side. Yeah,
this is comic. I just like the comical cutoffs at the top and the bottom here. Just that's an error. But you know, it's interesting because Hydra Nation. When you get teams at this early stage of a game dominating like this, invariably they won't be necessarily the dominant team like maybe like a year from now. So I will be curious to see if Hydra Nation can stay on top and sort of defy what we have seen in many other esports games.
Dan, that's what you think. It'll be years from now. It'll be like Hydra Nation on win 572. Yeah. Can they be beaten? But no, we're going to put that to a side. We're here for some EU Deadlock action. And this, of course, is going to be our matchup to kick things off today. It is the return of Buff Enjoyers, newly empowered off their victory in the Maelstrom Masters over the last few days, taking on 1win, Dan. And the interesting thing here in this matchup is, of course, 1win has a lot of players from the previous team Gamma, big team that really enjoys running a lot of Mo and Krill. Here we go. This is the roster.
Yeah, and definitely some familiar names for us. You know, we've seen a lot of like Sanya and Fluoride. I think Fluoride does that Mo and Krill, right? But the issue is that Buff Enjoyers is a pretty stable lineup, and you know, Buff Enjoyers. Hopefully, we will see them kind of learning from some of their lessons, because it really seems the case that they are trying to force 7 in a lot of matchups, and it does seem to be repeatedly biting them in the backside because they otherwise have such a strong lineup, and it seems like a few tweaks would have Buff Enjoyers perhaps once again hoisting the trophy here at DFN.
Yeah, well, one thing I'll say here is that from everything I saw in Maelstrom Masters, I did not catch every match, but I didn't see a whole lot of 7. In fact, I saw no 7 from Buff Enjoyers. So that, I think, is a sign of progress there and changing, their strategy to try and get back on top. But you know who else is going to be happy to hear about Buff Enjoyers abandoning the Church of 7? That's right, we got him back here this week. Jake, what do you think about 7 being off the board for Buff Enjoyers? Jake, you're muted. We hear nothing. or your joy is just so much that you blew out your microphone.
I feel like this has happened enough now, ZP, that it's like a thing. Now the chat's just going to start memeing on Jake.
That's right. It's just like, Jake, what are your thoughts?
You hear me now, ZP?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. That was my mic must have disconnected there. I wasn't even muted, at least on my end. But yeah, I was a Chief 7 hater. I think watching Buff Enjoyers play, I feel like it was kind of holding them back. As much as I think there's been some changes I've seen in pubs, like people building the ulti 7, and like it's like feels like almost okay, like the moving ulti. But I think at this level of play, it's a little too cheesy, and I'm not really a believer in like the raw carry 7, especially with these more active carry characters just looking so strong, able to snowball in the mid game. I mean, honestly, this is like classic MOBA. Like as people get better and better at the game, they're better and better at converting early game leads into really big snowballs that are just insurmountable when they really just play out really clean, don't give up anything for free. And I think a character like 7 that is a bit of a sacrifice in the early mid game, that is not going to be the strongest in team fights, is just a little bit too much to bear when it comes to getting early souls and contesting those guardians, getting flex slots online. A lot of teams are team fighting earlier and earlier, playing around objectives earlier and earlier as soon as those guardian buffs come down. And I think 7 is a real weakness in that kind of environment.
It's a pacing problem, isn't it? It's a pacing problem.
Yeah. Well, it is a new week, and that also means sometimes a new patch. We got a little bit of change-ups to the new heroes that were being played in last week's Deadlock Fight Night. Now it's just a little bit of new hero tuning. Most importantly, Calico can now meow, probably the most requested change ever for Ava form. But beyond that, Jake, what's your take on some of the changes that we have here?
You know, I think Calico is really strong. Although honestly, yeah, some of these holiday changes, like the holiday perma juggle, it was too ridiculous. Honestly, it's actually too crazy. And you know, even Sinclair, I think, was a little too out of control. So some of these new heroes, I think, getting taken down. Maybe some of these like more buggy interactions being fixed. I'm excited. I personally 10% viscous turning speed buff on the ball. There's a nice one there. I kind of like that change actually.
The spirit damage one for objectives as well is a pretty huge change also in terms of the macro. And like, you know, if you're trying to select, because there's certain characters like Sinclair, for example, could absolutely just own objectives with all of the spirit damage using the assistant and so on. So it's going to make some heroes less viable in terms of some of these solo split pushes where you can just quickly annihilate something before someone can actually respond, which I think is cool.
Also, I think notable here, just on the tournament end, every TO breathing a sigh of relief in that, no longer can you sit on top of walkers. So, as noted there, reduces your probability of a rematch by probably about 95%, to which I think everyone can be pretty happy for. But, yeah, that's the patch setup here. We also have a little bit of extra stats here where, Jason's been cooking, going through all the VODs, going, okay, what can we glean here? And we've gotten some pretty interesting stats as far as souls per minute, kills per minute. I think we have that graphic ready to go. And, it's an interesting look here. And I'll say this much, Jake, a lot of Vindicta inflation from Kenny F there. That's like, oh, what was he playing this entire time? Well, it was like 80% Vindicta when Vindicta was both the ultimate runaway character and kill stealer in chief.
Yeah, I mean, the team playing around Kenneth, really enabling him and him playing for those last hits. Of course, he's farming kills. I think the strongest thing though I'm getting from this graphic is just the domination that Hydra Nation has been putting on. I mean, we saw their record previously. This is kind of the mountain that everyone faces, and I do think these values are going to be a little inflated for the Hydra Nation players, given that they're winning everything. So of course they're going to be coming down with a lot of kills. But I just think this shows really their dominance of the region. How there's just not that many players who can really stand up to them, and it's honestly, I mean, yes, that like Lamalord took a map off them. Maybe they're that team that could upset this, could start to change that script so far. But I really think NA is it feels like it's Hydra Nation's matches to lose every single week here in Deadlock Fight Night.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and I think I think something you've highlighted, ZP, about Hydra Nation, in one way that they get ahead, that this is like one of the gaps that teams have to close, is how well they manage their economy. They do it better than any other team, and this gives them consistent advantages. I think teams will catch up in some of the other areas, how to play the meta, playing comps better, being a bit deeper on the drafts. But that seems to be the sticking point for a lot of teams when they come up against Hydra Nation, because there's always seems to be a guaranteed mega farmed hydration or Lefa. Like, you can't get away from those two facts.
Well, Dan, you know who else is mega farmed right now? That's right. Our two competitors in the Mo and Krill 1v1. We can't kick off our best of one without figuring out who is going to draft first. That's right. We've taken the head-to-head graphic and we've used it for the best possible purpose here, Jake. Real stats. And look, D-Mob's would get into those ears.
Look, I wouldn't want to be the guy with 0.65 years left. That's all I'm going to say. Maybe I guess that's better than losing your whole year, though. There's a lot of bloody years spat on the mat here in the Mo and Krill 1v1.
That's right. Dan, look at here. We've seen the stats. We are ready to get into it. The bell about to be rung. See which Mo and Krill is going to be on top.
I do feel like we have to get like a Mo and Krill costume that's like Logan Paul or something, or Jay Paul, just like just get like famous money match boxes in there. But this is looking pretty brutal already. Not a lot of parries getting connected. Emoffs. Oh, I mean, I thought he's ahead, but he's slightly even here, just trying to fake each other out. The action's too fast to handle, ZP.
Yeah, it's back and forth, and I mean, teams have really taken the Mo Krill once to a new level, but there's the bear at the very end, and that is empty, finishing off D-Mob, given one win. Perhaps at times the all-important choice of first or second pick. Jake, I believe in this draft they decided to go first, and we've seen that a lot with the new heroes in play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see how the draft priority shifts, especially after these patches. You know, something like Holiday with like the perma barrel juggle was so kind of honestly just broken, and so getting that taken out, you know, maybe the priority can shift a little. But honestly, I think there's still a lot of like the classic Deadlock heroes that are still going to be high prio. I'm thinking about Wraith and Paradox, Shiv. You know, just how much they offer to the game. I think it's kind of up to the teams now more how they view the meta than there being something like super strong, super dominant that they're going to be forced to pick.
What's interesting is you know, as more heroes get added into the game, you could see like really interesting comp synergies and stuff like that. For example, having Sinclair coming into the pool where he has this CC with the Hex that's really readily available that you can build around. I could, you know, I don't think we have any like comps people trying to make that like heavy CC. But that could become a thing at some point. And I definitely think Sinclair is like very good right now. So I'd be curious to see if any teams have been putting the time in, because he is one of those heroes that you definitely have to get that time on.
Well, one of the things that's interesting to me is that Buff Enjoyers being the team that's had the target on their back the most in EU is also a team where, you know, you kind of talk to members and at times they feel like teams save the most gimmicky stuff for them in situations like a best of one here, Jake, where it's like, okay, you know, we're not going to show all our cards, but when we're playing for, you know, $1,000, one of the biggest prize pools right now in Deadlock, teams will just hold back, and then, you know, all of a sudden you go, wait, we didn't see this in scrims, we didn't see this in other tournaments, you saved this for now? Unbelievable.
I'm a big Wraith enjoyer right now, honestly. I'm not so much playing in my own ranked games. I just think it's so strong in these organized environments, giving you the pick-off threat, but also being a super strong late game carry with great mobility. Viscous goes first prio. That's interesting. I mean, honestly, I was playing a couple games of Viscous this morning. The ball feels really good with that little turn speed buff, a lot more consistent. You know, when people got pretty good at juking it and, you know, denying the rolls, but first pick Viscous, though, is still pretty wild to me.
Yeah, I mean, the Holiday and Vindicta bans definitely seem like it's on par for what everyone is afraid of at the moment. And Viscous, I feel like in Europe, we don't often see it get prioritized like this. I feel like it's normally NA that prioritizes a bit more heavily. So that's a really fun opening pick. Paradox, not too surprising for an opening pick. Usually, well, it used to be very often in the first wave of bans. So it makes sense that we see it prioritized like this. I wonder also if we're going to see Lash get prioritized a bit more. I've been seeing a lot more Lash of late. He seems like just generally better with some of the buffs, and that was usually a similar class to Paradox with that initiation. So Buff Enjoyers, I feel like they have a very deep hero pool. What are we expecting to go next?
I think going
Shiv
here
would be kind of obvious, right? Like,
hello, darlings.
well, they prioritize frontline, and Calico has been kind of their new frontline of choice, right? Is that they played it a lot in Maelstrom Masters. I think they really like what it does for their comp. The other heroes that I think Buff Enjoyers will target, because they just simply played in almost every match recently, would be Warden, right? So if you're one win and you're holding things back strategy-wise, this is where you wonder, do you take the Warden away? How are you going to play? The thing for one win, though, is that they really enjoy playing Mo and Krill comps, and I think given that they have two picks here and we go in the bans, they probably might go, okay, Wraith is one, and I wonder if they go Mo, because I think if you're Buff Enjoyers, you still ban the Mo, knowing how much that Fluoride likes playing the character and how this kind of core of players has made so much success off the Mo. I think if you're one win, Jake, you protect it here, but if they don't, I think Buff Enjoyers takes it away.
yeah, I wouldn't mind to see the Mo pick here, especially with you already having the Viscous, you know, like that powerful counter save on your own team. You've blocked that. So, I mean, it feels like Mo pretty solid against Calico or Paradox, even for that matter, like trying to get on top of them. Mirage, though, I mean, also a super high prio hero and just very unique right now in the game. We talk about certain roles like having different options, but for the global presence, there's just Mirage. And I think that's like, for this like macro game that Hydronation has been dominating with, you know, something like Mirage really plays to that strength, and I think it's, you know, adds a unique benefit that no one else can really replace in the roster right now.
Yeah, and it's the Calico thing is interesting to me, because obviously I know NA values it really highly, but I haven't seen too much of it just yet. So I'm wondering how far it can get taken. Guys coming in for the third pick there for Buff Enjoyers. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I feel like Geist is really very middle of the pack in terms of the tier list right now. Are you guys also surprised by that?
I'm not too surprised. I think Geist has just been kind of the good middle of the draft filler to make your front line worthwhile. And there's almost no teams that haven't gone out of their way to like kind of pick Geist in this middle of the road spot. I think, you know, what her value kind of fluctuates based on other things, but there it is right there. The Mo and Krill ban. This makes all the sense in the world given how we know One Win likes to play, especially with how Fluoride likes to play. So One Win, Jake, a team that when they've done well, do it off of really highly prioritizing pick comps where they might have decided to go like Bebop Mo. They've lost the Mo option now.
Yeah, still could look at something like a Bebop. I like, you know, as terms of protecting the Geist, right? Mo is a real problem where you want to be low, you want to be threatening that health swap. So of course, you know, having Geist with like less stun control. Still, Geist is gonna have to worry about things like Wraith and Mirage, you know, CCing her and finishing her off. But honestly, this is looking pretty scary for these, like, you know, two solid frontline, very high damage characters in Calico and Geist for buff enjoyers. Pick off from Paradox. I think they've really prioritized well here in the draft so far.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be fun to see a Yamato in there as well. I feel like Yamato's been not getting as much love because obviously the, you know, Calico coming in, obviously, you know, more prevalence around Vindictor and some of the other DPSs. But all right, we're getting those supports coming on through. So the Kelvin seems to be everyone's favorite support at the moment. Ivy's doesn't seem to be as prioritized in the meta at the moment as maybe Ivy was for most teams. And now I guess for like One Win, they don't have to prioritize the support pick now. They can kind of leave that till a little bit later if they want to.
Personally, I think the Ivy probably will come in for One Win towards the end. I mean, sometimes you could go McGinnis, but you still saw quite a bit of Ivy and Maelstrom Masters over the last few days. A little bit of a tongue twister. Yamato coming to play, though, not something I dislike. I think this is something, too, where it's maybe what Fluoride ends up playing here, because One Win, who, again, usually has been playing a lot of the Mo, now they have to shift gears just a bit, find a different front line, and I think the key here is that their pick-off potential is going to be less, but straight-up team fight potential perhaps a little bit higher. Buff enjoyers, in terms of how they round out their composition, I will say the pocket ban was pretty smart from One Win, because the one style that buff enjoyers have been doing more of, Jake, is that they've been doing less of the triple frontliner and more of like the double playmaker, where they'll run like both Paradox and Pocket to really give themselves a better early to mid game, rather than going as hard on stacking the front line.
I mean, great possibility for a Lash here, I think, for buff enjoyers, you know, to hit that double frontliner, or sorry, double playmaker, you know, a little bit more catch for somebody like a Wraith or an IV as they, you know, try to escape, try to get out of these team fights. You know, you got a little bit of a save from Viscous in that, but I don't think the matchup is too easy for Viscous with, you know, how much vertical mobility. But the Warden goes prio first. Makes sense, I guess. You need a little bit more raw bullet damage carry for buff enjoyers. And just like being able to chop through something like a Wraith or Mirage that gets a little bit tankier. Maybe though they could still bring out another playmaker here, or just something like a McGinnis, maybe the stun plus tower pressure support.
I was gonna say, I also like taking the Warden away from One Win, because I feel like an Abrams doesn't feel as good to me when you're up against a Geist. You know, some of that tankiness can be easily kind of mitigated by Geist's ult, and with Warden, I feel like you get more kind of bang for your buck when you're going to go into those big fights. Yeah, you know, using his ult and so on. So the question then is like, what is the best round out here? Do you guys feel like something tanky like an Abrams makes sense still, or where are you guys at?
I think for One Win, I'm just trying to think back to the previous drafts. It could go either way. I feel like well, with Wraith and Mirage, yeah, I think they might go more frontline here, if I had to guess. But it is yours. What it is?
Oh,
no, they
wow,
decided to go Talon. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this kind of makes sense. I mean, even though Buff enjoyers is back to more of a 3 frontline setup, a lot of EU has been more on the, you know, double frontline or double playmaker if need be. So yeah, going for Great Talon, that's going to be more damage heavy. Again, the thing that worries me a little bit for One Win is that for a team that's, you know, been more focused on pick comps, you know, lots centered around the Mo, Jake, they have to change their play style a little bit more than perhaps how they've been playing the game in a lot of their recent matches.
Yeah, I think both drafts are pretty strong. I do think buff enjoyers, the Kelvin ulti is going to be really potent in this game. Just going to be able to isolate targets, and even maybe people like Mirage and Wraith that can normally escape, maybe they are going to get bursted down inside the Kelvin ulti. So I think a lot of pressure is going to be on One Win, on Yamato in these mid-game, late-game team fights to come in and take a ton of aggro, pull a ton of attention, so that, you know, players like Great Talon, Viscous can, you know, get in and deal the damage they want to do. Mirage maybe sniping a little bit from longer range. Buff enjoyers, though, a pretty strong, like, early mid-game team fighting, right? Like, they've got, from my perspective, 5 heroes who can all kind of get in and make plays. Pretty much everyone but Kelvin who's going to just support that type of a play. And they've got pretty sweet late game scaling too, with Warden and Furnace rounding out the draft. So So honestly, I kind of like what Buff and George is bringing. I think this is like very much the new meta with these new heroes, like playing a really fast tempo style around Calico, who looks like one of the strongest for me in that role right now, and just being able to like hold attention, ulti, keep the attention on you, and then you've got heroes like Geist, Infernus, Warden that just like through a long team fight are going to be doing really crazy stats, just raw impact on these fights.
Yeah, I definitely feel similarly. I think the comp for Buff Enjoyers feels like it's got a lot more purpose to it in terms of having better pacing, having better team fights, having better just taking the initiative on objectives and getting that early soul lead in the early to mid game. But as I say that, I know we're about to go into the match. So any final thoughts, Jake?
Oh, you see, we've changed it around. We're leaving Jake in for the lane phase, and then we're kicking him out. He's still getting kicked out, but we've given him a little bit of extended stay. So, Jake, we've extended at least like 3 days, get your stuff in order, but you're not gone just yet. Get a little bit of lane insight before we really...
I do think, like, just thinking like a little bit later into the game, kind of the key that I see for one win is going to be their ability to play the map really well, because when it comes to the mobility and objective presence, you've got Ivy for Urns, Viscous can, get in, get out on like a lot of different engagements through the map. And then the mobility from Mirage and Wraith can follow that up as well. So I think for me, if they can like get a soul lead and just keep farming the map, keep snowballing ahead, it's not going to be about forcing a ton of team fights. But if they're splitting the map well and getting far ahead, they do have a ton of late game carry potential. So I think from my perspective, one win team, that's what I want to see them really focus on this game, is the macro and getting to that late game.
And we're looking at the lane setup here, and one of the things you always wonder is, okay, how do you want to apportion your laners? Like, who's better solo, who's better duo? The thing I really like here, Jake, for one win is running the Mirage in duo lane. A lot of the times when people run Mirage, they'll still run him in solo lane, but I feel like when you run in duo lane, you have so much more flexibility in using Traveler aggressively to make mismatches, right? And you don't have to worry about just leaving an entire lane of farm just undone.
Yeah, and Kelvin and Warden are really going to be able to pressure, I think, this lane. Like, a lot of, like, wave clear, just shove on the tower. So, see if Viscous can keep up with that. Sometimes I think Viscous can struggle when he's the one really under pressure. He wants to be bullying the lane. I'm not sure that's going to be possible against Warden and Kelvin.
Yeah, and I'll just add it with the Mirage point. I also like him in the middle lanes because just making it harder for the other team to win the lane as easily is going to be really critical, I think, with this lineup, where they need to get to the late game and they need to have as least concessions as possible and slow things down as much as possible for Buff Enjoyers. And I feel like, Mirage does offer a lot more potency earlier on for that compared to some of the other lineup.
Ooh, sure, getting the first kill. Jake, your final thoughts on lane phase as Buff Enjoyers coming out quickly here on the first.
Yeah, I just honestly, I want to see Warden Kelvin like really get ahead and really push the pace. That's what's going to be all about for Buff Enjoyers. Infernus having a decent lane as well. So definitely coming out of this laning phase, a lot of pressure. But right now, this lane 3 does look like a really dominant spot for Buff Enjoyers.
Also, that leads us into a pause, Dad. I was about to say, extra thoughts here. It's suddenly pause, where the game decides, Jake's leaving, time to, slow it down a bit. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I think I'm very curious on the Yamato lane here too for Zanya, right? Where essentially we've seen Yamato where Yamato's gotten hit with a few nerfs in recent times, right? Where the threshold for Yamato to take over a game is a bit higher. So you don't quite get the mid-game snowball you used to. But if you're Yamato and you still clear a good 5 to 6K ahead as you get deeper into the mid-game, you still hit a point where it's very difficult for other people to fight you head-to-head. Particularly, I think the key matchup to look at when comparing front lines would just be Warden versus Yamato here, right? Where if Sharik ends up significantly behind Yamato in Zanya, that creates problems in how some of these team fights will start up for Buff Enjoyers, or frankly, vice versa.
Yeah, I feel like, there is that threshold of, that Buff Enjoyers should be getting ahead, but you have to kind of keep it within the minimum, within that threshold before you're at a point where it just snowballs out of control. And I think that, as you have described, is the major problem, because Buff Enjoyers should also understand this with their comp. The comp is going to have a lot of potency in just like rolling these into these objectives, taking initiative, forcing rotations from one win, where they're just going to have to try to respond and try to slow down the objective losses and just keep it again within that comfortable place where they can get to the mid game to scale, or get to the mid late game to scale just in the right time, so that they can then switch over and into a more dominant, or like really, I suppose, lean into the strengths of their hero pool, which is definitely more late game based. And the fact that ZP, they don't have any good front line. I mean, there's some front line, but it's just not as potent as like a Warden or a Ravens, or some like a Shiv. So that's definitely concerning for sure, because I'm looking at Grey Talon as well. And I'm like, okay, well, you've got Paradox Swap to worry about, you've got Infernus to worry about, you've got Geist to worry about. All of these three heroes have excellent tools to deal with an airborne hero like Grey Talon. So yeah, there's a lot of problems.
Oh, while we're sitting here paused, we can let production flex their might a little bit here. We do have a new feature here at Deadlock Fight Night. We can go and take a look at the items that have been bought in recent times. Usually we'd go in here and hit that every 4 or 5 minutes or so, but we're waiting for Obakim to get back as Naked with the 75 viewers. Thank you. We can shout that out because we're in a pause, but there you go. Recent purchases here, Dan. Just kind of a nice little item check-in to look at. Of course, This is all standard early game stuff. Nothing too exceptional here that you wouldn't expect. Of course, you see Calico prioritizing early melee, which makes sense because, of course, her leaping attack will, trigger melee effects, right? But as the game goes on, seeing as people get tier 3 items and so on, it'll be nice to just check in like this.
Yeah, definitely, and it does give a bit of an insight to like what's prioritized for sure. Like you say, Spirit Shield, extra melee damage makes sense, and then a lot of other heroes looking to invest early in the restorative shot, like a good balance between sustain and also extra damage to keep you on lane. Because that's the thing too, like you don't want to be in that trap when you're in the early laning phases of having to over invest in sustain, because that means you're losing out on damage, and so you kind of create a hole for yourself with self-fulfilling prophecy where you will just get bullied because you're gonna have to you're gonna have less damage output than your opponent. So you have to be very careful in how you balance these item selections for sure.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to make an executive decision and call Jake back in here on the pause, because this could be a little bit while we wait for Obakim to get back in. But I will say before then, just a little bit of housekeeping. I've been alerted. I think there was something that happened where the lobby got set to private off a remake. If that is the case, we really prioritize like giving everyone as much info as possible community-wise. So we will make the demo file available on our end if you can't get in it right now. We do try and keep the lobbies open, so people can either watch themselves or go back and take a look later. It's important.
I'm back, CP. I gotta say, this game, eyes on Zergy. Zergy's been playing 7 in like every game. It's been painful. But he's on Infernus. I think another character is available. He's very comfortable on. And I think right now, like, I want to see Zergy have a big game on Infernus. I think that would be like a really good sign for buff enjoyers, and something that could maybe build a little bit more confidence for them, potentially going into that money match best of 3.
Yeah, I think it's, we've seen a lot of Zergy, Dan, in terms of, Zergy being a pillar for buff enjoyers, but 7, perhaps just kind of aging out of the meta. And a lot of people who watch Zergy on the regular, I believe, streams Deadlock quite a bit, just kind of going like, man, take Zergy's shackles off, stop having him on the 7. But Dan, we are back in the play. Obakim has returned.
Yes, he has. And Kelvin, I think one of the highlights Jake had earlier was the frozen shelters. That's something we'll be watching out for in the later team fights. But for now, it feels like you can see some decent dominance on the lane here with the Warden and the Kelvin. Pretty tough to be up against. Oh, even taking out the enemy creep cap. Extra annoying.
Well, I'll be honest, in this lane, the fact they got first kill is a little bit surprising, just because Viscous Talon is not super easy to lane against. It's often a lane where there's enough burst damage between the Puddle Punch and the Talon arrows that things can go bad. So, getting in this position early on really says a lot to just how things are being played by Obakim and Shriek on the other side.
Yeah, and continued aggression here, but you can see just, you mentioned the burst damage, and the burst damage is quite nasty. They became able to escape on low HP, but that should give a lot more breathing room here then to Fluoride and Overseas, who are actually looking to pursue into that kill, potentially just really stacking up that damage. And so this is definitely somewhat of a shift after the first blood that you mentioned in terms of lane control.
12k to 12k though, about as even gets here thus far. And again, I'm curious to see how OneWin plays the mid game here, where you think about how we've seen Fluoride playing a lot of matches. It's setting up really sneaky Mo picks, and instead it's going to be a more aggro Viscous, where we've seen Viscous kind of play or be played as more of a playmaker role. And you look at the composition OneWin went with, that's what you would expect here, right? A more roaming, aggressive Viscous. And as I say that, looking for Infernus, lane 4, perhaps in danger. We talk about Zergy a lot. Is this the end for Zergy in lane 4?
Ooh, looks like Zergy is going to be able to survive, falls off. Viscous will have to return to lane 3, which might actually end up being a bit of a backstab. So we'll see if there's a fight to be had there in favor of Fluoride. At the same time, this pressure being put onto the objective by Wraith is definitely causing some problems for Zergy. Some good objective damage pretty early, actually, for our resident Wraith player. Empty Dreams.
As Fluoride just drops the again. You hear again in all caps. You think about some other things in recent gaming media, but I'll leave that one be. But it's a very quick pause and unpause, and you hear Zanya under the gun a little bit versus Geist. Generally, I wouldn't really expect either to kill each other, but okay. Owl in, down goes Calico. Xenon on the finish, and OneWin. Dan striking right back. And, as I say that, you got the little suicide pact going on where both Wraith and Infernus burn each other to cinder.
Yeah, and that is a really interesting lane to follow as well, because obviously both very important carries for their respective teams. One quick note also on the Grey Talon Owl as well. Really strong in the early game for that precise reason. At this level, where the coordination is a lot better than your average ranked games, very powerful. But all right, looks like Sharik bit off a little bit more than he could chew, and once again we're looking to see some Viscous supremacy. And okay, Calico is just showing quite the mobility that the cat has.
Oh, Calico is probably one of the greatest heroes I've added in terms of just mobility of getting in and out of fights, disengaging, re-engaging, making the most out of mechanics like melee lifesteal. Calico, if nothing else, is an escape artist, which kind of fits with being a cat-themed hero, I suppose.
Yeah, it's really a fun character to play, especially when if you get like the ethereal on her like later in the game as well. You have the ability to reset your cooldowns and always have your dash available, always have ways to get in and out of the fights. The ult as well with the invis. It's just so many ways to be completely just a complete nuisance to the opposing team. And we'll get the if we get a meow, come on.
I don't think they're meowing right now, but Mikhail is looking for a swap. Goes for the swap onto the Yamato. And force out the Shadow Transformation. Mikhail might be the one in danger here. Yamato on the assault takes down Mikhail. There's OneWin. Really defending themselves quite well so far, Dan. I think a lot of people going into this, in fact, even announcing OneWin is like, I don't know, they had a rough Maelstrom Masters, might be a stomp, but it's anything but right now. Xenon binding Obakim off in the other lane. See a little bit of extra goo ball mobility here, Dan. You can kind of see the flexibility, just a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you're so right to highlight how well they're doing in the early game, because it's really when you're getting to that like 10 to 15 minute mark where I feel like Buff and Joys will be the most dangerous. So if you have a good showing here, and with that said, looks like Fluoride might be in for some trouble. There comes out the cube, and that's going to be a great way to counter the concussive combustion, but I don't think there is a way out of this one. They are all on top of Fluoride. Buff and Joys, and they'll take him down. So it's a good effort to survive, but ultimately not going to work out.
Well, overseas, just one arrow, finding Mikhail, right place, right time. The trade-outs continuing, and look at rotations. We have Fluoride now off our rotation, but we also have an Owl coming in. Is Fall Through going to be there off the Owl? Fluoride just came over to the lane. Doesn't really look too keen to chase down just yet. Around 3 for Buff Enjoyers in lane 3. A little bit of Ava rotation going on right now.
Yeah, still just a slight edge overall for OneWin. So yeah, doing a great job on making sure they're really competitive in the early laning phase currently. And so Zanya's doing a good job keeping up on the stalls with Yamato. That's obviously a good sign. Empty Dreams similarly on the Wraith up against Zergy in that lane 4 solo lane so far. So speaking of which, Ivy making her way across to lane number 1.
I really appreciate Fluoride's mobility. You've seen Fluoride just continually rotating, and it's made things a little bit difficult for Zergy over in lane 4, where overall it's relatively even between Zergy and Empty Dreams, but it might be a different story if you didn't have Fluoride just continually being a mobile threat. Also, speaking of mobile threats, Mikhail right now. Potentially for rotation between lane 1 and 2. Going back over in lane 2 as we see Wraith right now under fire. Empty Dreams just able to teleport away.
Yeah, Zanya was in some trouble as well. Good timing found by Calico Listic. Was looking for that gank a couple times actually, and finally got some action, but having to go back now. Of course, Calico is amazing at some of these early rounds or early stage ganks. Oh, there's that frozen shelter. Fluoride a little bit trapped at the moment, but is the good wall going to be able to escape? Ooh, just about.
Fluoride's at death's door, but I think Fluoride just barely might be able to get away. Elsewhere, see Last Stand coming in for Shriek. Might just be tower pressure though here, Dan, and as we're setting up for mid buffs coming up soon, I wonder if we could get a quick check-in on items, see where we're at right before 10 minutes, because this is where teams will overextend a little bit, try and defend bridge buffs and get set up for the urn. You take a look here, no tier 3s in play here, but you see some key T2 items coming in.
Yeah, and those bridge buffs indeed coming up. Let's see which teams are in the position to capture those. Looks like there might be a bit of a fight here on the right side bridge. However, One Win looks like they have more control over that position, so they should be able to convert on that bridge buff. And similarly, they might get the one on the left side of the map as well. Calico, so irritating, ZP. Look at this through the vents.
Yeah, through the vents, and buys enough time. Well, actually, Ava's not even back up yet, but we do see push going on. Listic able to get down a Guardian. And Buff Enjoyers, it's easy to forget, still a very macro-oriented team where even if the kill death isn't going their way, usually smart and making good macro decisions. And I do wonder if this is going to go over in the lane 2. Mikhail could drop a swap here. Calico going into lane the help. See how this one turns out. Drops a wall. Swap already used. For now, just pressure onto the Ivy is flammable. Cannot get away.
Yeah, looking to fall off now. It's despite the fact that we got a couple early objective takes from Buff Enjoyers. One Win still staying on par with that. Oh, Frozen Shelter comes out. This will be a little bit hairy for Zanya. There's the nade as well, and okay, some assistance coming in for Buff Enjoyers. Let's see if they're able to convert on this one by the urn. And back in the action, Zanya off of the shadow form. The goo ball coming in as well, pounding Demov, just crushing it into the wall with that.
One Win rotating a lot over into lane 1, and look at the mobility of Fluoride. Goes to lane 1, immediately goes over lane 2, decides, okay, a little bit more lane push. Hyper mobile viscous play, but again, swapped by Mikhail under a little bit of pressure, drops a splatter. And drops the Q, but now the question is, can Fluoride get away? Does get a little bit of help from his Talon with the Spirit Snare, and no, not getting away this time around. Listic all over it, and do they get the Talon too? So a little more rotations on all end coming in here, Dan.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Rotating back off that lane 1 pressure into this lane 2 fight for One Win to try to take down the remainder of these players, but it's looking a little bit more difficult than maybe they presumed. Calico Listic just trying to find those melee connections and wrapping back around, trying to retreat and disengage both teams now without anyone dying. Sharik, though, as I say that, is going to fall. And in the meantime, there's another fight here for Fluoride over on lane 1 around the urn. And that's a lot of damage coming his way, but able to fall off to safety by the Guardian once again. So a lot of action here, ZP finally is breaking out across the map.
So Zergy just chased down Xenon. Xenon was good HP after the pickoff, and Zergy was still having none of it. Nothing clean whatsoever. 57k to 60k, One Win, 3k ahead. Looking at general storylines developing here, though, I think one thing Buff Enjoyers has to be a little bit wary of is Empty Dreams starting to accumulate. And as I say that, Obikim drops Frozen Shelter, but there's 2 guests in the shelter as we pause, with Fluoride and Zanya there. Not the greatest odds of Obikim walking away from this one when they do reconnect.
Yeah, and whilst all this was going on, we had Empty Dreams actually taking down the Walker on lane 4. So that's actually a pretty big loss I mean, that's a great find. As you can see, it's just mid animation, just falling there. But the question is, can Empty Dreams get out? It looks pretty healthy. Sharik is the only player so far, I think, in the area to try to deal with this. And given the fact that there's so much pressure also on the lane 1 Walker, it actually, interestingly enough, CP, we framed it as though Buff and Joyers would be the ones taking the initiative. But right now, it's OneWin that is pushing all of these Walkers and forcing Buff and Joyers to react.
And I think the person that must be enjoying it the most right now has to be Jake, because a lot of it's being enabled by just a hyper-mobile, hyper-aggressive playmaking Viscous from Fluoride. But now, off the pick, damage onto Walker. Should be the first Walker, not the first Walker, but another Walker going down here. 2 Walkers down from OneWin on the Buff Enjoyers. It's another flex slot given, and grapple on the Mikhail. Mikhail under the gun from Zanya. Gets parried. Now Zanya hang in there, drops Power Slash, is outgunned on all ends, drops Child Transmission, still can it get Demov? Look for Demov, even though it might be dying in turn, goes for the parry. Demov desperately trying to live, stays alive. Took the whole crew there to make it happen, Dan, but ends up killing Zanya in the end.
Amazing. That was so close to killing Demov there. Just one missed Power Slash, that was all it was. Now, even still, OneWin, they are so they're taking the initiative so much. I really love the call out here on Fluoride. He's looking to deliver this urn at the moment. You can see the response coming through for Buff Enjoyers, but there should be enough assistance here for OneWin to be able to secure this one still, and maybe they'll actually get some kills. In fact, Alistic, yeah, he's going to go down on that Calico. Urn can be grabbed once again. Let's not forget, another urn is about to actually pop up too, so definitely making good use of these items across the map. And in the meantime, Buff Enjoyers are able to get maybe recover us a little bit here at CP and just making sure that they take down this Guardian, but they're still actually quite behind.
They're behind in push. They lose the urn just a moment ago. I believe they're getting out killed with just, again, the hypermobile Viscous play. It's been a rough go for Buff Enjoyers where, they don't necessarily have a late game advantage with the comp we have. I think you can make an argument that OneWin has the better late game. So, Buff Enjoyers under immense pressure to find a way to turn things around. And, we're a little bit low right now. Maybe we'll get a fight with the Viscous or the Yamato here. Okay, not that went away. Jake, quick thoughts on what we're seeing right now, especially in the Viscous play.
Yeah, I think Viscous has been doing exactly his job, like kind of handling the early game. I also feel like Empty Dreams coming up huge. Warden forced to ult, not finding much value here, but Empty Dreams, getting that big map pressure and getting huge as far as that soul lead. I also feel like you got to give credit to Great Talon when it comes to this global presence. Great Talon's birds in that early game, they were leading to kills, or they were just putting big damage on lanes, denying a lot of push. And I feel like that combo global presence between Great Talon's ult and Mirage ult, it has been really paying dividends, especially with Empty Dreams and Zinnia, setting up so much, Fluoride being at everything. I mean, OneWin team are really playing to their hyper mobility, and Buff Enjoyers are struggling to get that heavy grouped up team fight they want. I will say though, like mid-boss kind of could be that opportunity for Buff Enjoyers to turn something around, relying on all their brawling skills together.
Well, right now the urn turn is coming into play. Big item pickup, by the way. Empty Dreams just picking up burst fire, so even more damage just going to be ripped out from the Wraith. As you see Buff Enjoyers, not quite going to go for the raw turn in there. You had a rotation from OneWin, Dan, and now makes this urn turn in more of a calculation for Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether Buff Enjoyers are able to find a way to get that urn deposit, because there's only 3 players here. There's no more reinforcements, I think, that's likely to be coming, so the fight is definitely winnable here for Buff Enjoyers. However, it looks like the positioning isn't looking too great. They're going to try to fall back with that urn at the moment, and in the meantime, Buff Enjoyers are pushing lane 1, looking for that Walker, and we talked a lot about Fluoride on that Viscous, and at the moment, a lonely defense. It is Zenon coming in on the Mirage now to assist. Also, talking about that global presence from the Owl, that's going to come in to help the defense, and they're actually going to send Buff Enjoyers away from the Walker.
Look at the double team there. The Owl setting up some more goo bounces as Talon, just best Legolas impression over the top, finishes off Warden. Sharik feeling the pain, and now Dan, 84k and 97k. We always say anything can happen in a best of one, but I almost feel like if you're Paravision and your coaching staff for Paravision, you're wondering, this wasn't what we expected, because you'd have to think most of their prep was for Buff Enjoyers, who just had such a good weekend of games in Maelstrom Masters.
Yeah, much more known quantity in general, Buff Enjoyers. So yeah, I totally agree with the sentiment there. With that said, I think we had a great point from Jake about the mid boss. That might be one good way to get back into the game, but they just have to ensure that they don't get too far behind. And at the moment, I'm not too worried about any one player's like soul situation. No one is lagging too far behind. And also Zergy is actually doing a decent job in staying fairly farmed, somewhat on parity with Empty Dreams for the moment. So we'll have to see if Zergy's going to be able to really like get that power spike, and sort of when that's going to be, and in what team fights it's going to turn. But you can see going for that warp stone pretty early to try to get these engagements. Zergy is trying to follow things up here. I don't know if there's any survival that's possible in the face of this. Zergy's going to fall back. He's got reinforcements there, and he comes forward once again to cause havoc, going for the full cue ball.
Cue ball comes in, drops himself. Q inadvertently ends up body blocking Zergy. However, still a very low viscous. Shriek, though, couldn't get away. Al comes in for extra support. Zergy, though, well farmed, the biggest threat for buff enjoyers right now. On a little bit of a chase down, going to the subway, says, no, I don't want this goo ball to get away this time. Just needs a little bit more, finishes off. Great tracking from Zergy. And now, buff enjoyers, I mean, trade-outs like this, still very important to stay in the game, not let it go to the wayside. But on the other hand, you just see Wraith, Empty Dreams going from lane to lane, Walker the Walker, and the difference in push here is just ridiculous, Dan.
Yeah, you know, I hear Zach tracking is pretty easy with a trackball Z team. All right, well, somewhat of a resurgence, but still a pretty decent soul lead for OneWin at the moment. But they are having to finally react more to their opponents. Buff enjoys with all the pushing here on lane 4, and OneWin trying to push them back, and the deflection is not without its cost, but we have Buff enjoys now falling off completely. And at the moment, I feel like OneWin are in a spot where they could really look for picks here. There's not a lot of farm left on the map. The lane control is going to be decent in a moment. So a pick to mid boss, I feel like we're really in that territory now for either team.
I think it's interesting too is that this is one of the longer games I've had without mid boss being taken, because no one's gotten that decisive a team fight. We've had a lot of skirmishes where people lose 1-2, but no one's felt comfortable enough to just hard force mid boss. I think OneWin is ahead enough now, given the fact that they have Yamato, that we are entering the territory that if buff enjoyers lose, say, 2 people and it's near mid, it'll probably be an instant OneWin boss. But this is also about the time of the game where buff enjoyers tends to play a little bit more calculated. And you know, taking a look, Dan, at some items coming in here. You have key close-up pick-off power for Calico and the Hunter Zara getting bought. Toxic bullets in for Xenon on the other end. A lot of core items coming in line, but probably the most core is that Colossus in for D-Mov. D-Mov's been getting picked off somewhat early in these fights. Not going to be as easy of a kill right now, Dan.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tougher to take him down. And we've got the urn as the next sort of point of contestation at the moment. Buff enjoy is looking to ferry that one across. And that's going to have to be a response. There's no lane control for buff enjoyers on lane 4. So you can see Zanya with pretty deep positioning. And there might be an interception before the urn even makes it there.
Right now, this is a big inflection point, Dan, how this fight goes on. Oh, if they could pick off Fluoride early, that would be massive. Mikhail still holding on to the swap. You see buff enjoyers kind of liking the poke engage and how that started. The window, though, might have fallen to the wayside. Fluoride able to back off, reset. What is Owl going to get here? Owl rotating around. Fluoride still actually getting caught. And it's just a push Owl to get a lane going in their general direction.
Yeah, huge team fight. This is the kind of team fight scenario that I think the buff enjoyers have been looking for a while. At least a big grouped up effort between both sides. However, you can see that OneWin, the very mobile team, they are kind of changing the positioning pretty consistently here, not really allowing buff enjoyers to get a great opening engagement, but they come back in. And in fact, with that, they're going to find a pickoff. And so now I feel like OneWin are maybe a little bit more in control of the fight. And so buff enjoyers are going to retreat.
Dan, if they feel it enough, it's a very aggressive shot call, but they have a window. Okay, they just go mid. I was gonna set it up grandly. No. They just say we are going mid. Grandly isn't a word, by the way, but it doesn't matter. This could be the key point. Rejuvenator coming on down. Zanya, Shadow Transformation, can use it if necessary. Gonna use it to try and secure. Meanwhile, Obakip dropping the Frozen Shelter, delaying, giving buff enjoyers a chance to kill people on the outside. Rejuvenator going on down. Who's gonna get it? It's Zanya. finishes off the Rejuvenator, picks up for 1 win, and gets kill cleanup on top of it. It is a rout of buff enjoyers, and that big of a rout requires that big of analysis. Jake, what is going on?
It's a beautiful scenario, right? They did cost them Viscus's life, but being able to force with Yamato still online, Xenia able to hold on to that through the last team fight, I think was the reason that they're able to go for that mid force and actually get the win. I think Buff Enjoyers maybe just a little bit too late on the Inferno Assault. Stun came down, just after the Yamato gets the cleanup. But I mean, that's the value kind of 1-win team. They've got the Ivy, they've got the Yamato, they've got some really strong mid boss fight. Buff Enjoyers though not out of this yet, still looking in a decent position soul wise, getting the respawn, and it looks like the base won't be broken. So 1-win probably just going to look to expand the soul lead, restabilize here. I do think Buff Enjoyers have proven though that they can win these team fights in the right conditions, especially finding a pickoff early on the Viscus. I think Viscus is going to be the first targeted in almost every team fight if he gets caught alone. So going to be pressure on Fluoride now, getting into the later game where he can get full bursted from a stun.
Well, you heard it there, Dan. Fluoride, public enemy number 1. I fully agree with Jake. I think to an extent that has to be the game plan here, where Fluoride's going aggro, but they've punished it once in recent times. The question is, are they going to be able to do it again?
Yeah, it's quite possible because there is that extra confidence having the rejuve. You want to try to force a fight so that you can try to actually use the rejuve. And so that might be something that actually could be a double-edged sword for 1-win, because so far they've been pretty tentative in picking fights. So we'll see now in this particular engagement if this is precisely what Buff Enjoyers have been looking for. Opening up with a paradoxical swap, it's definitely looking like a good opening here, ZP.
Well, it's responded with the shift in the Shadow transformation. Xenia might be able to get away. Xenia's really, really low. But Xenia doesn't go down. Listic, I think, overcommits trying to go for it. Dies to Empty Dreams instead. Frozen Shelter down. And 2 extra members of Buff Enjoyers going down. 1-win have yet to use any of the Rejuvenators. It was Xenia just barely able to get away. Off the soul advantages. Empty Dreams, 31k is just mowing people down, Dan.
Yeah, that is not exactly how you want the fight to go if you're Buff Enjoyers. It looked like they could finally get an engagement more maybe on their terms, but every time that happens, I feel like smart positional play from 1-win, they kind of redefine the fight in their own favor, and they've been doing this the entire game long. They pick up both shrines, they pick up the walkers. Here's a hot pursuit though to try to pick up these stragglers, convert on something here for Buff Enjoyers, but it's not looking too good at the moment for them. Even if they get some of these picks, they still have 3 walkers to try to get.
It's not the end right now, Dan. And yeah, they're able to get Fluoride towards it, but you've lost first stage Patron. You are out of mulligans. You are down in farm. Buff Enjoyers, their tenacity as often champions is going to be tested from this point out forward, because they have to play perfectly. They have to catch 1-win off guard, and they have to do it multiple times. And Dan, looking at new items being bought here, Empty Dreams has been an offensive powerhouse. Now a little bit of extra defense on top of it. Has Colossus in case things get hairy, but not needed there as Listic just simply gets evaporated.
Yeah, and I'm looking to scan to see if there's any sort of like power spike items really coming online, and it doesn't really seem to be the case here for Buff Enjoyers. And we're going to get a re-hit from 1-win. They're going to be going straight into the Patron. They're just ending it, EP. They're going to end the game right here, right now. No messing around, bursting it down. The health is melting. It's dwindling quickly. It's not much time. The Frozen Shelter will come online to try to delay things just a moment longer. But is it going to do the intended effect? Sharik is going to have a couple kills there, so maybe yes, the Frozen Shelter is clutch.
The all-in from 1-win does not bear fruit. Buff Enjoyers just barely fend it off. Oh, you see the power of Frozen Shelter there, giving Shriek time to just mow 1-win down. No Rejuvenators in play. 162 to the 160. Buff Enjoyers, Dan, is back. And look, we just called it, but Jake, sometimes you go for the win and it does not work out.
We've seen this tale before, ZP. Infernus and Kelvin, Warden as well, in the pit are just monster characters, right? Giving you a huge potential to fight back. And although you said it, Buff Enjoyers, they're down to their last fight here. One mistake could cost them the game. That huge team wipe has completely flipped things on its head, soul lead in favor of Buff Enjoyers. They can't make any mistakes from this point that would still cost them the game, but they do now have, I would say, control of the game, right? It's going to be really hard for 1-win to get the lanes in, even with the global presence, and this is the moment Buff Enjoyers was waiting for.
Well, Obakim maybe oversteps, just runs into the freight train. That's Empty Dreams. But in terms of freight trains, Dan, look at Zergy. Zergy's back into the game and then some. This is a full end game Infernus.
Yeah, that's certainly a really big problem for one win. With that said, they have been doing really well. Like, that was the only like a big team fight they've lost. Every other time when they try to control the fights themselves, they generally come out ahead. So if they can just kind of go back to the basics there of what has been working all game, they're going to be okay. But they're going to be hitting the front of the base pretty hard here off that initial pick, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, does one win just go to the well again? Obakim's down for 15 seconds. There's no frozen shelter in play. Surely one win doesn't just dive the patron. Shriek's down. Shriek can't save him this time. One win now again into the base. Obakim 5 seconds up from being back into it. One win, Dan, looking to end it once more. Pressure in onto the patron. Obakim is back up. Frozen shelter can be used to delay once more. One win, though, they have to be careful. Xenon's just getting pummeled. Fluoride's getting pummeled. The HP is going down on all ends. Overseas barely escapes getting picked off. As Listic now in the hunt as Calco picks up 2. Buff Enjoyers still chasing down. One win might have just thrown away their lives again.
Oh, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I just can't.
I don't know.
He rushed it.
Dan, was this... One win, they sensed the Titan of Buff Enjoyers was about to fall, but did they just act too early?
I think in large part they're thinking, okay, we've got Sharik down. There's no last stand. That's like one of the most dangerous ults that's going to be able to stop us in the pit. And obviously, Obakim still had the frozen shelter, but didn't even need to use it. So that just makes you wonder if it was just a massive misestimation.
Yeah, you know, we had mentioned off the the first defense that they'd even up the gold lead, but as Jason points out now, it's not just evened up, it is a full lead. Buff Enjoyers has completely flipped the script of the game, and their second stage patron is healed, and now going for mid boss. Will one win be able to contest this mid boss effectively? They're down Yamato. It's not the greatest idea, Dan, but they still look like they want a little bit of piece of mid boss here. Are they gonna be able to get Sharik? Last stand all over it. Fluoride, disruption with the goo ball. Who is going to get the Rejuvenator? It's D-Mob getting it for Buff Enjoyers. And even though 2 fall, they will be right back up, courtesy of the Rejuvenator, Dan.
Oh, 4 kills going the way of one win. This is exactly what needs to happen if they reduce our rejuve. They've essentially reset Buff Enjoyers here. Zergy and Listic too low to continue to fight.
Dan, I think Buff Enjoyers is going to be back up by the time they get to base, but I think they're just sending it. One win is going to send another ballistic missile all in to the patron here. Is it going to be in time? 2 seconds till the most of Buff Enjoyers is up. They're in on the patron. It still has backdoor resistance. They are going in. Mikhail back up. Buff Enjoyers back to full strength. Empty Dreams, the biggest threat for one win, already down. They just have this patron lust, Dan, but it's not happening.
And are they going to give up too much in the effort to do this? Again, perhaps another misestimation. I both love it, ZP, and I hate it at the same time, equally. I love how brazen it is, but it is punishing them so hard because 3 times consecutively now, ZP, they win they win these fights, these picks, they try to convert, and they bite off more than they can chew each time. And now Buff Enjoyers, okay, at least the rejuve is mostly being taken away from most of the players, but the soul lead is continuing to expand for Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, the soul lead has gone up. The once just absolutely undisputable advantage of one win has gone to the wayside off these patron all-in attempts that have not worked out. And now Buff Enjoyers, they don't crack under the pressure. They save their patron. They're about to get one win's patron down into second stage. They do. They back off. They still have 2 Rejuvenators, and 208k to 186k. One win on the back foot. Who knows how this one's going to end, but it's probably been the most unique match of Deadlock we have ever seen.
Yeah, it's still winnable for sure for one win based on how it's just a weakened patron left. So, it just takes that overextension or just a fight to just not open up in the way that Buff Enjoyers want. Or, you have those mid fights around the mid structure where maybe there's like a mid boss that you want to posture around. And the multi-level fights can create a lot of variance that's hard to predict. Even if you're a little bit behind, you can still find positive engagement. So there is still a lot to be said, a lot left to be done in this match, surprisingly.
I mean, this match, we talk about a deep analysis of what is going on, but this almost feels like we've just entered into vibes territory and dear God. But look, I think the actual reality is that one win thought they had an opportunity. They probably underrated Obakim's ability to save the game with Frozen Shelter, and the game plan didn't extend beyond that all in, and now just coming up with something on the fly. All that being said, though, Dan, a 39k Wraith, nothing to sneeze at, even versus 45k Infernus. There's a lot of ways one win can still pull this one out, but they opened the door wide open for Buff Enjoyers, and they happily accepted the invitation.
Oh, absolutely. And right now, you're gonna, I mean, maybe both teams, I mean, at least you'd expect one win to be in a more cautious manner. Mid-boss is 2.5 minutes away. Both teams just cleaning up the stalls across the map in the form of creeps in the jungle. So we're getting a little moment to breathe, it seems.
Yeah, I think this is where both teams are just taking both to be like, okay, what's going on? And while we're breathing, we can take a look at items, see what other major defining builds have been picked up while we wait for this engagement to go underway. And Devinier's Kevlar on the Viscous, as if he wasn't hard enough to kill Dan. Just a little bit of extra oomph, both in damage and both spirit shielding and bullet shielding.
And the same for Talon, like Boundless Spirit, massive, what is it, plus 65 Spirit. That's a really big spike of Spirit damage as well. Obviously, Talon just has insane burst Spirit damage, so that could certainly be quite powerful as well. A Berserker coming in also. Spiritual Overflow. Okay, so one win had a lot of money to spend, so they're upgrading a lot of items here. There's some big
Overflow. Yeah, that's one of the biggest damage increases you can get. So again, Empty Dream saying their power spike, but here we go, swap. Mikhail looking to end this here for Buff Enjoyers. It's Fluoride who's the target, who, again, Devinier's Kevlar coming a little bit into play. Look at the shields, Dan. The shield's still standing after the quick swap attempt, so Fluoride able to get out of the line of fire. The ball is used, though, and again, we just see the utility of the Owl just being used for lane control.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting prospect. The lane control is really important. We've also seen that with, for example, the backdoor protection. You do want to be in a position, if you do get kills, to be able to utilize that. All right, so another engage here coming through. Oh my god, Ivy is getting just chunked. Flammable is just disintegrates, and that's a good opening here for Buff Enjoyers to start off the fight. But can they actually capitalize?
Well, right now, you've got Yamato just stuck in the frozen shelter. Nowhere they go. Icy and just decimated in the freezer. 2 down for 1 win. Buff Enjoyers sensing blood in the water now, Dan. As 1 win, I mean, their best hope right now is a burst pickoff between Empty Dreams and Overseas, but now it's 1 win that must defend the Patron. And you see the Patron just getting absolutely melted. 1 win, you came so close. But it's Buff Enjoyers that take it in the end. And perhaps the most back and forth game we have ever seen here on Deadlock Fight Night. Unbelievable. And, I have to say here for Buff Enjoyers, got to give them credit, Dan. They did not give up even when it was looking bad. And Obakim, frozen shelter timing, paired with Sharik, right place, right time, kept them from getting upset in what would have been one of the biggest upsets we have ever seen. But of course, we're going to be rejoined here by Jake. Should be getting rejoined here. Jake, you were here on all this. You saw the repeated attempts at going in the Patron. Break this game down for us, both from 1 win getting ahead and then how 1 win, lost it.
Yeah, I think when it comes to that early lead, you got to give credit to, Fluoride and Overseas on the Viscous and the Great Talon. I think their nuking potential, their global presence, both with Viscous just having crazy mobility, the global Owls coming in from Great Talon. I think that lane, while it was a little bit rocky at the very start of the laning phase, they brought it back and were able to deliver a ton of pressure and enable those, later game carries like the Wraith to really get ahead. And I thought the game would be kind of slipping out of control from there with the global presence. However, I think it does come down to that critical throw that, overextending, thinking you can finish the Patron. I think with any hero in the game besides Kelvin, that's actually just the end of the game. Like 1 win are with any other hero on Buff Enjoyer squad, that game is over there. I don't think there's any way they can actually win a team fight, down a player and keep the Patron alive. But Kelvin, right, the ability to fully protect the Patron, it was just critical. And then I think Zergy is where he had the opportunity to come back into the game and have that huge impact, is that he held his nerve all game long, was staying in a very strong position farm-wise, very low deaths, providing what his team needed him to provide, which is that late game turnaround threat. And from that one team fight with Kelvin, frozen sheltering the Patron, Zergy's getting in there and doing so much on Infernus with that flame dash. I mean, that's really the moment that the game starts to flip on its head. And then honestly, those next few dives from one win, I think are actually more understandable than the first one, because once they lost that soul lead, once they, you know, had that huge swing of losing all their walkers with the counter push from Buff Enjoyers, I think the game kind of was out of their hands. I think they were a little bit right after that to continue to be desperate and feel like they had to take big risks. Because honestly, once Zergy was hitting that ultra late game farm, you know, 3 Colossus online for Buff Enjoyers, I'm not convinced the Sapphire Flame in one win could really actually take a grouped up team fight from there on out.
Yeah, and one thing I kind of want to point here too, because you know the story here of this game that people talk about forever is the 3 dives on the patron. But you think about what one win was able to do here, Dan, with Fluoride, huge damage on the Viscous and presence. You know, the 28k in the Viscous actually massive when you consider how mobile Fluoride was. But also, Empty Dreams was about as solid as a Wraith carry as you could ever expect while they had the edge. Got ahead on Soul Farm and simply was walking around deleting people that were otherwise set up by their team. I mean, one win had a great game plan here, Dan. It just kind of fell apart at the last moment.
Yeah, it's so sad to see that it does fall apart in that way, especially because we framed the game off of the comps in such a way where one win were able to, with excellent individual play and team play, of course, they were able to defy what we were expecting to see. You know, we saw such strong individual performances, and you know, you just called out Empty Dreams, you know, winning that 1v1 lane on lane 4 against Zergy on the Infernus, and doing so much this just by himself, and even taking the first Walker down just off of like split push pressure, and doing so and getting out. Like, there's so much value that was gained just by all of these individual plays that it actually put them in a position where then they were in a great spot into the mid game, which is where we thought the other team, Buff Enjoyers, would take over. And then something that impressed me was each time Buff Enjoyers tried to create the kind of big team fight that they wanted, you get this teasing coming in from one win where they would tease it, then they would kind of fall back, reposition, and then create a spot where Buff Enjoyers couldn't get the fight they wanted. So they had that like level of positional awareness in the team fights too. So there's like so much good, and so it's just such a shame that we see it end for them in such a fashion, but I'm sure they'll come back stronger.
Well, after every match, we got to highlight who was the Intel player of the match. And of course, this was a tough one, Jake. You were the one making the call. Tell us why Zergy is your Intel player of the match.
You know, I went with Zergy. I think this was a kind of a tough call for me. I think Listic had some big moments, you know, like taking some of those mid-game team fights and keeping them competitive, able to find some kills. Mikhail's as well, with a lot of pickoff setup, you know, that kept that game as even as it was. But ultimately for me, it was the fact that Zergy had stayed farmed, had like not been, you know, sometimes you start falling behind, and then as this late game carry, you start to feel pressured. You really got to get active. You really got to, you know, force something, especially with people, you know, criticizing Zergy for playing 7 and being too passive. But honestly, in this game, I think this is really what the team needed, was a proper, you know, super scary late game threat to get fully farmed. And the fact that Zergy was able to keep pace, keep his deaths very, very low in this game was the reason that from that Kelvin fight, they're able to actually turn the game around, take a bunch of walkers, win a bunch of fights back to back. Even moments like this, like playing super aggressive off the respawn there with the metal skin, you know, finding pickoffs, forcing the reset. Like these moments from Zergy, you know, in a losing game, well, which it was up to this point, right up to that big fight, I think is a really huge difference maker from the carry role, right? Like when it comes to that late game decision making, having the read of knowing when to prioritize your own game, and Zergy, you know, in a losing game, keeping his deaths that low, I think that's, without that, they don't win, even with the Kelvin fight turning the throne.
Yeah, and Dan, you know, honestly, this game, we could go on for ages, you know, the twists and turns it had, but, you know, end of it all, it's Buff Enjoyers. They get another berth into the money match versus Perry Vision. Any final thoughts before we head to a break?
I think my final thought is that there should be an exciting match. I think if one win would have made it to that best of 3, based on what we saw, some of the mistakes we saw, they definitely have the skill, but Buff Enjoyers is a much more seasoned lineup that's, I think, going to produce a better best of 3 overall. So I'm super excited to see if Buff Enjoyers can reclaim the throne.
And well, Buff Enjoyers, they're heading to face off against Paravision. It's a best of 3, $1,000 on the line. All this and more coming at you right after the break.
out of commission. Go back to the deep.
Walking, but better.
They will learn what it means.
Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel here in EU. Back at you for the best of 3 money match. Buff Enjoyers nearly getting eliminated by 1 win. Now alive to the money match versus Perry Vision. Of course, I'm ZP here with DDK and Jake. And gentlemen, it was a tough road, but now Buff Enjoyers have to feel pretty good about themselves given the fact that they are running into this after beating Perry Vision in Maelstrom Masters 2-0. The question is, can they do it again, Jake, when teams have had time to, look at a little bit of tape and make adjustments from yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, Buff Enjoyers, right? Like you said, maybe they are the team to beat here, given that they won the last series against Paravision in the other tournament and looked really solid there. One thing I will say for Buff Enjoyers that I would love to see as a slight draft adjustment is maybe just one damage dealer with a little bit more range potential. I guess you could sort of see Paradox that way, but I feel like Paradox has to build so much mobility and survivability armor that I'm not sure that Paradox really ends up filling that category. Whereas something like the Wraith, the Great Talon, just a little bit more range poking potential, I think could have made some of these fights a little more difficult for their opponents, where running that like all-in heavy brawling comp, it paid dividends in certain moments, but there were other times, like you were saying, DDK, where the enemy team was able to fall back in the middle of the team fight, kind of slow things down and get some poke pressure on before re-engaging, and that proved to be a struggle for Buff Enjoyers in terms of how they're looking to play the engagement. So, either you could maybe go harder with like a Viscus of your own, someone who can ultra frontline and like deny any kind of escape, or Mo deny any kind of escape, or I think maybe you could hedge your draft a little bit with some longer range poke to be able to tolerate those longer range extended team fights.
That is an interesting aspect of the drafting process, because you almost don't necessarily know what the best kind of team strat looks like until you've completed the whole draft. And so that's kind of interesting, because I think we were surprised to see how heavy the damage was on OneWin's end, and it ended up enabling them to have this strategy where they could leverage certain strengths without that answer, like you were just describing. So that is a really fun part of Deadlock. But I do agree. I think they'll probably try to find a bit more damage this time around as well.
Now, look, we were about to go in the rosters, but there's also other important matters here. Like, if you're watching, you're comfortable, why not get even more comfortable with some of our Deadlock Fight Night merch? That's right, we've expanded. It's not just getting gooped right now. We got some other fun designs here. Jake, I know you had a few in particular you looked at and you're like, you know what? I like this.
I'm going to cop the Viscous hoodie, no doubt.
That's awesome.
And I need the mug. I'm a daily coffee drinker. I got to be rocking the DFN mug. That's just too good of a collectible. You know what I'm saying?
True. True. Yeah. What about the snapback?
Yeah, you got a desk mat over there, but yeah, it's new merch. Also, shouts to Average Jonas, who is actually wearing some of that merch on stream. In addition to co-streaming, and which is also awesome. Shout outs to Jonas, but. Gentlemen, now looking at the rosters, here's what we got at you. Of course, if you are a historian here of Deadlock Fight Night, Perivision is essentially a merge team between the old DMS and Pajolaya Scumbria. They did a rework after Buff Enjoyers just completely crushed the month of December in EU Deadlock. But the super team, as it were, for Perivision, they got off to a rough start, losing their first best of one in Deadlock Fight Night after making the roster, but came back a few weeks later and now are the ones on top. And, I think for this roster, you have the carry potential of Play With Me with flying carry power and Prestis, really good support from Litz, playmaking potential from Taz. It's overall a very complete team.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, I think, one of the most fun teams to watch. What's been interesting for me is seeing how Play With Me was such a big focus, I feel like, for the kind of, ex-DMS or like the now Paravision roster in the past. But as time has gone on, we've just seen the depth of the entire pool of players, especially as people had to react to Play With Me as maybe, some of his characters were not as powerful anymore, or he had to change the play style. Again, despite all of that, we've got a team that's got great macro, has great hero pool depth. And I think we couldn't really ask for maybe a better matched finals.
I like Buff Enjoyers for this one, honestly. I feel like this is like kind of the dream match you want to have going into the finals, where it was close, you were behind, but you held your nerve, you stayed composed. And in the end, I think, honestly, Buff Enjoyers fought really well. There was even that one team fight that went against them where, they were kind of maybe overcommitted on the Yamato, but I mean, that was down to like inches, right? Yamato was like a couple hundred health escaping from that, where if that pickoff were cleaner and a little quicker, could have been a much better team fight. Like, there's a lot of these earlier mid-game team fights that could have gone even better for Buff Enjoyers and could have put them in a stronger spot, and they still held their nerve. They still made good decisions to come out on top in the end of the game. And so that's the kind of like confidence building you need. Whereas if you just hard stomped, I feel like maybe you actually don't get as much confidence as a comeback victory gives you, and as much hype really going into this best of 3 money match here.
Just disappointed.
Well, the band comes out here, and it is Calico, where Perivision very clearly stating, we see what you've been doing, Buff Enjoyers, with reworking your compositions. We're going to take away one of your new tools in the Calico, which, realistically, you compare Buff Enjoyers this week to Buff Enjoyers from a few weeks ago. Yeah, the 7 might be exiled perhaps forever right now, but the other thing is that they're a team that has really embraced Calico very quickly. Now, Dan, as I look at this here, for Buff Enjoyers, you wonder what you take away in turn. I personally think it still might be the Vindicta. And yeah, as I say that, yeah, Vindicta's out of there. I just don't think anyone wants to see Prestis on Vindicta aside from Paravision fans.
Yeah, certainly. And with a matchup like this, I wonder also, what kind of picks are you going to be using to take away options from your opponents? For example, Paravision might pick a Paradox to take that away from Mikhail S, or, a Shiv, another, hero that's really important, especially right now, with what he is able to offer and how you can build a comp around him. So there's a lot of options to play with, but we get the Viscous again. We have not really seen this in Europe until today, like this, like insta-pick Viscous. That's crazy. I love it.
I played a couple ranked games of Viscous this morning, and I was really digging the 10% ball turn rate change. I mean, it seems small, but your ability to have a more reliable stun in these team fights is a really big deal. And I think, honestly, if you're going to play a draft like that, where you have a lot of, long range carries, Viscous just fits in so well, not only setting up a ton of damage for them with stuns and you know, bouncing enemies around, but also being able to cube them and save them if those long range heroes, typically a little bit squishier, get jumped on in the late game. So I honestly just think this hero is really good. For Buff Enjoyers, though, I'd like to see them maybe snag one of those long range damage dealers. I think a Wraith could be a really good opener here for Buff Enjoyers. You know, maybe that's a hero I think Paravision would really like to have on their roster to be that sort of long range damage dealer behind Viscous.
Yeah, I think the question for Buff Enjoyers is how much do they value a good frontline, right? Where before they picked Calico in the first round of picks that they had, right? They went Paradox, Calico, and Jake, they say frontline secondary. If we don't get Calico, we will go for the Wraith. So you called it. They decide Wraith going to be a slightly higher priority. They get it away from Paravision. Now, if you're Paravision here, Dan, I'm looking at this and going, well, you know what Buff Enjoyers like playing in terms of, you know, setting things up. Maybe this is where you take the Geist away, and also on top of taking the Geist, you take something like a Shiv, or what I would love to see, Warden. Play With Me plays a very good Warden. Sharik is attached to Warden at the hip. Basically every game you look at for Buff Enjoyers, they put Sharik on Warden. Make Sharik play something else. Why give him the Warden? If they pick Warden here, I will be thrilled on a draft strategy level, but I don't know if it'll happen just yet.
I think it's a good combo with Holiday and Viscous too, right? You got a lot of stun set up for that trap to proc. Honestly, I don't disagree with the idea at all. I think maybe there could be a challenge against something like Wraith, but you get Slowing Hex online and it's not such a big deal anymore.
Yeah, the Holiday pick's interesting as well since the nurse. I wonder how much those nurse are actually affecting, but they do the haze as well. Obviously, Play With Me is going to play the haze, but Haze is kind of like, wait. Didn't we see this last week where like Haze is getting picked and we were like, what is happening?
Haze was getting picked, but I don't think Haze was getting picked this early in the draft. You have so many other options in the draft. Was Buff Enjoyers going to pick Haze late in the game where maybe they were going to mid ban, but man, that's
so strange because
that's a little bit surprising.
It's not like Buff Enjoyers is going to take it away from you, right? You could leave it to the end, right? It's not like anyone's stealing that Haze. So
I think Geist is a really good counter pick too. Like Geist can just run into the Haze ult, reliably get low and swap her and finish her. Like it's actually a really sick counter. Whereas even once Haze gets unstoppable, right, and she's like not vulnerable to the stuns or some of the control, Geist still has that huge threat of like the uncontrolled damage of Haze can actually be a weakness when you're getting your HP swapped by Geist. You know, maybe you can just silence her and full burst her, but I think I'm a little worried for Paravision as far as like the commitment on the Haze this early in the draft. I feel like there's a lot of counters could come down here for Buff Enjoyers.
Well, the other thing too that worries me is that they would still have the option, I think, on the turn to pick the Warden and get it away from Shriek, right? But generally speaking, in their hero pool, their Haze player with Play With Me is also the Warden player. So in terms of draft strategy, if Buff Enjoyers was going to go for Warden, which basically any of their recent games indicate, right? They don't even have to get Warden until the very last pick here because it's unlikely Paravision is going to go with like Haze and Warden together. The ban on the Kelvin though does make sense. It is kind of the support comfort choice for Buff Enjoyers. They'll probably go with an Ivy. Although again, it kind of brings up the idea for Paravision, what do they play as support if Buff Enjoyers picks up Ivy on the turn here? I suppose we'll see.
Yeah, it does kind of put some pressure on you to pick up that Ivy now if you're Buff Enjoyers, maybe as opposed to something else, just in fear of that getting stolen. Unless you know, there's a huge comfort in running the McGinnis as an alternative potentially. But yeah, so they get the Mirage. Now are they giving up the Ivy? At this point, when we have Holiday then into Haze, I really don't know what to predict for Paravision.
Well, I think the Holiday was definitely for Prestus, so you won't be seeing a Talon here in all likelihood. Obviously, a lot of people in seeing the Holiday pick kind of wonder because Holiday, you know, in most people's estimations got nerfed with the changes that came in because you don't jungle as well. Maybe the hero is just that broken in Paravision's estimation, but instead they pick up Yamato. I think maybe they go Ivy here unless they were really angling towards like McGinnis. Dynamo, you don't really see a ton in EU.
You could also think though that they might just not go for a support here with Viscous, but I feel like they should. I feel like the Ivy is so good on Buff Enjoyers right now; it's just so perfect of a pick. Like, there's almost an argument for just taking it and like making it work because you really don't want to give it to Buff Enjoyers. You know, with something like Mirage, extra Global Pleasance can combo in with Wraith and Ivy. Gonna be the Abrams, so maybe some of that frontline stun control. I'm a little worried about the Abrams though, because like, you know, sometimes this Geist and Mirage, you know, Wraith even, like, I feel like Abrams can struggle to actually tank through, you know, some of these team fights, or getting something like Silence through the wall. Like, do you really want to build debuff remover on Abrams? maybe, but I'm a little more skeptical of Abrams these days. Like, it's a very heavy commitment on snowballing the game, and getting a lot of pickoffs into big team fights from Holiday, Hayes, and Viscous.
Helping people's what I do.
Yeah, and giving up the IV too. Is the Abrams pick, do you think, taking it away from like Listig, or just taking it away as an option? By the way, we don't have Shiv yet, which is
Shiv was completely ignored in last draft, and maybe these teams are like deep prioing him in the current meta. He's been a first pick for a long time, so it really does seem like he's fallen out of the meta. Could still be picked up here.
He might be less pick here. Like, it's just the fact that they're missing so much in terms of frontline that Shiv would make sense as a final pick here for Buff Enjoyers, unless they wanted to just go the squishiest comp of all time, or maybe a Mo. Right? Well, and they go Lash. Okay, they go double playmaker, but you look at this. This is the squishiest lineup I think we've ever seen Buff Enjoyers play on DFM, because usually they're all about running like triple frontline. In this case, the only frontline really they have is Geist, which is a different look. It's away from what they usually play. Now the second question here is it more support Viscous, or do we see a Dynamo or McGinnis to round out Paravision here? I think I would still expect a support, but okay, no. Mo and Krill. So Viscous perhaps played more support-esque, and God, you talk about frontline, Yamato, Abrams, Mo. If nothing else, Paravision is thick, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I think there could reach a point in the game where, like before Unstoppables come out, where Paravision could, continue to snowball. And maybe they're really going for, I think, kind of an earlier mid-game timing here. Maybe, but because I'm just worried, like once you get Unstoppables on Buff Enjoyers, I feel like the game is like kind of out of control. Like once, a lot of these heroes, and even before those Unstoppables, I'm a little worried, right? With this heavy commitment on pickoffs, if you're just like pressuring the map on a global level for Buff Enjoyers, shoving in tons of waves with Mirage and Ivy and Wraith, I mean, it's going to have to be really clean from Paravision. They're going to have to get pickoffs, but like if you send 3 or 4 players to get a pickoff, it's not going to be worth it. Like the map is going to be just out of control in terms of Buff Enjoyers' ability to pressure you. So Paravision, I think there's a lot of pressure on them, especially this Hayes, to be like snowballing, hitting this timing where Hayes is like the most farm hero in the game, has Unstoppable and Lucky Shot or something, and you're just like ending on a couple pickoffs, getting a mid boss and going. I think we get a little bit beyond that into some of these like super late game timings. I'm going to be a little worried for them.
I actually kind of like the lineup, because there's so much distraction for Play With Me to play the Hayes and just come in. Like you've got the Mo, you've got the Yamato, you've got the Abrams and the Holiday and the Viscous. That is so much disruption and just so many targets, like tanky targets to switch between. And I think Play With Me, his style was often never really about landing sick ults either. It was about like finding good timings to get into the fight, like entering with a sleep dagger, like good positioning, and just like roaming. Like that, obviously, one of the things that nerfed Play With Me style on Hayes was how the soul sharing between the early lanes was previously. That was abused massively in the playstyle, but not anymore.
Yeah, and you take a look at the composition here and where it's all set up. It's super interesting for Buff Enjoyers, where, okay, maybe we'll see if the names are accurate, but for second, it looked like it said Sharik on Paradox, which would be ridiculous when you expect Mikhail to normally play it. I think we saw Lash being played by Listic. That makes sense. Take a second here to get the names updated, but we look at physically where the characters are. Anything amiss to you, Jake, lane-wise?
I'm just going to be watching, I think, this Wraith Abrams lane in terms of the farm they're able to get. Abrams should just be able to like tank this out and get decent farm, but I think this lane can end up being a little bit explosive. Abrams, gets picked off, Wraith can start to snowball ahead, and vice versa. You get caught by a pin and things can get out of control, or you get caught without your charge. A lot of pressure and even some help coming in, really wanting to prioritize this lane. I think this is a good call from Buff Enjoyers, like getting your Wraith off to an early lead, starting the map pressure on. I think she's going to be a critical factor in keeping that presence online and making it so Paravision can't properly group up to get those pickoffs they want.
I will say this, Dan, as I look at the composition, I feel like Buff Enjoyers has really put themselves in a window where they have to get ahead early the mid game, because if they get behind, just the pure tankiness of Paravision is going to be very, very difficult, I think, for them to deal with, especially if Saf has a decent game. I think, is Saf doing well or not well is one of the bigger storylines here, just because Abrams as a hero has such volatility, but you never really want to be 10k behind when you have to just chunk through naturally tanky heroes.
Yeah, I totally agree. The more I think about the Paravision lineup, the more I'm like very optimistic and curious about the how well they can actually do. And I mean, just like you say, if Yamato gets ahead enough as well as Play With Me, and you've got all the tankiness across the lineup to deal with, it's going to be very hard to find those kills. And again, Play With Me is going to also likely play a style where you shouldn't be able to catch him off. It's the whole point is that he's going to come in on angles or timings that where he can most optimally get damage in, and he's relying upon the distraction of the massive front line that exists here. So we'll see how that dynamic plays out. But a quick bit of action. Play With Me actually in some trouble. Oh, just caught with the tornado, the last little bit of the tornado, and that's Play With Me to an early death.
And not just Play With Me, but Prestus going to be joining him back in spawn. Goes for the parry. Nothing connecting. Buff Enjoyers a quick 2 over here in lane 3. So, you know, this to an extent, you know, would be expected. I think the early lane pressure that Buff Enjoyers has when you look at their lanes, it's a lot of just general lane power. I think for Paravision, they have to stem the bleeding here, Dan. They can't get too far behind too quickly to where Buff Enjoyers is so ahead that they don't really care that, you know, they're dealing with hard to kill heroes because they're just, you know, they're able to stat check them in turn.
Yep, yeah, it's definitely going to be really interesting to see how it actually transpires here. Like you said, the early game is really important to keep our eyes on, and so far what we see from Buff Enjoyers getting really active, getting some of those opening kills, definitely a good sign. But with that said, you know, the nature of Paravision's lineup gives them a lot of early lane control too. Nice catch there by Play With Me, and that's what we're talking about, finding the timings, the angles, and that's what Play With Me does best.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Play With Me special, is what I was going to say to that, where I feel like you don't really see other Haze players do that. Like, just find an angle and get a quick pick off, especially when being a little bit more mobile on this Haze early on, where, you know, you don't see it as much as the days when double lane soaking was, you know, in vogue, and, you know, Play With Me did it better than most, but it does look like from the early parts of this game, Play With Me is going to be a little bit more and, you know, play it as a playmaker Haze, which is usually not how the character is played. But also, I mean, in 2025, Haze isn't really played much at all. So who's to say how Haze is played, Dan?
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, it is interesting because, as you say, Play With Me style is somewhat consistent, just a few alterations, but his style was pioneering previously. No one else was doing it like he was. So with that said, right now things are looking fairly even. Slight edge here on the stalls for Buff Enjoyers, but nice bottle punch harassment coming on in. So nothing too crazy happening right now yet, ZP.
No, not yet. And ooh, Abrams going down lane though. That's always a tough angle. I think if right now in terms of rotations, if you're Paravision, you rotate over to help Abrams, not only because you want to help Abrams, but because you want to hold Wraith back. Those are two of the most farm-sensitive heroes in the game. We know all too well from NA what can happen when an Abrams is both ahead and behind. You know, Calc actually giving us both sides of the coin in one night, right? So I think rotationally, they're going to want to send more over the lane. One is fast. Great pressure in from the Viscous, finds one.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. We'll have to keep our eyes on how that Abrams and Wraiths matchup goes on the first lane. And similarly, also like together on this Yamato, you know, how well will the performance be against another strong solo laner and Demov? You know, this is a really also important 1v1, and these extremity lanes are really, really key in the early to mid game as well, in terms of control. As those walkers, those guardians are the safest to kind of take. The ganks are often going to come to these lanes, and so far somewhat even for both teams still.
Just keeping an eye on the rotations. I think also there's a tell that we didn't talk about in how Viscous would be played. When you have your playmaker player on the Viscous, you could generally expect it's going to be a more mobile Viscous, right? Like Tass usually playing things like Paradox or Pocket or otherwise. So Tass is going to be a super mobile Viscous as Demov just unrelenting. Versus Yamato, and yeah, it's getting bloody over here in lane 3. See Prestus right now in looking for Ivy. Don't think enough damage is going to come in, but already some quick rotations on the right side of the map.
Yeah, and also Buff Enjoys you getting the pick off onto Saf on the Abrams on the left, coming off of Michaelis's gank. So Michaelis doing what any responsible Paradox should be doing at this point in the game, which is getting that roaming going and facilitating those early kills. So right now, although the soul difference isn't too great, it does feel like the overall control and initiation has been with Buff Enjoy's favor. Or in their favor, I should say. And now we've got a gank coming across Paravision, sending Saf on the Abrams across the lane too.
Yeah, he's looking for either the Lash or the Paradox. And you see Lash under the gun, goes for the slam on the tower, doesn't find anyone. As Saf Blast after blast going in. I don't think can dive over. Just not enough HP to do that, but still decent map presence being applied. And oh, this is the 2-for-1 over here. Viscous, Abrams, moving on in versus Wraith. I think early teleport came on out, and Zergy pretty chilled about that, Dan. Does not care too much, able to back out, but back over here in lane 3, play with me on the double. Great timing.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for Buff Enjoyers. Play with me. Obviously, play with me is going to want to get ahead. It is hard to get ahead on Haze. You've got to be really expert. Obviously, that's why play with me picks Haze. It's such a specialist choice, but coming back in again with the fixation, the perfect tracking, the damage accumulation is absolutely brutal, and there's nothing Beamoff can do. So the roaming again from play with me, as you would expect, as always, it is on the play with me Haze. It's effective.
Also, Abrams, bit of bodyguard here, Viscous in lane. It's turned into a 2v2 over here in lane 1. A little bit of melee action. However, when you look at Saf, and Saf is as low as they are right now, it's not really the ideal situation to overcommit, but here we go. Play with me. Over here, Bullet Dance, enough to take down D-Mob with the aid of Yamato, and just like that, I think you kind of mentioned it, Dan. Play with me is a real threat right now. This is not the player you want to see suddenly get significantly ahead of the game.
Definitely not. And I think it's 4 kills in a row at the moment in quick succession. At this point, it feels like we're not even at the 10-minute mark. So play with me doing a lot of damage here. A lot of attention on Buff Enjoyers here on this lane 1. 3 players to deflect 3 of Paravision. Paravision surely won't be sticking out into that position for too long. They might go back into lane 2. I don't think they can keep pushing that, but they're going to keep trying. In fact, Listic will go down. So I was wrong. There's the attempt of the juggle coming in from Holiday. Paravision, again, they're looking so good right now, ZP. It's kind of hard to believe.
The Viscous play from Taz, taking advantage of the increased mobility, just rolling him on over here in lane 1. The power of Viscous being played as a playmaker, again, being a big factor in our second map of the day. We mostly Holiday, free little Guardian pickoff over in lane 2, I believe. No, it was lane 3.
Yeah, really, 7k lead is actually pretty sizable for this point of the game for Paravision. More action, though, on lane 1. This could be a pretty scary fight for Paravision. Now, they're outnumbered at this point, 4v2 against them. So they'll be very cautious, so that you'd imagine the bridge buff will go to Buff Enjoys here. But that does leave the right side map bridge buff open. And in fact, look at this. We get the aggression coming in from Paravision. They see the retreat, and they want to chase it down, but they don't get anything.
Yeah, also, Mikhail for Buff Enjoyers just rotated back over. Swap at the ready. Plenty of backup. Should it be landed? But for now, Buff Enjoyers just keeping a focus on the Guardian. Now, though, looking for Task. Task blown up. Listic, Death Slam. Force out the Seismic Slam in turn from Saf. Don't know if Saf's going to get away. There's a lot of people here, not too much for Saf. However, the rotation in, the Litz comes in, lands the combo on the Zergy. The rotation enough to turn the fight. Dan, midway through, the power of combo just able to lock down slippery heroes.
Yeah, just the imagery of Mo using a combo on someone and then Mo standing on the other side, just punching the person in the face. It's just so savage. And it is continuing to get better and better here for Paravision. A huge emphasis on that lane 1, but Paravision responding with just enough to deflect it, and they are still looking like they've got Buff Enjoyers on the run.
And Prestus just laying down the damage in lane 3, and speaking of laying things down here, Paravision's has a 6k lead. We had the items up for a split second. Let's get them up again, because I think we got a slight lull here. Take a look at what everyone is packing here at 10 minutes. Quicksilver reload coming in for play with me. Just even more sustained pressure. But as I say that, together, Dan, getting absolutely pursued here. Telekinesis in, force out shadow transformation. They might just have to sell for blowing the ult, though.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case. And I wonder if Holiday might be one of those picks for Prestus, where it's a bit of a specialist pick that will come in, but another combo, that's fantastic. And another follow-up from Saf off of that combo. So this Mo Abrams business is looking pretty sexy right now here for Paravision, as we get Buff Enjoyers responding, at least with a tower down, potentially. Whoa. Okay, so he's going to just go in and get destroyed there. Wasn't expecting to see that. And just look at the tankiness here, just the presence from Paravision.
Well, it's present from Paravision, and Buff Enjoyer is just picking bad fight after bad fight. I mean, part of it is Paravision with great rotations, but it's a full team-wide effort across the map. Buff Enjoyer is just losing just about every fight over this period. It's not enough to go to a mid-boss, but it is enough that, now Paravision very much in control of the game, and, some big storylines as far as who's getting the farm that should be worrying the Buff Enjoyers right now.
Do you ban Haze? Do you first ban Haze?
No, absolutely not. You do not do that. Even as good as Play With Me is on it, I don't think it's an Ido pocket situation, because Play With Me can, he has a really good warden, has plenty of other great heroes.
Okay, well, we'll see about what happens, EP, but right now it is just continued decimation. Buff Enjoyers, I mean, they don't really seem to be in control of anything here. Paravision dictating everything on the map, getting all the picks that they want. And again, there's so much freedom, I feel like, for Play With Me. Just Play With Me by himself is able to find amazing picks. But if you add in the Mo and the Yamato and the Abrams, and I mean the whole lineup, I feel like Play With Me has so much freedom to just operate in between those heroes.
Another big item being bought here by Play With Me, who at this point is in full press W mode, Dan. This is Play With Me in their element, where their Haze looks the scariest because it just feels like Play With Me just runs around the map with reckless abandon and simply gets things done. It like bends the rules of reality for what a Haze should actually be able to kill, is the juxt of it. But now, look, Paravision, I think right now the goal is keep the advantage and, don't give up a free earn, and, ideally just don't give up picks in general. By the way, remember the storyline at the start of the game here, Dan. Buff Enjoyers need to be the ones ahead at this point, just given how Paravision is likely to scale with a way tankier lineup.
Yeah, exactly. This is, you described that earlier. You said that was your fear for Buff Enjoyers should they be put in a position like this. With that said, we obviously saw a game previously where Buff Enjoyers were quite behind, and they just fundamentally made some good choices, and they punished overextensions. So you wouldn't expect, I think, Paravision to maybe make the same sort of overextensions as we saw in the previous game, but they are human. They can make mistakes, and Buff Enjoyers is a team that's good enough to punish.
Well, Dan, if Paravision continues to get ahead and then suicides into the patron, we will never beat the script writing allegations. People will just demand new writers for season 2. That's all I got to say. I don't think Paravision will be repeating that mistake. If for nothing else, they got a full view of what happened to one win. I think they would go with Jake's standard take on it, which is play a little bit slower, secure the win.
Well, big fight by the urn at the moment, as we see together, just trying to escape. There's Play With Me popping that ult. The bullet dance is not going to find too much here. It gets evaded, and Play With Me get caught out and focused. That's how you do it. That's how you get things started here for Buff Enjoyers. Now trying to burst down the rest of the team here. They're doing a great job in just bursting down individual players, focus firing, and oh my god, okay, something is still going to be able to brother together. It will be able to survive that and actually turn the fight. That's so unfair.
How in the world is Together still alive? It looks like, okay, they're going to get the Yamato. No, life leeches just enough. Instead, grapples over, gets a piece of the Ivy with Litz. And Paravision continuing to add on to their lead, where, we haven't really talked about it, but they're doing this without really a more traditional support. In reality, Litz picks Mo and says, my fists will be the support. That is all we'll need here. And it's hard to argue with the lockdown results, as, again, we just get the Play With Me cam of Play With Me just rotating around, finding, kill after kill, no rhyme or reason, just good opportunities.
Yeah, and you can really see the synergy playing out when they are grouped up, looking to take initiative. Just, what you're trading off in terms of some of those support, like in the early to mid game, it doesn't seem like it's that much of a factor, in part because you're not, a support will typically focus on getting some of the support items, but it's not like a Kelvin's heal is going to be particularly good in the early game. It's when it gets more spirit behind it, when it gets more itemization behind it later on, that it really comes into full force as the support. And so you get this early I feel like early game advantage with a comp like this, and that's what I think they've been leveraging like crazy with the initiative that they're taking as a team.
And not just that, but now we're at 15k. If we could see items, this is where I kind of feel like you're gonna look at Paravision and see a whole bunch of tier 3s being bought, and oh, bullet dance. D-Mob for free at the secret shop, where you get the kill and then can immediately buy. But I think if we look at it, there's probably quite a few power spikes for Paravision in the last moment being reflected now in just pickoffs. And with 2 free pickoffs near the middle, do they mid-boss here? Now 3, yeah, they got a mid-boss, Dan. Has to be the play.
It looks like that's what's happening. Okay, so mid-boss is going to go down. This might be a fast one here, CP, because even though the Soul lead isn't too insane, it's just domination in all these team fights. Just domination.
No Obakim steal there either. Obakim getting caught by Play With Me on full gargoyle control. Juvenair is going to come on down, and you know, Paravision shouldn't have to worry about a steal. Mikhail is lurking nearby. Surely Mikhail does not go for it. No, that does not happen. And Sharik gets caught on the outskirts in lane 4. It's just going from bad to worse right now, Dan. And as we look at what Paravision buys, the picture's not going to get any brighter.
Yeah, and it is really cool to see some of these synergies from Paravision, just like the juggle and stuns and disruption from the barrels, and like into the Google, into the charge, into, you know, like into Mo's like combo. There's like so much like disruption and pick potential in this composition. It's pretty exciting to see how that plays out in this particular match. And Buff Enjoyers, I mean, what a strange comp that they're up against. I mean, if you go into a draft now, I don't feel like there's much adjustment that they can do for this.
Death Slam over and in. Goes on the Play With Me, who right now just might be, well, in a little bit of danger, but they get the Divine Barrier, might be able to get away just from the stat advantage they've had. But look at this, the chase down with airdrop. I don't know if Listic's actually gonna be able to catch Play With Me there. I think Play With Me is long gone. Lasso, meanwhile, again, the Ivy abuse continues. Obakim getting focused early in a lot of these fights. Prestus, meanwhile, over in Warpstone off the bounce pad. Now, taking fire in turn, just able to use Rooftop, get away. And Jake, we haven't had a decisive wipe, but still, we've been seeing Paravision kind of run away with this. It's not out of reach yet for Buff Enjoyers, but it's been one-sided. What do you make of it thus far?
I think Hayes has really done a masterful job like keeping this snowball going. However, there's a lot of eggs in this Hayes basket, and I'm a little worried at some point in the game, like maybe Hayes is unstoppable is going to be the next key timing for Paravision, because still I feel Hayes is vulnerable to that Lash Alt or Paradox combo setup, whether it's Wraith. I mean, there's so much stun control actually, and Buff Enjoyer is more single target focused, you know, pick off potential, but still that's a problem for Play With Me, is he's got to be careful not to feed this enormous lead he's generated. That being said, Paravision with the rejuve right now, this could be another moment for them to get ahead, and Buff Enjoyer is just doing a really good job holding things down, not letting them get too far out of control. That was their success formula last time.
Seismic Slam, Saf looking for a target. 2 members already down. The engagement a little bit messed up by Paravision. Buff Enjoyers with the quick 2, looking to snowball it even more, make those rejuvenators get spent at a minimum. Saf desperately trying to get away, but that many chasing down. Abrams just perhaps too big to actually find a way out of though. Making a run of it here in the subway, almost taking down Listic. That was, Listic not a fan of that. Great cube as the telekinesis comes on in. It'll provide a little bit of cover, but yeah, I mean, interesting thing here too, Dan, an item choice. Buff Enjoyers evens things out with those kills. Paravision, meanwhile, has been really investing in survivability, trying to secure the lead that they don't quite have at this point. But you look at it, it's armor, metal skin. You know, the goal here is we've got into the, you know, latter end of mid game. How do you not die?
Yep. Yeah, and you have been seeing that Play With Me is getting caught a lot in terms of if there's any focus fire, it will melt. But more survivable now has that metal skin online, looking to try to catch this Ivy off guard. A lot of juking going on from Obakim. Really well done. It's going to actually prevent a kill from taking place there. But with that said, Taz looking to find Obakim and maybe not allow any escape. See you later. Obakim finally dies. And yeah, honestly, massive props to Buff Enjoyers for keeping the game this close despite all of the pain they've been on the receiving end of.
Right now, Buff Enjoyers, very heavy defensive rotation in the lane 4. They have the numerical advantage. Paravision is pretty split out, including the Mo, who's absolutely nowhere nearby. Buff Enjoyers diving, may have bit off more than they could chew. Perhaps, nope, not quite. Sharik on the flank with 2, as a lot of the focus was on Zergy, so Zergy playing the role of bait, and Sharik just cleaning it up.
Okay, amazing. We got a game on our hands here, ZP. Things truly are really have been really evened up, and we got this urn being run across the map here. It should be good to go. There's not really much of an interception. A player with me cannot stop it by himself. So this looks guaranteed. True, fair enough. Fair enough. Yes, they're going to give this one up. And in the meantime, they're taking down or trying to take down the lane 2 Walker. But there's 2 players there to try to defend this. So it might be a little bit hard pressed. And indeed, they're actually going to give up kills in the pursuit of that one. And I don't know if Litz is going to be able to escape here.
Yeah, I mean, again, they were going for Zergy. Zergy able to avoid the pickoff, gets the rotation in for the rest of his team. And that might be a fast ball, but it's about to be a dead ball. No boxing gloves required for that one. And Paravision down 2. They were significantly ahead, Dan, and the game has slipped away. You know, it's still very in contest, but they went from being up, I think, as much as nearly 20K to now down nearly 10.
Yeah, and Zergy has been doing a really good job in like ensuring that he's staying ahead. And look at the kills, the kill differential, 16 kills to 31. Paravision with 31 kills, yet they are behind on the souls. Just again, this we talked previously about Buff Enjoyers playing good fundamentally across the board. Holding on, having the nerve to hold on in this game, incredible.
Also, you look at the recent buys. Buff Enjoyers has been winning fights as is, but both Sharik and Zergy just powered up and then some. However, Bullet Dance in. Mikhail trying to make the great escape, still somehow alive at 200 HP. How in the world did Mikhail not die in the moment? Still ends up falling, but lives longer than expected. Now, if you're Paravision, you have to be so good at focusing down Sharik and Zergy early in these fights because the damage they're about to output is ridiculous. And they do just that. Zergy immediately dispatched.
Flash is right here.
Well, evening things up again on the souls. This gives an opportunity to potentially extract some more souls here. There's a decent map control, something that needs to be, this lane 3 needs to be taken care of, so that's happening. And so the map control is going to be a slight edge here for Paravision, and it puts them in a position where, okay, they've got the Extremity Walker still left to try to attack, so it looks like that might be the focus here. Usually the Extremity Walkers are going to be the safer options, as there's longer rotations, more committed rotations from your opponent to respond to it. So, and also, if the mid-boss is up, you're less likely to have problems, and the mid-boss is about to come up.
Mid-boss is about to come up, buffs are about to come up, the map is about to be rife with objectives, but also, speaking of power-ups here for Buff Enjoyers and import picks, we got 3 ethereal shifts across the game, across both teams, and very tanky Geist with Colossus in play. So we've now entered the stage where, regardless of who you engage on, they're either going to be really tanky, Dan, or just shifting into the void. So Focus Fire just takes on a little bit of a unique turn at this point.
Yeah, and that has been, I think, in large part how Buff Enjoyers have begun to come back into this with that excellent focus fire in the team fights. So Paravision need to be cautious not to get too split up so that they can really maximally leverage, play with me.
Oh, that's huge. Dan, Mo, Phantom Strike, it's bot. It's a little bit late for a Phantom Strike, but Litz's ability to start a quick pickoff vastly improved right now.
Yeah, catching back up on in terms of the curve of the game, back into a position of much more relevancy. And you can see, look at the teasing going on there. By that lane 2 position, we get a fanning out for Paravision, just falling off again. And Buff Enjoy is repositioning towards that lane 2, looking to see if they can find a fight here. They might get one, trying to protect that lane 2 Walker.
Both teams just being very cautious in how to engage here. Honestly, at this point, I look at Litz, I wonder what would Fluoride do, where Fluoride, is very aggro on the Viscous and also General Mo and Krill play. And this is where I would love to see Litz, do the sneaky Mo stuff where you're, hiding in a corner, a little bit more crouch walking and just setting up the perfect Phantom Strike combo for your team. But it's kind of turned into a more passive end of the game right now, Dan, as both teams are just feeling each other out.
Yeah, I mean, dangerous territory. The mid-boss is up, so any team fight that goes wrong can convert into a decisive advantage for the opposing team. So that caution, I think, is reflective of that fact. And we've got, again, because of that, Buff Enjoys mostly with mid-presence, like between lane 2 and 3, is like where they're mostly just sticking together. It's trying to react to the prodding of Paravision, who did have a bit more lane control. But the Urn, that's up right now, and that is definitely something that could force some movement.
The urn is up, and you look at how Paravision is positioning right now. Normally you'd expect the bow to be a little bit more up, but nah, it's play with me. Play with me. Still looking for terms of engagement. So is Mikhail on the other end. You see in the minimap, Mikhail leading forward, looking for a swap target. Carbine ready to go, and again, it's just the lull before the storm, and Abrams right now might be the target in Secret Shop. Gets hit with the Carbine. No swap here just yet. Saf feeling the pressure bearing down, it still gets away, and quick before the storm actually hits, Jake, your thoughts right now is the teams have been in a holding pattern for a while.
I think honestly though, this kind of stability is what Buff and Gyres wants in the game. They want to slow down, they want to just deny any kind of pickoffs. We've already seen the last few big team fights have looked pretty decent for Buff and Gyres. They've got a lot of damage now online in the late game. If they protect each other, these pickoffs are proving to be harder. It looks like mid boss being forced. See if this is gonna be a fake though from Paravision.
And then mid boss is going in, and there's nothing fake about it. The Rejuvenator coming on down. How will this fight play out together? Popping the Shadow Transformation. Motto very good at securing it. Instead it's Demov. Demov gets right in there. Gets the Rejuvenator. Mikhail on the fall through. It is absolute devastation, Dan.
What a play coming in from Listic on that lash. Absolutely saving the day, turning the fight. And well, this could be the moment now for Buff and Joyous to send it home. We'll see as they chase up all the kills. Taking down 4 players, no answer there. Just obviously the stuns, just pulling everyone out of position. It's just too devastating. And Paravision now, they're going to find themselves suddenly very far behind, I would say, on the souls. I would imagine we'll see at least a 20k difference start to amount off the back of that. And the Rejuve is going to give full map control. The urn is being run behind this CP, so it is really going to be a struggle to get back into the game now for Paravision.
Yeah, I mean, what was a small lead at best is now going to turn into a massive chasm on top of flex slots going over to Buff Enjoyers. I mean, not just flex slots, but first stage patron, it's out of here. They're going to leave after they get it, but Paravision now down to their last life, down in overall power. However, a little bit of cowboy action here as Sharik gets lassoed into the lion's den before the full retreat is done.
Yeah, a 20k difference is not unrecoverable, but obviously it is a fairly sizable difference. And now with the patron on its final stage, there is no mistakes that is really possible to be made here by Paravision, unless they obviously want to just lose the game. So looking to protect that lane 1 Walker, but that's actually feels kind of dangerous at this point, CP, because you don't want to overemphasize on that position because it makes it harder for you to rotate as quickly to respond to other things across the map. So you've got to be really cautious with this positioning in the late game now. So we'll see how Paravision decides to respond. But in terms of the scaling, who are we favoring here right now?
I mean, scaling wise with the lead, you got to give more the Buff Enjoyers unless Paravision can get a good pickoff early on. You look at what Sharik has been able to build in the last little bit here, where Sharik now adding Suppressor, adding Ricochet. I mean, the impact Mirage is going to have on fights, rather significant, right? But if Paravision, whether it be play with me doing just a stealth gank, nearly got him there, Mikhail on the raw swap, but to the point, whether it's play with me on a just a normal play with me gank or Litz off a Phantom Strike combo, Paravision, they need to pick someone off early in the fight, ideally Sharik or Zergy, I think, to make this flow smoothly for them.
Well, Buff Enjoyers, I think they're going to be much more cautious than One were with the lead. So, looking to just be very, very stable with how they take all the souls on the map. They collected all the urns. Now they're going to get rid of that lane 1 Walker, sending the entire team there. There's no need to split push this. It's guaranteeing that they get this and that there's no way to stop them. And then they can fall off together. So you just look at the team movement. Buff Enjoyers are not going to give up this lead easily. They are going to minimize the possibility for any mistakes to be punished to allow Paravision back in. So with the mid-boss in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, that might be the next big team fight potentially, because I think CP, we may find ourselves in this position where there'll be somewhat of a stalemate where Paravision don't really feel like they can take a fight because they're too far behind. But at the same time, Buff Enjoyers, need to try to force something to really leverage their lead, and mid-boss can often be that thing that moves the team.
One thing too, recurring storylines, Buff Enjoyers last week versus this week. It can't be overstated. Zergy on the Wraith, looks a lot better and a whole lot more comfortable than Zergy on the 7. And I don't think it's because Zergy played 7 bad. I think, it was Jake's favorite talking point, but it's true. The 7 did not look great for Buff Enjoyers last week. Zergy on the Wraith, way ahead of the game, pumping out damage all game long. It's just a huge shift in Buff Enjoyers' entire energy throughout the course of the game, whether it be early or late.
Yeah, 7 just doesn't have the pacing or impact in the early to mid game. It just does not present enough, and so it makes a lot of sense. But we might get a fight before the mid boss here in lane 3. Paravision do have some good coverage, some good positioning to take these fights, but can they actually make good of them? They are very far behind in the souls here. They are going to be outgunned, and now they're outnumbered. The cube comes in to try to keep Staff alive, but we'll see how long he's going to stay up. Well, there he goes, and now the chase continues here on to Taz on the Viscous. Taz obviously will make the escape, but right now, Buff Enjoy is completely routing Paravision, and they're creating a reason to keep going.
Saf uses Veil and gets cubed and gets punched by Puddle Punch to try and make some distance and still gets run over. That is the little focus fire onto the Abrams. And none of Paravision could take advantage of it one bit. 6v5 power play right now for Buff Enjoyers. Combo coming on in from Litz. Has to immediately cancel or got interrupted, one of the two. Either way, Litz is out of there. Does not get value from the combo whatsoever. The KLS super low in the back, and now it's all Patron time. Buff Enjoyers, they sense blood in the water. Patron at half. Tass was able to kill one. Surely we don't have a Patron defense again. Buff Enjoyers all in on the Patron. Down it goes, and this time it goes down in the first attempt. Buff Enjoyers up 1-0 in our best of 3.
Wow, really well played. Again, just showing that comeback potential. Such a strong opening. We had, what was it, like 31 to 15 kills in favor of Paravision, really showing how to use the comp that they selected to like good advantage. But in the end, the Buff Enjoyers, they kept the soul lead close, and then they found their moment to just swing the game. Again, just really impressive.
So, of course, we're going to be tagging Jake back in here. Jake, you saw that beginning to end, the twists and turns, where Paravision, they were looking great for quite a while, and then things just seemingly slipped away, despite the heroics of Tass on the Viscous and Play With Me on the Haze.
Yeah, the snowball got going really strong there for Paravision. I think that was like exactly their game plan to really enable this Haze's roaming playstyle, play with me strengths. And it went about as well as you could hope for. But I feel there was at some point in the mid game, Buff Enjoyers adopt a very defensive stance and just start holding towers. They put Dimov in front of some of these walkers, and he just, defending into everything. I think there's a moment here for Paravision. Maybe need to back off from the full commit on continuing to look for picks and start farming a little bit more camps on the map, right? Start clearing their own jungle a little bit more when Buff Enjoyers gets that defensive, because honestly, continuing to try to attack Buff Enjoyers while they're playing the Walker Resist aura, they're showing up with big numbers, heroes like Lash and Paradox coming to turn the pick-off attempts under Walkers. That was the big team fights that really allowed the game to stabilize, and then it feels very desperate when Paravision does go for a mid-boss force. I mean, they had really no picks. They're just doing it with, Yamato and Abrams Unstoppables, which in the one hand I can understand, but I feel even if Dimov doesn't make the huge play and secure that rejuve, I still think you're going to get team wiped there for Paravision. I'm not really convinced it's worth taking a mid-boss, even if you do get rejuve, when you're going to lose a bunch of kills. You have to go into the pit. You have no advantage. You have no skills forced. I'm just not convinced that's a good play. And I think they just felt desperate. They didn't know what to do. Maybe being willing to farm a little bit harder on their side of the map when Buff Enjoyers takes the defensive posture. But this kind of like defensive, slow play, staying calm under pressure, Buff Enjoyers really acquitting themselves super well in this series.
Yeah, and Dan, as we look at the stats here, again, the one thing we keep seeing, which, you wonder, why is Viscous getting first picked? And I think Tass, even in defeat here, again, put on a showcase where top damage is Viscous while being hypermobile, while setting up ganks, while being in the front line. I mean, Viscous is the one hero in the game right now that kind of does it all. Meanwhile, the other end, someone that just had a miserable game in terms of getting focus fired. I mean, it wasn't fun to be Saf here, Dan. 10,000 overall damage, but also the main target in every fight, to where, you had to get shift on Abrams, which you don't usually get in a lot of cases, and get cubed and still be the first one to fall in most of these fights. There was a hit out on Mr. Big and Blue.
Yeah, it does actually make me wonder how important Abrams was to the playstyle that they executed, because I kind of felt like Mo essentially did all of the initiations, and oftentimes when Abrams came in, obviously Abrams does Abrams stuff, but it feels like you could have swapped that out, because the key initiation in those setups was always going to be the Mo and Krill. So it is interesting. I think there's a lot of learnings, because when we do these like recaps and reviews of the game when it comes to an end, we think, okay, well, what were the ways that we saw the losses take place? You know, what were the defining factors? What are the things that we can improve on going into the following draft? And so I'm not convinced. I think like you said, Jake, there's a lot to be said for how effective the playstyle was. They didn't find the best ways to maximize the edge that they got.
Yeah, maybe even Abrams could have like gone back to the jungle a little bit harder and farmed more, because I felt even while Buff and Jars was really giving up a lot of the map, like they were playing on like 35 to 40% of the map, allowing PowerVision to have control. I think PowerVision was just a little too kill hungry once they had already accomplished that, right? Like prior to that, I think it was super important that they stay aggressive. That was their strategy. But once they were kind of trapping Buff Enjoyers on their walkers, I felt like they weren't really expanding the soul lead enough positionally, and instead they were trying to continue to snowball with kills, which I can understand given that that's what they're drafting for. But I think that you got to understand like adapting to the way Buff Enjoyers is approaching this, because them being down 10-15k souls and just defending walkers, it's a good play, but I think the counter to it is not diving them. The counter to it is just farming the map, forcing them off their position, getting a bigger and bigger lead until you're so insurmountably far ahead that you can actually dive the walkers. And I think that maybe was the ingredient missed for PowerVision, because I think you're right. Like once they have that map control, once they are putting Buff and Jars fully on the defense, fully on the back foot, I feel like there could have been a bit more of a scaling, a little bit more of a greedy perspective. And then, once Buff and Jars comes to punish you, you have to be ready. Of course, it's not like that's going to be necessarily simple or easy, but maybe there was a little bit more of a mid-game slowdown available for PowerVision that they didn't find in this match.
Yeah.
Well, Buff Enjoyers, they are one map away from reclaiming the throne in Europe here in Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. Do they have what it takes, or will PowerVision come back and defend the championship this time around? We'll find out in just a few minutes.
Thought you could get up close with me?
You're not stopping me.
アメリカの傲慢さが招いた報いだ。
Mess with the law's gonna mess with you.
We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. EU heating up. Buff enjoyers one map away from being champions once more. Of course, I'm ZP, joined here by Jake and DDK. And Dan, you're leaning to an even bigger point before we got to the break. What do you see happening here as we head in the map 2?
Well, I was just gonna like piggyback off what Jake said, because he was talking about maximizing off of like all of these picks that was being gained right there in that previous match by Paravision. And something that I forgot about is that the scaling in terms of the souls that you get from hero kills, obviously that scales across the game. So you're not getting as much soul value from that. And so like but what you are getting is a lot of fear factor. You get a lot of map control. And so to not actually take the souls on the map as the bounty that you're creating for yourself is actually a pretty huge oversight. And now I'm just like, oh my God, I didn't even see that right away. But if that is something that they can address, that aggressive playstyle is extremely effective. So I mean, they may not have to change the draft all that much. Obviously, you're not going to ban out Hayes. Hayes was an effective pick. Mo was an effective pick. All of the choices that they made had synergies that worked. I think the only thing we talked about, was, or at least for me, was the Abrams. I feel like maybe that could be changed out potentially, as long as you have the Mo.
Yeah, so Jake, as Dan kind of alludes to here, draft strategy-wise, we kind of joked around broadcast, do you ban Hayes, do you ban Mo? From how I look at it here, I feel like you don't really change anything if you're buff enjoyers, right? Like, your game plan worked.
Yeah, I mean, they could just run it back again. I feel like, though, Paravision does have roads to victory. Maybe it's like some subtle changes to the draft, or I think if they can just, find those timings in the mid game to slow things down. And, I think there was just some of those fights, they're like pushing under walkers. And this, the counter initiation is really what I would focus on from buff enjoyers, right? When they've got Lash and Paradox and Wraith, anytime you dive in on like a Geist or something, right? If somebody else just shows up around the corner, saves Geist, turns the fight on with some control, that dive quickly goes wrong, right? And I think that's the bigger problem. Paravision, interesting, gonna first ban the Viscous. Oh, I guess that's because maybe this pick is just so high prio, people just know it's gonna go first. Because I mean, we've seen it in the last 2 series. Maybe everyone in the EU is just thinking Viscous is just the god hero right now, which honestly, I was saying the buff felt pretty good, but maybe it's even better than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, even if it wasn't the God Hero, Jake would take the propaganda and run with it as business is his main. So, but no, I mean, it makes perfect sense, right? Where they decide you guys have first pick, where Paravision changed, by the way. They went from first pick to second pick of their own volition. So they're making a draft change strategy, and they decide they want 2 premium heroes instead of just 1, decide we're going to give up the Paradox, and now in turn, you have to wonder what they take away that Buff Enjoyers has been really clutching on thus far. And I think it's going to be interesting to see what they prioritize. I think they could go a few ways from what we've been seeing here. I think they give up the Lash, by the way. I think they're okay with Listic playing on Lash, like people mean out, but they don't give up the Wraith, which I did not get out before the Wraith got picked. But look, it's EU. People value Wraith. They value Vindicta. You get Wraith, and then the second pick here, Jake, might be a little bit more comfort, but still within the top tier.
Yeah, I think Wraith is just such a strong character. I think this is like a tier 1 pick. I understand Buff Enjoyers going for Paradox first. I mean, not only is it a tier 1, but it's also Mikhail's, super comfort hero, and he wins a lot of games off the back of these opening picks. These like ability to turn team fights and even just the lane pressure. So I don't mind it. And the Calico, right? Remember that was first ban last time. So Paravision also valuing the Calico, maybe taking some of this hero. I think this hero's just been a really, really strong solo laner ever since it came out too. Gives you that option for like a bruising frontliner, like in some ways Yamato has been played, where it gets in, it takes a ton of attention, it has good survivability, and continues to put down damage even after you start off with that initiation. So I like this. You've got a frontliner that does a lot of damage, and then someone like Wraith who can really make use of that space created.
And one note as well is that Play With Me, before we you play with me as a haze god, it was the Wraith that really, I think, put Play With Me on the map, at least insofar as the DFM broadcast went. So very strong opening damage picks for sure for Paravision. So I'm liking that for them. And it didn't really seem like they had too much of an issue dealing with the Paradox. Like, I haven't felt like Paradox has had like really an outsized impact, or that it's been something that's kind of crazy for them to give up. So so far, this looks like we would expect. The Buff Enjoyers also picking up the Geist as well is something that you guys talked about. But this is an interesting choice as well, the Holiday pickup. So I'm excited to see exactly how that goes, because it's a really good character, and I think it synergizes with a lot of other heroes right now.
Well, I think what I look at here for Paravision's draft is that now you wonder who Prestus is going to play. And generally speaking, this would put them into a later stage Grey Talon pick, which if you're Buff Enjoyers and you've done your homework, maybe you look at this draft and you go for the mid ban onto the Grey Talon. Like, arguably you could say ban something like a Haze, but you don't need to do that in a case where it's likely Play With Me will be on the Wraith anyways. Also, the fact that they have picked Wraith also probably means that you're free to grab something like Warden, which actually went undrafted in the last game. I think it's probably likely gets picked up by Shriek on the turn now that Mirage is off the table. But, Jake, for me, the interesting part here is who Buff Enjoyers bans. For Paravision, though, I do wonder if they take away something like Kelvin again, where they took away the Kelvin last time.
Yeah, I mean, Obakim has been so good on the Kelvin. I like that shout out. Yeah, they are going to ban it out. I think this is wise. It's just like something that Buff Enjoyers are really comfortable fighting around, like playing around the Frozen Shelter, being ready to create mismatched numbers engagements inside of it, to open up picks, or the way they use it around objectives just can be super annoying to deal with. This is huge X factor. It really complicates the fight if you want to set up with some like precast ultimates. For Buff Enjoyers ban coming down now, there's not so many supports left in the pool. You could see them like banning a support and picking one as well here to really like lock up a lot of that part of the pool.
Oh, I like this. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say like the Yamato, the Mo, like I think Mo seems, if just based off the previous match, seems like a great pickup in terms of Paravision for their aggressive playstyle, because it allows them to take so much initiative on the map with guaranteed kills off of combo setups. And the Yamato pairs so well with that sort of playstyle also, that just like taking it out of the picture, I think is kind of nice. It forces Paravision to kind of maybe pivot around the Mo strategy potentially. So I like the Yamato ban for Buff Enjoyers. But that opened up the pocket, though.
Also, I was thinking about what they like to play, generally speaking. And yeah, they actually wouldn't ban the Talon, because I think it's going to be Prestus that's on the Mirage. Generally speaking, I think Mirage is in Prestus's hero pool. They just don't usually get Mirage that often. Pocket likely going to be played by Tass. So if you look at Paravision's comp here, they're good in regards to playmakers at this point. I don't think they're going to, go for a lash or anything. I think you will see a lash potentially out of Buff Enjoyers because of how much they've liked running double playmakers. But the warding also makes sense.
Can kind of take that role too, though, right? Like I'm thinking like 2 initiations, 2 catches with Holiday and Paradox, like great catch. I think that's why they banned Yamato, is that Yamato's this hero that like is happy to sort of tank the initiation, tank some stuns, and then pop ulti and turn the fight anyway. But by banning out Yamato, now anybody who frontlines, even somebody like Pocket who's really elusive, or Calico really elusive, still there's like some very long duration stun control silences. You know, even something like Holiday, you could be pulling people through the Paradox wall to silence them with the lasso, right? Like there's a lot of stun control synergy, and I love the pickup of the Great Talon to put some longer range pressure, a hero that can like full kite and just long range poke at heroes like Calico and Wraith, snipe them down. I do think it's going to be scary for Great Talon, maybe with people like Pocket trying to catch her, but she can just play so far in the back. Maybe it's going to be difficult to get on top of this late game long range burster with Geist and Warden frontlining for her.
Also, Dan, I got to preempt real quick. I would love to see them take Ivy here because Buff Enjoyers is going to pick Ivy no matter what. This would be such a wrench in Buff Enjoyers' plan, and Dan, they do it.
Awesome. And now really all that's left, I suppose, is something that's more like tanky. Again, you know, proving that they have excellent Mo play. So I would love to see that to be maybe some way to round out this roster. And yeah, what does that leave Buff Enjoyers with for their 6th pick here? Because I'm looking at their lineup, and I mean they've got enough tankiness to the lineup, I guess, between Geist and Warden, and you know, Holiday also gets in there as well to be very disruptive. You got Great Talent for the back line, Paradox for the initiation. Oh, okay, we got the hooks. We got the hooks for Talon.
I don't mind the catch potential Bebop offers here. I think this can be, you know, somebody like Geist or Warden that wants to get in front line, you know, could also be pulling Holiday away, saving people who get lassoed. I think this is actually pretty nice Bebop pick. Great Talent as well is going to have to be always on guard for Bebop hooks. I think this is actually a pretty solid Bebop pick. A lot of playmaking for Power Vision though.
We'll see what the final pick here is. It could be the Mo, because sometimes they go support mode. Oh, wow. This, even by comps that are low on support, is so rare to see a comp.
There
like
is no
generally
support.
speaking. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. That's the point, right? Is that you had the variation where you'd run like Obakim on the Vindicta as sort of, you know, at times a supporty Vindicta, though that kind of went away as Vindicta just, you know, became the true terror of taking over games. I look at this and I wonder, who in God's name do you put Obakim on? And the only character that makes sense to me here would be Obakim on the Holiday, and I wonder if you somehow play more of a support disruption Holiday here, because everything else, you know that Listic is going to be on Great Talon, Zergi's going to be on Furnace, Shriek will be on Warden, Paradox is going to be Mikhail, and Saf, I think, will be on Geist. So,
you know, now that you say it though, I really don't mind the Holiday support. I feel like this character can absolutely be built prioritizing stuns, prioritizing control, and like not really skilling the headshot passive, maybe using it for just like pure laning pressure early on. Like, it's not bad, but realistically, like playing for disruption and catch with the lasso in the mid-late game, there's a lot of catch, right? And the worry is, I guess, frontlining and taking that vision aggro and like being able to get vision for your team. It's going to be like Warden and Geist kind of doing that without too much raw tankiness. However, if Buff Enjoyers can just have this ride it out with the defensive playstyle, they have a really high cap on their power, even if they fall a little bit behind. Like if it comes down to those, like, you know, moments where they're just defending walkers, stabilizing the game, for me, Buff Enjoyers has looked really solid in those circumstances and just has not given up anything for free.
Well, take a look at it. It looks like it's actually Obakim on the Geist is where we're at here, Dan. So, yeah, I mean, this is quite the interesting draft, is what I'll say. Regardless of how or who it favors, we're seeing Deadlock evolve a little bit, I think, before our eyes.
Absolutely, that is exactly what I was going to say, because it's really interesting, because depending on the pacing that you want, like we saw in the previous game, you don't have to run a support. Like, there are trade-offs, and so long as your strategy encompasses the trade-offs, and then you kind of min-max to where you're really strong, and that's how you play, I mean, that can work, and we're seeing that play out here. So that's just another way that Deadlock is an awesome game. And I'm really excited to see the Bebop, man. It's nothing like a good hook connection to let the dopamine flow.
Also, the names got reset, and Jake, it is in fact the Obakim support Holiday, perhaps. So, you know, we'll just have to see how this one develops. But what else are you seeing lane-wise here in the beginning?
Yeah, I think you're right to call it the Bebop. It's like always going to be potentially a hot lane with Bebop. I think also side lanes. Curious to see how Infernus does up against Calico. I feel like Infernus has a, some can be kind of scary, I guess, to commit to melee range on this character, especially once a couple items come online. That Infuser could allow him to turn. However, Calico's been a really strong solo laner. I think is definitely where I feel like she looks the strongest in the current meta. So this is going to be a lot of pressure on Zergy. He looked solid in the last game. I think there's going to be more pressure on him again in this game to win the solo lane and to at least come out with some decent farm up against this Calico.
So looking at the setup here, and already a quick little rotation perhaps by Mikhail. Just take a quick look and be like, if I could just put the pocket into the hole a little bit more, why not? I do love some of the early rotations you get sometimes, Dan, that can be used to just get small advantages where even if you don't kill someone in lane, if you chunk their HP, you do really affect the dynamic of that lane for the next few minutes.
Yeah, and just creating like a slight delay or at least maybe an advantage for your teammate to get that first 500 item or two. That's going to also give them a little bit of extra edge. Oh, speaking of edges, we got arrows flying straight into play with me. That is the first blood there.
And this time around, Jake, we will give you your final thought here as the laning phase heats up. What else you see in here as the game progresses?
Yeah, I think this is a huge pickoff. I think Infernus starting to get a little bit of an edge here on this side lane. That's probably my biggest pressure as well. Great Talon and Paradox. If these guys get online, get their ultimates online kind of early, there's a lot of roaming potential, whether it's Great Talon just kind of roaming with the ultimate, comboing on a side lane, or it's just Paradox actually showing up for swaps. I feel this is a game where actually Buff and Jurors could end up getting into a lead and having a very different aggressive posture than they had last game.
Well, you heard from Jake. We'll hear more later, but now, Dan, we're looking at how this sets up. Again, both teams kind of interested in taking these cross-lane swaps. You just saw Listic going off to the right, looking for Parrot or Saf just running afoul of Zergy, and now lane 4, kind of a problem, where you look at Saf 1.7k, Zergy 2.4. You have to think you need Bebop presence over the lane 4 sooner rather than later, just even if you don't get a kill, to provide a little bit of stability, although, hey, and within your own lane, a little bit of a hook, an uppercut, surely they're going to fish it off. They haven't yet. That would be the great escape. They got away, and no, Obakim not quite able to shift the pressure there, Dan.
Yeah, that's such a perfect catch into a great redirect, because it's not always easy to redirect the uppercut perfectly into exactly what you want. But yeah, really nice opening. But I do agree, we do need someone to help Calico Saf out against the Infernus. Zergy, you don't want Zergy to get too out of pocket in this game too quickly. And here we go. That's it. Just there we go. And into the uppercut. Oh my god.
Quick hyper beam on top of it. Getting burned down in turn, but able to stay alive. And it's just how we called in the setup there, Dan, is just when your lane is behind, in a way you should expect that. It should have been the most expected thing from Zergy that a Bebop would show up there. It just makes the most sense. Although also Wraith under the gun. Mikhail able to just finish it off, soft touch on to the pulse on the end.
Yeah, and this is a slow start we're seeing from Play With Me that we don't often get to see. Bird is getting sent out. Where is that going to go? It is looking to... Oh, Taz is so low, but it won't do enough damage, unfortunately. Taz will get out of there. Yeah, it really feels like Taz is going to have to be very active. I am quite worried here for Paravision in that, Play With Me's had a bit of a harder time early on. Mikhail, let's look for the roam here, going into the lane 1 gank up against the Geist. It looks like Pocket's going to get out of there, though. It's always going to be hard to gank a Pocket, so...
Yeah, that's one of the upsides for playing Pocket, on top of incredible roam potential and initiation and, just a choice of most people of Playmaker hero pools. Also, just Briefcase Cloak, one of the more reliable escapes in the game. However, again, now that we're at a stage where people like Mikhail are over 3k, you kind of end up glued to the minimap wondering what the next rotation is going to be. But also, we called it out earlier. What a turnaround in terms of Zergy versus Saf, where Saf looking way better in lane 4 on the Calico right now.
Yeah, it's not actually looking too bad for Paravision, I have to say, overall, compared to what I was expecting. And yeah, great work from Calico. Because that lane did look suspect for a second for Paravision. Oh, there's another connection on to a fantastic hook. The parry there to dodge the gun. There's no way. There's no way to get out of this. There's no way.
There is a way. Wait, hold on. Almost caster cursed. The pressure still a little bit coming in. Okay, zipline out. Obikim just the last little bit. However, while Obikim got away, Mikhail did not. So Paravision starting to slowly grind out a little bit of a lead to call their own. I think the thing they have to like here, Dan, though, is that you look at who's getting farm, who isn't. It's been a little bit of a slower start for Zergy.
Yeah, and that is actually the sort of opposite of what I expected based on the first few minutes. But yeah, really great ganking coming in. Obviously, we can't forget. I mean, I gotta call out just the Bebop performance so far from Taz. Just, you know, converting a lot of early hooks. Well, like 3 early hooks have been converted already, and that was the hook into hyper beam situation against Zergy too. And that was when Listic really started to pull ahead. Oh, just Listic. The Calico. My brain not working. ZP.
Yeah, the Calico. You're talking about
I was just like scanning for the name.
No, Saf is actually just it's some sort of word virus because you know I forgot Dmov's name and like Saf instantly popped in earlier, so it's just spreading is what is going on here. But speaking of spreading, or at least spreading out, you look at the middle rotation, Listic, you know, weighing options between lane 2 and lane 3, deciding where to go from here on out. As Jason drops a fun fact, we've only seen Bebop once in DFN history within EU. EU doesn't play a lot of Bebop historically, but you know, now mixing it in, Dan.
I mean, well, hey, when it's played, it's looking pretty damn good. So maybe we'll see some more of it. Another few barrels tossed towards the Wraith and the Ivy here. Buff enjoys okay, back in with a jump pad there for a re-engage. That's one of the reasons why Holiday is so scary. So at the moment's notice, get on top of people, massive damage, and also when you get the warp stone, pretty nasty. Okay, well, Wraith has an ult. Yeah.
However, they decided nope, not gonna go there. Also, just the reusage of the bounce pad too. Multiple uses, just stays there for a while, but Mikhail does not stay there for a while. Mikhail simply gets bursted down and heads back over the spawn. So again, you look at the game state right now. Paravision, you know, marginally ahead. In terms of who has the farm, it's also about as even as it gets. Distribution, you know, we're not looking at any hydronation style distribution here. Everyone getting their fair share.
Yeah, we've got wealth redistribution happening live on Paravision's team. Everyone has 6K.
Yeah, it's,
no one is allowed.
It's an equal society, unlike hydronation, where yeah, hydration and Leffa just claim ownership rights and, you know, skip a lot off the top. But looking at items here, nothing too ridiculous. Got a rotation here from Warden, Quicksilver reload, freshly bought. More bullet up time. And for now, just pushing Calico back just a teeny little bit. But also, a rotation, Bebop looking for the hook. Not quite going to connect, and with the hook down, free to go into the sky for a moment as Talon, or you'd think. Talon quickly thought against that, Dan.
And another thing Bebop's really good at is getting these picks around the bridge buff timings, which is about to happen. As I said, that stuff getting taken out, and Zergy, you know, coming back into full force off of the Infernus. And I mean, they should be able to claim some good positioning here towards that right side bridge buff. But yeah, I would be looking and seeing, okay, what is Taz doing when it comes to those pickups? Because these are spots where you can get really sneaky hooks in, and they can really convert heavily. But looks like the bridge buffs won't be. There's not too much drama around these buffs this time around.
Mikhail, a little bit deadlier movement buff, one of the better buffs you can get on Paradox. I think arguably you'd want survival, but movement, more options to make plays. Right now you got a 3 of Paravision.
Oh, no.
3 and the hook! Over and in. Is the fall through going to be there? Mikhail, gain a bit of damage, but also has the mobility to get out courtesy of the buff. So Mikhail should be a-okay. But also, you look over the lane 3, Calico just nipping at the outskirts looking for Holiday. And it's going to turn out there as Holiday. It's Obikim under a bit of pressure here. Telekinesis on the way in. Trying to move away. That is a lot of space being created before the telekinesis actually hits there, Dan.
Yeah, Holiday's got great movement for sure. Just feels like Holiday. I feel like, you know, some heroes definitely get more out of their role than others.
Yeah.
As you well know, as a Warden player.
Yeah. Trying to put Infernus in jail sometimes feels a little bit off, but yeah, I mean, it's been a very calculated game here. Usually in the mid game, You'll get a lot of back and forth, a lot of pickoffs, but both teams playing a bit on the conservative end here right now, Dan. Much more in the realm of chess. No one really trying to do anything with the urn here just yet, although a little bit of Mikhail pocket interaction. Zergy just throws in some damage into Ivy. Do wonder if Buff Enjoyers will go for the urn right now. It's posturing across the board. Dreek, though, in some real danger. The chase down coming in from Wraith. It's going to be enough. Right now, you see the counter rotation in here from Obakim. Drops a bounce pad. You can use the enemy bounce pad, too, for your own mobility. But I think in this case, does look like Play With Me wants no part of it.
I'll put the scarabs to good use.
Imagine if you got the damage off of it as well and everything. That would be kind of OP.
Wow. Then they would be trolling with the hero with your bounce pad location, is what I'd say.
Fair play, fair play. All right, well, a lot of action here. And wow, it looks like you can kill a pocket. Together will go down. So, but still, like you said, the pacing of the action fairly slow. But Calico's going to come in. Saf here, they're looking to make life rather difficult. Ult is online though for the Geist, for Demov, so can't take it down.
I'm actually surprised Demov didn't power stance and just go for the swap in Calico's face. Might have thought other people were coming in, I suppose, but in turn, we get a little bit of Guardian pressure going down. Paravision down 2 Guardians, Buff Enjoyers down 1 thus far. 58k to 57k, and Dan, no one cares about the urn. This is the most neglected, just no one has any intention to grab an urn we've seen in a while. Kind of reminds me of the old days where like first urn didn't actually get a lot of play.
Yeah, and it still doesn't have that much value. But with that said, Buff Enjoyers are in a position here, 3v1, so Saf is not going to have a good time on the Calico. I mean, can't really engage this at all, but there is help coming. We've got Taz coming with the hook. We've got Together up on the roof, I think, so they're going to get in there now to try to catch these players as they retreat.
Yeah, it's a great call. The Bebop coming in off the zip line, and no hook required. Just bring out the orbital laser. Something that the Observer team actually loves, by the way, just because whenever a Bebop's in the air using laser, it's impossible not to look good. Would have looked even better if that hook hit, but hey, you can't win them all. Item update, though, here, Dan. Very early Warpstone coming in from Holiday. Definitely one of our core items at the moment as Prestis just gets absolutely burned down.
Yeah, good trades coming in. A fight in the underground. Oh, I don't know if Bokka's going to make it to the Curiosity Shop. Looks like he won't. Together going down as well. So relatively even trades across both teams. I do hear a bird. I hear a bird, and it's going to kill, I think, do some tower damage, maybe. Oh, okay, well, another connection on that hook, the uppercut combo. Although a lot of tankiness, actually, a surprising amount of tankiness there on this stick.
Yeah, and in that case, it was just Tass there, and there was someone else, so it wasn't really going to convert into anything else. Telekinesis, though. Demov under pressure. This time, no swap. So this is more of an, well, it's not an honest fight, it's a 1v2. The uppercut hook should be enough to finish off Demov here. Living an incredibly long time life drain. The life drain sustained turns it around. Oh, with the help from Listic on top, incredible Geist survivability. And, you know, that's kind of the semi-recent-ish life drain changes coming on in where, you know, get more value out of it.
Yeah, I'll say that was like, that would have been guaranteed kill before, but okay, the pressure comes onto the Guardian. These early Guardians still up for the most part. There is that Calico ult coming into play. And life not looking quite as nice for Paravision at the moment. It really feels like Buff Enjoyers are beginning to take some edges here. Warden, absolute Chad, just pushing forwards relentlessly.
I mean, there's something to be said for Warden players where, generally speaking, your initiation into being Warden main is removing your S key at times. It's actually way more nuanced than that, but when you look at it in a vacuum, it is a character that you look at as like, well, he is simply going to walk forward. But the best Warden's actually a lot more nuanced in how to engage and disengage.
Are you just saying that to make yourself feel good?
Yes, absolutely. don't expose me like that. In the same way that Obakim just got, bounce pad or no, brought down the reality.
Yeah, what did that? Where did Taz come from there? Was he burrowed in the ground? It just appeared out of nowhere.
I learned a few things from Mo.
Yeah.
Wouldn't learn it from last show. You'll never see him do a death slam. There's some lines you don't cross.
All right, well, Guardian goes down in the effort, and there's not really any counter pushing for Buff Enjoyers anywhere else on the map, so that's a nice takeaway. Given the fact that Paravision were, I think, on the rougher end of things for a moment, they are finally able to take some initiative, get that Guardian down. They swap over to lane 4 using the teleporter, and they got more presence towards the urn side now. So we'll see if they have any interest in the second urn.
Well, might be another skirmish in lane 4. You see Obakim going on in, taking the fight a little bit directly to Tass and together, but it's such a scary fight to be in here when you have the Bebop on the other end, because as evasive as all they could be, oh wow, going for the urn. Is it going to be punished? No, it wasn't even looked at by Tass, so the urn steal comes into play, and it sets the stage for what could be a definitive urn fight on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get across as quickly as possible. And this puts a lot of pressure on the Paravision to rotate, to give respect to this urn run. And right now, I mean, the positioning is not ideal. They're going to have to make their way across a little bit more quickly. However, Play With Me is in position, and I believe the ult is online. So, yeah, it is. Telekinesis is online. So that's not going to be an easy urn collection. And CP, this can sometimes backfire because you're maybe left holding onto the urn, unable to deliver it, and you just waste time.
Yeah, in a way, you're almost forcing position, right? Where Buff Enjoyers at times would use Urn as a bargaining chip to push elsewhere on the map. You kind of take a look at where Sharik is. Sharik is nowhere near where the Urn would be, but Paravision also hasn't really bidden onto that. They're still spread out. They still have Wraith off on the side. Now, Wraith has the option to teleport in at a moment's notice, and they're still guarding it with Tass. So, the allocation of resources here is very, very interesting, Dan.
Yeah. Okay, hang on. We got the Traveler being used to actually split push onto lane 4. That's actually a genius move. And Buff Enjoyers will try to get the urn deposited in the meantime. And so the fight will be forced here. And it's actually looking really, really good right now for Buff Enjoyers. Okay, can anything come of this from Taz? No, not enough damage. And in comes the bird as well to make life even more difficult. So they tried to trade onto the lane for Walker, ZP, but they didn't get it.
Not only do they not get the trade for Walker, but the timing there is so good where you swap the Bebop that is camping for Urn, you punish the Bebop, and you just ruin Paravision's game plan. That is just a complete outplay in positional strategy. And that also seems, with people down, a good time to say, Jake, maybe I took your point there, but what do you think of what we just saw?
That was really nice patience from Buff Enjoyers, just holding the urn near the deposit. I like that Zergy is able to make that 1v2 defense and live. I think that's really huge. I think if they do find the pickoff, it looks like the fight's already getting going here. Ivy just gonna get out. Saf already going down. So Buff Enjoyers kind of snowballing to a 10k lead out of nowhere, and Zergy doing a great job being on defense. Going to be rotating on this Wraith as well. Looks like they've got Play With Me dead to rights here.
Yeah, Play With Me, that's a lot of yellow around one blue. And yeah, Play With Me, sometimes an escape artist, not going to get out of that one, Dan. And yeah, I mean, the tone of the game now changed from that Urn fight, masterfully played by Buff Enjoyers. Not quite the same juggle power as before, but you still see Prestus right now desperately trying to get away. Holiday, Hot Pursuit, Tornado, finally used as Depop still wants a piece, goes on in, was one shot away. Instead, Saf comes in on the follow through. Not enough to take down D-Mob, but enough to at least force D-Mob to back off of that potential kill as Sharik just drops the last stand on Tass on the other end.
Yeah, Buff Enjoy is really taking a lot of control and going back into the mid-boss here to finish things off. And Paravision not with positioning to deny this, I don't think. They could try to get some kills on the outskirts, but everything just feels very risky right now, team fight wise for them in this position. Though they are going to make their presence known.
Ivy
coming
can
on
always
through.
steal. Ivy can always steal. Ivy of Stoneform doesn't do it in time. Obakim gets the capture. However, Paravision well positioned for the actual fight, takes down 2 immediately, including Zergy. Can they get a little bit more? They get Sharik after. So even losing the Rejuvenator, not the worst here, Dan. It's just the mistimed stone form really hurts because they could have gotten those kills and the Rejuvenator if it was just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it was so tight. It did look very strange to get there in time. And I mean, hey, they gave it a go. At least they managed to get some kills out of it as well, which definitely alleviates some of the pressure of the opponents getting that rejuve, because now some of them are going to have regular respawn timers. So you're not really feeling like you can just run over your opponent and take the risk of just trading out having that YouTube advantage. But obviously, you do have to contest with the fact that the buff's still up, and that's going to be pretty helpful, I feel, because you got the creeps there powered up, you got the urn being run across. What do you need? You need that map control, but it might get intercepted here, ZP. The hook comes through, but it's going to whiff.
Yeah, also, you look at the items. Paravision actually hit some pretty power spiky items between Divinier's Kevlar on the Pocket and the Hunter's Aura on Taz right before. So the trip to the shop might have helped out a whole lot, but this looks to be a speed run over to the urn spot. And yeah, I mean, you do have Play With Me nearby, but I don't think they can do anything. They just see the moment, run the urn, get the urn. Big macro play from Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, it really sucks to Play With Me, who was ready in position, but just didn't have what he needed in terms of teammates to engage. And now we get the issue being forced on the lane 3 Walker. And again, looking better for Buff Enjoys in terms of how many people are here to respond. There's only, at this point, just press this on the Mirage, just throwing out those Scarabs, trying to do something here. And in the meantime, there goes the telekinesis. Can we get any finishing shots onto the Holiday? I mean, Holiday just so slippery.
Obakim has been spending a lot of the game running away, but oftentimes running away successfully, despite just damage coming in from all ends. And speaking of damage, Sharik, last stand, chasing after Saf. Calico's good at engaging, disengaging, but this is something you have to just absolutely get away from. Does not happen this time. And we haven't talked as much about the income trends in this game as perhaps we should have. And Sharik at 24K at the moment is kind of a problem when you look at how the front line is going to go here. Like both Dimov and Sharik in income allocation just make for such a frustrating front line for Paravision to deal with if they don't get a hook to start a fight.
Yeah, you're gonna need some really epic hooks at this point from Taz. Some good initiations to set up those opening kills, because they are starting to, as you say, get pretty far behind in some of these key areas. And we've got Mirage doing a lot of damage from the side here, just untouched. No one really seems to be considering this. Pressa trying to get as much pain in as possible, and that's a good pick off onto Dimov. Is there any more to convert here? There might just be. I mean, the chase down is going to be hard, but we'll see if it can happen here. Hot pursuit with the tornado, but that's a flame dash. That's going to get out of there for Mr. Zergi.
Dan, so much of good Mirage play is determined by positioning, and that was some of the best positioning and angle we've seen from Mirage. They're just almost invisible, but laying in massive damage just from the side, and finding those angles and moments where you can lay in damage without getting hit back in turn, so incredibly important. And we have more items coming in here, and we've hit the point in the game where survivability starts becoming more of a concern. Listic picking up Metal Skin being picked up by Sharik too, and again, this is where Mirage is a threat. Better get more bullet skin, but telekinesis in. Is the fall through going to be there in Obikim? And the answer again, no. Hook ends up hitting Wraith. I don't think that was meant. I think that was for going deeper. Just hit the Wraith by mistake. Zergi though, wanting piece of the action. Concussive combustion already used. Dancing around the pit here. Bebop, I believe, the target of choice, and Taz not going to be able to get away.
Yeah, and it's going to be so hard to get kills on the Buff Enjoyers now that some of those items that come online, especially the metal skins and so on. A lot of the gun damage is on from the Wraith and from the Bebop and the Ivy. There's a lot of gun damage you have to worry about, so that's going to take care of that. And Sharik will go down. Maybe overextending a little bit there, but at the same time, his teammates are deep trying to take down these remaining walkers, and they're so tanky. Flame dash again to get out of there. That Spirit Leech is keeping Zergi alive for that much longer, but Pocket, surely not. Oh my god, it's daylight robbery again.
The Life Leech going against Pocket in the moment. Absolutely devastating for it together. And you think about swinging the game, that would have been a bounty of 27K the other way. Instead, Paravision finding themselves absolutely pummeled in turn. Dan, this is not looking good for Paravision. Our current champions of EU down in the hole, down in a map. And you look at the result of losing a fight like that. Everyone for Buff Enjoyers gonna go back to the shop here, and big buys coming on in from the Talon. Sharpshooter on the line.
Yeah, and I mean again, in terms of the soul distribution, it looks a lot worse, I think, in the total than it is in reality, because of, if you look at the soul distribution, Bebop is the most hurt, but Bebop is going to be more utility at this point, I think, to a certain extent. So I don't mind that. And you got Play With Me, who's got the most souls, you know, then it goes to Pocket for Paravision. So some of the more key heroes here on initiation, damage dealing, just pickoffs are, are having the most souls on their respective teams, and they're not also that far behind. Let's say the 29k of Zergy, 28k of Sharik, and so on. So, okay, this is an interesting spot here. They're going to go for the deposit, it looks like, ZP, but it is an open area for Paravision.
Paravision, you have to hope you land a miracle hook at the beginning here. Instead, Lasso just going to be pulling Calico out, forcing Saf to use Return the Shadow super early in the fight. And while this is going on, Sharik just sneaks in the urn. Another urn for Buff Enjoyers, and Obakim going in even deeper. They bit off more than they could chew. Nope, Warp Stone's away, and Dimov, deep in the thick of things, takes down Prestus, who's been one of the biggest sources of damage for Paravision. Shriek doesn't get away in the end, but these trades, overall, you got the urn for Buff Enjoyers. You're not that sad about losing 2 people here. Make it 3. You still got urn. You're still way ahead. You're okay with this. And at least for Paravision, it's not a full loss in turn.
Yeah, really nice dodge from Taz there against the Talon arrow, the power shot.
Wait. They can go mid-boss off this. Dan, the timing of this is actually quite bad for Buff Enjoyers. You have to think the call right now. Mid. Has to be going on. The question is there going to be any potential of a steal? I mean, Zergy has concussive combustion, but surely you don't go for the solo Infernus play here. That's the pub special.
No, just no. I refuse to believe that Zergy's going for this. There is a world where Zergy tries to steal this. I think he's going for his EP, I think.
He's going for it! Zergy, 1 against the world, concussive combustion, goes in! Not taken. Paravision able to parry and deal with it, and it's now they'll take their pound of flesh from Zergy, most likely.
Emotionally, I wouldn't have been able to survive if Zergy would have gone that. Like, just emotionally, my heart would just sunk through the floor for Paravision. But they managed to pick it up, and then Zergy goes down for it, which actually is pretty helpful because Zergy is a huge point of damage. Oh, great hook there onto Sharik, sending him straight up into the sky, and there's the telekinesis going onto Sharik as well to finish him off. He's going to go down underneath the Walker. Walker goes down, and no one is down yet for Paravision. In fact, maybe that play from Zergy, maybe that's a problem, ZP.
Has a long lasso, the long arm of the law, grabbing Litz. I don't think Litz is getting out of that one. But the last thing I'll say on that steal, Dan, is that if Zergy had pulled it off, Zergy still would have had to go to the hospital in about 4 hours. That's how good that play would have been. But we're putting that to the side as Paravision, big swing in the game here, Dan. Not only Rejuve, essentially have evened up things in terms of souls. Our current champions of EU not wanting to go down without a fight. And you talk about spending some of that cash. The burst fires now coming in for Paravision.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the longer the game goes, the scaling is pretty nice for Paravision, between some of the heroes that they have. This is really interesting now that we've just evened things up. In terms of the objectives as well, it's also totally even at this point. So the reset button was pressed.
Also, Jake brought up something where I was like second guessing, wondering if it was bugged. Veilwalker's alive. It might be 6,000, but it's alive. It used to be one of the most core items on Pocket that fell to the wayside due to what could best be described as soul inflation. But, even though, the price of eggs might be up, people are still buying eggs. The price of Veilwalker's up. People find a way to buy Veilwalkers. Sometimes you need what you need, Dan, is where we're at here. So, I mean, it will add a whole lot of survivability. It's still a good item when you have it. It's pricey.
Dude, that's a big bag. That's weighing him down.
Yeah.
1,300 souls. I mean, it always makes me nervous seeing all these massive soul bags, but grouping up around the buff here. Oh. Okay. Having a conversation about who gets it, perhaps. And
it's
I think it makes sense.
No, dude, if I die, no, you need to give it to me. Like, please. Might have been the conversation.
Yeah, definitely makes sense that it goes on the Pocket. All right, but the run from Paravision is happening behind the scenes, and this might precipitate a fight here.
See how this one pans out. Paravision back in it, looking to stave off Buff Enjoyers to force a map 3. See the Calico mobility in Ava dancing around. A little bit of Geist poke on the side. Tass desperately looking for a hook. Mikhail looking for a carbine into Swap. Swap just came out here from Mikhail. Don't think he caught anyone. And Paravision back out, and this is where, too, you can be a little bit more aggressive for this brief window of time. I mean, Swap isn't down for long, but it is down right now.
Look at the lane control right now as well. Like, Buff Enjoyers are truly on the back foot at the moment. They can't really extend out onto the map very easily. And so this gives Paravision the most options of the two teams in terms of what they do. There's not a lot of jungle camps left on the map at the moment. This was a criticism we had previously, that when you get a lot of map control, you should try to convert the jungle across the entire map. And that's what they're kind of going back to do now. They're going back and are doing now. So they got a lot of control.
Also, again, you look at the power shift for Paravision. You just look at buys over the last 5 minutes, and it's a lot of blue in that feed.
Yeah.
And it's just what you see when you're behind by 20K for a long time, and all of a sudden you get a little bit of venture capital in the way of souls heading your way. You invest. You take care of things that were deficient. And although on the same note, Inhibitor actually massive buy from Zergy, just in the sense of what Ricochet Inhibitor does, at, just reducing the impact of damage you're getting.
Yeah, Inhibitor is very annoying to be up against, and it also makes Zergy a lot harder to kill as well. So we'll see whether or not Paravision can kind of find the fight that they're looking for here. Actually, there's quite a few players spread out at the moment, and looking at Saf's positioning right now, I was a little bit worried, chasing by yourself the paradox. But that's cooled off a little bit. More repositioning for Paravision around the center of the map, as more creep camps are being taken as well. So slight edges.
Very, very tense. And when it's tense and we're waiting for the action to unveil, and we don't think it'll happen immediately. That's right, Jake. We've seen a big swing. What are your thoughts as we wait for this big team fight to occur?
I am starting to get worried. I do think Infernus is one of those characters that, like, in the ultra late game, like 50k souls plus, I think heroes like Infernus and Geist become monsters when they get, like all these stacking resistances, damage reduction. Like, the long team fights are starting to get pretty scary for me. And so honestly, I think heroes like Calico and Bebop might be falling off in the same position. Even Pocket, I think, at a certain point in the game, once there's like every single player has a debuff remover, it's just not nearly as effective. So Buff Enjoyers, like, once again, they've drafted themselves a spot where they don't mind playing this slow and defensive. I will say a lot rides on the next mid boss. If you get one good team fight for Paravision, you're able to win that mid boss. We could see them convert into more objectives, but I think it is going to be up to them to kind of make something happen. I feel Buff Enjoyers are going to be really happy to slow the game down and not force anything, especially with Obakim being so elusive throughout the whole game. Oh my god, this pickup is dirty.
Just immediately evaporates Pocket. Together, crunched, and the timing could not be worse for Paravision. Sets up a 6v5, mid-boss underway, and Obakim just mobility in spades. And okay, not the mobility you want, not at all. Gets hooked in with the telekinesis and down. One good pick deserves another. Not the lasso they taught you about in Cowboy School. If Cowboy School exists, I just assume it does.
It's absolutely clutch, and so that enables a more fair fight here onto this mid boss. A challenge comes in, massive implications off of this fight. You see Zergy trying to figure out the target selection here to go for as the fight now spills back out of the mid area and around the circumference here. We'll see what Zergy's able to do. The flame dash trying to pick apart these targets with all this burn damage. His health now is getting very critically low here, trying to escape it. The warp stone coming online. The ethereal mode has been activated to keep himself up for now, and Paravision are falling behind. They are falling behind in the key fights, and now it looks like this could convert very easily, ZP, into that mid boss now that Buff Enjoyers have advantage.
It just shows the power of late game Infernus, as Jake was alluding to. The Unstoppable is a recent pickup. You get your full healing when you're an Unstoppable, and Zergy was just able to tank an immense amount, draw attention onto themselves, and keep Buff Enjoyer in a fight that might have turned against them with that late pick onto Obakim to really kick it off.
It does look even enough, though, if you surprisingly. Oh, hello. Oh, whoa, okay. That is not what you want to see around the corner, is that telekinesis straight in your face. The Geist gets the buff, but the buff is eliminated along with the Geist. And so I am... Okay, well, another lasso. Oh
And
my
Pocket just keeps getting bound up, and he can't escape into the briefcase quick enough. However, this time, there's not a battering ram of damage to make the lasso into a kill. At least it's a little bit delayed.
Oh my god.
Okay, Veil Walker coming in big here. It's like, please, regen.
Oh my god.
I'm shocked that he actually got that low after escaping the lasso relatively unscathed. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, the thing too is that the reinforcements was coming. He got out of there with the cloak, but then the power shots from Listic from range. You can see how massive that burst damage is. It's so scary.
Ooh,
It's
boy.
crazy. We've reset.
Dan, 220 the 220, and now Paravision. They're forcing mid boss. This hasn't been to their advantage in the past, and instead, just a fake. They get the scream and they back off.
Demos is down still, so you know they do have a world where they can have somewhat of an advantage potentially on this if they can take it down. But they were trying to force some kind of reaction. In fact, Listic will get taken out. There must have been a hook connection, and now they're in a great spot. But okay, Demoff is back up, ZP. So you got to be cautious.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of want to push mid boss up one, but you have to be so careful. Oh, word. I thought that hit for a second. That would have been just the dirtiest hook we have seen. But instead, Paravision, they want the 6v5. Moving on forward, looking for anyone they can grab. Telekinesis is out. Mikhail is the prey. Is Mikhail going to get out? Opakim is one actually getting poked down in the back. Paravision laying it on thick. Prestis, the big gun in the back. But they don't get any other extra kills here, Dan. And Listic, though, still 30 seconds. They got people low. I think they bring this back to mid. And Buff Enjoyers, they have to immediately come right back.
They might want to pull off of mid boss again here. I mean, that might be a play because it's enough time that Buff Enjoyers can get back into this. And they've used a lot of ults, but they're going to commit to it. The rejuve is falling from the sky. Surely Buff Enjoyers are going to jump in on top of this one. Is there a combustion or anything? There it is coming in from the top. And it's going to be Paravision picking up the rejuve, picking up 3 kills. Oh, it's only Taz traded off at the back of that one. And Paravision are looking phenomenal.
That was tense. That was tense and then some, but they're able to withstand the concussive combustion and get the rejuvenator in the end. Paravision now ahead. They catch T-Mob in the closet, in the like short bathroom. I don't know what you want to call that, but it's a cramped area and D-Mob did not want to be there, is what it comes down to. And now pushing on the menu for Paravision. You have to think they want to at least come out of this with Shrines and first stage Patron, if at all possible. We'll see where this goes. Buff Enjoyer is still down 3, and Paravision, plenty of room to work with on the push.
I heard a meow. It's a good omen here for Paravision. In from the top, though, Listic up high, sending in the damage with the power shots. However, it's going to be up to the Bird now to try to maybe catch somebody off guard. And there's not really too many players. Well, nobody's really low. So, last stage Patron, the base has been destroyed. And Paravision are in an incredible spot. They've pulled back CP. They didn't want to overcommit there, so that's smart.
Yeah, Paravision going to back this up, which honestly smart given the circumstances. And you know, you get into situations like this game-wise, and you don't want to make a mistake. You have a very recent indicator of what can happen when you make a mistake in one win back in the best of one, right? You're also feeling the pressure because you are one map away from losing it. And also, take a look there. I think what happened there at the Talon, they bought Selling Bullets, sold it, and then bought again just off a double click. There's no other benefit you can have there. But Inhibitor up on Mirage is another nice power swing for Paravision.
And crippling headshot as well for Play With Me, so lots of damage output. And we're seeing a good reaction from Paravision. You know, they get what they needed objective-wise in the base, then they fall off, they convert the urn, they're trying to eat up the jungle. They've actually managed to take down a lot of creep camps like reasonably quickly. So quite a few more to get, though, to extend that lead. This is the best lead, I think, that we've really seen now at this point for them. And it's still like massive amounts of map control because the rejuve is still up. So all those lanes are super pushed. And that makes it really unsafe for Buff Enjoyers. They can't venture out very far without having this feeling that they could just get picked. And one pick onto Buff Enjoyers, that's the game over. So they've got to be extremely cautious here. And that just means that they're going to be giving up more of the map. They just have to wait in base. They've got to wait out the rejuve.
And also at the same note, it could happen quickly, Dan. All it takes, one hook from Tass, and it's just over. So you have to be aware of where Bebop is, where it could be. This is also a late in the game thing where I would love to see the, the more old flavor of Bebop, something like Shadow Weave, just anything to increase the odds of finding that all-important hook. And you look at here, Taz could be on a lake in the middle of wintertime, a hole in the ice, and, drink of choice, just waiting. This is old school fishing, is what we're looking at the moment.
It's, I don't know if we'll go to 3 or not. Obviously, Paravision are in a good spot, but off of this one performance from Taz, that hook onto Holiday, when they were a player down around the mid boss, that for me was one of the most important hooks that we've seen. But we're going to have another earn get run here in favor of Paravision. So yeah, really maximizing that rejuve that they had. And obviously it's worn off now, but they still have the remnants of that map control. And so that's another free earn, another just edging forward a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, every bit helps, and we'll be keeping an eye on item buys here, and look, you'll see it where all of a sudden, an extra tier 3 or tier 4 item is up. We can take a look here in a moment to see even that earn. What's next on the shopping list for Paravision? Probably gonna be some big items.
And we had Jake talking about the 50k plus threshold for the late game for Buff Enjoyers with the Infernus Geist. But if you look at Play With Me, 55k, highest soul value on the server. But there's your shopping list.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly enough, in terms of where Paravision is, it hasn't converted into items from that earn just yet. Okay, Pocket, starting to buy Colossus in for Prestus. I love this here because we can actually tangibly show the impact of what an earn just got a team. And what it means is Prestus, who I believe has probably been top damage so far, is going to have even more room to work with in doing that damage, more survivable, and should task into a bad spot, you got the shift online. So proceeds courtesy of the earn, Dan.
And there's that mid boss again. This is something where there's a big advantage now for Paravision to take that mid boss, so much in terms of like item advantages at this point. And so they kind of need to go for it at a certain point to maximize their position. And then that's also the best opportunity for Buff Enjoyers, I think, to create a team fight that could maybe go their way, convert into the rejuve, and then that's the way you swing the game. So that's kind of, from a macro point of view, like the main objective. And look at Taz looking to set up these hooks. These hooks have been critical.
Patience is a key aspect of playing Bebop, where you just wait and you go, you're looking at nothing, yes, but someone might show up. Someone from Buff Enjoyers could peek. And if they peek, they're getting a face full of hook.
Yeah, and just using the third-person camera there really expertly so that he would not be shown, but he could see his opponents walking through the veil.
Lasso actually on cooldown. I think there was a lasso that came out that didn't really amount to anything, but does limit Obakim's pick potential in the interim. And look at this, a little bit of rotation coming in from Saf. Goes on back. Mid-boss forced to scream. Paravision would like to force us as we back to the task cam. Not leaving the wall, Dan.
No.
Persistence.
Absolutely. Okay, well, gotta be so careful around this mid-boss fight. This really feels like everything here for Buff Enjoyers. I mean, obviously Paravision as well. Their backs are against the wall. They had lost the first map. This is map number 2. This is the final. Oh, there's that hook coming on through. That's gonna whiff. That'll be back in like 5 seconds.
In alternate timelines, that ended the game, but the fight perhaps underway in earnest. Unstoppable immediately popped. Play with me. Holding back here on the Wraith. Zergy running on in, concussive combustion. Right now, Paravision mostly healthy. Calco weaving in and out of the fight. Early shift coming in here from Zergy. Drops Unstoppable to get a little bit of healing, but most of it being spent going around the outskirts. Unstoppable now down, getting pummeled from all sides. Zergy gonna be able to get away. 300 HP, still getting chased on down. It's Ivy, of all people, in on the chase, 100 HP. Mikhail and Novakim are down. Zergy, 80 HP and somehow alive, but maybe the last survivor, Dan.
Yeah. The problem is that he had to just consistently be running around. He couldn't actually focus fire anybody because he had to stay focused on his own survival. In the meantime, his team's getting absolutely torn to pieces. And this is going to convert hopefully quite nicely into potentially the game win right now for Paravision. They're in such a strong spot. I mean, this is going to be it. CP is happening. Paravision are back. They tie up the series in the grand finals here. They take it against Buff and Joyce and force us to a third.
Yeah, you look at that and you wonder, surely they're going to go mid-boss. No, you don't need to go mid-boss when it's this late in the game. You have that much income, and you just routed the other team. You know, Zergy at that point might as well be running over into game 3. Oh, man, though, that was back and forth. It was tense. But Paravision, when it matters most, forced Buff Enjoyers to a map 3 here in Deadlock Fight Night Europe, presented by Intel, and also things of presenting. Jake, present to us what we just saw, because this game, the twists and turns.
Yeah, I think you made a great point about the late game. Infernus being unable to stand and deliver with too much pressure on him. I feel like Bebop with the curse was just a critical factor in how stalemate that late game became, where, both teams were happy to slow it down, but the Bebop just always the threat of finding pickoffs, curses. I think that curse is such a critical ultra late item where, if you just can get the CC on somebody long enough to curse them, that there isn't really counterplay to that, right? Like it is that ultimate late game trump card. Got to give credit to Taz as well for how well he played in the early game, getting to that position where he's able to have big late game impact, to be a big threat with all these utility items, making him really difficult to focus fire down. That was a hotly contested one, though. That's about as back and forth as we've seen any matches go in Deadlock Fight Night so far.
Now, I got to say here, Dan, we saw the holiday come out. I'd like to hear Jake's thoughts too, but Buff Enjoyers don't win, and they don't win because, not because of, but one of the factors as they don't win is that they're not running a normal support. They go with the holiday experiment here. Overall, even though they don't win, I think the holiday experiment was quite good. Holiday grabbed a lot of attention throughout the game, and maybe it wasn't the normal support you get from an Ivy, but I think it's hard to say Obicum was necessarily the problem with the good lassos and escapes that we saw.
Yeah, the lasso, I mean, kind of like a almost better version than like Mo's combo, where you're able to like lock someone down with that, like pull them away further into your territory. They can't do anything. It is very powerful, and it had a lot of impact, as did the disruption from the barrels in the fight, and obviously the jump pad as well. So yeah, I liked it. I think it definitely worked. And this was a hotly contested game, extremely close. And I wouldn't look at Obicum and think that he's the reason on that holiday that they lost.
Jake, thoughts on team comps going forward? Where, by the way, we'll get to this after Jake's thoughts, but there has been a new patch mid-tournament. We try and time things on Wednesdays to avoid it, but sometimes you get a little bit of extra chaos for your map 3s, so future showings. But for what we've seen, Jake, team comps in this game specifically.
I think the Calico looked great this game as far as being that frontliner who gets in, gets vision, creates opportunities, and then with heroes like Pocket and Wraith behind following up on that, and then the constant threats from Mirage and Bebop to find pickoffs. I like what Paravision were able to bring here. I do think, though, this game really was on the edge of a knife at so many moments, right? You think about that hook from Taz onto Obicum when maybe he overextended after the pocket pick. It's like, if that goes a little differently, some of these mid bosses could decide differently. The whole game could flip. So I really don't think either team made any critical drafting errors. I don't think that's what this came down to. It was really more about execution in the ultra late game, which, let's be honest, at this stage in the game, everybody is still figuring out.
Also, we do like to give shout out to those supporting the stream, both, of course, our viewers at home, our sponsors like Intel, but also other streamers that are watch partying and, send other viewers our way. Metro, I believe, just ended their stream, sent some love our way. So thank you, Metro. Dan, thoughts before we go to break?
Yeah, we're seeing, like you were saying at the beginning of the game, somewhat of an evolution here in terms of the drafting in Europe. We're not seeing that much in the way of supports. We're seeing a lot more like damage and like faster pace. I'm loving it, and I can't wait to see who is the better team, because right now it's definitely up in the air.
All right. Well, we're going to be taking perhaps a slightly extended break here. Production has to update. Players have to update. We got a patch in the middle of things just to ramp up the drama a little bit more. But the one thing you got to know is that the games are good. The conclusion will be underway. This is Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel here in Europe. The finale will be at you when we come back. It is time for the ultimate map here in our money match at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel here in Europe. Each team with one map each, as Paravision looks to defend against the often champion Buff Enjoyers. Gentlemen, we've had ups and downs all day long, but it all now comes down to just one map.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I think going into this, and like when we saw the first map, I was really worried. I felt like Buff Enjoyers were going to sweep after that point, but today's been a day of comebacks, actually, now that I think about it, which is awesome.
You know, we were talking about like any kind of draft changes that Buff Enjoyers could be looking to make, and to be honest, while I don't think strategically there's like anything wrong with their draft, I think they definitely could have won that game. Honestly, for them, like I'm wondering, do they just either respect ban the Bebop, or maybe with the second ban, maybe not the first, maybe picking it themselves? Because I feel like Taz was just such a huge X factor in this game, and every time the game slowed down, it felt that Bebop is just applying a mental pressure to your opponents. Like, you know, if nothing happens, I'm gonna get picks eventually. And, you know, on top of that, being able to snowball the early game, put themselves in a decent spot coming out of the laning phase. I think Bebop's pretty strong. Like, it's not necessarily like a first pick strong, but I think it's something really worth thinking about. They do go for the Calico first ban though, which I don't hate. I mean, Calico has won both games.
I mean, it makes sense that you would ban the Calico here because Buff Enjoyers, they will be getting first pick. And it seems like the EU meta right now is that if you have the first two picks, you'll get something like Wraith Calico every time. In fact, in this case, though, as our draft has disappeared, you know, a little bit cooking behind the scenes. We'll see if the Calico is still first ban, but assuming it is, right? First ban Calico makes sense because Calico right now seems to have incredible value if you pick it in a first 1-2 pick salvo, especially if you get a really good DPS like Wraith at the same time. Here's what I wonder, though, Jake. As good as Paradox is, given that Wraith has had enormous impact today and often has had enormous impact in general, do you, on your draft, can you make an argument to draft Wraith over Paradox?
Honestly, in general, I think Wraith is the stronger character over Paradox right now. I think people have gotten really good at playing around Paradox swaps or bailing their teammates out. I mean, both heroes like add a lot to the team. I think the reason that we see Buff Enjoyers go for this is just how good Mikhail's is on the hero. Like, I don't know that it's not that it's such a better hero than Wraith. I think it's more about Mikhail's comfort, his confidence, the playmaking ability that Paradox brings. But I feel like strategically, I kind of think Wraith is a stronger character because especially people are building the sharpshooter build on Wraith where you build like such monster attack speed that the small attack speed reduction on sharpshooter just doesn't really matter. And then this hero just does monster DPS from long range.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting too is that we're going to see like I could see a world where we do get some of the supports coming in. For example, there's a lot of like different gears to shift to potentially. Just because we haven't seen that doesn't mean that's, you know, one of these teams isn't looking to just completely like shift up what they're doing. But with that said, I definitely agree about the Wraith pick. It's like the Paradox is always important, and I wonder if I'm desensitized to how important Paradox is because we always see it and it's always good. But you know, Vindicta seems like it's just a guaranteed ban as well because it's just so painful to deal with. But with that said, like the Bebop pick, I wondered, like, I wonder what you guys think. Do you think the Bebop was picked because of as a reaction to the Talon, or do you think that it would have been picked kind of anyway? As well, I was wondering.
I think when I look at that, I think maybe a little bit of both. I think it's not bad at all versus Talon, but I also think that if you're someone like Tass and it's sort of worked out that you don't have access to some of your usual playmaking heroes, why not change up, go for the Bebop, who's still really effective and probably underplayed in EU. Like, well, let's be fair. We talk about how within NA overlooks Wraith. I think historically you can make the argument that EU has probably overlooked how good Bebop can be, and it's just one of the differences between regions. So I think while Bebop is good versus Talon, it also stands on its own. But now, Jake, we got first pick coming in for Paravision here.
Well, yeah, I mean, Viscus has been first picked every game in EU where he's not banned, so I wouldn't be shocked to see it. I mean, it's had insanely good early games in both the games it's been played. It hasn't, you know, panned out, but I'm pretty confident that the hero looks monstrous. I mean, how much damage it's been putting out in these games, how consistently it's getting an early game snowball going that other, you know, heroes can really take advantage of. I think this makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and I mean, Wraith as a response also feels like, you know, I mean, we've been seeing Paradox get first picks, but I wonder if there could be a switch up like this late into the series now as we're into the third draft.
You could get both, right? At this point for Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, I would love.
Oh, right, of course, yeah.
Wraith Paradox would make sense here. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen Wraith fall below the first tier of picks either. And with Calico out, I feel like this has to be Paradox Wraith, and you let Zergy play the Wraith, and you're feeling good as Buff Enjoyers. You're feeling, I think, already way better than you did in the last map. Now, whether that'll be the case, we'll see. But EU seems consistent here, Jake, in their pick priority. You don't have as many ridiculous, off the beaten path player-specific bans that you get in NA.
No one builds an empire without sacrifice.
Yeah, NA players really like to mess with each other, man. I do enjoy that. I think that is really, really fun about the NA region. But yeah, okay, there it is. The Paradox Wraith comes in as expected, and now I'm kind of curious, what we're going to see in response here, because in Paravision have shown that they can play a lot of different heroes, but they haven't really prioritized the supports. They're more likely to probably get that Kelvin ban in again. I don't see that being something that changes, to be honest.
Honestly, for Buff Enjoyers, I would love to see them take Kelvin before the bans. I feel like Obi Kim has been a huge playmaker on the character. It is a little bit early to draft a support, but you almost guarantee it's going to get banned if you don't take it early. And I feel Buff Enjoyers has just made a lot of hay out of Obi Kim's ability to constantly heal, keep the other players on the map. I think like the impact isn't as hugely felt. Sometimes there's these big moments with Frozen Shelter, but just Kelvin's consistency, slowing people down, supporting, setting up some of these bigger damages. I like the pickoff. I think it's if you don't take it third, you're not getting it, I think was what we've seen from Paradox.
Yeah, and to that point too, right, is that I think you're absolutely right in what Kelvin has meant. And also, I mean, Paravision has been very transparent in their drafting strategy right now, which is that, hey, look, if we have the chance to ban Kelvin as a high value mid ban, we're going to do it. So you're right. This pick right now for Buff Enjoyers entirely determines whether or not we will see Kelvin or not within this draft. Obviously, you can kind of go for other things like a Geist, where if you don't pick Geist here, there's a good chance that like Geist is gone towards the end, and that's why Geist has kind of been in the top 3. And again, they decide, Jake, they prefer Geist over Kelvin. Although honestly, thinking to your logic, I think you can't sold me. I would have liked to have seen the Kelvin here.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness though, I think Dimov has had really good games on the Geist. I think he's been a stable performer, and I think especially with the Wraith Paradox draft, you don't have such an obvious Colossus builder that, like, compared to someone like Infernus, not necessarily who's going to build Colossus, but like who's going to get up in front and like really brawl in the middle of these late game team fights. Wraith wants to hang, I think, a little bit further back, be a little bit more passive, and so Geist can kind of take that role. If you'd gone another direction with the late game carry like an Infernus, maybe you felt a little bit better about not having Geist, but I think Dimov's been a solid performer on the hero, and at this point he's probably feeling pretty comfortable, feeling pretty confident as far as picking it up here.
Interesting. We got the pocket ban instead, so that does open up Yamato probably for Paravision. And with the Yamato, maybe do we see that Mo pairing again? That's also a possibility, as they pair so well, and they already showed that sort of playstyle is super effective for them.
Ooh.
Okay, so actually Paravision goes for the ban of Yamato, interestingly.
I guess they were worried Buff Enjoyers would have snagged the Yamato anyway on the next pick. But I mean, taking all this Spirit Burst off the table does kind of raise some questions, right? Because like a lot of, Spirit nuking heroes that you would have wanted, I think probably and potentially in both drafts. I wonder if this does open something like a Lash up as far as like lacking the Yamato ability to counter initiate, survive some of those. Yes, Mirage can tornado out of the Lash hold, but honestly, and then of course it's the Kelvin, right? Didn't get banned.
Yeah,
of course.
What I will say though, just as a general trend, in the sense where there wasn't really a lot that had changed. Can we talk about Shiv just going on milk card status? I mean, there's kind of this overtone of like Shiv having mob connections. I think someone actually just brought Shiv out to the countryside and did away with him within the last week, as Shiv has just not been getting played whatsoever, even when teams it would make sense in terms of frontline. And now that I've set all of it up, it would be funny if he showed up. Instead, they go Abrams.
This is kind of a run back of their game one draft a little bit. It's a little different as far as some of the exact picks, but could see a Hayes come in here. If they felt like they should have won game one, had they played it a little bit differently, I think this is the time.
I mean, also, like, I think you guys, you're talking about Holiday being that support as well. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we just don't see like a pure support and we just have that Holiday.
Well, in this case, I do think they'll pick up an Ivy, and the reason being is that when Paravision plays Holiday, usually they'll have Prestus on. Although maybe not. Dan, you might be right. Because here's the thing: Prestis usually plays Mirage, and Hayes is going to be played by Play With Me. So when you look at the overall roster for Paravision, I think there is a world where they decide, no, we're not going to run an Ivy at all, instead run the Holiday, because, you know, prior to the Hayes being picked, I would have said you could Play With Me on the Mirage, but yeah, I mean, the fact that Holiday was usually played by Prestis, but now they have Mirage, who's almost certainly going to be played by Prestis. It kind of tips their hand. But Warden coming in for Buff Enjoyers, I feel like, Jake, you have to like this draft for Buff Enjoyers, if for nothing else. This resembles their classical compositions. This is kind of a similar comp to what they've run over and over again for the last 2 months. That's, you know, very frontline heavy with a lot of comfort picks.
Yeah, I kind of want to see them take a Mo here. That's like totally not what Buff Enjoyers does, and I'd almost be surprised if they actually do it. But I feel like it probably will be the 6th pick for Paravision if you don't take it. I don't know if it's even worth denying it. Okay, yeah, this is like classic Buff Enjoyers, right? Like, this is the way they play with like a lot of these like scaling, threatening carries. But I mean, from Paravision, if they felt good about game one, if they felt like I did, that maybe they could have played it differently and could have leveraged the advantage better, honestly, the Mo here feels like a great finisher.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I mean, we talked about the mistakes that they made. Maybe they got a little bit too... They didn't know when to take their foot off the gas after getting those advantages. They didn't take the advantages that were on the map that would have actually kind of been the conversion to get them ahead. Oh, they go for a late Ivy. So, okay. I mean, we also did make mention that do they need the Abrams and the Mo? I felt like the Mo made more sense for the aggressive pick-off playstyle, but hey, they are skipping the Mo and just keeping the Ivy.
I think the thing that is really interesting to me is I look at this as sort of wondering who is playing what, because now you kind of have to delve a little bit and wonder who's playing a little bit off, because, you know, just Mirage, Holiday, Hayes, you know what Hayes is going to play on. I think for me, it's who's playing the Mirage and who is playing the Holiday, because generally speaking, it would be Prestis playing both of them. But in this time, you're going to have to swap it up a bit, Jake.
Yeah, one thing I'm honestly a little bit worried about, though, is like with this Hayes having a monster snowball in game one, like an ideal, basically dream game for Hayes, and it's still not coming together. I think some of those kills for Hayes come from the fact that, you know, with the Mo setup, you're just like free farming full DPS into the Mo target. And I'm a little skeptical that Abrams can bring that same setup potential. I think it's just a little bit less consistent. Maybe with setups from Mirage or Viscous, it could go a little bit better, but you know, I think the Ivy does give them a bit more mid-boss secure, a little bit more, you know, like global presence. Maybe it lets them play the macro a little harder if they do get map control to be an earn runner. Viscous can do the same thing with roll. So both teams really sticking to their guns here, where it's going to be kind of like game one, and just Paravision kind of gambling that they messed up, that they can execute better and deliver the win in that match.
I know who's playing what here. I just had the look at rosters again, just remind myself, shock myself into it, is that Taz usually plays more of a playmaking role, right? I think in this instance, it's going to be more of a playmaking Holiday played by Taz, if I had to guess, and it's probably going to be Saf in more of a frontline Viscous, based on how they've played before. It could be the reverse in regards to Saf and Taz, but I think that's what would make sense here. Wait, Prestis on Viscous. I think Saf was on Abrams. Yeah, Prestis has played Viscous before, Saf on Abrams. This has happened previously, but this is even more discombobulated in who's playing what than I would have expected. So a lot of different looks here, Jake, for Paravision, who's playing what.
I do like this lane, Hayes Viscous. I feel like Hayes, you know, can get really set up by some of these displacement abilities from Viscous, some of the nuking potential. I think that's going to be a big lane to keep our eyes on here in the early game, with Viscous super early harass potential and Hayes' ability to just punch big damage from range in these open lanes where, you know, she's not worried about her own life. At the same time, Infernus, kind of a difficult lane into the or rather, sorry, I think Abrams is potentially going to be a difficult lane against Infernus. I think that's a really good matchup for Infernus. Abrams just needs to like survive and get last hits, but honestly, you're going to get a lot of lifesteal for Infernus, and I think you can kind of out pressure even the Abrams passive.
Speaking of pressure right now, Dan, you got this in for Play With Me, one of the most aggressive laners we've seen. Charge in from Listix, and swing and a miss is what we got.
Well, he hit the creep, at least. Yeah. So I guess it's something. But yeah, Play With Me forever going to be annoying. But I do think it's great to call into question the Abrams Mo difference. I'm really curious to see how that's going to play out, because it feels like the Mo plays so much more effectively into the strat. But with that said, to be honest, Play With Me doesn't necessarily need a lot of setup, you know, to get kills and to be a nuisance. He's very good at just finding that by himself, in fact. So you know, there might be something to be said for that as well. So either way, it remains to be seen. I do like the Ivy a lot. I want to see those urns. I want to see every urn in their hands.
You know, Jake, in terms of lane pressure, what do you think of a Warden Kelvin lane? Just, it's not as bad as it used to be, since Warden used to have like even slower bullet speed, but I do feel like the last hit pressure in a lane like lane 3 is like kind of annoying when you're running that particular combo, because you're still under the viscous pressure, but Hayes has like such a big advantage in just gun prio for last hits and denies that, you know, anytime you're feeling pressured in last hits, it also kind of makes you go out of position a little bit, which increases the odds that you do get puddled punched into a rough spot and thereabouts. It just seems to me inherently like a bit of a tough lane to play.
Yeah, I think it could be a challenge. I think the key is going to be just pressuring the Viscous down. I think Viscous relies on snowballing lanes, getting ahead, and continuing to pump pressure. But if you're able to pressure him, you know, doesn't always have the best sustain, you know, when he's dropping low. And then my opposite of that is Kelvin, right? Who can really, I think, pump a ton of heals and just outlast some of this pressure. Key timings are going to be like once all skills are online, right? I think Viscous isn't that strong until he's getting, you know, the Spirit Punch. And interesting double orange item for Viscous. I don't like this build at all. I would have loved to see like a melee lifesteal and a you know, like a Spirit Punch. I feel like these early gun prio spam build is not looking good, especially with this low HP. He's not getting any value out of Hollow Point.
Well, you can take the flying carry off the flying carry heroes, Jake, but you know, you can't really change their item preferences, I suppose, if you press this. But thank you, Jake. We'll get back to Jake later on in the match. Dan, as we look at it right now, still relatively even as Prestus was chunked down pretty low, now healed back up. Both teams, you know, just looking for any individual advantage. Together, though, on the Mirage, a little broke right now, relative to what you'd expect.
Yeah. I am pretty concerned here for Power Vision. Hello, we got a little bit of a charge, though. But that's going to not work out super well. In melee range, going to get one right in the face, so you got to be pretty cautious. Oh, get stuck. Oh my god, get stuck. Oh, 100 HP. Saf is going to fall off, though. Very conservative. I respect it. In the meantime, action here on lane 2 as well, as we get some trades coming in. Sergi getting the better of Taz, playing one of the duo lanes instead of being on the solo lane. But yeah, I just wanted to mention CP. I feel very confident in Buff and Joy's comp here. If this feels like it scales so well, it feels like it's good at every portion of the game.
There's not a lot of weakness when you look at it. They're covered in the late game between the Infernus and the Wraith. They're early the mid game with Geist, Ward, and Paradox is solid. I mean, yeah, they're not going to lose on comp, so to speak. But also, look at this. Play with me special. In over from the outskirts. Demov almost certainly going to go down. Just far too much damage off that rotation. And this is what Play With Me does on Hayes. It is the most mobile Hayes player in the world. Feel good about saying that. Bullet dance for another. And again, if you're buff enjoyers and you're looking at situations you want to avoid, a farmed Play With Me is one of those situations. Rotation, though, over and in from the Wraith. Saf not quite able to get away.
Yeah, Holiday coming in there to maybe get a trade, but not looking too successful. Buff and Joy is able to get away with that one. And in fact, it might just get worse here because the insistence came in and the assistance was quickly dealt with. So Paravision not having a good time of it off the kills. There's a lot of tower damage actually that's going to go also the way of Buff and Joyers onto lane 1 here.
Also, rotations might not be done yet. Litz ziplining in 3 for Paravision on lane 1. Buff and Joyers had 3, now rotating 2 back over in the lane 2. And it looks like lane 1 is going to go back, be a little bit sleepy here. Back to just Abrams and Furnace. Meanwhile, looking here at Prestus, who I expect to play a bit of an active Viscous here. Maybe not as active as when you get your playmaking players on it, but still, you know, the theme today for Viscous is no matter who's playing it, you're just all over the place map-wise. You are constantly looking to make plays, and at 3.9k, this is where you effectively can go anywhere, which is part of why you put it in the duo lane.
Yeah, totally agree. That duo lane, you want those mobile heroes, gives you a lot of map control, gives you a lot of assistance onto those solo lanes. Like winning those solo lanes is obviously really key. And, you know, Demov is definitely not having the best time of things, you know, speaking of solo lanes, you know, up against the Mirage and together. Actually quite far behind. The most behind player, I suppose. Or Listic as well, up enjoyers.
the biggest telekinesis of all time. I think.
Yeah, that's very high.
Okay. I think what must have happened there is seismic slam came in, and then the telekinesis just snatched Saf midair. That's the only thing I can think of to explain what we just saw with Abrams getting the big slam, and not his usual slam. The slam caused by Wraith. Ridiculous.
True. Although Abrams does kind of look like one of those characters from Space Jam.
Yeah,
like one of the monsters. And they can jump pretty high, so...
Or if you believe the propaganda by chat, also me, where apparently all I have to do is just paint my skin blue and add a few horns, and you'll never know the difference. Is what I've been hearing. It's what people say in chat.
Seems reasonable. Well,
might have to find a book though. Need to read more of those.
Oh yeah, true. You need a big book too.
Yeah.
No wonder his arms are huge. But in goes Mikhail S. There's a good swap coming in, and I don't think that's going to be enough though. Just annoying. It's just annoying. That's all it is.
It sends a message, just says, hey, I'm here, aware of what you're trying to do. But get our first item check-in of the game here, and nothing too off the beaten path. Obviously, you get core items like Quicksilver Reload on Morden, which you kind of expect to have at this point in the game because it's super, super important for your actual bullet damage uptime. But just pressure onto lane 1 from Paravision, looking for their first Guardian. You got rotations, though, coming on in. Zergy and Mikhail perhaps putting an end to it, but the rotation is sniffed out there, Dan. You see both Holiday and Abrams go, no. Like Tass and Seth back it up a little bit, but then they go back forward. Looking for Listic here. Gets the lasso from afar. Lasso into charge. Listic got the business.
Very well done. Very well done indeed. And especially because I feel like Saf has not been having the easiest time here, but Listic isn't really getting ahead, especially after a kill like that. That definitely helps to even up this solo lane, put the pressure on. Barrel's coming in. Hello. Okay, Mikhail Essen might be in a little bit of trouble at the moment. Just stuck on the head of the Brazier on top of the Guardian as he tries to like dodge his way around, just jumping across everything, just on the walls, double jumps, wall jumps, all the jumps. And now we got the Google inside a frozen shelter.
Prestus is okay with that. You want to drop the shelter? I will turn it into my own personal Thunderdome. Listic falling again. You talk about falling behind. That's 2 deaths back-to-back for Listic. Completely paralyzing the farm on Infernus. Not the best look. Meanwhile, Prestus getting more active on map rotations as Tash just not able to get away as Mikhail came back in.
All right, so Paravision doing a pretty decent job actually early on, and keeping the important players down. Demoff is down, Listic is down in terms of the souls. Zergy though, he's doing a good job obviously on that Wraith for the time being.
Well, you have to pick and choose who you want to keep down, and I actually think of all the heroes, Infernus is the one you try and keep down the most, purely because Infernus is the one that's most farm reliant. Even if a Wraith is having a bad game, they're still going to have key moments with telekinesis, but if you're broke as Infernus heading into the mid game, your performance is just terrible at that point. So yeah, I mean, if you're thinking who you want to make have a awful game or have to really work for it, you 100% isolate the Infernus every time.
Yep, makes total sense to me. Especially, the amount of Infernus that I've played, definitely doesn't feel good. If you missed a window where you're very impactful in the mid game if you can't farm up enough. But the jump pad, maybe getting out there into another jump pad, and we've got some dashes available as well, sliding with a healing right coming into play as well. So daring escape from Taz.
It is unbelievable how slippery Holiday has been in this tournament.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Abrams having Seismic Slam to get out of there, play with me. Just peppering out the damage here in lane 3. Not enough to save the Guardian. Swapping back over to Viscus's point of view, and things calming down for a moment. 47k to 44k. Buff Enjoyers getting a little bit more done on push here so far, reflected in 1 Guardian thus far. Gale playing around the time wall, drops the Carbine. Lane 1, a little bit of pressure going on, Dan, but nothing critical just yet.
No, nothing to be concerned about. It's just some poking currently. But be careful on these lanes though, because yeah, there's a lot of ability to just charge. You get a tornado initiation into a charge, and you can kind of guarantee a lot of damage off of that. So Buff and Joy is respecting that. Quick TP coming into assist lane 4. A lot of action here close to the Guardian. Is that assist going to end up helping out 2 players if through the TP here to deal with Buff and Joy's push?
Paravision is rotating 4 over. They want numerical advantage. Play with me, going to be the one to finish it off. If Buff Enjoyers can't retreat in time. But I think they know what's coming and do get out of there. Play With Me decides instead to take the free farm on lane 3. Urn, of course, has been spawned for quite a bit, and so far, neither team too keen on the first Urn. But since we got a pause, perhaps a disconnect, Jake, you've been watching all this. What are your insights so far, and what has been an even game thus far?
Yeah, it's a really tight one here coming out of the laning phase, but I feel like these couple tower pickoffs are really massive. That Buff Enjoyers was able to get back, despite having 3 players in the lane, they're able to recognize that Paravision brought numbers, brought 4. They all get out. I think them surviving there is actually huge. It, enables the tower take on lane 1, which was big considering it looked like Listic was going to be the one to lose that tower first. Buys a lot of space for, as you guys were mentioning, like Infernus, that farm issue. It's going to buy him a lot more space now if he wants to back and maybe jungle just a little bit more. Still a little bit of a struggle right now for Paravision to get some more of these Guardians down. They really do need to get a flex slot open up soon. And they're kind of 0 out of 4 on the progress there. I think this lane pressure is going to start to bite. Maybe they're going to force something now, but a few more minutes of Buff Enjoyers just dancing and defending well. That's been their strength as a team, and things could get scary for Paravision. So going to need to find some pickoffs. I think getting Hayes active as well, snowballing, but she's not nearly that menace that she was in game 1.
Yeah, I think it's still interesting that Play With Me is at the sole difference that they're at as a Hayes, where again, you don't see it as often. But you make a great point when it comes to the inevitability of flex slots here, where Buff Enjoyer is very close to getting their first flex slot, whereas it really does impact your item build quite significantly if you get to about 15, 16 minutes, Dan, and you don't have your first flex slot. All of a sudden it becomes, what items would I normally like to have do I now need to sell early to get a item of higher priority? It never feels good to do that level of triage just because you've fallen behind in your current pushing progress.
Yeah, it definitely creates a lot of problems. And it also, in some cases, you might not feel like you want to sell something. You might opt to say, okay, well, maybe we'll be able to actually get the flex slot somewhat soon. So it just ends up delaying your ability to grow with your economy. So yeah, it's horrendous.
Well, we had the pause into the readies, into the pause.
Classic bait and switch.
Oh, Listic crashed. Okay, so it's not Shriek. Chat, you can stop spamming Shriek. I've been seeing, people see Shriek getting spammed in game. They go to it in chat right after. I mean, honestly, the person that probably feels they're off the hook is Jake, because there used to be a world where Jake couldn't go into any stream at any point for years and years without being like JLOLKE the entire time,
Guaranteed Chad's going to spam that.
Of course. I mean, I know what I'm doing when I bring that up. I know exactly what I'm doing, but you can't get off the hook for that long. Come on, man.
I thought I was on into a new era here in Deadlock. I thought the sins of the past could be forgotten, but ZP won't let me live anything down.
No,
here.
Absolutely not. Look, we're paused. We have to fill for time. We're going to go down some very old paths the longer this pause goes. That's all I know.
So what's the story behind that, huh? What's the... Oh, okay, they're ready. Yes, okay, saved.
Another time.
Day, another day, man.
As Jake's just like, never bring it up. But here we go, Dan. We are back in progress. Buff Enjoyers versus Paravision. So far, even on both sides. It's Mirage, though, under a bit of fire, quite literally. Now turning the favor back over to Infernus, and Listic unable to get away, and the pain just continues for Listic, where I think it was Jason bringing up that, Infernus not exactly a normal pick of Listic, so it's not in his usual hero pool repertoire, and maybe feeling a bit of the burn from that right now, no pun intended.
Well, the Guardian going down. Very, very nice indeed. We are moving into... Well, we're actually moving into like proper mid-game territory here as well, where we're finishing off these early Guardians. There's still 3 to be claimed by Buff Enjoyers, actually, a little bit further behind compared with Paravision, despite the fact that Paravision is actually behind on souls. They are ahead on objectives, so that does indicate that Buff Enjoyers are, I think, the game plan is kind of going according to plan. Nice barrel, actually, a lot of damage there, headshot as well, but that won't stop this inevitable fact, CP. These Guardians are going down.
Yeah, and that's a flex slot opened up for Buff Enjoyers, and Paravision still a ways to go. So even though it has been the struggle city for Listic in some regard, now being reflected in Souls at 9K, tied for lowest, the overall macro game for Buff Enjoyers is still good. The overall economy is still good, so it's something they can recover from. As Prestus, wait, Prestus? Gets the cube. Okay, telekinesis timed after, absolutely no way out, but the fact that it came close, still interesting as Buffenjoy is looking to add on to their lead right now, Dan. Maybe they grab the urn, maybe not. We'll see. And okay, they want to go mid-boss.
There's no way. That's got to be a troll. You're actually going for it, though, it looks like. And, I mean, alchemical fire coming out as well. And, wow, this is not what you expect to see at this time in the game. Off of that pick onto Prestis, they are going for it. And this might be a bit of shock for Paravision, but what are they going to do? They have to react. They have to respond. In comes the Rejuve dropping from the ceiling. And here it comes the dive into the Kelvin. Ult to actually slow things down a little bit. Who's going to get the punch? Oh, there's the keeper for Saf. Paravision get the steal DP.
Dan, how in the world did Saf get that? Saf missed the first punch, came back in, landed the second. I mean, Paravision just absolutely demolished after getting it, so you can't really say that they're ahead, but it could have, it probably should have been far worse, and somehow they get it. I couldn't tell if someone came in with a parry or what. Jake, I'll tap you in because we got a moment. Did you see what happened?
Yeah, it looks like the Abram was able to pin them away, so they were able to get the last hit. I feel like this frozen shelter, I wonder, was this really necessary from Oblikim? It felt like there was a moment their Buffenjoyers were kind of in control of the Rejuve drop location, and yet they go for the frozen shelter anyway, maybe expecting something like Abrams to commit spells early, but well played by Saf to get the Rejuve. Like you said, though, the full team wipe, I mean, Buffenjoyers, I think, yeah, you would have loved to get the Rejuve, but you're still feeling good about that. They still have a pretty enormous soul lead for this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the replay really put in the action. I thought there was someone else near the Rejuve that could have grabbed it, but he really did just grab everyone on the charge. Now you look at the purchases coming on in. You got Burst Fire in on Zergy now, one of the most important power spikes on Wraith. So the next few fights with Paravision just going to be so difficult to play around, unless you can, Dan, maybe isolate Zergy out early, but easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get, well, hold that thought. Here comes that ult from Wraith, and I mean, it's going to be very hard to survive. But Wraith actually not super healthy. You're in a very enclosed space in that corridor, so opting to back away, reposition, and looks like no kills will be traded just yet. Saf able to escape, so I was going to say, like having the Rejuve still at least does give some more map control here to Paravision. That should be more farm, that should be going their way, and also increase their ability to sort of pressure across the map. And given the fact that they do have, obviously, Together, who's got the Traveler, that's about to come online as well. You can really get your split pushing on in a scenario like this. There is a lot of focus around mid at the moment from both teams.
I think one thing for Paravision that isn't too bad when you look at who's at the farm, a lot of their key members are still in it. Even the Abrams at 10k is like not in the catastrophic Abrams is merely a stun bot category, right? Like Saf has stayed in it enough farm-wise. Play with me still a threat.
Double urn?
You look at where, you look at where the urn is. I don't know. We've seen everything. We've seen fake urns. We've seen real urns. I don't know if we have 2 urns in progress or not right now. What we do have is Zergy running for their lives off the teleport. Looks to be out of it as Prestis, meanwhile, gets caught on the other side. The urn that's getting picked up right now should be real. I don't know if the other urn is real. I suppose we'll see.
They were just outside of the threshold where it would be a more even drop-off point. So they invested this time to Buffenjoy to like grab this urn, only to find out that, hey, this is going to be deep in enemy territory. It looks like, I mean, they are carrying it across. This is an easy defense, presumably, for Paravision. They do have some players in position.
Well, one of the downside... Oh, Sharik gets caught way before. Now you definitely don't want to contest and go for that as... Oh, lasso into charge. I love the combo between Abrams and Holiday here, and it's something that Obakim should not get away from. Does not. And the urn going to be grabbed here by Prestis, turned in for Paravision. Dan, they are right back in it. I do wonder if that other urn is real, if we're dealing with like a pinball multi-ball situation.
Right.
I mean, it looks like it's there.
Looks like it's there, yeah. I don't know, but that was what a great series of moments there for Paravision. If you look at what happened across the map, the urn pickup obviously getting converted by them. It was like delivered by Buffenjoyers, converted by Paravision. In addition, and that was obviously due to the lasso. Obikim just didn't have enough teammates nearby to protect him from that pickoff. So. Okay, things are evening up once again after what looks, I mean, pretty desperate for a while for Paravision. It was so desperate that 13 minutes or whatever it was, Buffenjoyers were like, yeah, we'll do mid-boss off 1 kill.
Yeah, and I mean, just like that, the game is even again. In terms of late game between both teams, I would still say there's a late game edge for Buffenjoyers should it go truly late just because of Infernus and Wraith. which I'd still take over Holiday and Mirage if you really put them head to head. But there's a long way to go till we get to true late game. In a lot of ways that characters like Viscous and Holiday can make the difference. Where especially, I mean, I kind of like Tass and Saf being each other's best buddies for a lot of this. But hold the phone, play with me in Bullet Dance. Gets swapped. It's not going well for play with me at all. Just completely denied by Sharik and Mikhail.
Yep, that's the perfect ability to force filter like Duke the Haze ult. Couldn't ask for a better ability. And that's going to be a 5k difference across the both teams, so not really that much of a soul difference. And if we look at the objectives, it's just even, totally even. But that could be about to change here. 3-player pressure from Buff Enjoyers onto a lane for Walker.
Yeah, I see the Walker pressure coming in from Buff Enjoyers again, playing the macro game, but the lasso into the Walker stop. That is a bad day if I ever saw one. Listic falling in turn. Sharik, I think, trying to commit for Walker, isn't going to be able to get it before falling. Actually, I think the Walker did fall,
yeah.
But it gave his life for it, so on the edge. Still seeing a lot of value off lasso today, whether a team is winning or losing, but Tass finding the right moment there right before the stomp down.
Yeah, and Paravision, not only did they get the kills there, obviously the Walker went down, they got the kills on lane 4, they also defended successfully with Together against the split push that was happening. It's just a solo split push, but it's happening towards the lane 1 Walker. So just, yeah, able to convert, and it was a 7k difference, I think, 8-8k, and now it's basically even, dead even. So Paravision with some edges, and Play With Me looking for the gank off of the smoke bomb, as he does.
Yeah, Mikhail just getting out of there in a hurry. But also you look at some of the items being bought here, and heroes coming online. Once Viscous gets Warpstone, melee charge, I mean, it's definitely a level where Viscous not only going to be putting out more damage, but is also more evasive, and as a result can go for even more aggressive plays, right? And Prestus, as is, has been sort of pushing the limits, so, you know, seeing the next few minutes for Viscous should be interesting. I think Prestus might just be going straight in on Furnace here, but instead, it's a 2-for-1 special in lane 1. Does the cube early. Don't know if Prestus is getting out of this one. We'll see. Goes for the puddle punch escape movement. Nope, not gonna happen. Listic finishes it off with Zergy.
Yep, and here comes the seismic, a slam from up high. What we're going to find there, Mikhail S is going to get a little bit of stun damage. Sharik, though, I believe the last stand is doing a lot of damage. Trying to escape. Saf is trying to get out of there. Somehow evading the last stand, staying up. And in fact, Playfleet's going to get a Walker in the back of all this. And
that's
also
infernal resilience there, Dan. Pure and simple. Also, I feel like with how Abrams over the last few maps has just had a rough run of it, seeing an Abrams get away for once, love to see it.
True, yeah.
Mid-boss now. Tass is down, and Buff Enjoyers, they push the envelope again, saying, I dare you to try and steal it again. Saf is still up. We'll see if history repeats itself. It will be more difficult, though, down 1.
Yeah, and I feel like it'll be more of a problem if they wipe here in the effort, obviously, even if they get it. So got to be really cautious here. And in fact, it's just a bait, it seems like, because in comes Buff Enjoyers to try to catch them moving in. And it looks like a trade here. Saf taking down Listic. Play With Me already out of the picture here. Trying to find these engagements, dynamic fights on these multiple levels. It's so hard to manage, but so far, Paravision coming out on top here, ZP. And if Sharik's going to go down, Mikhail S is critically weak, and it's hard to see that this won't get converted into a mid-boss. This is backfired for Buff Enjoyers.
It is backfired and then some. Obakim waited to the last moment to drop Frozen Shelter, instead dies while getting interrupted. And now the mid-boss looking to be free for Paravision. Mikhail, though, I mean, we've seen Paradox steals before. This would be the stuff of legends, but also the stuff of feeding in most cases. They don't go for it. Instead, go for it.
Straight inting.
Yeah, I mean, well, isn't that funny? It's a very post, you know, after the fact view, based on results. If you make the decision and it works, you're a god. If you make the decision and you die, you just look like a fool. And Mikhail today, no fool.
Indeed, yeah. It's a problem, though, because, well, you know what? I mean, Paravision not massively ahead on the souls, but the issue is that now they're kind of like starting ahead. Before, when they stole the mid-boss, that situation was they were kind of behind and evening things up. But now they stand in a much better position to like actually take serious objectives, and that's what they're gearing up right now to do. Positioning around that lane 2 Walker and the lane 1 Walker. They can convert lane 1 into lane 2. There's a great catch there from Play With Me into the tornado. Forces the Frozen Shelter, but can Obi Kim stay up?
I mean, we're gonna see also Safka get down and dirty. Just picked up the Colossus, so way tankier than normal if this goes in. I think Buff and Joyers, or Paravision for the most part, just want the Walker. They still get Obikim as a gimme on top of it. So Walker plus pickoff adds to their lead. And now just almost death volley right now, where you look at how they're rotating around the map. I think they're just gonna keep running together and go for the next Walker.
Yeah, I think this is a great plan. After this Walker, they might have to fall off. We'll see if they can get any kills off of it. So that's going to go down very quickly. And the fight, I don't know if you want to commit fully to this fight. Buff and Joyers are going to try to see what they can find. And there's a concussive combustion coming in from the back, but the Walker is going to go down. And looking at the kill situation right now, Paravision could absolutely like find a way to go back into the next Walker here on this next lane. But look at the tracking coming in from Litz. And that is a very dead Warden.
Ivy, no fear with the Warden trying to intimidate. Just goes, nope, I will stand in the last stand. I do not care. Also, there's some irony to the idea that Saf picks up Colossus and still immediately dies. Extra survivability or no, but hey, you know, also tanked a lot of damage, I suppose.
And the thing here, ZP, as well, is like, okay, Paravision, they just have to convert the jungle now. They just convert this map control. This is something that we talked about a lot. There was a mistake for them in the map 1, but it doesn't seem like they've made that mistake in the previous map. So you can see them now just farming up.
Yeah, you start wondering about where the farm is going. I think Buff and Joyers is really feeling the pain from Listic dying early in fights. Like, it's basically been all game long where Listic's been stuck in a hole, hasn't been able to dig back out, so your Infernus is not as farmed as you would like. I mean, even Zergy, though, only 23k, 2k difference between the two. And you look at who has farm on the other team, and it's more well-balanced for Paravision. And also for farm, I mean, forget the carry end. Sharik is a bit behind the game, and when you're behind the game as Warren, you get things like we saw where the Ivy just stands and like counter WM1s you and wins. It's not great as the farm situation for the Buff and Joyers front line.
Oh, okay. Well, we're looking to see if we can find a fight here, Listic, in this mid structure. Very aggressive movement, actually. Obviously, they want to intercept this urn that's being ferried across the map at the moment. And there is the force field seismic slam coming on in. All the ults getting pulled out of the bag. There's the lasso. You're not going anywhere, Mikhail. I think it's stuck in the corner.
They literally can't move with where the frozen shelter is. It actually just stuck them in the corner. A little bit forced timeout. We back in grade school. Zergy, though, back to spawn together. Able to find the angle on Mirage on the side. Mikhail back into the fight. Drops the wall. Swap back up in 8 seconds. Now, just looking for damage onto the Mirage. Taking to the rooftop. 300 HP. As Together continues laying in damage on the side of the Mirage. It's actually incredible positioning from Together here. Lasso towards the end. Paravision holding Buff and Joyers off. Getting the better of the trades here, Dan. Only Obikim left remaining.
Yeah, still not a massive soul disparity, so there's nothing to threat too heavily, but it is starting to trend pretty poorly for Buff and Joyers. As we've talked about, you know, their comp definitely scales quite nicely into the late game, but I think we've also seen a lot of the value that Ivy has brought to a lot of these fights, whether it be sort of the control of space with the kazoo bombs, or you know, that also helps in the mid boss situations. But equally, I think, and maybe more importantly, is these urns. These urns actually have been, I don't know what percentage of urns Paravision have gotten, but I think it's like almost all of them, and that does add up.
It adds up, and you're just at the point too where the idea of getting stat checked becomes more and more of a thing. And of course, this is the we saw the most being done by Aegis Aurora in the past, just going for quick urn turn-ins on Ivy. This one going to be relatively uncontested. Maybe you get Demov in the area, but wait. Mikhail's there. Is the swap going to hit in time? Does not connect. I don't think the swap was tried. It was just a carbine. Instead, Mikhail gets focused down for going for the attempt. Taken on down. Frozen Shelter not in time to save. And Buff and Joyers are bleeding right now, Dan.
Yeah, they're being chased down after trying to get that forward position to punish the urn. They're getting chased, and oof, very scary presence right now for Paravision. And your most farm player is actually Together on the Mirage at the moment. In fact, like, Saf isn't too far behind on the Abrams, which is not a good sign if you're Buff and Joyous.
Also, I want to say something about the economy situation. It's good to clarify because people sometimes, you know, will go, it's like, oh, it's this player's fault. Listic getting focused early on was clearly an objective of Paravision. Like, it has little to do with like how Listic is on the Infernus to me as much as how much Paravision made the game plan here to give Infernus a tough time throughout the early and the mid game. And this has been the reward right now, Dan, as you get later on in the game. You don't have, you have a carry hero that's struggling. But also, you look at items being bought right now. Crippling Headshot in for Together, one of the bigger boosts you can get, just team-wide damage from the Mirage.
Yeah, and it also feels like the Abrams over Mo, like Mo, perhaps they feel like you have to convert with a lot of aggression, whereas with the Abrams, it seems like they didn't necessarily feel that as much, and they're more focused on the economy and the macro, and having the Ivy there instead as well, like it also allows them to be doing better in those metrics. So better balance, it seems like, at least in both playstyle and how the comp is being played from Paravision. That's allowed them to gain this advantage, 20k soul advantage. Next fight really needs to go here for Buff Enjoyers.
Buff Enjoyers a little bit spread out. Paravision mostly all together. Just Saf outgetting farmed. It's so funny because I think Jake mentioned in the intro, was like, yeah, I know in your head, maybe let the Abrams have some farm time in the jungle, and Saf is getting some of that alone time right now, Dan.
Okay, well, I mean, the alone time is about to come to an end, I think. I mean, there's a huge congregation forming in the middle of the map. The Buff Enjoyers is staying tight in a tight formation. And the Paravision is starting to move forward. I mean, you got to respect the mid-boss attempt here and the pickoffs.
This is going to be real up close and personal from the looks of it. The fight taking place multiple levels. Concussive Combustion in from Listic early. And they're able to find Tass. Tass immediately picked off Prestus a little bit late to the fight. Dropping the goo ball close quarters, usually where you like to do a goo ball, but you just see Obakim warp stone out of there over the top. Sharik was able to get on the Litz. 2 clean pickoffs right now for Buff Enjoyers. Everyone still at relatively good HP. Paravision and hot retreat. Zergy dropping the cards. Forcing out the Veil now, looking for Prestus. Prestus low, card after card, goodbye. Buff Enjoyers, a big swing in their favor here, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely what they needed. And the problem is that for Paravision, they've got nothing to do anything about this mid-boss now. It's going to be a free pickup of the Rejuve going in here for Buff Enjoyers. And well, there are currently 2 walkers on the map, one for either team. And I'm going to make a prediction, ZP. I think Paravision's walkers are going to die.
Look at Saf, Dan. Surely the madman doesn't do it twice in one game.
It's
coming on down, unstoppable, in, swing, miss. Does not get in or parried, one of the two. It's rather chaotic, but you respect the attempt, and dear God, if Saf somehow gets out alive, that would be a miracle in and of itself, but I'm not sure that miracle is happening. It's more so die around the pillar, Dan.
Yeah, that was asking a lot. I mean, so the interesting thing there is, like, you always want to calculate, like, the risk reward, and the risk reward actually wasn't too insane because, okay, obviously the times you're going to actually make that play work is pretty minimal, but you're also not giving up a lot to do so. Are they going to lose this walker like one way or the other? So, and the souls you're losing isn't insane either. So I actually don't hate this one. So, the Zergy one with the Infernus in like a previous match was less favorite for me.
All right, Jake, we're in a pause, which is the ideal time to get a little bit of extra insight. We just saw Saf try and go to the well again. Came closer than you would have expected, but your thoughts real quick as we wait for the unpause.
I think that's a huge fight for Buff Enjoyers. It kind of like mitigates that first mid-boss that probably should have been cleaner for them. They should have probably been able to get that rejuve. This time they're getting it. They're getting the team fight wipe, and this is pretty much a dead even game. I think it still shows how you got to be careful on Paravision, right? Like, there's huge pick potential from this Buff Enjoyers squad. I mean, the fight that precipitates that mid-boss is just a couple pickoffs turning into a huge snowball with Buff Enjoyers having really fantastic chase down potential. This urn could be an opportunity for a little bit of flashpoint confrontation since the lanes aren't very good for Buff Enjoyers. It's a little bit greater to do this urn, but maybe the rejuve is just too much of a threat for Paravision to contest.
Personally, I look at this, Dan. I probably would not go in under these circumstances. I think you maybe let this urn go, and they do just that. But as a result, it's now evened right back up 185k to 184k. Also, importantly, on that, helps get Listic back into the game a bit. Still not as high as Zergy, but as the Infernus gets up in the game, as the game goes longer, you just start feeling better and better. So Buff Enjoyers, they've bought themselves some very crucial time for how they scale.
Speaking of buying time. I wonder if we could look at the items that have been purchased and see kind of where both sides are at the moment in some of those, whether we've hit some new power spikes. Hey, it always works when you request the ZP, but it doesn't seem to work.
You just have to do the fawns from Happy Days. You gotta like hit your desk in the right way or otherwise, and say A at the very end. But here, production, make me look good here. Can we get a quick item check and see just what the item situation is looking like? Oh, come on. There we go.
Absolutely bastards.
Well, you take a look, and clearly Buff Enjoyers right back in it on a spending spree, crippling headshot of their own, and Listic may be getting focused, but won't be going down easy with the addition of Colossus. Although, that's a very late burst fire for Play With Me, itemization-wise. Like, usually Play With Me would get burst fire quite a bit earlier, but slightly different tact in terms of what's been taken first.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting. How far do you go in here? Because all the Paravisions players are up. They're basically even on itemization, so you're going to be really cautious here. You're going to be going through choke points to do what? You're not going to be taking down the shrines without losing players here. So wisely falling back, and again, as we always say, you fall back onto the jungle. You fall back onto an urn if it's available, but no urn, so just jungle for now. And the respect again for Paravision has to be given slightly, because you can always set up. With all of the map control that you have, you can set up ganks. So you don't want to go out too far away from the base at this point. So definitely not a fun position to be in for Paravision. And ZP, we had the Paravision ahead for quite a while in this game after being behind a little bit. So again, a lot of back and forth in these games today.
It's back and forth, but I think it's problematic for Paravision given how this one could end, right? We kind of identified that the Buff Enjoyers have a better scaling late game. I mean, we focus a lot on the Infernus and the Wraith, but as Jake mentions too, heroes like Geist are absolute monsters when you start getting into the 40k, 50k soul range, right? So the window that Paravision has had may be on the verge of closing. Obviously, one good pick here and there can change the tale, but I definitely think right now it is much harder for Paravision to win this one out than Buff Enjoyers. I think Buff Enjoyers has a much clearer road.
Well, I don't know if you saw, but Play With Me just announced the mid-boss timing to the all chat, so that was cool.
Hey, I mean...
8540, he said.
let the other team that they know that you know. Mystic. A little bit of rooftop action here. Both teams trading out a bit of poke. Although somehow that does not end up as a full team fight.
Just a few licks here and there from Listic. And
also, we're being told it might have been team chat. We're just privileged as observers.
I love that.
But I like the idea of just telling the other team the type 2 is like, hey, just so we're clear,
Yeah, see you out in the playground at after school.
See you out in the sleep dagger as telekinesis comes out, and Play With Me actually does not want to stick the engage. Full rotations though coming around. That was the opening salvo. See how this one develops. A lasso just stealing Wraith away. Dealt with an immediate teleport. Poke damage on both sides. Saf at half HP. A little bit of extended engage in the disengaged frozen shelter. Dropped. Healing Buff Enjoyers back up. Blitz cannot get away. They get one clean pick. Oh no, Saf under fire too. Saf already down to about 30% HP. We look at Zergy right now dancing around the outsides, able to hit the right balance between doing damage and not dying with about under a third himself.
And it's kind of interesting to look at the lane control too. Lane 1 and 3 pushed up for Paravision and 2 and 4 for Buff Enjoyers. So yeah, just generally a lot of parity, but the issue is that Litz is dead, so this is prime territory for this mid boss. And the thing is, DP, is that it's so close right now. I don't know, Paravision, are they going to commit fully into this? It looks like they're looking to do so.
With EU at stake, Paravision looking to contest mid-boss here and now. The defense of Europe on the line. Play With Me. Bullet Dance. Telekinesis in response. Dashing and diving to the other side. Bullet Dance canceled. Hit with the swap by Mikhail. Mikhail looked to Play With Me down. Gets it, but Zergy falls at the same time. 3 down for Paravision. 1 down for Buff Enjoyers. Buff Enjoyers relatively healthy, though. Paravision way weaker. Saf about to hit the floor. And Buff Enjoyers might have just done it, Dan. At the very least, enough to get mid-boss. I don't think they push to end here, but another Rejuvenator goes a long way to that goal.
Yeah, it's such a hard call there because because they were a player down, and Buff and Joyers are in such a strong spot to like take mid boss or to bait it, which is obviously what they did. And by baiting it, they can get like a really good fight by just like coming out at the right time. And so it's very hard, the math there for Paravision. Do you commit to it, or do you just like let them have the rejuve? Because I don't think they would have gotten a lot of money off of the rejuve. So either way, here comes the push into the base here. This could be the final moments of this game potentially, because Paravision still 4 players down and out.
They want Stagger right now onto Mirage, but the airdrop saves together. Litzma, the only other person up here, saves together. They go into the fountain, and no, he can't save himself. Litz dying mid-fountain, so you still get the stagger that Buff and Joyers was looking for here. They can taste it right now, Dan. Championship of EU on the line once more as Paravision desperately holds on to defend. First stage patron gone. And now for Buff and Joyers, you know you still got about half a minute with Litz being out of it. Do you stay or do you go? Is the absolute question they have to ask themselves. And Dan right now it's looking for stay. Swap comes on in, answered by Cube. Are they gonna get away? There's another pick here for Buff and Joyers.
Yeah, this is looking very scary indeed at the moment. We'll have to see if there's any defense to be had. Paravision trying to do everything that they can, but now Zergi's rejoined the fight, and that is going to spell absolute doom, I think. Trying to escape through the door, Saf is going to make his way out of there, but sadly, his teammates are going to be fully exposed here, and this patron is about to be fully exposed as well. I don't think there's anything they can do to stop it at this point. Play with me trying to poke and prod, but actually, at the same time, Buff and Joy is still not in the pit, actually deciding to disengage, despite still having a man advantage due to the fact that they've been effectively staggering Paravision.
They want to swap. They're being opportunistic right now. They're giving the Kale chance to find a swap. They're setting up for a patron push. Here we go, they'll play with me. Dropping the bullet dance. Patron now under assault. Buff and Joyers trying to grab the championship once more, but it's play with me. Burns down Zergi. Saf with the charge on the Overkim, and Buff and Joyers getting rejected out of the pit.
Yeah, and there might be more kills to follow here. The chase is on at the moment. How many players can make it out of live? That's really the question. However, obviously, they've got the rejuve buff still up, so the respawn is going to be fast. So Paravision can't convert too much off of it, but they'll definitely take the souls as a bounty for those kills, and everything will be cleaned up. But, I mean, Paravision well and truly on the defense here. And if we look at the situation right before the mid-boss fight, ZP, I think it was roughly like a 5k soul advantage. It wasn't very much for Buff and Joyers, and it's now extended to about just less than 20.
You look at the end game buying here. You see this in any game, whether it be pub or pro, where you get to the late game and people stop focusing on offense. They focus on getting better bullet armor, getting better spirit armor, because the offensive power is off the charts. It's just about living a little bit longer so you can keep contributing to the fight. that is why you look at the the side here. It's just like, well, there's a lot of armor being bought, but especially by Buff and Joyers with the lead they've put up.
Well, with how games have gone so far today, ZP, I feel like we can't count Paravision out just yet. I do think that what you're talking about with regards to the scaling, and in particular, Zergi on the Wraith. The fact that they have Zergi on the Wraith is very, very scary. And that feels like it could really make the difference, because you need those key ultimates from Play With Me. I feel like to maybe mitigate or at least equalize that in these big team fights, at least create a situation where there can be an advantage at some point for Paravision.
Also, Jason alerted us here as we were talking about items too. Play With Me in the midst of that, getting a late game ricochet, so even more late game haze coming online. Earn not gonna be contested, so Buff and Joy are still working with a reasonable edge, but now we kind of test some of the late game wisdom here, where on paper, if you look at the teams, and in fact, I don't know if a fight is going to happen right just yet, so I think we have time to pull in Jake. Jake, on paper between these two teams, who do you want at 50k souls between Buff and Joyers and Paravision?
I feel like a couple heroes are going to fall off pretty notably for Paravision, especially Abrams. I think this is like the late game full 6-stack team fight. It's just so hard to get like an isolated pin target down. And I think Hayes, I'm also a little bit worried for Hayes at just the ability to kite, right? With all the warp stones are going to be online, the ability to get out of the ultimate. It feels like if you aren't getting like that big ultimate setup with something like Abrams and Hayes, I think the fight's going to go against you. And honestly, I think for someone like Infernus, I'd love to see potentially even like a leech or inhibitor, just more of these like long team fight spells, because D-Mob is doing a great job holding on the front line. He's so difficult to kill. He's not dying in almost any of these team fights. Even once his team loses, he's getting out and being a menace. So just the challenge is going to be for Paravision to actually kill and punish these frontliners without getting caught and overextended into a fight that you can't win.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more.
Curse,
I think
huge pickup for Dimov.
yeah, the late game inhibitor, where especially if you already have things like Ricochet and otherwise, these are things where it's not flashy, but they really impact the flow of fights. But Dan, as I say that, oh my goodness, Mikhail's going for the swap instead, gets lassoed, but Frozen Shelter down in turn. This is gonna be enough to take down Taz. Taz now under fire. The team fight that could decide it all, just taking place out of nowhere. Seismic Slam done. Saf going for the charge, gets double jumped over. The quick little leap over the top. Now causing the shift from Abrams. The old 2-on-1, Saf in danger, getting drained right away, but is able perhaps to get out on a knife's edge. Saf somehow still alive. What a ridiculous turn that no one died yet, Dan.
I can't believe Saf survived that. That's ridiculous. That's actually so ridiculous. And to think as well, like, if Saf dies, do they try to like just snowball off of that? But I mean, I guess this would have been the result regardless. Going back for the mid boss, and again, Paravision are in a difficult spot here. They're going to engage, and everyone's leaving the mid boss area as the Rejuve comes out. Someone's going to obviously punch that one on, and it's going to be Buff Enjoy's player. Oh, it's so close.
It's Mikhail. Yeah, Mikhail's able to grab it. Frozen Shelter down right after. Paravision down Litz. Buff Enjoyers down Sharik. The front line arguably maybe better for Paravision, but Tass focused down on the back. Saf and Prestis both low. Buff Enjoyers trying to put this one away. Still though, fight in progress. Play with me, a threat, an absolute menace on the back line. Regenning HP as just pummels into Mikhail at the same time. Still though, Buff Enjoyers up one right now with Rejuvenator. Respawn's gonna be coming in sooner rather than later. Mikhail diving in, finds the Mirage. Sharik about to be back into play. Play with me, under the gun. I'm not able to do enough damage to deal with this Paradox. Gets shot by the Carbine, and Dan, we might be on the verge of a new champion here in Europe.
Yeah, and it really does seem to play out just as Jake said that it would in terms of these team fights, whether Hayes is falling off, whether Abrams is falling off. You just can't quite get the damage. You can't get. Everyone's so tanky at this point. And here it is. The weekend patron is going to be taken out, and Buff Enjoyers, after a very difficult first map, and honestly, I don't think any map that wasn't difficult today, they are going to claim the title. Congratulations to Buff Enjoyers.
Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Buff Enjoyers, they had a rough few weeks. In fact, a full week of being absent from DFN after a good December. They retool, they kick Seven out of the group. That's right, Seven just was exiled. Who knows when he'll be back, but he wasn't here today. And Buff Enjoyers reaping the rewards. You know, I bring that up here, Jake, because of course we talked a lot about what things Buff Enjoyers could do better, what we could expect from them in the future. And the last time we saw them play, you were adamant of get rid of the Seven, like drop Seven. Well, Seven was dropped, and now they are the champions once more.
Yeah, I think that's a huge part of it, honestly. I mean, maybe it's just a case of like winning too many scrims, honestly, for Buff Enjoyers. Maybe they're just too dominant in scrims. They're winning with Seven. They feel like, hey, this hero's great. It's a tournament. But then, teams that have prepped for them, teams that see it coming are punishing them. But I think Zergy today showed that he's way beyond just a one trick playing Seven. Like, he looked great on the Infernus, on the Wraith today. Had a much stronger performance on heroes that are, honestly, I think just to let him get into the game a little bit faster, while still being that kind of reliable late game presence. I feel like for me though, today, I want to highlight Dimov. I feel Dimov really impressed me on the Geist. I feel like he's historically has played a lot of Abrams, a lot of more of the like stun focused frontliners. But the Geist today was immaculate, being like a little bit more of a heavier carry role, a little bit more responsibility, and yet he handled that super well, being honestly like this tower defense in a lot of these earlier, especially these first 3 games of the day. It was like Dimov just parked in front of towers, holding them down, denying aggression. Even when the game's against him, he's able to stay alive really well. I gotta compliment Play With Me though, right, for being like basically the only person who's picking Hayes and making it look very viable. Like, I don't think you can really blame Play With Me at all. Even the pick is like, honestly, it's kind of making it work on the Hayes.
Yeah, very much so. Sorry, go ahead, Dan. But yeah, I mean, I'll just say real quick that Hayes, not for most people, still with Play With Me, doesn't really matter what the meta might be.
Yeah, and I think if we can see this map here playing with the highlights, and we see Taz on the Bebop, I think that's like another notable shout out for me. I wonder if we're going to see a lot more Bebop because Bebop had value at every like stage of the game. Obviously, Bebop has a higher skill ceiling. You have to have like a very good sense as to like what angles to take the hooks, how to get that value from the Bebop. But we saw how insane it was even in the late game. If not for the Bebop hooks that came through, it would have been a lost. This would have been a 2-0 in favor of Buff Enjoyers. So that's something that I'm hoping that we get to see more of. And just it's props for Taz for that Bebop performance too.
I think what can't be undersaid, though, is the fact that for Buff Enjoyers, they have sort of been the raid boss of Europe, right? Where Europe is competitive, that you don't win everything all the time, as evidenced by Buff Enjoyers dropping out of DFN for a time and, having some troubled results. And yet, you look at Maelstrom Masters in the lead up to this, Buff Enjoyers ran the table and looked super dominant. Were they as dominant here today versus Paravision, where Paravision was able to take a map? Not quite. Paravision made adjustments from Maelstrom Masters just a day ago, but I think the overall storyline that you get here for Buff Enjoyers is that they are a resilient team. They're not a team that gets on top and then suffers a setback and then implodes a little bit after, Jake. As you think back to some of the early days in games like Overwatch, you saw that a lot, where a team would be on top and then suddenly start losing, and then here today, gone tomorrow. But Buff Enjoyers, they have a resiliency that usually bodes well as you're trying to make a name for yourself in the early ecosystem of the game.
Yeah, I think the EU region is just super competitive right now. I mean, this is probably the closest Deadlock Fight Night we've had to date. I think it's fair to say, like, every single map of the entire tournament was close. Every single map could have gone either way. There was no like super one-sided stomps. And I think Europe in general has really built a lot of strong competitive teams going up against each other, innovating the meta, pushing each other to continue to improve. I felt the holiday play in particular today was really impressive. Some like lower farm emphasis role for the holiday, playing really around the lasso, around the pick-off potential. But I mean, people making that look like it's a targeted spell. It's a skill shot, but they're just landing those lassos time and time again, showing that I think Holiday is going to be a hero we'll see a lot more of. Maybe even in NA, really playing to that aggressive fighting playstyle that the NA players seem to really emphasize.
Well, Dan, that's going to bring us to our Intel Player of the Match. It is a tough one. There's a lot of discussion back and forth on who it should be. But in this case, we had to give it to D-Mov, just a rock on the Geist all day long. Dan, what did we see?
Yeah, I think Jake sums it up nicely earlier too. Just like the stability. I think if I'm thinking of one word, it's just stability. Really good, a solid pick that I was able to deal with so many different situations. We had actually a lot of like I think we might see some of them in these highlights, but just like some really sick like situations where on the in-fight decision making, the juking, like using the new heal to get away and get more value out of these spots when it really looked like people had caught Demov dead to rights. And Geist is like so impactful throughout the match, and so to have someone that can reliably pick it, especially because Geist is a hero that it's not necessarily like something that everyone is pining to have. So you're often going to have it available, and I think that's like the key. If you have players that can play those characters to a very high level, you're going to have a more consistent game ultimately. And Geist does fill enough roles as well that it's just very useful and reliable to have a Geist player of this skill.
I felt time and time again D-Mob was able to like turn these fights that just look so bad for him. Like it looks like, he's not really getting like the high resource role. Like that's more going to be Zergy, getting a lot of space to farm, even Sharik when he's on the Warden. In the end, the Geist has to, be the frontliner, has to show presence and pressure waves and, show on the map, which puts you at risk, makes you a big target for ganks, for jumps. And I think the fact that D-Mob was able to have such low deaths throughout the entire best of 3, able to have, for me, a really consistent performance, whether he's behind, he's stable, he's not feeding, he's like protecting objectives. If he's ahead, he's pushing the tempo, he's putting himself out there. And I think that ability to really read the game and to like adapt his playstyle based on what's needed from him in the moment, not to be one-dimensional in any way. I think that's what impressed me about D-Mob today, especially for a player that I've seen play so much Geist before, right? Like for me, it's seen more the Abrams. That's what I think about him, like more of these like stun-focused team setup heroes. D-Mob showing that he can be in a little bit more of a high impact role, a little bit more of a carry damage dealing role, and be that impact player that Buff Enjoyers need sometimes in these mid games.
Oh, yours muted, ZP.
I'm muted. What
How's
in the world?
Feel now?
No, that can't happen to me. That doesn't happen to me. In this case, it did happen to me. But I will say, I think the thing that's really notable about players like D-Mov, and in this case, Sharik, right, is that you sort of see how important it is for your frontliners to set the tempo of a Deadlock game, even with Buff and Joy is not running their typical 3 frontliners, right? Listic now on DPS duty. D-Mauve just not only keeping soul levels at a high level, staying alive in fights where, frankly, an average Geist would have just fallen immediately. It just creates so much space and so much attention that it lets everyone else on the team, players like Zergy, really capitalize and take advantage. And, you know, as Deadlock develops, I think one of the cooler things to see is just how people really slot into specific hero roles, and, you know, seeing how people have really evolved frontlining as a role has been awesome. But gentlemen, we are heading soon to our break between regions. Final thoughts, Dan, you first.
Europe just keeps getting better. It was already awesome, and it's just getting more awesome. So, like Jake said, the most back and forth day. And I mean, hey, I feel like NA is trending that direction. So stay tuned to ensure that you don't miss that, because that's a really important storyline. We've got Llama Laws, we've got the bottom barrels. Like, we're actually getting consistent teams. So NA, the storylines are really developing, and it's also really exciting.
Yeah, I just want to say, how the hell did Obicam have 70,000 healing on Kelvin in the last game? That is one of the craziest stats I've ever seen in Deadlock. So, you know, props to him on the Kelvin. I see why he gets all those respect bans.
All right, well, we're only halfway through our day. EU might be in the back window, but NA, of course, is proven to be entertaining week after week as we pursue the storyline of who possibly can take down Hydra Nation. This is Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to the locked-in recap of the Deadlock Fight Night number 10 North America. We have a repeat of the Deadlock Fight Night number 6, where Llama Lords were able to take a map against Hydra Nation. Now the question was, could they finally take down the long-standing champions of Hydra Nation and that $1,000 prize pool? Let's find out. It's not very often we see a Dynamo, but when McGinnis is banned away, Naked has to remind us that he isn't a one-trick pony. We got to see some great rotations early game out of Llama Lords as they try to counter any early aggression. Lord pulls off a good catch, but Leffa isn't someone to mess with.
Rather this gank attempt, which is nice. Young Kak actually will get some assistance coming in from the Dynamo, and in comes a bird as well, so you've got to be really cautious on lane 4 right now as Lord and M is trying to finish off the Viscus, and Viscus goes down. Another one on the ground, but this time it's going to be Young Kak. The parry's coming in left and right. Leffa, slice and dice straight through. That's a killing blow, just in time.
Flick tries to go for a turn-in on the urn they stole away from the Llamas, but Young Calc teleports in and stops at the last second, allowing them to steal it, get 3 kills, and take their lead from 3k to 10.
Goes over. Urn is not turned in yet. Calc has stopped the turn-in, but is it a wise idea? Still, it's in contest. They were going for the quick snatch and grab off of Naked. Now uses Goop Ball, saying, please try and pick up this urn at your peril. Calc, though, fighting tooth and nail. The revenge comes on in. Cube over the urn, still hasn't picked up. The urn is still loose this entire time. Naked comes on in, and Llama Lords might be getting the turn-in after all here, Dan, and they do.
With getting 4 kills across the map, the Llamas rush into mid-boss to start it. The Hydras come out to contest and manage to come out with a kill lead in the fight.
Worst idea if you think he's going to get away, but the fall through is there. The stake comes on in. Where's the finish? And it comes in from Lord NM. No assassinate, but now you're up 3 as Calc finds Vegas on the back end.
Yeah, this is looking like a great spot right now for Llama Lords. In comes the killing blow to Risky, and in fact,
look,
they're gonna go for the kill CP. Llama Lords are different.
Yeah, I was gonna say, rather than a steal, you just see it running away. The urn's running away though. They could have had mid boss. This is interesting. Maybe they thought they had the kill on DMB. I think they could have forced it, but instead they want to brawl. Instead, though, PayPal down, Hydration into the thick of things, drops last stand right out of the range of Singularity, but still eating damage across the board. The Singularity still too good from Naked at setting the tone. Llama Lords, though, down 2. Hydra Nation down 2. HP-wise, Hydra Nation taking it away to an extent, 3-on-3. Even on both ends, Lord NM goes down.
Even with those kills, however, Llama Lords do pick up the rejuve. The Lords prance forward and get a good fight on Hydra Nation, lengthening their lead with 4 kills.
After defending against Hydra Nation, who are picking the fight outside of the mid boss, and right now it starts off pretty well. The Viscus going down for Hydra Nation. Quig desperately weak. Leffa also really low. All of this util coming in from Llama Lords doing its job. In from the top.
Realizing there's no way they could defend after losing 2 people, Left and Quig push down 2 walkers and grab a shine, while Llama Lords take their base and the game.
Hydronation, they kept Leffer and they kept Quig up on lane 1. They took down the lane 1 Walker, they took down lane 2 Walker, they're going for base Guardians, and just allowing their teammates to get absolutely wrecked right now in the base. They're just trying to trade. They're actually trying to take down the Shrine, I think, in Llama Lord's base right now. Holiday has to go back, pay pass to go back to defend it. What are they doing? But the problem is, CP, they're going to absolutely lose their patron, Hydronation, in their base. And so they are very much behind. Quick goes down towards Llama Lord's base. Letha surely is not long for this world also. And this might open up just a finish of the game, potentially.
You have the Singularity coming in from Naked. Didn't see really who it caught, but Young Calc with another 2. I think it was off the Singularity. Llama Lords, could this be it? They're hitting the Patron, they're hitting it hard. 3 still down for Hydronation. That Patron is melting under the pressure. Llama Lords wounding Hydronation here, Dan. Just a little bit to go. Quig, Frozen Shelter. Surely they can't hold on. The Patron's still getting pummeled. Vegas is down 20% and gone. Llama Lords striking first in our NA money match.
Llama Lords are 1 more win away from being the first team to dethrone Hydronation. Though looking at their comp with double support and the fact that Young Calc is on Kelvin, there was a lot of doubts if they could do it. Continuing from game 1, Llama Lords do a great job of rotating around the map as Young Calc comes in, saving Arkram.
That bait didn't expect Naked coming in. Meanwhile, the Lefa, Shadow Transformation. Who's on the docket? Going in for the Mirage. Tornado used. Kelvin dropping the shelter, saying, not today.
Hydronation doesn't seem to be too bothered by the Llamas trying to run the urn, as they're pushing on 3 lanes at once. Not only do they pick up 3 kills, they also get the urn themselves as well.
Yeah, and the problem is now, it is a dangerous game because all the time you're holding the urn, you're not really farming, so it's definitely hurting your souls. And at this point in time, in fact, in a lot of trouble is Naked because he's gonna maybe lose the urn, lose the Walker, and his life on lane 4 is in a lot of trouble at the moment.
Being successful in grabbing kills on caught-out players of Llama Lords and allowing Hydration to continue to farm up on his Shiv allows Hydronation to get a 20k lead 14 minutes in.
Dan, still looking healthy enough. Brings out the fist. Damage coming in from all angles. And PayPal still goes down. Quig is still standing despite the investment.
Oh no, that's so unfortunate. Oh wow, okay, Llama Lords not coming out very well at the end of that one. And it's Naked as well. There goes the knife.
After Leftfoot gets a little too greedy diving into the fountain, Llama Lords somehow hold on and keep their hopes alive.
It's just insta-dead once again, so no Singularity. Combo kill onto Arkram. Everything's falling apart here, and okay, maybe this is just it. This is just it, I think, CP, because fine. I mean, 2 players that might work out.
No, it's not it yet. Well, this is interesting, Dan. Llama Lords get out of the danger, and I'm not entirely sure the circumstances if Lefa got dragged in or what, but Lefa died to the fountain.
Llama Lords make the desperate move to try and catch someone, but it doesn't work out, and Hydronation push it to a 3rd game.
3 Walker right now, and okay, Holiday's going to go down pretty much instantaneously. You've got the Frozen Orc up here for Kelvin trying to do the damage as possible, but it's just so tanky. The Singularity connected, but it just didn't have a follow-up in damage, and it's going to be all Hydronation all day, it looks like.
Stop the squeeze that's about to be coming on in here. So, Patron down to 50%. Should be an easy finish. They are focusing a little bit more on heroes. Hydration gets Hurricane. Hydronation playing it safe, but with 2 killing blows by Hydration, the Patron again burned on down. Lord and M not enough, and we got ourselves a map 3.
I think Llama Lords learned their lesson from the last match and went back to a normal comp, but we see Hydronation sneak in Holiday for Vegas. The first 10 minutes consisted of Young Calc being punished and set behind on Abrams, as well as a repeat of strat from Hydronation, with Hydration being allowed to farm up on Shiv. We end up getting a 2-front fight at the 10-minute mark that ends with 4 kills and a walker for the Hydras.
Underneath the pit right now is where his Abrams is at in terms of gameplay flow right now. As Flick finds PayPal in the subway, it's just escalating, Dan.
It is. Hydronation looking like they are coming into full confidence, full form. And wow, there goes a Flying Mirage. And all right, so Vegas is going to go down as his Flick. So nice couple kills picked up here by Llama Lords on the aggression. This is definitely one way to start bringing yourself back into it.
On the verge of letting the game slip away with a 12k deficit, Lord and M leads the charge to help him stay in the game with 3 kills.
Gets chunked and turn is okay. Lord and M comes off the flank, punishes Vegas for the attempt, and Llama Lords, if they can do that consistently over the next 5-10 minutes, there's a shot, but They have to play so perfectly, Dan.
Yeah, and Lord and M like showing that his pocket play is actually quite good, keeping them in it at the moment. Oh, nice double coming through as well. 3 players down for Hydra Nation fairly quickly.
Continuing to be the masters of opportunity, Hydra Nation force the mid boss, and then 3 kills while the Llamas get an earn turn in.
All right, well, there's the lasso, and Young Calc is going to charge off the back of that. There's the wall to try to protect it. Indeed, Hydra Nation pick up the rejuve buff. In comes Lord and M with the affliction. It's going to miss absolutely everybody. So that's unfortunate. And Llama Lords, they might just be donating a bunch of kills here. They're spread out in this very dynamic fight around the mid boss, and you can see Hydration just doing the rounds, cleaning them up.
After getting a catch on Young Calc, Vegas goes flying into the base to open up the shrines, and 4 kills total.
Earn though, in possession of Llama Lords. Calc rolling in, immediately gets walled out. Just put himself into his own death chamber. Courtesy of Quig. McGinnis of the hour. Here come the barrels. Vegas, no chill. He's got explosives for all. Gets PayPal. Now, looking for Viscous. Under fire, though. Again, a little bit deep. Still, though, the trade, pretty nice for Hydra Nation. As the earn, they could go for the earn, or they could just go shrines.
Yep, there's a lot of choices. They can pretty much do whatever they want.
Even though down 20k, Llama Lords are still able to duke it out with Hydra Nation as it turns into an all-out slugfest at mid.
And swap. McGinnis is the target. Quig getting melted down. Nice setup gank from Llama Lords, but can they get away without giving up anything in turn? It's actually looking pretty decent right now. Only PayPal is low. Rocane returning fire. Decent angle onto the right, just cutting it up from afar. DMB down. Excellent angle from Rocane there, Dan. And Hydra Nation getting caught out just a bit.
Yeah, one word, positioning. The positioning, incredible from Llama Lords. And right there, Hydra Nation pushing themselves for a choke point, not really knowing how to engage. Okay, so Calc in trouble. Calc is going to get melted. And where's the support? It's not there just in time. But is there anyone that's able to respond to this? Because that's 2 trades going back into Hydra Nation's favor. You want to try to come away cleanly from this. But unfortunately for Llama Lords, it doesn't seem like that's the case. They are still 21k souls behind. But in comes Lord and M. Can he finish off Hydra?
Even fight.
Oh, Spanner in from up high, and that's going to finish him off, but there's more to be done here. Leper, can he also take down Leper, who is basically back to full HP because of the Spirit Leech?
Leper looks like he's dying, but he's not actually dying, you know. Call the ambulance, not for me. Takes down Arkra. You look at the numbers, you go, surely this is a bad idea. No. Lepa has come online, burning it all down, does not care. Meanwhile, Spectral Barrage looking for Lord NM. Pockets mobility, not going to get him out of that one.
Feeling confident, and let's be honest, after winning 9 Deadlock Fight Nights in a row, why wouldn't they be? Hydra Nation force mid-boss and secure not only that, but their 10th win in a row.
Setups to steal Rejuvenator. Can you do it one more time? Pummel punches in, but no, it's Hydration securing the Rejuvenator. No steal this time. Can Llama Lords make something of the fight? Calc, Rocane down. Rocane will not be the one laying in the damage. Instead, 3 down. Lord M, Arkram still around. Hydra Nation, though, looking real healthy. Hydration on the hunt. Rocane giving some suppressing fire. Lefa looking pretty low. I'm not sure he's going to be able to lifesteal out of it if the chase down is here, but chase down might not even care about him. There's just too many pressing threats, and that pressing threat has one radical hairdo. It's Hydration in the middle of it. No killing blow required. Pure shotgun fury. Throwing the heavy melee. PayPal can't get away. And with that, Hydra Nation Den might have just given themselves yet another $1,000. Deadlock Fight Night, North America coming to an end. The patron under assault. Llama Lords, only 2 left. Quig might be down. But here comes what should be the finish. Lefa making the ground nice and toasty. Patron melting on down. Llama Lords, you showed us some good looks. It was not enough. Hydra Nation, your champions once more.
That's going to wrap up DFN 10's NA recap. Make sure to check out the e-recap if you haven't, and also make sure to hit that sub button.
All right, folks, you've sat back. You've been treated to some refined Deadlock, some long gains, some titanic struggles, but it's time to get serious with some freedom, Deadlock, baby. It's time for North America, the region with one reigning champion that seems to pass an executive order every week to make sure they have multiple terms at the top of the standings. That's right. It's the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel, folks. I'm Miss Leslie, joined by Jason Kaplan, and I am just as privileged because I am not American. Great to be back here with you once more. Jason, it's Llama Lords and TF2 Boomers will fight for the chance to take on your incumbent, your non-stop lords here of the Deadlock Fight Night in NA, Hydra Nation.
It's 3 a.m. and you clearly have no damn chill. Like, goddamn, I'm just going all in at the
Hey,
start. Yeah,
it's 5:45 p.m. in the land of the free, bro. Don't hit me with no Europe time. Come on, this American just chilling in Italy.
I got nothing to say. What time is it over in Australia?
You're just crazy. I don't know. Ask someone who lives there, brother.
You sound like you're more American then, I'd say. But yeah, I mean, we're looking at A, right? And it is pretty much just one team every single week winning every single time. The question comes down to, can we finally see someone beat these boys? And honestly, with what we've seen the last weeks, I guess it is becoming more and more possible. Llama Lords was able to take a map off of them last week. And obviously with seeing Young Calc on Kelvin, had a couple of questions about them. Hopefully for them, they've refined when it comes to their picks. But TF2 Boomers, man, it's all about them. Can they potentially bounce back here and show us what they've got? I feel like they've been one of the teams that unfortunately have been lacking in North America.
Yep. Hydra Nation are very close to having to file taxes as an employee of the Deadlock Fight Night because they've been collecting consistent prize money. That's right. $1,000 is up for grabs in our money match each week for each region. As you can see there, Hydra Nation have won every single one of those matches. But I'm excited about this week, number 11, Jason, because it's been both TF2 Boomers and Llama Lords over the last couple of weeks that have made it to the final hurdle, that have given themselves the chance to take on Hydra Nation. They're going to throw down against each other again, and we're going to run it back once more. And in fairness, you know, Dan, I think, alluded to it at the end of the EU show. It does feel like these regions are getting a little bit closer. It feels like NA might be getting a little bit closer as these teams coalesce and players spend more time grinding alongside each other. Before though we get on to the rest of the show and bring in our analysts, do some housekeeping here. I want to point out, we talked about this last week. Jake's joined us here. We're going to cut to him in just a sec, but Deadlock Fight Night, we're proud to present, a new line of merch. That's right, one of the best ways you can support this broadcast and help us keep the lights on and to afford Jake every week, because that's just going to burn a hole in the pocket, I'm not gonna lie, is to get gooped. Available in t-shirt and sweatshirt variants. Getting gooped directly supports Deadlock Fight Night and helps us ensure we can keep paying players and Jake and put on this production for you. I gave up my salary and it's still not enough. It's crazy. We think it's funny. Hopefully you do too. So go ahead and buy a shirt that you'll have a hard time explaining to people at social gatherings. You'll be like that meme of the guy sat in the corner like, no, everyone in this room doesn't realize that this shirt is a meme of Deadlock Fight Night. And you're going to hope and you're going to wait for people to ask you what it is so you can tell them about the deep lore of Deadlock. Deadlockfightnight.com. Head over there and order them today. We have more coming as always, but for now, head over and check it out. With that said, let us move on with the show, and of course, welcome in Jake. Jake, we were treated to some fantastic Deadlock over in the EU region, but in NA, we're showcasing a lot of teams, a lot of players that you rub shoulders with on the regular.
Yeah, you know, I think NA has been growing a little bit in its competitiveness, but we've seen this before, right? It's not that Hydra Nation's never dropped a map. They've dropped a few here and there. So I feel that rumors of their downfall may have been greatly overstated until we actually see them being finished off in a best of three. I think winning a map is like, it's easily forgotten. When you look at that string of wins, right? That's what everyone remembers. They're coming out on top. They're cleaning up these series. They're winning at the end of the day. There have been some recent patches, so maybe those change-ups provide fodder for some of these competitors. Llama Lords has been that team to push Hydra Nation the most. Pocket been being played quite a bit in EU, which, you know, could be a good sign for Llama Lords. However, I do think it's going to be a challenge, right, to take down Hydra Nation. When it comes to the macro game, they've been untouchable in NA. They really look head and shoulders above the competition.
So I'm gonna throw you a question, Jake, here, because I've been looking at a lot of these regions, and when I look at North America, I look at Hydra Nation, and you're talking about their macro play. If you put them up against Buff and Joyers on 0 ping, realistically, who do you think is going to win in a best of 3 series in that?
To be honest, I would suspect that like the top teams in EU are probably pretty ahead of a team like Hydra Nation. And I don't think that's really a knock on Hydra Nation's players. I think it's kind of a knock on the rest of NA, because I think realistically for Hydra Nation, they can't really hit their cap as a team when they're just winning everything. Like, although you look so insanely dominant when you win everything, you think, oh, they're so insanely good. I think this is a team that, like, these players are really talented individually, mechanically. Somebody like Leffa maybe is like one of the strongest mechanical players in the world, regardless of region. Hydration has great flexibility, brings a ton of heroes and plays them all on a super high level. Like, I don't think this is a knock on the individual players. I just think the reality is NA needs to be more competitive. There need to be more of that constant pressure on the top teams for them to reach their peak potential. Even a team like Buff Enjoyers, right? They had to be defeated a few times. They had to like go back into the lab, bring out new strats, new heroes, bigger drafts, right? And then they come out and emerge so much stronger. That's the element of the formula that Hydration has been missing. As good as they've been, until they lose and are forced to improve and improve and improve, I'm not convinced they'll be at their peak yet.
They need more pressure on them.
That's exactly why I think they are starting to drop maps more often, is because they have no way to just realistically improve week from week, because they don't have a lot of competition to keep pushing them and for them to push others. And I think that's why we're seeing some teams start to draw blood.
Could also be the conversely, like the rest of the teams are getting better, right? I think this is kind of why I'm excited about this week, because both tier 2 Booms and Llama Lords, have looked pretty good in their challenger games before getting, a chance to go up against Hydra Nation. And they're going to forge each other into hopefully a team that can put a scratch on this Hydra Nation roster. And we're hoping that our scene gets a little bit deeper. Jason, we've been collecting a lot of stats here from our Deadlock Fight Night tournaments, and our global KPM leaderboard is something that we've been tracking pretty closely here. I know we showed it in the EU show, but we're going to run it back again because I'm sure there's a couple of things that we can take away from this. Maybe treating the top result as an outlier.
Yeah, so I know Jake and I talked about this a lot before the show kicked off. Kenny F, you're going to see here from Aegis Aurora. It's a little bit unfair to see him there because he has 4 matches played, and in 2 of those matches he went 35-10. And then the next match, I think he got like 4 kills, if I'm not mistaken, when I looked back at the numbers. So him, I'm kind of putting slightly as an outlier, but at the same time, him and Hardeki are the only 2 EU representatives when it comes to this leaderboard. And I think for Hardeki, that's a true testament to how damn good he's been as a player. The fact that he hasn't even been playing a ton lately, but he's still 6th place overall in the globe.
Yeah, I mean, this like Hydra Nation, I think that these stats also speak to just how powerful they have been relative to their opposition, right? That has allowed them to amass these kinds of stats. Obviously, Left was someone who we've always seen be a headliner in their matches and has had an outsized impact where applicable. If you head over to a stream, like you obviously see a lot of that Lash play, a lot of Wraith play, Haze as well, like just, generally looking to be a playmaker around the battlefield. Let's talk about these teams though a little bit closer. Last week it was Llama Lords that made it through melee creeps in that first matchup to take on Hydra Nation, and they managed to win a map. They won that first map in this series, and we were starting to think, hang on, it was a 23 minute win, and looked like this team had what it took to potentially push the Hydra Nation all the way. But unfortunately, those last couple of maps of the series, they fell off pretty drastically and couldn't replicate what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I think for Llama Lords, looking back at them in particular, I remember in match 2 we saw Young Calc playing Kelvin, and I talked to him actually after the games, and he was saying like he decided to not go for one of his comfort picks to allow a teammate to go for a comfort pick, which is why it's forced on a Kelvin in that situation. And obviously, Young Calc, to me, seeing how explosive he can be on someone like Abrams, how he can create a lot of space, and how he can be a playmaker for the team, a Kelvin isn't necessarily where you want to see him go here. And Jake, I think for Llama Lords, like we're starting to see for some other teams like Buff Enjoyers, they need to really expand their hero pool and become more comfortable on different heroes to have that flexibility when it comes to these drafts.
Yeah, and speaking of hero pool, one hero I'm particularly interested to see how NA treats is Shiv. I mean, Shiv went completely ignored in EU. The teams clearly don't value him, don't think he's good. And whereas in NA, I mean, I think he's probably been a little bit higher prio in NA over the last few weeks. But I mean, this was still shocking, right? We have seen EU draft the hero quite a lot as well. And so I'm curious to see if NA has the same read in that Shiv is like no longer good. I'm kind of surprised by that, frankly, that it was that extreme that it went untouched, through the whole draft.
Was there a big change though that heralded this? Because we know, for example, like Hydration is trying to play Shiv every possible opportunity. We see a lot of Hydra Nation games out here, hence the I guess the ubiquitousness of that. But is there a reason to see like the Shiv fall off?
I didn't see a Shiv patch note change other than I guess the spirit damage on towers, and in fairness, Hydra Nation Hydration has been playing a lot of the spirit Shiv, like going for escalating and playing that like poke your style, letting Leffa be more of like the initiating frontliner. But historically, I feel like, that power that Shiv can be built both gun and spirit, or even like a hybrid build, has been a strength from. That's like a lot of the best carry heroes like Wraith, have that kind of attribute. Even Yamato can be built that way, right? Flexibility, i.e. even after you pick the hero in the draft, you could still decide to be building more gun or more spirit focused based on what your team needs, even a little bit tankier. On top of that, those frontliners have seemed to come at a premium. Maybe Shiv just struggles against stuff like Holiday, like all the lockdown she brings. Viscous has been a super high prio pick as well, which has good matchups against Shiv.
So looking at the numbers, we've seen Shiv played 19 times in EU and 18 times in NA. But looking at Shiv last week with Hydration, we actually saw Leffa in the first match of the series against Llama Lords play Shiv, and then Hydration played Shiv the rest of the 2 matches. Now, I think Shiv for them, it's more about how they tried to play with him from what I was watching. Because in a lot of those games we saw Hydration playing Shiv, he was about, I'm gonna just sit in a lane, like I think it was lane 2 for the most part, and just kind of keep pushing, keep farming, and become this raid boss that Shiv can become when he gets slightly ahead. And anyone that tried to 1v1 him, he would be able to take down. Whereas Leffa, when we see him play Shiv, or any other hero, he's more about, as you said, Jake, being there for the initiations, being there for the team fights. And Hydration's more of a player on Shiv, just kind of, I'm gonna sit back and just farm up quite heavily.
And of course, as is tradition, before we jump into this game, we need ourselves a good old-fashioned Mo 1 versus 1, folks. So that one, of course, is on deck, and we'll be jumping to that one in just a second. Wait, I have something prepared for this, Jason. You ready? Let's get ready to rumble! It's your boy Deathy in the back of the map, and NKD trying to dive on him. That's your boy Naked, sorry. Man, why do you have to truncate your name like that? It's 5 letters to 3. That's not, I mean, you barely save any syllables at that. Okay, an attempt for Deathy here, tries to go for the parry, but NKD is going to be a problem now. Quite limber, quite lithe, quite svelte, keeping his distance now as Deathy is not able to hit that parry, but the sliver of health and your boy Naked takes it away. I saved the work today, guys, all right? You're welcome.
I've seen better.
Yeah, it's fine.
But you know what? While we do have Jake here, actually, can you, Jake, quickly talk about the importance, I think, of winning this 1v1 too? Because you get to basically ultimately have the choice of, do we get first pick, or do we get first ban, or do we get 2 picks later on?
Yeah, choosing whether to first pick or second pick, I think it kind of comes down to how high prio you think like the top heroes are. If you think there is like for instance in EU with Viscous getting super high prio, first pick every time it's unbanned, maybe if you think that way, that you want first pick, so you're just like forcing the other team to ban those ultra high prio heroes, and you're gonna snag whatever's up next. But second pick can be, really strong too. If there's a lot of high prio heroes that aren't clearly delineated, then I guess getting 2 of them is better than getting 1 of them. So to be honest, I mean, as fun as the 1v1 is, I don't think that the first and second pick has like an obvious edge to me. I think especially with these teams like having a big difference in their hero preferences and hero diversity, to be honest, I think that has a much bigger impact on your draft than whether you go first or second. Like the teams like Hydration that can play a lot more heroes and really bring out a wider pool, they're much harder to draft against regardless of your pick order.
All right, so we already have a Vindicta band here as well. This is interesting. Obviously, this is the kind of pick that like Arkram was trying to pick up on the Llama Lord side last week, but we saw, the airborne heroes all over the place in Fight Night number 10.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Vindicta bans, I think, when it came to NA, if I remember correctly as well. So really just not wanting to deal with her in general as a hero. I mean, we know how insanely strong she can be. What I'm really curious about is, like, will Llama Lords try to snag up a McGinnis for Naked? I don't know if they're going to go out of the way to do it right off the bat here, or if they're going to try to prioritize like Holiday or Calico, because we do have those obviously getting through as well.
They were playing tons of Dynamo as well. I think Naked was trying to pick the Dynamo. It's one of the few teams that is like really pushing that.
Well,
at the moment.
I think that was due to the McGinnis ban, if I'm not mistaken, because they banned McGinnis away from him. But I mean, the Dynamo did work out in one of the games, but then they ran the Dynamo Kelvin together in double support. Well, it ain't goats right now in Deadlock.
I mean, again, and that wall, we've seen
your lucky stars.
I mean, there are other games trending that direction, as they all tend to do, but that's a whole nother story. Calico here, the first pick, of course. It's funny, like she was proccing melee lifesteal with her dash for a while. That actually just got tuned down. So she was a real nightmare, like in early lane because of that. That's been sort of removed now, an unintended interaction, but she's still so powerful. And Jake, she's just ever present.
Yeah, I think her ability to get in, force a lot of attention on herself and then have that delay with the ultimate is just so valuable at this level of play, where your team can really get in and turn fights around when you just have a few seconds of that invulnerability. Holiday is going to be the response here too. But I was curious if they go with the Viscous as well here, which was ultra high prio in Europe. I think that getting that little buff to the turn rate is really nice on Viscous in those mid-game team fights, able to be just a little bit more consistent, stun locking opponents and helping finish them off. But we saw Holiday also be a huge performer when it comes to like finding picks with those, you know, lassos. If you connect the lasso, it feels like the follow-up is almost always going to be there to get the cleanup. And Holiday has great counter initiation too, with like, you know, all the disruption from the barrel bombs to the jump pad stun.
We saw a ton actually last week of Holiday being used with the barrels to like juggle people and to go for those kills. But I feel like we see the EU just alone. It's all about the lasso. So just like 1 week of play, the
they did nerf down the juggling. Yeah. It's not as egregious as it was
the
last
knockup
week.
time is reduced drastically, I think, crucially. And like there's some interactions with how it arms and when that make that a little harder to pull off.
The point I was trying to make is more about like that all these players have quickly made the turn of like, okay, we can't really use it as a barrel to like try to pop someone. It's more about let's get the lasso, pull them out, and then get a kill off of that. So
like
they've adapted their playstyle quite quickly.
Yeah. I mean, it's similar to the idea like Paradox. We've also seen like rescue meme and stuff picked up like later on for these holidays, like later in the game, like some of the supportive items as you know, she gives you that like initiation power and she fills that Paradox role quite closely, right? And maybe Alkfire gets picked up and a lot of those items that really you want to just, you know, to set the field when you take on these big fights. Paradox here picked up, so again could be considered an, you know, an allegory for what Holiday provides here. Both teams also looking for that playmaking potential.
You're under my protection now.
I'm actually kind of surprised if we're going to see like a Lash potentially come in for TF2 Boomers. We know Deathy how much he likes to play Lash. We got to see Mikhail S use Mystic Reverb on Lash in their series against Paravision, which is very interesting to see. Obviously, the crowd control you get plus the damage. But one thing I do like about Holiday on the team is that you can do like a budget paradoxical swap because you can rescue beam her away while she has someone lassoed and get some extreme distance, and then obviously have the safety of, well, the Holidays being pulled back to your team. You don't have to actually go into enemy territory. Hey, actually, we will see the Lash of Deathy here.
I mean, it's such a Deathy pick. I will say, though, the Mirage, I think Llama Lords pick Mirage in every one of their sets against Hydra Nation yesterday. I think it's Lord NM that plays that, and they always want to try and set that up. We didn't see a lot of his global presence necessarily exercised, and sometimes Mirage ended up in like a duo lane and not necessarily soloing, but obviously a really important you know, sharpshooter carrier as we get later into the game can really have some big impact. And again, like, you know, set up some moments of that tornado is pretty important. So yeah, McGinnis ban as is custom. Llama Lords won't have that at their fingertips.
Curious to see if Llama Lords want to go in like a bebop kind of direction at some point in this game. I think, you know, countering the Holiday lasso, potentially countering Lash when he tries to cast ultimate is very vulnerable to the hook control. And even Shiv to an extent wants to like hard frontline and could get pulled maybe deeper than he wants to be. And we've seen NA kind of value the bebop more than EU in general, but it looked great in the earlier matches in EU as well. Looked like a huge threat. Kelvin ban as well coming in, maybe just, I mean, it can be so obnoxious, right? Kelvin healing the Shiv and supporting him, a little bit out of control in terms of the sustain. So I like getting that ban out.
Well, you say there's 70k healing off of Kelvin in the last game of EU.
I know we can't put 70k. That's actually so illegal.
I'm trying to think. I mean, Naked plays Bebop, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't think I've seen him play Ivy. I'm trying to check my stats really quickly to see if we have had that happen. And you're kind of like, yeah, he's never played Ivy in Fight Night, and he's actually never played Bebop. So I got to correct myself there. So we're really running low on supports when it comes to Llama Lords, especially with like Viscous being taken away. You can kind of like pseudo act as that support role. I don't actually know what Naked's going to be running at the moment.
Okay, I still think
Dynamo probably.
Yeah. Like I said, Dynamo is still on the table. We saw them. I think we saw them go away from Dynamo in the last set of that series. I want to say. I'm gonna glance over here. They ended up with like an Abrams, like a more tanky, no support kind of setup. So when they get banned out, sometimes they just don't take like a hard support and favor the heavier front line. But here's a Wraith here. So you've got again the Paradox Wraith combination. Pretty terrifying. A lot of lockdown potential here.
Yeah, Llama Lord's getting a lot of like the highest prio heroes right now. TF2 Boomers, I think, maybe playing a little bit more in terms of the pickoff. Still valuing the Shiv. Maybe we'll see if that ends up working or if, you know what. I'm just so surprised to see the shocking drop in prio on Shiv compared to like previous weeks from EU where they're just not banning it. It's going out on 6-pick. No one's taking it. And Llama Lords, it makes sense. They need to fill out some front line. Now kind of just looking for a support to finish off.
Yeah. I mean, that's a comfort pick for Young Cat for sure.
The plays he pulls off on Abrams are just ridiculous. I would actually say he's probably had the it's hard to say with like Listic, who also plays Abrams EU, but like Young Cal to me is definitely like a top 3 Abrams player in EU and NA combined.
Yeah, we could probably even look at the stats of that sort of later on. But yeah, high impact player. We saw a pretty ridiculous rejuve steal in EU, like the double charge into rejuve picker. So here's the Infernus here, often Viscous Infernus, you know, being picked in these same compositions here. So obviously It's a pretty high impact when you do get the fight started off the way you want them, guys.
Do you just
when
take
Lash
Dynamo here? Do you just run like support Dynamo for TF2 Boomers? You take it away from Naked, but then you also have like a nice wombo combo fact with like Lash and Infernus together. Shiv doing the reset dashes, not to mention the barrels.
Like Dynamo,
I mean, you don't really need to be too tanky.
There's so much long range pressure from Llama Lords. I feel like it's a little scary to Dynamo.
Okay.
Like there's not enough frontliners that you're going to catch in the Dynamo. The Mo and Krill, I think for me, I like him more in terms of TC and Calico down so she can't pop ult, or Paradox Wraith, either of them, like denying them escapes. Even Mirage, right, trying to tornado out of this. Mo and Krill definitely gives you that really solid individual pickoff. And from that perspective, TF2 Boomers has a great, very early game opening with the Viscous Snowball and a lot of individual pickoff. Their ultra late is going to fall off, but honestly, if Infernus and Shiv can come online, there is going to be like a mid-game timing if they have a big enough lead where they can snowball, where Llama Lords rounded off with the Yamato. I guess this makes sense in terms of being difficult to pick off, but honestly, Yamato versus Mo and Krill is a volatile matchup. Sometimes you're just forced to Shadow Transform so early because you're scared of getting comboed, and then you end up just getting nothing, or you get kited out and the Mo just basically runs away. I think Llama Lords has a really high ceiling on their draft in terms of how much damage they can do, but I feel like TF2 Boomers has a clear road to victory here.
I like you pointed out that really quickly. It messes with the timing of Yamato's ult. You have to use it preemptively or earlier than you otherwise like. Otherwise, you aren't going to use it at all if you get comboed. And you're just out of the fight instantly, which is absolute worst case scenario for the Yamato. And TF2 Boomers, like, I think they go with a core that we're really familiar with seeing from them. On the Llama Lord side, like, they get the Mirage. They're always trying to play in that direction. They're always looking to pick Abrams up as well. They actually didn't get, they didn't really get towards Calico last week. I think she was actually banned like in a lot of those NA games. People just weren't looking to deal with her. So that's a look we haven't quite seen from them yet. But yeah, I think we're set for a pretty interesting matchut. I do like, again, like
no support. There's no conventional support, not really any heals coming down from this comp. I think that can pay off, right? If you reach a certain point in the game, you kind of get out of control. But I feel that they went maybe a little too greedy with this Yamato last pick up against a TF2 Boomers comp that for me is like clearly geared towards an early game snowball into Infernus and Shiv finishing the game off in 30 minutes. And I feel like for Llama Lords, like, sure, once they get past that, if they're even at 30, if they're even at 40, they're probably going to be much stronger. But that's a pretty threatening snowball threat right now from TF2 Boomers. Llama Lord's got to come out of these lanes really hot.
I mean, I'm looking towards pretty much exactly what you're saying. If you get to that mid to late game, I mean, Paradox is just going to open up kill potential for you. But obviously, Viscous, the cube's going to be good to counter that. But I do kind of worry, like, if you get charged back into your team, or if you get telekinesis or something, there's just a lot of individual CC to potentially pull off some very, very big kills here, and very easy kills. And the thing is, I look at these two teams, and no disrespect to TF2 Boomers, but in my head, I would rate Llama Lords as the better team from just past results. So having a strong early game here as TF2 Boomers, I think might be a little bit difficult, especially with how we've seen Young Calc in the past get very aggressive very early on this Abrams to try to make plays in a lot of these lanes.
Yeah, fun fact as well, these two teams are 3rd and 4th respectively in terms of souls per minute in North America. And we had the conversation about Young Calc. He's actually ranked 8th.
There's only like 4 teams in North America, let's be fair.
Well, I mean, out of a possible 11. So they are pretty close. There is a bit of data because you have like that Big and Brolic, period. Melee Creeps also are a team that are sort of up there. Then yeah, it sort of falls off a little bit. But Young Calc's played 8 games in DFM, I think, so far, and is ranked 8th in SPM stats, obviously. So there was like an era where like Rocker was, when Rocker was playing, was just like getting top.
Well, to be fair, that's Abrams only you're looking at right now.
Yes, I'm looking at only Abrams players.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, but the thing is, like, obviously your souls per minute, I feel like would kind of go down the more games you play, because if you have like one really big pop off game, like we saw with Kenny F talking earlier on, you could have 14, 1500 souls per minute and technically be better than Letho when it comes to that.
Yep. It will normalize.
He's definitely played the most games out of anyone in EU and NA on Abrams, which is kind of funny.
One thing we could touch on here, we have not seen any Will Sinclair today at all, right? Because all Holiday Sinclair, Viper, and Calico all got looked at pretty closely. Like this last patch was really focused on tweaking those a little bit here, but it seemed like Sinclair was being moved in a pretty interesting direction, but it just doesn't seem that he's highly valued.
I mean, it's the way he was played before. I'd say, Jake, he got a nerf because you need to be farther away to do more damage with your one, which the power of him in the game was early game pressure, throwing down your Spectral Assistant, then hitting that one and just pop someone.
I think also people were like, you know, like hexing people and then just hard nuking them with every single skill at point blank, and you were just like killing people from full, which I feel like for me was like the most annoying thing, that you're getting that raw damage amp on your rabbit hex, and then you're just nuking them right next to them, meleeing them down. It was like unbelievable kills from full. But now a little bit more range, even the spirit nerf in terms of like its tower pressure. I think Sinclair was getting just a little out of control, the amount of tower damage he was able to do without really building gun damage. Which is pretty unique. So I think with both of those factors down, maybe it's a little bit less likely. Curious to see this landing phase, though. I think Llama Lords, I agree, they should be the favorite in this match. They're probably the stronger team, but I'm a little bit worried about them drafting so greedily. I think like even if you're a stronger team, there's a risk that you get snowballed out of control, whereas a more stable mid game, maybe you're just going to outplay and outfarm.
Yeah, I like that idea, actually. Just kind of playing the odds here. As long as you have like an okay early game, you don't get snowballed, you're generally going to be able to bounce back quicker. Whereas, as you're saying, I'm assuming TF2 Boomers, they need to have a strong early game if they want to have a chance in the mid to late.
Of course, we have the Infernus over Wraith in the solo lane on lane 1, and it will be a Lash versus the Yamato in that lane 4. You can see here already like the the early pressure that this TF2 Boomers comp is supposed to provide. We're curious to see how that sort of starts to manifest already. Like a fair bit of damage taken by the Mon Krill, for example, over in that lane. Where are they, in fact?
In 3.
In lane 3, there you go. So decent bit of poke coming down. Maybe not too shocking here, but yeah, I do want to see if, Jason, if Jake's prediction of, like that early game playmaking potential and potential blowout by 30 minutes actually ends up coming to fruition.
So Jake, I'll throw you one more question here really quickly before I guess the action really pops off. I'm looking at lane 2 and lane 3, and I'm kind of like really focusing on the Abrams and the Mo and Krill and how they interact with these other lanes. But I'm kind of curious, like, what are you really looking at when it comes to these mid lanes?
I mean, I think the mid lanes, both of them look like a lot of pressure right now. I think Mo, in general, once he gets a few items and starts to just like bully waves under tower relentlessly, and there's not many heroes in the game that can really deal with that. I think side lane wise, Wraith versus Infernus tends to be a pretty tight matchup. Lash though versus Yamato, I'm a little worried for Lash actually. I think the sustain is going to be difficult for Lash, especially with that spirit build, able to nuke down Lash. And Lash for me in general isn't the strongest solo laner. I think he can come out of the solo lane and snowball and gank really well, but when it comes to the actual lane itself, could be challenging.
So that's why I'm looking at Mo and Krill here by Fickle Frog, probably looking to gank lane 4, especially when he gets around to that 3k souls, gets the ultimate online, at least in my eyes.
Also, like the opportunity cost for departing from that lane for the Lash as well can be something that Rokane might look to try and abuse, punish the absence of obviously a hero who wants to be pretty active in terms of ganking, and will be looking to gank inward, I would say, relatively frequently with that Shiv, of course, and Mo and Krill set up. There's obviously a lot to combine there, and there it is. So just as Jake heralds, it's a tough solo lane for Deathy, and Rokane gets that early edge.
I don't think it's actually, it can be technically the worst thing in the world to die early on. I think having your wave right at your Guardian can definitely hurt you quite a bit because you're going to fall quite a bit further behind in souls. But if you can feel confident enough and maybe get a gank, you still get a huge amount of souls if you can get the return kill back onto him. But that is obviously not a great sign here. But I mean, we know Deathy's a very good Lash player. One thing we haven't mentioned though is that Naked is actually going to be on the Calico, because we're unsure of what he was going to be playing, since he didn't have his McGinnis or didn't have Dynamo or any typical support. So I'm curious how he'll build Calico and how he'll play it out actually.
Eyes on that one here, and you can see that we talked about maybe not too much farm being lost for the Lash, but I think there was a full wave that ended up getting pushed under this Guardian that has sort of caused this 600 soul deficit here for Deathy, which, like you said, isn't too much to write home about. But if you're in Rokane's position, you want to exploit this advantage as much as possible and make your your gank happy opponent feel less comfortable about leaving that lane for any period of time. And that's why we already see like a decent amount of Guardian damage being put down. And we have obviously Holiday versus Mirage, two very gun-oriented heroes who are looking to pepper each other down at every opportunity. They have those on hits as well. Crack shot, of course, for the Holiday can be pretty important with that decaying slow, and Jin's Mark has a similar effect, albeit a little bit later.
Just really quickly, I want to bounce back on this because it's really important. If you're looking at lane 3 here for Llama Lords, one thing they're doing to allow Rokane to consistently be this aggressive and push his advantage that he has is that they're being aggressive, keeping your Shiv, played by Salty, and of course Fickle Frog, back at their own Guardian. So if they ever leave lane, they're either going to lose their solo player or they're going to lose the Guardian. And they're obviously going to know on Llama Lord's side when they're rotating over to lane 4. So I think it's a really good smart play out of them to actually be so aggressive in these two lanes to allow Rokane to be so successful. But as you're saying, the trade-off here between like the 3 out of Holiday and of course the Jin Mark out of PayPal, can be very, very frustrating to deal with. However, I believe we haven't really seen many. Well, we did see one. PayPal played Gun Holiday last week, and it didn't work out for him. So we're seeing mostly still the Spirit build go the correct way.
Yeah, I mean, even with like the barrels being less like insta-kill oriented, locking you down, it's probably still worth investing in that direction. And as we've seen, like more of those supportive items, because you know your kit is conducive to setting up those favorable engagements, and less so with that sustained damage. Deathy has to get out again. Power slash. Oh, that's nasty stuff. That is a brutal little Mystic Burst there, of course, assisting with that damage. And that is going to be Rokane finding a second and shoving yet another wave in under. There was a rotate there from Lord M that was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, very unnecessary. I mean, Rokane, he's got it. He's at 4.2k. He's very far ahead of Deathy, who doesn't have his ultimate. We do see Fickle Frog trying to look for a potential gank here. He got the ult online as well. He will go for the ultimate. That's going to be Young Cow charging straight through to just deny it. And he's not going to accomplish anything off of this.
Yeah, but the Viscous is here as well. Goober trying to follow up a little bit, but again, not a ton of damage, even though the Goo Ball could be a real pain. In fact, Goober's taking a bit more damage than the other way. Sure, here comes the slam. Goober had to be used straight away, I think, to protect Goober from the impacts of that. And Young Calc realizes he might not be able to go too much more aggressively, but elsewhere, Scout's under some serious pressure here. Lord of them falls back. What a charge in there. Goober also trying to get involved, but ends up getting caught out by Young Calc. And Scout's probably feeling lucky to be alive.
Not done just yet, though. We do have Lord of M here. It looks like he will fall. Fickle Frog's able to get one, but PayPal's going to get the revenge onto him. And I mean, we got to pretty much bring in Jake here as well. We talked about the power of TF2 Boomers and even to have a strong early game. Only 3k deficit here, but things are not looking good. I was just kind of curious what your stand on what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, just the individual laning, you were right, is just like a little bit too powerful right now from a lot of Lords. Seems like they're kind of winning on every lane little by little. Not enough for me to be super worried right now, but Llama Lords, for sure, this gets them past some of the threat of a potential snowball off of the back of things like Viscous and Mo. So maybe Mo can get back on it, but I think TF2 Boomers are under some pressure, get some good team fights out in the next couple minutes. This is where I think Viscous and Lash ult online, like getting some big team fights off these ultis is going to be what they need to get something going here in this game.
It definitely doesn't feel like the Lash has had a huge impact over the map yet, right? Deathy doesn't feel like Deathy's really been out of the lead. That lane 4. Yeah, it's brutal. That's what Rokane wants to do.
When he goes back to base from dying. That's the unfortunate part for him at the moment. And I mean, you're also seeing like what can Fickle Frog do to really help, because Rokane's kind of gotten to this point where he can do pretty damn good damage to both. Obviously, Fickle Frog is at 5k souls as well here. But again, the pressure in lane 3 is like preventing him from really getting around the map to help assist into this. And it allows Rokane, who looks like he was potentially going for a gank on lane 3, to really have a little bit more presence.
Yeah, it looks like there's some aggression from the TF2 Boomers in this lane 3 as well. Lord and M, though, doesn't really seem overly perturbed by it. Obviously, the combo, as we mentioned, is something that can lock the Yamato down and create a pretty unfavorable exchange. So that's worth bearing in mind. But look how low Scout is getting, really getting poked down, constantly in that lane. And there's a real fight going over in lane 2 right now. Yeah, Calc looks like went in with the charge, and yeah, PayPal's there for the follow-up pretty comfortably. Beautifully done. Mirage, of course, can be everywhere he needs to. And another Llama Lord pick-off here, pushing deep off that lane. There might be more as well. Goober, maybe out in the open. Nice parry. That's massive. Gets in a hit of his own and going to be able to get away.
That was an amazing parry, actually. Because I obviously just heard the heavy melee come through, but to be able to turn around and see it in time as well to make sure. And that was Young Cow getting parried twice, actually, because that was even Scout doing it too on top of that. But either way, it's still going to be just a 1k lead for Llama Lords at the moment. But as Jake was saying, we're looking towards, I'd say the 10-minute mark when we start to see buffs come online. We're seeing, unfortunately, Arkham being forced back here, very low in health, and I don't think he has the HP to actually go in for this. He doesn't have anyone rotating in to help out either.
That's one of the few positives here, I think, for TF2 Boomers, is that LGTK is looking pretty comfortable, at least in that solo lane. Again, there's like so much pressure. You're getting picked off, peppered down constantly by that Infernus. And that's Scout in lane 2. Again, that constant pressure from Young Calc finally making its mark. And Goober really couldn't assist. This is a pretty early Guardian push down here. And Naked really unbothered in that lane 3. Even though there are 3 TF2 Boomers here, they can't really start anything off.
Yeah, they can't really catch him, unfortunately. Just some really good movement that we're seeing out of Lord of them. And in the meantime, we're seeing the lane 4 Guardian be pushed as well. Not going to go down just yet because he obviously expects the rotation to come back through. Fickle Frog's going to have ultimate online in a second, so they actually should be able to get successful gank. But we can see the boost coming in out of Lord of them. He's joining for the fight. It's going to be a 2-on-2 here. 2-on-3 actually now on lane 4.
Yeah, Salty on their way over now. Shadow transformation coming off. Lord of them still healthy enough. There's the switch, and there is the time wall. Deathy goes down already. Rokane is going to be a problem. Lord of them seen better days, but Rokane is enough of a threat to keep the Boomers at bay for now. In goes the Shiv. Salty trying to get aggressive. Lord of them eventually falls, and Rokane might be in some trouble here. A timely arrival for Fickle Frog as the numbers advantage is completely outweighing the strength of that Yamato. And that's a great result finally for TF2 Boomers. But of course, Naked's going to get there. Looks like he might have TP'd from across the map, but either way, he realizes there's no support to allow him to at least make a trade. And overall, TF2 Boomers are going to be pleased with that 2-for-1.
That's what Jake is talking about, right? We need to see these mid-fights go the way of TF2 Boomers if they want to have a decent chance here in this game. We even had Arkham come in from base here to help reinforce lane 4, hoping to maybe get a couple of kills as well. But you see TF2 Boomers backing away, able to get the right-hand side buff. In the meantime, a fight over towards lane 2 at the same time. As LGTK, you talked about him being the saving grace for TF2 Boomers. He's about to fall down here, but I believe he has the help of a cube out of Goober if he needs.
I mean, Calc was 1v2ing, legitimately. That fight. Oh, LGTK and Goober, I think, who was the one being pressured early with the rotate coming in from the Infernus. Even the Infernus, who's had a decent solo laning experience so far, up against Arkham, has now fallen behind by 2k souls. And this lead is starting to billow out a little bit.
Arm being picked up here out of Naked. I'm curious if he's actually going to go for the turn-in. Just trying to run across the map. So we do see the little bit of engagement. Had a scout trying to get a knock-up on a Young Calc. But, I mean, you just still see how tanky Young Calc's going to be. PayPal's there as well to help push down potentially this next Guardian. But we do see Deathy rotated in for the teleport over to lane 1. He's looking for a fight.
LGTK is there as well. He's arrived. Here comes the Flame Dash now as he's able to wrap around the backside of PayPal, who's in deep trouble. And he's on the backside. PayPal didn't have the tornado. It got double jumped over by the Holiday earlier, so he doesn't really have any escape at this point. And LGTK is finally going to be able to bring him down. This, of course, come at the cost of the solo, and that Lava Lord's been able to turn in. But finally, Young Calc's reign of terror has been brought to an end. Deathy now getting involved after being locked in a losing lane for so much of this early game. Cube, what a great save here for LGTK, and he's ready to go again. Of course, even at this early stage of the game, then Infernus has a problem in these drawn-out engagements. Scout is low. Fickle Frog also struggling, but Lord NM gets caught. While Arkham elsewhere just has to push down this lane 4.
I mean, they got a Walker off of this. They got the Walker and the Urn actually off of this, so it kind of works out really well for them. Yeah, they lose a couple of players, but they still at least limit the amount of lead TF2 Boomers could get with the Urn and the Walker combined. But that was still very close. I mean, you could still see, like, Young Calc had a couple of players extremely low in HP. You know, just one more hit away from locking him down. Now Shiv's going to be locked against the wall. And, well, Young Calc, I think he should be able to win this fight, actually, instead of just going to back away.
Yeah, the problem is the bleed damage, right? Salty put so much of that down on, and of course, just... Yeah, I mean, again, remember, he's like deferring so much of that upfront damage that he takes that, you know, it's deceptive, the health pool of a Shiv. I think Young Calc realizes he couldn't quite finish the job and can't even get away.
I wasn't sure. I was curious, was mid-boss hitting Young Calc there? I thought he had more than enough HP to survive the bleed.
Possibly.
But I don't know, I think he maybe ran away.
Extremely fair. Like, he is a tier 2 item ahead of Young Calc alone. He's been doing a ton of farming quietly this game so far, and here's Deathy now starting to make his impact felt. There's a full overload here for TF2 Boomers on this lane 1. And in the meantime, it looks as if Lord and M trying to pressure the objective here in lane 2, but will get caught out by Goober. So this has to be a Guardian here and the start of a potential push for TF2 Boomers.
Yeah, they have to make something happen. Either team with the flex on at the moment, only 13 minutes in. I'm going to check in with Jake one more time here because as he was kind of predicting and expecting, TF2 Boomers need to start getting these like early to mid-game fights going for them. Jake, what's your thoughts on what's happening so far?
Yeah, a couple of fights have gone well. They've converted into Guardians. This is exactly what they need to do. Still, though, the game pretty much on a knife's edge right now. So I don't think Llama Lords are out of it by any means. I don't think TF2 Boomers are snowballing out of control. However, you know, I think if they can keep turning these pickoffs into objectives, that's going to be the key difference. We see Mo opening up with a combo on a Calico.
Here it is, Calico, of course. Dangerous when she pops out of that, but Naked also completely outnumbered. Tries to dash away here with Deathy and Fickle Frog are in hot pursuit, and there is no escaping this. Young Calc arrives at the party a little bit too late, but is hitting hard with that ultimate available, and Deathy is down. Fickle Frog also feeling pretty low. Here with the decay, and Lava Lords come there in numbers. They have a chance here at least to push back and take this lane 1 Guardian, start something of their own. Elsewhere, Rokane, yeah, locking it down here, making sure there's no risk of losing this lane 3 Walker to LGTK.
I think Young Calc might have to go. Oh, go ahead.
Why is he trying to go for this shadow transformation? It's so dangerous. LGTK got tethered and ruined by this shadow transformation. Maybe too late, realizing he bit off more than he could chew.
This might be another Walker. So not only are they going to get a flex slot because they took the lane 1 Guardian down, they're going to get another flex slot from taking the lane 1 Walker. That's a massive increase to the economy out of Llama Lords, not to mention extra souls. I mean, Young Calc might go down for this, but honestly, I feel like that's going to be worth it any day of the week. Getting 2 flex slots here to help spend that money. I mean, even just 2 extra 500 soul items are going to be huge when it comes to these fights.
Yeah, we're starting to get at the point now where a lot of players have like 4 items in their preferred, you know, specialization. They do need that extra space. PayPal just got blown to smithereens there. That is dirty stuff. and Naked also being picked up on the backside. So there's an opportunity now for TF2 Boomers to overload this lane 4 part of the map. Look how low Salty is. Has to get out. Rocane definitely scary, but doesn't have Shadow Transformation available. They used it to take down the lone Infernus earlier, and they're just simply swamped.
One thing I do worry about Llama Lords, I feel like they might have a tendency to get cocky. And I feel like we're kind of seeing it here. I thought there was no need to necessarily go in that deep for Rocane. You were 1-on-3. But maybe if we have a second, maybe if I can work my ZP magic, we can take a look at the items that are being picked up here recently, because those 2 flex slots being open for Llama Lords, I'm curious to see what they're going to fill their pockets with. Or maybe I need to bring ZP in here in particular to make that happen.
We'll give it a sec here. If we can bring up those recent items, we'll be able to read through it. But the North, rather a Urn, yeah, I did that last week as well. Urn picked up here by Pick Frog. TP across the map here for Lord and M, of course, getting ready at the reception zone. And we'll see what the plan is around this Urn play, because elsewhere, you see still a bit of neutral farm on the Llama Lord side of the map that hasn't been picked up. They have a chance to try and push up some of these lanes here, and 4 of those players on the Llama Lord side here, just around the middle part of the map. They might be looking in Deathy's direction, who may well be caught here. They're pretty close also to Fickle Frog, who is the Urn carrier. Deathy didn't get out alive. NKD eventually able to finish the job, rescuing, keeping him topped up.
I think I'll let the Urn go to go for a Walker on lane 3 and potentially a Walker on lane 2. I mean, you can even see, I think a swap just happened onto Fickle Frog. He's able to just somehow sneak by them, but he's still going to be chased down. It's still going to be a 2 or 3 either way in favor of TF2 Boomers. But then you see Young Calc pushing lane 2. So they're really just trying to split push here and let that Urn go just to get some map control.
Calc has to get to that part of the map pretty quickly. Right now, though, it's a matter of tying up Rocane. They're in no position to help with what's going to be a pretty big fight brewing in lane 1, because they're busy trading blows with Goober. That's not going to amount to too much. There's Arkram. Appears out of nowhere. The telekinesis helps set up the kill on who was the Urn carrier. Here's the Deathland coming in. Has Deathy managed to catch anyone? Yes. Looks like just one individual. PayPal going down here. And that's going to be a soul finally turned in now. And you can see just how low Scout and Deathy are in this fight, and it's unlikely they're going to escape. Young Calc finishes off the holiday here. Salty finds himself deep within enemy territory now, subject to a swap, and got dragged through the time wall, and nothing they could say about it.
Hey, that was the real question here for Llama Lords. Could they take down Salty with relative ease? Not only do they get, was like 2 or 3 kills, they also got the Urn turned in on top of that, and potentially looking for a mid boss here. Or they have to be careful. Actually, they don't necessarily have to be too careful. Deathy doesn't have ultimate online just yet, and either way, they're going to back away. No repeats of that Buff Enjoyer match we just had previously against Paravision. We don't need to see any very early mid bosses get stolen away from you. But again, I really want to say, like, that wasn't the prettiest of plays at a Llama Lords. It works out in the end, but I feel like that gets punished way too easily when it comes to EU, and things just got really scrappy for potentially an unnecessary reason. Like the split push on lane 2 out of Young Calc. I mean, he didn't go for it. He went back to help with lane 1, which I can totally understand. But then like the overcommitment, the positions they were in, considering TF2 Boomers had people pushed up into the lane 1 Walker in enemy territory, just seemed a little bit destroyed in my eyes. But either way, this is where things are going to play out.
I mean, you also have a Llama Lord's composition that's very good at punishing like bad positioning. Right, PayPal tornadoes in. There's a paradoxical swap. You can catch someone with the telekinesis. Young Count can shoulder charge you. There's a lot of stuff that punishes the little positioning errors. Or sometimes they're big positioning errors. In that fight, Llama Lords ended up winning out. Trading upward without like their very fed Yamato player present. And the Arkram just absolutely nuked the Moen Krill here. Improved burst getting picked up for Yamato. So that's just how far she is ahead. She's managed to find that. And again, there is a player, LGTK, a little exposed in this lane 1, and they are instantly stuffed in the body bag and dragged off.
Yeah, Fickle Frog was like, I'm out. I'm not dealing with this. Great little teleport came in as well to help facilitate that one. Death, in the meantime, down to 300 HP trying to escape. And might see the engagement of Llama Lords here with even Lord and M coming in back in from base, boosted in. A swap potential not going to be on the cards. It's on cooldown, unfortunately, but they don't even need a swap. They can just run them down.
You don't have a way to start the fight when Deathy is like 10 HP at the start of that engagement. Your Moen Krill is coming off respawn. You don't have anyone that can start anyone off for you. You're constantly staggered. You're constantly fighting a retreat. So this mid boss here should be pretty straightforward. TF2 Boomers have to intervene. See maybe Fickle Frog like being able to lock someone down, but Llama Lords wisely get off of it here. Realize there's more opportunities to use this comp to catch people out. That is dirty stuff. You've got toxic bullets and Tesla rounds here, from your rate. So you are very fed. You are having huge impact in like an AoE over these kind of fights. This is the spike for Llama Lords, Jake. I feel like they're really just looking to try and get as much value as they can here in these next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I feel like TF2 Boomers kind of dropped the ball here on terms of a couple of those team fights, right? Getting picked off and then showing up with more and more members. It's like, that's not how this draft is supposed to function. I feel like you need to be, you need to be the initiators. So it's like it is going to be Yeah, pretty uncontested rejuve, and honestly, this is a big problem, right? Getting this rejuve online with the lead. TF2 Boomers, I think, have kind of missed their window, and it's up to Llama Lords really to keep pushing objectives here.
I think the question comes with the siege that's going to happen of Llama Lords now looking for these last two walkers. Does TF2 Boomers have the damage if Deathy gets a big ultimate to finish off the players who get thrown into their own team? And I'm not quite sure. And also the way they're itemizing here for Llama Lords, I think that's Young Calc was a knockdown for Salty. As you mentioned before, Mitch, the toxic bullets out of Arkham as well is really going to limit any sort of extra healing that Salty could potentially get in these fights, not to mention Fickle Frog and also LGTK. I feel like the way they're itemizing here is pretty strong.
It's the max health damage that you also get off the bleed of the toxic bullets, which is kind of huge against like TF2 Boom is theoretically like really tanky comp. Also, like that overtime damage is pretty helpful against the Lash as well, because obviously Lash wants to Shiv wants to defer burst damage ideally, right? The damage over time isn't really mitigated at all by his 3 abilities. So here's an urn picked up. This should be a pretty straightforward turn in. Yes, Ava is a viable earn career. So if you have Ivy or if you have a Calico on your team, you have someone who's really well suited to running this across the map. Still though, TF2 Boomers are trying to take an opportunity here in lane number 3, start up a fight. Llama Lords need to stay clear of it, but of course they want to fight still. They do have that rejuve. Fickle Frog going to get charged up against the wall pretty much straight away. And you can see Young Cal trying to keep his distance. He has that ultimate available. And there's a chance to make a good engagement here. Again, it's pressure over towards Goober, but elsewhere, Lord NM got picked off. Salty's getting some value, but the Fed Yamato has arrived. Still has Shadow Transformation available at that. And TF2 Boomers, even though they're even in terms of numbers, they probably don't want to fight this. They're going to be trying to use the Walker defensively here. And of course, that will be disruptive somewhat for the attackers. Good death slam by Deathy. Follows it up with a decent, ground pound after the fact here. The Walker really complicates this somewhat as Arkham goes a little bit low, but still has telekinesis available and active. Still drops down, didn't have a chance to make use of it. So that's 2 casualties here for Llama Lords. And it feels like they're choosing a very odd spot to take this engagement, but still there's threat. Walker goes down. Eventually they got picked off. PayPal takes care of it, and Goober's finally out of the picture. So that disruption of the Viscous not available. There's a stun there from Scout, obviously landing off that bounce pad, but we finally get the Shadow Transformation that it felt like was being kept in reserve by Roque for so much of the fight. And Jason at 27k souls, they can do whatever they like.
Was anyone going to tell PayPal he's playing a PvP game, not a PvE game? And my boy was just pushing lane 2 the entire time while the fight was kicking off.
I mean, the fact that Llama Lords could have like a even or better fight without PayPal there, I think it's huge. I think there's probably a call, Jason, that if things are going badly for Llama Lords, there's a traveler in, right? And then PayPal gets involved in the fight, and but I think after like PayPal arrives, it's the tornado for disruption. Then you're kind of shooting people. So maybe the least important person to have there. I mean, they're chilling, bro. They got a 30k soul lead now.
And you saw like Young Calc, he charged in, he caught a slam initially, like right near the walker, but on the other side of the archway. And then he ran away while being chased, and he took like no damage. It was only Arkham to go down, but again, he's a race, so you can kind of expect that if they do get a good catch onto him. But they just don't have a lot of damage to deal with Young Calc, who I know, we talk about quite a bit when Abrams falls behind, it's really hard to have massive impact in these games. But Young Calc doesn't really fall behind that often, and he's got more souls than anyone else on the team of TF2 Boomers. So he's allowed to play this aggressive and play this ballsy.
And here we go. I mean, as the dust starts to settle off that last engagement, there's still objectives on the map. There's still a Guardian up for Llama Lords, and they've defended that ardently. Now they're looking to pressure this lane 3. There's still like, some neutral creeps on the Llama Lord side, but TF2 Boomers don't have anything to farm right now. So much of that's been cleared because PayPal has been so adamant about pushing up, and that lane 1 and lane 2 pressure that he's applied has just been dirty. Here's a paradoxical swap here, an attempt of a flame dash away by LGTK, and there was never going to be any escape. I don't even know if you really had to ultimate there naked, but that's fine. Overkill is acceptable in this case now as Llama Lords look to try and put the chokehold on.
There's a swap into a knockdown yet again. Like, if you're LGTK, you're not going to get away from this one, especially when you have an Abrams just hot on pursuit. But this is the problem for Llama Lords, that they want to obviously take this base, but they need to have a fight happen. You're seeing them be very respectful of Deathy and his ultimate. As we do see it come out, the Death Slam's not going to catch anyone. The knockdown comes in. This has to be like 2 they have now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. I mean, I'm pretty sure Lord NM has one as well as Naked. There's nothing that Deathy could do. Again, we talked about it earlier when Deathy wasn't able to start off a fight with a big Death Slam for TF2 Boomers. They really just had no say in things. So Llama Lords get some decent pressure. They're happy to back off now, of course. The mid-boss is about 1 minute away.
I mean, we're looking at almost 40k soul difference. Stat check territory, hands down. We see Colossus picked up as well here for
the Mystic Reverb. Like, that's how much, Rocane is rinsing these guys. That's very much a luxury.
He already hits insanely hard. You add a Mystic Reverb on top of that, you're going to be popping off some ridiculous damage. And the thing is, TF2 Boomers, you might have like a tankish front line, but like Deathy can't survive. Fickle Frog can't survive any of this either. I mean, even though he has the most health on the team at the moment, this is tough. Even debuff remover picked up here for Rokane. Honestly, and I don't like necessarily to call games, but bar a massive mistake out of Llama Lords, like going for a mid boss, getting it stolen away and losing a big team fight, I don't see a way they lose this. I don't see a way TF2 Boomers come back into this right now.
I like the Surge of Power actually picked up for the Mirage here. Again, like getting a fire rate bonus and move speed increase. Obviously, the fire rate is pretty crucial, in those fights. So keep an eye out for that.
Definitely is huge, considering you're seeing like how much they have to chase, how much they need to be mobile as well. I mean, just to kite Salty if it does get into the back line, it's so good for that. Also to get away from the barrels, to potentially create some distance up against like Deathy and his Death Slam.
Also, don't forget like that Alk Fire that you're carrying as Lord and M, for example, boosts weapon damage by like 40% inside that area, and it's a huge area. So someone like Mirage is going to hit like way harder in situations like that, and obviously Arkram is absolutely terrifying. So there's like a bunch of things that come together to really make Llama Lords very strong, and that's even with like the global gun damage nerfs that we did see happen like what, a couple of weeks ago now. That's still pretty scary. Flame Dash instantly used by LTTK as the cat has scared the mittens off of him. Have to back away now as TF2 Boomers are not looking for a fight, but that Urn is likely going to force one in time. You see Shiv spotted out into Death Slam. That's a pretty good one. Deathy able to catch a few in there. Knockdown though, unclear. It's going to be Goober falling first. Arkram didn't have a chance to make use of that telekinesis at all in the fight, Jason. No ability to lock TF2 Boomers down, but it's a 1-for-1. Amidst the chaos, the Urn does get turned in, and we just see Young Calc just busting it straight up mid. Able to get rid of LGTK again. And Lord and Name is down, but his work is likely done as Paradox. He started off the fight that he was looking for. Scout lands, of course, off the jump pad, stuns Young Calc briefly, but he's going to be straight back into the action. Wastes no time at charging on him. Majestic League will allow him to advance. Colossus is so huge in these fights. Shoulder charge is unnecessary as Scout had already disintegrated in front of him. And that's got to be GG at this point. It's a huge soul lead here for Llama Lords. They'll at least be able to knock the Patron and get ready for one last push.
My boy PayPal pushing lane 4 the entire. He does pick up a 1v1 against Goober. I'll give him that. But pushes into base, gets the shrines as well instead of helping the team. And the thing is, like TF2 Boomers, we talked about like the perfect engage. That was a pretty damn decent engage. And you typically don't see teams when they get a kill onto like one of the carries like Arkram to back away. But that's exactly what TF2 Boomers did, considering they knew how far behind they were. They knew they had the threat of Young Calc there. They knew they had to go back to base to potentially, protect. There was just really not much they could do, even though Deathy did open things up relatively well for them.
Yep. You got the Intensifying Magazine now to enjoy the Toxic Bullets. So again, PayPal looking just to spit damage out.
Like 5 items in a row for Llama Lords. Like, I don't know what you do here.
Yep. I mean, obviously they've spent a fair bit of time on the map there and come out of that fight with an Urn turn in. So great time, obviously, to double back. And, we can't give PayPal too much crap for not enjoying the rest of your team. Llama Lords are probably saying, bro, just stay in your lane. Like, literally stay in your lane. Remain moisturized and unbothered because we're taking care of business elsewhere. TF2 Boomers are in no position to do anything about this because they've been drawn in PayPal's direction, who will try and TP out, and if needed, I think to probably try and ultimate away here. They are being harassed, but it's going to be a rejuve picked up here comfortably enough now as mid-boss does end up getting taken down. Shadow Transformation here for Rokane just in case. That's fine. It's a pretty low cooldown ultimate, so ultimately not needed.
Refresher too. So he's not too worried at all.
He's being chilling. That's a great point.
I almost want to say for TF2 Boomers, if you want to get back in the game, you kind of need to fight there. But I honestly, I hate to say this, but I feel like their win condition right now is, can Deathy get a big ultimate into their fountain and then like pair that up with some like chain stuns?
Okay. I mean,
I'm not trying to be BM, I swear.
They had 2 knockdowns, brother.
Yeah, exactly. How are they going to even get that ultimate off?
They're not. That's the thing. Like, I mean, that's the only way that TF2 Boomers can reliably start a fight outside of Fickle Frog telegraphing by walking up with his massive girth and trying to combo someone, or it's Scout that like warp stones in and gets a lasso, maybe pulls someone out. But I mean, Scout is getting blown up in seconds. Rokane is 41k souls. Look, the bag is just unreal at this point. And it is Llama Lords looking to try and finish this off now, but Arkon gets picked off again, locked down. That's really not what you want for your Wraith at the start of these fights, but now again, it's going to be the paradoxical swap used on Deathy to again make it hard for him to start that fight, and the Lash is already down. We're fighting in the pit right now, and Young Calc is trying to disrupt as much as possible. Up he goes, and he still wants to chase Fickle Frog by the looks of things as the slam comes in from Deathy. They've gotten rid of Young Calc as well. There is a lot of pressure going down on the Patron now, but Llama Lords need to be careful. Tier 2 Boomers are looking to whittle their numbers down, but without Scout now, of course, that is the Holiday out of the picture. Arkon coming back with that rejuve pretty quickly. Patron down a half here, and it looks like Llama Lords want to stick it. With LGTK being down, there's no damage really left here for Tier 2 Boomers to put this to an end. Llama Lords, it's messy, but it's NA, baby. The freest deadlock you could ask for. I don't mind at all. We don't need elegance out here. We just need a good time, and Llama Lords will be advancing for the money match.
Now, I swear I'm not trying to sound BM to Tier 2 Boomers, but I feel like as we kind of set up, if you don't have a good strong start in this game, it's going to be very difficult to pull back in this one later on. I mean, we even saw again, Arkram for the second fight in a row dies right off the bat, and yet TF2 Boomers back away immediately after getting that kill because they still didn't get enough damage down for them to feel confident enough to snowball that fight. You typically don't see that when you get initial kill on a carry like that, a team back away, but unfortunately that's just the way the cards were dealt.
Yeah, honestly, brutal stuff. Let's bring Jake back in here. I want to point out, poor guy didn't have much chance to interject in this game because once the fight started, they did not stop. It was knockdown, drag out for so much of the map here. But again, Llama Lords having their Wraith just picked off at the start of the fight. It doesn't seem to slow them down at all. They're that far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting those pickoffs, but what are you paying to accomplish that for TF2 Boomers? You're using some powerful ults, whether it's your combo or your death slam, and without those, I feel like you really can't take the team fight. So Llama Lords correctly realizing that, like, their Yamato, their Abrams are going to be able to get in there and win that fight even without the help of Wraith. It's not going to be super necessary. So honestly, you got to give this Llama Lords. They do just look like a much stronger team right now, whether it comes from the macro, the lane domination from Rokane, just destroying on Yamato this game, really. Across the board, I think just a stronger macro and a stronger execution of pretty much everything from Llama Lords. I do think maybe I originally I said Llama Lords were really greedy with this draft, not running a conventional support. Yeah. And although it's unconventional, and Naked was basically playing full support on Calico, which is not something I've seen before, with like Rescue Beam, with Knockdown, with a ton of utility and a ton of defensive green items, just running around in the cat form, getting vision on the enemy team in Ava, and then, like being able to set that up with knockdowns, escaping with the ultimate is a very different take on Calico.
How do you do that on Ivy?
Interesting.
You have better urn turn-ins as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the cat running the urn was pretty funny.
You can't be a cat though.
You can't M1 for the boys. Give a bit of meow out there. Okay, fair enough. I mean, yeah, we kind of asked at the start of the game, Jason, like, what's Naked going to play here when McGinnis is unavailable? I guess and that's the beauty of Deadlock sometimes. Like, it doesn't really matter. You can still play whatever you like. But the one hero I want to talk about here is the one that basically took a solo lane against probably the centerpiece of the opposing composition, beat them to a dripping pulp, and then took over the game. Your player of the match presented by Intel is none other than Rokane, Jason, on the Yamato, just dominant from start to finish.
Yeah, I correct me if I'm wrong here, Jake, but I feel like obviously the initial kill was a major factor to how he's able to snowball this lane, but I feel like you have to give also credit to the people in his lane 3. You have to give credit to Lord and M, and to give credit to Naked because of that lane keeping it pushed up. It just didn't allow anyone to come in from TF2 Boomers to really ever help Deathy out.
Yeah, I mean, multiple kills back to back in the solo lane, being pretty ungankable, and then into the late game being this huge threat with the refresher, with the spirit damage from Yamato. I think this is just really well executed by Rokane. This is like a crucial moment where LGTK was like the one guy having a decent game, and he just gets absolutely popped from that shadow form. And the game is kind of, like you were saying, it's not over from there, but it really feels like it slips out of their control as this greedy draft from Llama Lords just gets further and further ahead.
Guys, what role do you feel like Salty was supposed to play in this game? Because they get pretty farmed, but I feel like they, despite this, we don't see them really make a huge impact, or at least they're not set up to have a huge impact on this game as Shiv.
I mean, it is interesting. We saw EU completely deprioritize the hero this week, feeling like it's not strong. I don't know if it really is just the hero itself, but I do think Yamato, or rather Shiv, does rely on the game being pretty decent overall, like your team being able to fight well. You want to snowball with these executions. Feels like so many of these fights were just kind of over before they began, with even with a pickoff coming your way, like you just had no capability of team fighting. Yamato was this out of control. It's just this like a wrecking ball coming through your back line. As Shiv, I just don't think you can keep pace with that kind of a lead on Yamato.
It's funny, you know, we spent a lot of our EU show, Jason, sorry, talking about how good their macro is, but here it didn't seem to be as big a factor, right? Just have good lanes and Unga Bunga for the win.
I mean, that's what I say when it comes to EU versus NA. I feel like EU has just way better macro in general when it comes to North America. Obviously, a lot of strong individual players, but I feel like because a lot more of the players are more evenly matched in EU, you have to focus on your macro to win games. You can't focus on just Leffa popping off in his lane, going 4-0, and then just carrying the game. You have to be able to play really well together as a team and obviously work around the way you play. But one stat I really want to see, what's a subjective damage for PayPal? 18,000, almost 19,000.
That's my goat.
But
Honestly,
you know what? I got to give him credit because he had way more player damage than I ever expected with him off in his solo lanes.
Yeah, young Godzilla just taking chunks out of buildings left, right, and center. You know what I mean? And yeah, putting that player damage down as well. 27k player damage. But we talked about like that itemization, I think, from the Mirage, right? And it's not always obvious because Mirage's damage doesn't come in these like ridiculous bursts of like, you know, abilities and people getting popped. It's like, you know, consistently putting damage down, whether it's like intensifying magazine, toxic bullets as well as a problem because again, that bleed damage over time, especially against those tanky characters, really sort of starts to punish them. I feel like when Mirage takes over games, Jake, it's less obvious until you look at the stats and realize that PayPal is kind of covering every aspect of the game. Objective damage and also a genuine threat in these fights, like second only to Rokane and player damage.
Yeah, and one aspect that doesn't show on the stats is like clearing lane creeps, right? Like as much as that's, you know, in the end, like clearing lane creeps is what you must do to later get the tower. So sometimes when he's off solo, it's not just that he's like, is he actually on the walker just yet? It's like, is he, you know, putting that kind of lane pressure on you, forcing, like we saw Goober sometimes coming to respond to that on the Viscous, and then Mirage is able to like dip out of there or take those fights one-on-one, create an advantage elsewhere on the map. And so, I mean, PayPal, I think he's basically doing what he's supposed to do on the Mirage in a winning game, just securing the game. If he shows up to the team fight too early, there is a risk of like, if that goes against you, you get wiped, you know, things can kind of spiral. But if you're just split pushing, like even if your team's fight doesn't go amazingly, at least all the lanes are going to be on the enemy towers. They're not going to be able to convert even a team fight win into objectives. Something we've seen from Hydra Nation. They're sometimes willing to lose players elsewhere on the map, so long as the global overall lane pressure is really strong for them. And I think that's why Hydra Nation has out macroed so many of their opponents, is that they're willing to like sacrifice individuals for the greater good of keeping those lanes on the enemy side of the map.
Multiple times that Llama Lords would like consistently push multiple lanes at the same moment, especially off the back of the urn, right? We saw Fickle Fog trying to carry the urn over towards the left-hand side of the map, and what did they do? Respond with Young Calc pushed on lane 2. I think they had him push initially lane 3. They had someone pushing lane 4. I think that was Rokane. Like they were constantly keeping that pressure on to not allow TF2 Boomers to ever feel safe.
Of course, folks, that is only your first match of the North American. Big difference. Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel, the home of the freest Deadlock you ever did see, baby. We, of course, going to be back after the break because we have our money match on the line. It's a $1,000 game between Llama Lords and Hydra Nation. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you after this.
before they escape.
Gathering time.
I was beginning to.
That's right, squad. Once again, Hydra Nation are going to be dragged out into the town square and called to account for their sins of being the most dominant team in North American Deadlock. This is the Deadlock Fight Night for North America, powered by Intel, and our money match, Jason Kaplan, is just around the corner. $1,000 of prize money on the line, and we're all hoping that perhaps this Llama Lords team, after winning a map last week, can continue to close the gap on Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I'm around a corner, but my nose has already arrived. Hydra Nation, it's about what team can potentially take these boys down. They have shown they've dropped 2 maps so far in DFN history, once back to Llama Lords in DFN 6, and then once to Llama Lords last week in DFN 10. Just about what team can finally put that final nail in the coffin, the sword through the heart, and just take down the Hydra. And honestly, look at the way Llama Lords played. I have a little bit of expectations on them, but I do kind of worry yet again when it comes to like hero pools. Can they flex enough to what Hydra Nation could potentially take away from them?
I think that was part of the discussion that, we were starting with, of course, our analyst, Jake, who will be joining us here on the show momentarily, where there's a conversation about how deep those hero pools are for Hydra Nation, and also the fact that, and I quote Jake, they're willing to sacrifice some of these individual positions in order to have like an overall stronger composition. Like maybe they're not putting some of their star players in like overwhelmingly dominant lanes because they don't need to. Once they get into the mid game, they find another level of synergy just out of their composition.
Yeah, and we talk about like the macro differences, how EU just has like much stronger macro overall. I think that's why Hydra Nation has been so dominant, is that they actually have really good macro. I don't think it's like that far behind like the top EU teams. I think that's been the reason that they've been so consistent, is that they're just always out macroing. They're always having better lane pressure. Even when they do lose a fight, it goes against them. They're always like getting something somewhere else on the map. And that's why it feels like they're just inexorably growing and growing and growing in their lead. On top of that, when it comes to the mechanics, when it comes to the laning, they can also blow a game out of the water, right? If they have a hot start, they can just as easily take over. I do think though, Llama Lords, if they're feeling themselves, they come out hot, if they can continue playing that strong macro game, maybe getting something like a Mirage in the lineup to enable it, that could be a key to success. I think to beat Hydra Nation, you've got to be able to play the macro game at least the same level that they do. Getting an advantage on them, that'd be amazing. But honestly, I just have yet to see a team that really has those lanes pressured as much as Hydra Nation does in NA.
I mean, getting to the point where you can't compete without a macro level is already a difficulty in itself. Just because you can, like you said, be blown out in lanes. And it comes back to like what you can play comfortably. I'm looking back to like last week when, again, Young Calc was forced to play on Kelvin. that's not the kind of player that I'd ever want to see playing Kelvin. Naked, I mean, we saw you could play Calico here, and you guys were quite happy with how he played support Calico. But you take away his McGinnis, and if he doesn't play Dynamo, again, you're forcing him to play something he's not necessarily as comfortable on. And I talked to Listic actually last week about how, like, over time, people really need to start increasing their pools, because you can easily just have things taken away, especially with the limited amount of heroes we have, and of course the double bans for each team as well.
Yeah.
You really got to have that deep pool, and you really have to be able to play everything pretty much the same kind of level.
Because not only obviously you have more bans, but there's just more overlap as well. You know, like there are like a large number of like the hotly contested heroes. There always will be, like, you know, your wraiths, of course. We've seen so much of that picked up. You know,
using knives on you, maybe putting a dash on you, and then something like return fire with all the lifesteal Shiv builds into. He just feels like, you know, you can't quite, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you don't deal with him, he's going to be pounding you with those daggers and just like slowly bleeding you out. And if you do try and focus him, you know, he's going to be tanking through all that damage, dealing with it, purging it off, or you know, life stealing it back up. So
honestly, sickest Calico all ever, guys. Nice job. Bam. We are back. We were talking very briefly about, like, you know, I guess what the function of, you know, your Shiv is, or the problem with the damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario, Jake. Because if you just leave him unattended, he is going to ruin you. But he's also impossible to burst down because of the deferral, sorry, of the burst damage with his 3 ability.
Yeah, and that's historically why I think Shiv has been really good, is he gets in, he creates a lot of damage, but also doesn't mind frontlining to the extent of, like, you know, being that human ward, getting vision on the enemy player, so that the rest of your teammates who might be a little squishier can see their target before they commit in, can kind of take the position that they want to be in. But in EU, seeing the character go completely unpicked does put some questions in my mind, whether Hydra Nation have the same read. I mean, we have seen pretty big divergences from NA and EU historically in terms of their hero preferences. Yeah. So I wouldn't be shocked to see Shiv continue to be picked high prio in NA. It's just striking to see such a huge difference for a hero that has dominated both regions for weeks now. To see EU pick it or completely unpick it, I mean, to me, it says, like, maybe there is something more, something that we're not seeing. Something like a Calico could just be like a really hard matchup for Shiv, with the ability to dodge, you know, like at least a lot of this damage and skills, and get in, get out. Maybe like Naked's view of playing that support Calico, really interesting. If this, talk about a human ward, I mean, you don't really need necessarily your carry to take that role. If the Calico is going to be the one scouting out, maybe that opens you up to play more of these longer range backliners like Vindicta, Wraith, even a Paradox here and there.
You know what's funny, Jake, because you were talking about the difference between like EU and NA. There's only one other player who's played Shiv as much as Hydration's played Shiv, and that's Hardeki, who we haven't seen because he plays with Polgula Cumbria. But that's it. Like, everyone else is like once, twice, demob with 3. But Hydration is so far ahead of everyone when it comes to souls per minute on this as well. I mean, he's at 1329. And then Hardeki's at 1100. Like, obviously, there is going to be some sort of skew because Hydra Nation are winning all their matches pretty much. Or no, they are winning all their matches. But I think it also goes into what you were talking about with Hydra Nation, that they're not afraid to lose a player because they have pressure around the map. If you have Hydration push a lane solo and he gets ahead in souls, which typically with the pathing he does and all the boxes and crates, and the last hitting he's doing, he will be ahead of anyone generally when it comes to the team one-on-one. So you have to send multiple players towards him. And when that happens, that's perfect opportunity for Hydra Nation to start taking some objectives against you. So it kind of fits really well with, I think, the way that you're talking about how they play.
All right, we would, you know, throw with some fanfare, introduce his Hydra Nation roster too, but after the 11th time, I've said the name so many times that they've started to lose meaning, like ambulance. Say ambulance 20 times and get back to me. It's like that. It just doesn't, I don't know what any of the names mean anymore. They could be anything. Let's jump into the draft and see what the plan is going to be here for Hydra Nation versus Llama Lords, our undefeated team here in North America. Eyes on the bans first. I mean, we have obviously seen, we've seen Warden banned away. I do think, we're not going to see much Sinclair. We sort of discussed that earlier on. Viper's also not really a go-to, but tons of Calico, seeing her coming out first pick, and a lot of occasions she's really highly valued, whether you're playing like this bruisery, sort of high sustained frontline threat that takes attention away, or like we saw just now, Naked playing a bit more support oriented, where you bring the utility in the form of the items and still are quite a nuisance. First ban, Calico. Llama Lords don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, we've seen, I think Calico, Vindicta, and Viscus for me have been like the top prio first pick / going down in the first ban phase. So curious to see which of those three ends up coming through with how much prio has been given to it. Paradox, another super high prio character, the one that feels like is rarely banned. I think Paradox is very fair. It's like, it feels like if you do get caught and spot by Paradox, it's kind of like, oh, maybe I was out of position. Maybe we couldn't punish the Paradox for her, being so swapped so deep on you. So curious to see, is interesting going to be the Warden ban from Hydra Nation. I mean, I guess both teams banning this against Llama Lords, and maybe just feeling that Llama Lords is very comfortable on the Pyro.
Who is the Warden player on this team?
Yeah, I actually don't know who the Warden player is on this team. I'm trying to think about it when you mentioned it. So I don't know why it's actually been a targeted ban unless it's a throwaway ban.
I mean, Warden's just a strong character,
I think
right?
Lord and M does play the Warden, if I'm not mistaken. I think we've actually got 3 games. I think we might have 3 games for them recorded on it. Double check that. Here's the shift, though. Yeah. Again, at first pick. I mean, that is the contrast between NA and EU's take on that hero is quite astounding. But that is going to be picked up very quickly here for Llama Lords.
What blows my mind with this, Jake, though, is there's so many other strong heroes you could be picking, like your Vindicta, your Paradox. If you're picking Shiv to also deny it away from hydration, obviously that's a great thing. But you're leaving them like Flick to pick up Vindicta, or even Leftfoot to play Vindicta. You're leaving them Paradox for Flick. You're leaving them like so many other strong choices.
I feel so Vindicta Viscus even Paradox Viscus, Paradox Vindicta, those 3, getting 2 of them is a pretty big deal here. But like you said, I mean, as this has been a staple for Hydra Nation, I think Young Kalk is a confident Shiv player as well. I think he'll probably consider picking this one up here.
This is go ahead. Rokane pick. Rokane very much likes to go solo lane here with the Shiv as well as the Yamato.
That's a good point. We could even see Abrams come out again with Young Kalk having a really strong game on that in the last series. Curious to see where Hydra Nation go. It is the Vindicta who's been banned first all day. I like this pick. I mean, Vindicta, it just feels like you have a potential to just end the game at 25 minutes. And Vindicta has a great game. We've seen people even hold points for just full maxing the ultimate as fast as humanly possible and just getting like a ridiculous, unattainable soul lead off the back of those last hits. That's scary going up against a team as good as Hydra Nation, right? They have a really scary ramp to get online here. After
is it a Vegas pick?
So Vegas is a flyer like master, I think, as EP was saying. So it could be going. I mean, the thing is, Leftfoot's played it, Flick's played it, and Vegas have all played it. So I would definitely assume it's to be going Vegas's way this time. But what I'm worried about is if you pair Mo and Krill with this, if you're talking about, as you're talking about, Jake, the snowball potential, you also has Mo and Krill, and Vindicta is almost guaranteed to get that finish as well. And we saw that work so well for Aegis Aurora over in EU when they were able to take the title.
Yeah, especially when Vindicta can like stake somebody so that Mo can close the gap, and then you got like an Alk Fire on the target, just like a really synergistic build here. Llama Lord's gonna respond with Mirage and Lash, so global presence from Mirage and then the pickoff potential from Lash. I could see this working really well, but I'm a little surprised to see Viscus being this low prio for Llama Lords. I feel like it's really strong against something like a Shiv denying that snowball reset off the ultimate.
And we know how good hydration is on Viscus as well, so it's like definitely up his alley.
Vegas
but
there's so many Viscus players on that team.
Yeah.
I mean,
Vegas is like the Viscus and Flyers player, right?
Yeah. I was thinking maybe they're holding on to it because they want to decide: do we want to go Mo and Krill, or do we want hydration to play Viscus? But then again, I mean, with having so many people who could play it.
I want. Do we get the Lefa Yamato? I would be about that. That is pretty dirty. Okay, yeah, again, a lot of these. There's a very strong solo lane. Like we might end up getting like the Yamato Shiv matchup here, which is one that probably Rokane is pretty familiar with, probably even piloting from the Shiv side. But we saw what Rokane was able to do in the previous game with the Yamato that got out of hand, and it's a viscous ban.
Okay, I mean, obviously Viscous can counter Vindicta by like saving the person you're trying to snipe. So to me, this also says like Hydration's most likely going to be. I can't even say most likely Mo and Crow because we've seen the damn man play Dynamo before and be successful with it. So like, what can't Hydration play is the problem. But I think that's also one of the things, Jake, that Hydration has advantage of over any other team in NA is the depth of pools that all the players on that team have. It is ridiculous. You can't ban them out. You can't outpick them. They're always going to have players on characters they're very comfortable with.
Yeah, I think this does set them up well for a Mo and Krill pick if they want to go that way, right? Banning the Viscous, banning a really strong save. Mo Krill, you know, we talked about the combo with Vindicta. You've got the Yamato on your team, so you don't need to worry about it. You know, by picking Mo and Krill, you deny that pick to the enemy. Although Hydration historically, I think, has drafted a little bit greedier. Then again, with Vindicta, it could just be too perfect of a spot for Mo.
No one builds an empire without
You say that,
sacrifice.
although they are like, yeah, they are. I mean, this is, you know, I would say they're definitely going for a high ceiling with this Wraith pick. Yeah, they've drafted greedier, right? I feel like they've not always gone for like those standard structures of like, you know, like get a good front line or make sure you've got the highest prior support picked up. But like we talked about, they are willing to, you know, sacrifice some positions to allow other players to sort of
Poor
succeed.
Quig.
There's also the potential thought of
get my pick.
There's also the potential thought of Vindicta being played as like a sort of a support role, you know, going with the Echo Shard into like double staking people with the Outfire, or playing around like a little bit more spirit damage off the bird. And we've seen Rescue Beam even for Vindicta, pulling people up into the sky to save them. So I do think, I'm not necessarily expecting that, but I do feel like Hydra Nation's draft, they do have flexibility about how they go about continuing on. Do you want a hard commit on Vindicta as like your core carry? You can kind of see, I guess, how Llama Lord's draft, if they feel like that is where they want to go, where they want to put their eggs as far as committing, could just be Vegas, you know, playing a conventional carry on Vindicta, but they have the opportunity to hybridize it if they need to.
Oh, we got a McGinnis.
This is why I want to see like a land finally of NA versus EU. Like I want to see how EU teams deal with the depth of pool that everyone and the flexibility that everyone on Hydration has. That's what's kind of insane about them as a team. I feel like actually, if we're talking about flexibility in hero pools, they are by far the best team in the world compared to EU and NA for sure. But as you talked about, Mitch, seeing McGinnis naked, I mean, we know how damn good he can be with steals. It's about how effective he can be. I mean, the walls are great, but the problem is you still have Vindicta who can get above them.
And I got your back.
And there's the Lone Krill. Yeah, so you have the combination now, obviously, to lock down, which makes you feel like that maybe Vindicta is headed for more of a carry role in this game, but I think the item knockdown is going to be pretty important for both sides in this matchup. We saw what it can do to Lash. Llama Lords absolutely abused Deathy in their previous game, and naturally bringing Vindicta down to earth is it's a core component of the strategy to taking down that flying sniper.
Wonder if there's ever like an Ivy here to potentially give you a little bit more of a contest on these rejuves, maybe a little bit more earn presence.
Oh, what?
Viper. What? Wow. Okay, so they value the Viper.
So is that support? No. Is it support Viper? Or is it support Vindicta now?
I mean, I'm also not, I think in this era of Deadlock, I'm like not fully convinced you need a like quote unquote support. Like I think you can just have somebody who just builds a few more util items. Maybe that is Vindicta this game, but Vindicta can still put down some pretty good damage while building util, right? Like maybe she won't be top souls farming the map as hard, but I think she can still be a big contributor, even if they're going for some you know, setup items.
Yeah, there was some also big advantages because like Lethal Venom used to like cleanse the Petrify. For some reason, it's like a weird interaction where it like would actually turn that off. Now that that's not the case anymore. Now you can't break the Petrify from the Viper ultimate. So I think like just quality of life in general for Viper now operating a bit more as intended with some increased bullet growth in like the recent patch, like a couple of days ago. Yeah, it's about time we start to see this play out. I have no idea what to expect. I've never seen a Viper in a competitive match.
We were wondering about who's playing what, and I feel like since we have Jake here, we should talk about this because I did get notified by production of who's playing Viper. Do you want to take guesses? Unless you guys already looked.
I looked. I'm a cheater.
You looked? Okay,
no guess.
Do you have any prediction?
It's gotta be Lefa or Hydration.
Okay. So Hydration is going to be playing Viper. I am real curious to see how he's going to play Viper here and how he's actually going to build Viper. So then that means, is Quig going to be on Mo and Krill?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, one thing that I think is interesting with Mo and Krill, we talked about how Mo and Krill is a great setup for Vindicta. I mean, Viper, think about Viper, right? If you've got somebody hard locked down in an individual position, Viper probably has the highest damage burst in the game. Just the raw slide in and just absolutely melt you down. Like even somebody like an Abrams in the late game, a Shiv in the late game, maybe Viper actually has enough damage to overwhelm those conventionally, too tanky to initiate on heroes with the help of, we got Wraithlift, we got Mo and Krill, we got Paradox Swap. We got 3 pretty decent setup ultimates for things like Viper and Vindicta just come down and break the pain.
That rank
and then honestly, so a surfeit of options. And then Yamato, I feel like this is a great spot for Leffa to just be like frontlining aggressive Yamato, not necessarily relying on the setups and just being that guy getting in the enemy's face, forcing attention on himself. And then with the shadow transformation, with Leffa's individual skill, I think that's a pretty scary combo to be going up against.
I'm psyched for this. We're going to see Viper for the first time in Deadlock Fight Night for North America, presented by Intel. It's Hydra Nation once more are defending their title as Kings of the Hill, as Llama Lords once more nipping at their heels, but they're going to have to deal with quite the interesting composition here from the Hydra Nation side of things. Again, not what we would call a conventional comp. They're not really cleaving to any norms necessarily. We have, the Vindicta. We have, of course, Mo and Krill. A lot to lock down for the Vindicta. Viper, bear in mind, at rank 3 of that ultimate, because you have to hit people to petrify them normally. But once you hit rank 3, it just petrifies in an area and petrifies for longer. So it's like 3 seconds of being locked down in an area. Devastating. You do not want to run into that.
Yeah, and actually, I'm maybe curious. Like Jake, do you have a lot of experience on Viper? I know you mentioned you played her quite a little bit and were able to like really abuse her early on. But I'm curious, like maybe the build paths you can go in with Viper and what you potentially expect to see when it comes to skills.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of like just full commit on attack speed on Viper, since you're going to be sliding and have infinite ammo anyway. You just go like insane attack speed, and then late game you get something like a lucky shot online, and it's like kind of out of control how much damage, you just raw gun damage you do, clearing objectives. Probably the fastest objective clear in the game, almost certainly it is when this hero gets farmed. So I expect to see Hydration go for a classic build where he's going to get farmed as hell and just like have every single gun item and then just absolutely smoke objectives, smoke towers, and then the enemy team is gonna have to CC him, gonna have to shut him down. Once he gets unstoppable, that's when I think he can really get it going and just dive into the enemy team with the help of those stun setups we talked about from Quig, Flick, and DMB.
Yeah, I mean, great point. Not only are you getting the spirit and bullet resist, when you're sliding, but when you have unstoppable, you're basically, you really can't be dealt with there at all, especially because, of course, infinite ammo while sliding makes you a real threat. We're going to check back in with Jake, of course, at a couple of key junctures here, but now a closer look at the lanes. Rokane solo laning, but actually up against DMB here. And the McGinnis already starting to be a bit of a nuisance here, but Naked is hit by that carbine and is forced to respect the damage output. Hydra Nation biting back here in this lane 3.
Bro, they went for a two-man gank onto lane 1. Hydration actually is going to be going down here in the meantime. That's over towards lane 3, but they went for like the big rotate to try to go for an early kill into Rokane. So we could see DMB potentially snowball the lane here as he's playing the Wraith. And already off the bat, I mean, we have 2 early kills going the way of Llama Lords. And I obviously we had some questions about, the picks necessarily with the Viper coming into play here, but Llama Lords showing doesn't seem to matter. They're not too phased by it.
Yeah, Calc went ham. He died to a Guardian there, so not the end of the world, but a lot of action across these maps here as we'll see Calc return to that lane 2, of course, and Llama Lords definitely have a vested interest in trying to keep Vegas as quiet as possible, along with Hydration, so expect to see a lot more activity here from Lord and M, for example, and from Calc, looking to try and set up these gangs, these, high initiation capacity heroes.
Like, look at Quig. He headed back towards lane 1. I don't know if that was just to escape a potential chase out of PayPal, but again, they're going to be here and they're under tower.
Yeah, they're really trying to shut this down a little bit here. DMB just shrugging that one off for the time being. Yeah, Arkram and Rokane both very low, so the laners of Hydra Nation are causing a couple of issues. We're on board with Calc here, who wants to try and gank this lane number 1. And this is obviously lane 3, where it's only Lord and M that sat there. Calc pushing in. Quig, though, causing some issues now. Card whizzes overhead here, getting pretty messy, but Calc needs to be careful. Try and shut this damage off, but again, the melee always hits deep. That's going to be Vegas and DMB falling. Calc gives up his life for it.
He baited the parry actually with the heavy melee there. Instead, he actually hits a minion instead, then goes back and is able to help close out the kill, but still just be a 1-for-1 trade here over on this lane, as DMB is going to be coming back to lane here in a few seconds.
Yeah, Quick hanging around a little low. Does draw PayPal across the map. A lot of action as well. Lane 1, yeah, it's a 2 versus 2 right now. Rokane doesn't really want to try and push for this anymore, though, as Quick is healthy enough, and DMB, of course, is always a legitimate damage threat. Back over to lane 2 for the holiday. Lane 4 now is going to be rejoined in just a moment by Flick. Arkhammer, of course, once again on this signature Mirage pick. Llama Lords always prioritize.
Didn't know we were doing the 2-1-1-2 strat here. As we see 2 players in lane 1 and 4, it's going to be Vegas to go down here as Young Calc helps with the kill with PayPal. And again, like, Young Calc's not a person you want to see get started, and well, the Vindicta's not someone you want to see necessarily get behind. He's down by 1k compared to Young Calc. But we can see Hydration, like, really respecting Rokane on the Shiv, really trying to keep him under wraps and under control, making sure that DMB does have a strong start here in this game, because DMB is actually one of the players on Hydration who does a brunt of their objective damage, a lot of their split pushing, a lot of damage as well. So he's going to kind of be off by himself. Getting him a good start here on Wraith would definitely be what they need to make sure to secure this first map.
It means that Vegas gets sacked to a degree, though, because Quick is basically living in this lane 1 right now. Let's draw PayPal across. You notice that that now just creates a very odd situation where it's like a Vindicta versus Abrams in lane 2, but a lot of bouncing back between those 2 lanes is, you know, Hydration do, like you mentioned, want to get DMB really rolling here. Quick's been able to get a lot of value out of their roams just in terms of, you know, kill involvements, as they're up to about 4k souls here, and the ultimate online as early as they do is pretty critical.
Yeah, Quick hitting 4k like that's what facilitated the kill against Rokane, which is pretty massive. Now DMB, he's gonna have telekinesis, so if Shiv comes back to lane, then that potentially could be another kill. But as you can see, they're gonna be trading things up here. So it's gonna be Rokane up against Vegas over in lane 2. Nake, in the meantime, was able to get a kill yet again onto Hydration here, so that's 2 deaths for him, unfortunately. I mean, again, that's the power of 1 stun. A great little paradoxical swap, but he's still gonna fall either way.
I mean, there's a 1 versus 2. I don't like Flick's odds there, and that was a tough situation there for Hydration. I think they already lost 1 player over there. At least Vegas is able to trade things back. Got rid of Lord and M, maybe even with an assassination. Here's the telekinesis getting popped here, and that's why Young Calc wants to get aggressive to dissuade any potential follow-up there by DMB, and it seems to have worked. For now, though, this 2v2 lane in lane 1 is very volatile.
Technically does have a window of opportunity here when Quig does have his ultimate online, though it is coming up in about the next 10 seconds.
We're at lane 4 now. Yeah, and in comes Lord and M. He wants to start this fight, but he's drawn out the Shadow Transformation. Was that what they were looking for? Probably not, but at least they're not going to be subject to it in an all-in fight. And there is so much pressure here happening behind the Guardian, and there's nowhere for DMB to go. PayPal pushed so deep there, and isn't ready, though, for the assassination that comes in as Vegas has arrived, getting some souls for himself now. The combo gets used on Young Calc, but Vegas isn't really there to follow up with a big burst of damage, and now Young Calc could be dangerous. He seems to just want to get out of the fight, though, as Vegas still has a charge of assassination, and that's a lot of souls with 2 assassination kills. Vegas is up to 5k. After being behind so much, Wall there's going to be catching out Flick now as Naked starts to put this pressure down in lane number 2. 3 Sapphire players were there, and somehow Flick's able to extricate himself as Leffer is definitely trying to bark at the attackers.
This does leave Hydration alone in lane 3 at the moment, and we've seen what he can do with farm on Shiv just last week alone. I don't know what he's going to necessarily be able to do on someone like Viper, because we've unfortunately not seen Viper just yet. As you pointed out, Vegas just getting a ton of souls for his way with the assassinations. That's gonna be a little bit of a dive here on the DMB, and it looks like he potentially will fall with 136 health, but the reinforcement's gonna be here. He's got Vegas off to a side. Quig rejoining the fight as well. Quig not ultimate up just yet, but it will be enough to thwart the push here at the Llama Lords.
Yeah, it's enough to stave them off here. I think DMB was hoping for another overcommitment from Llama Lords, as we saw them dive behind the tower in the past. It's not going to be the case, though. Quig hoping to punish this to some degree. Vegas returning back to that lane 2, definitely starting to get some, you know, important items under their belt now. We're back on board with Hydration, who's been getting dove quite a lot here and has the support, of course, of Flick in this lane. Now can they make something happen with it? Lord and M's in deep trouble. Paradoxical Swak is going to leave them out in the open, and Flick has the damage.
Yeah, use the Petrify also to time a melee attack right when it falls off too. Nice little use of min-maxing some damage here, as we did see Rokane rotate into that lane to do some damage. Quick in the meantime, going to get the ultimate on Young Calc, and still got a lot of HP left remaining here. He's taking a brunt of damage, and somehow Young Calc will eventually fall. It almost took down Quig for his troubles.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a holiday to be concerned about now, but Vegas has joined the fight. There's Hydration going down eventually over there. And again, it's not just the combo assassination. It's also combo and then full auto, you know, from this Wraith. You get a ton of extra damage. This Guardian will go down momentarily here, as Quig is definitely here to stay, but a death slam could be problematic. It looks like somehow DMB was able to get out of the corner and out of that ultimate. Now, though, very, very low. Lord NM is only going to be able to get the Mo and Krill. And it's bleeding. A Guardian, of course, still very, very low. PayPal can't do too much about this except try and clear the minions out in front, but that's just too much to ask. They got rid of DMB, though. That's important. Just a couple cheeky shots and able to pick up with the Wraith.
Yeah, you saw if Vegas was sticking around, he wanted that kill onto Lord NM. He knew how low he's going to be. In the meantime, a fight going to be on lane 4 with Arkram. He's going to be punished here. Going to be paradoxical swat right back into the Yamato. And Leffa should be able to solidify this one in just a second. You can jump all you want, but eventually Hydra Nation will have their kill. And 41k a piece, though. I'm actually kind of surprised. We've seen a lot of action non-stop here across the map, and yet both teams just coming out flat even.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's sort of worth taking stock of objectives here, right? We've had a trade of Guardians. So both these two teams very active. We've seen across the map 21 kills in total, most of them for Llama Lords, and yet Hydra Nation have been able to maintain parity in terms of that objective count. The Decay comes in. Cold Front, of course, getting picked up here for Lord and M, going to make those, you know, initiations a little stickier.
I see, Lash.
You can see Enchanter's Barrier and Combat Barrier picked up for Hydration. If you're curious about the abilities going for, I mean, pretty much necessary items to just survive in these fights. Managed to get the kill with the Toxic Venom at the end there onto Rokane.
I think it was a Power Slash. And then yeah, so the Power Slash came in, I think, by Leffa, who's quietly getting pretty farmed, and then just the Poison Ticks finished the job. But because I'm pretty sure Lord of them was quite, Rokane rather, was quite healthy at the time. I guess the Poison Ticks are a problem for Lash again, because better at dealing with burst damage than that damage over time.
Well, the damage onto Rokane, I mean, we talk about how like Rokane can deal with a lot of burst damage. The thing is, like, the Toxic Venom proccing on the HP that you're based on can easily be a way to finish off a Shiv who's very low on HP. Looks like Garden's gonna be pushed here onto lane 3. Lord M's gonna be able to escape here with some good movement. Some pretty good tech here. In the meantime, Quig has been able to pick up the urn. He's trying to run it over to lane 4.
They're still after an M. Okay, I don't mind the whip there. He ends up TPing midway through the fight, so he's out of the action and still, you know, close enough here to be relevant when it comes to that urn turn-in. We're going to be keeping an eye on Vegas here as time goes. Of course, started to get some of those more important items picked up. Okay, and we're seeing some spirit items invested here. Hydration also going for a little bit more survivability. Also, interesting, high velocity mag picked up, even though he already has pretty high rate of fire, high bullet projectile speed.
I mean, as we talked about right before, as long as you're sliding, you have infinite ammo. So more speed you get, more attack speed, the more damage you can do in the end. A little bit of an ultimate over onto Naked, who's still very healthy on HP as he's trying to get the urn turn in. He's still going to be on the ground, though, and I think Naked's going to be able to try to turn it in, but he actually gets meleeed off and instead gets dropped once again.
Yeah, he picked it up and then had to drop it down pretty much straight away. Flick's the one that actually ends up turning in the urn. This is such a messy game. I've got to contrast this with the EU games earlier on, which almost seem to have like strict rules of engagement. This is just an all-out, no-holds-barred brawl, folks. There's pressure now on towards the Walker. That's been lost already. Okay. So at least Llama Lord's able to get some value there in that lane number 1. That is a pretty crucial pickup. But again, that really is just trading. Hydra Nation already get one of their own. And Arkram is not getting away from Leffa's pressure.
11k for Leffa, as you said, kind of silently farming up here. To be fair, PayPal's gonna be on 11k, Young Calc on 10. But, you know, one thing that Jake really, you know, pressed on was this fact that, like, how good Hydra Nation are as a macro team. And a lot of other teams in NA haven't been able to rise up to that. But Llama Lords, I mean, looking pretty good considering. I mean, even though there was a bait of the urn over towards lane 4, so they go for the push on lane 1, getting the Walker and getting them one more away from getting their first flex slot. Whereas Hydra Nation, they only have one Guardian down. So they're really falling behind at the moment when it comes to the macro game. And obviously that flex slot, which is going to be very valuable the more and more gold these teams get.
Decent point in chat there that high velocity mag builds into pristine emblem, so even heroes that maybe aren't trying to fix their like farming in lane necessarily still want to pick it up at some point. That was well pointed out.
You're reading chat while you're casting.
What's that?
You're reading chat while you're casting.
I see it in the corner of my eye, yeah.
No, dude, do you do that a lot?
I mean, do you know who I am? I could read the Iliad while I'm casting and still get it done.
Calm down.
Come on, bro. Here's the paradoxical swap here. Problematic for Arkram. You're not getting out of that one. That behind that time, although elsewhere Death Slam did go down, but Arkram, there was just no help for them whatsoever. So yeah, an attempt at repositioning here for Young Calc. Leffa, though, was all over him like moss on a rock. Nothing he could really do about it. This Hydra Nation comp now really starting to get out of hand. That's DMB obviously in the fight without even having to make use of telekinesis. Just trying to keep people off this Walker right now as a heavy barrage comes in for Naked. Wants to try and lay down some of this pressure as well. And there's the combo. Rokane nowhere to go right now. Locked in place, but still healthy enough. Again, able to shake off any of that burst damage.
The damage wasn't there because we saw Vegas was over in lane 3 and Hydration was still trying to get back to lane. I mean, Llama Lords, I'll give them the respect. Like they're starting to really try to push these objectives and push like the more macro side of this. But Hydra Nation are so used to playing macro oriented, they know how to kind of counter this style and punish you for mistakes. So if Llama Lords, if they're not careful, the aggression that they're trying to go for right now can easily come back to bite them. And I really like how Hydra Nation not really losing their cool either. They've been in situations like this before. They're up now 2K, even though they are still going to be down that one Walker. They picked up 2 Guardians for themselves. A great charge on a Vegas, but not a ton of damage being done just yet. He will fall.
Very dead. I mean, the Death Slam into the shoulder charge is a recipe for disaster for the Invicta. It's brutal stuff. Looks like this might be a very difficult situation once more for Arkham to escape from. Again, at least have used the Tornado for that mobility, but they're on the chase. DMB able to pick them up eventually. Still a lot of fight to be had here over at lane 2 as Hydra Nation look to reinforce from lane 3. They're going to get there. Hydration a little bit low right now. Look how, I mean, ever present in these fights Rokane has been. Lord of Them is down though, so that engage potential is off the table, and here come the reinforcements. Flick arrives and Rokane makes a swift exit.
I think one thing, I'm going to see ultimate here. I don't know if the back is going to be just time. You should be relatively safe. One thing that Hydra Nation I feel like lack though is wave clear. Because they really don't have a lot of wave clear. Yeah, you have Flick's one ability. I mean, that pulses, the pulse grenade, but that's not going to clear a wave necessarily by itself, and he has to be there. Leffa, yeah, his power slash can do some good damage to clear out a wave. They have to kind of align for it. And then DMB, you don't want to be using your cards to clear waves. You want to be using them to kind of poke. So one thing that Llama Lords are really able to do well is put pressure on these lanes because they're always going to have a wave with them. And Hydra Nation can't really respond too quickly with that.
Some key items coming up here. Warp Zone for the Invicta. Tesla Bullets, of course, for DMB. Improved Spirit as well for Hydration. Going towards that Spirit build, and also with the Combat Barrier, because there's definitely a sense that everyone is looking in the direction of the Viper early on. Sharpshooter up here for PayPal. So Holiday definitely at least wants to have some sort of a gun build. We'll check in properly and see just how much of an investment is being made to that effect by PayPal. I trust them. That's fine. We've often seen them on the Mirage in the past. Okay, Telekinesis gets thrown out there pretty quickly, and your boy Calc ain't going to map his way out of this situation. Up into the sky there goes Lord and Ember. There's really no engagement to be had right now as all of Hydra Nation are grouped up here in the mid-boss direction. 1 or 2 more casualties means that that's definitely going to be on the table. And there it is. With 3 kills, Hydra Nation surely should be able to play off this, although it's a little bit scary for Vegas. Needs to drop down and rejoin the rest of their team and help with his boss.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a mid-boss. I thought that was PayPal for some reason playing Mirage. He's off by himself playing PvE here again over towards lane 4. That's going to give him another flex slot. And it looks like they might try to contest this mid-boss, but they only have, what, 3 players in the vicinity. Young Cal's will be coming back as quick as he can. He will have ultimate online, but he won't be there in time to stop it. It should be going Hydra Nation's way, but we're going to see the dive come in. The parry as well, but DMB's going to lock it in, and Hydra Nation's going to get that for free.
Yeah, Rokane hit a big assassination shot there, even if it wasn't, I think, what finished Rokane. It made it impossible for them to go for that steal. So Hydra Nation, things are proceeding apace. It's been very messy start to the game, especially with, you know, like, just, I guess, how dynamic Llama Lords have been, you know, crossing in between these lanes. Tough for Hydra Nation to execute their game plan when the game has been such in flux. PayPal here very low though, and you see them obviously by the secret shop getting caught out in the end by DMB, and that's keeping Llama Lords perpetually staggered out, which means, Jason, all of these objectives are on the table. I've got to get Jake in here real quick because we've had a very messy start to the game, and even an erm take here for Llama Lords. But Jake, seems like Hydra Nation are finding an antidote to the chaos.
Yeah, and I think that just comes to like being tried and tested and being like cool, calm, collected. Like I think they're a team with a really good head on their shoulders. And obviously, when you have things kind of go against you in the beginning, you have to kind of figure out the way to bounce back. And it's mostly just been like Leffa farming up 18k hydration, even though he's down to, well, he was killed a lot early on. He's still tied up with Leffa when it comes to souls. So you know they're going to be very good at, you know, keeping up in pace, even if they fall behind early on. I think it's more of like Llama Lords making mistakes. The push onto the lane 2 Walker just netted them with quite a few too many deaths that has allowed Hydra Nation to kind of get themselves back in.
And it looked like, Jason, it was incremental edges, I think, that were found by Hydra Nation in that sort of furious exchange of resources that got them ahead. But they are behind by a Walker. So mid-boss did get picked up, all really good, but they do need to manifest that now into an objective advantage across the map. And it's what they're looking to do here in both lanes 1 and 4 simultaneously. That urn awful close to the turn-in location here in this very same lane. But in lane number 4 here, it looks like Hydra Nation pulling back here. Quick, the last person to vacate the area. We might see more of a group elsewhere. Leffa, though, taken down here in lane number 1. Vegas, can he even the odds? It was Lord of Them eventually going down. Decent amount of damage at least being put here, but no opportunity to go for an assassinate there. And Naked looking to wall things off to dissuade further engagement.
So they initially had the man advantage for Hydra Nation. Young Calc rotates in from lane 2 to help, and they eventually trade 1 for 1 here, but they're also pushing lane 4 at the same time. Then they noticed there's too many people there. They rotate off lane 4 to lane 3, and that's where this fight's breaking out. As a good swap comes in for Flick. But he's going to net them a kill, as now he's the one being pressured as he has to run away.
It's tough out there for this holiday, honestly. Been pretty difficult. Interesting itemization there as well. So yeah, definitely some of those gun items getting picked up. But now, obviously, those key objectives is something we're still looking at. Still 3 walkers up here for Llama Lords. Hydra Nation want to get full use out of this rejuve here. They've got a lot of damage in fairness on the lane 3 walker, but still need to capitalize. And Leffa gets taken down again. Second time in a very short period of time. Brocane comes in there with that ultimate to clear up hydration, and Hydra Nation, known for being able to pressure these objectives well and trade up in these scenarios, are struggling a little bit. Quig should be able to have the pick off here. Spirit Lasso just going to delay the inevitable, and a bit of a parting gift there for PayPal is ignored by Quig. But Flick falls elsewhere, and Hydra Nation find themselves again losing out in that exchange. Still haven't picked up that walker they've been looking for.
It's about these objectives, though, for Llama Lords. I mean, even though they get these kills, they're still going to be down almost 10k in souls. They need to start capitalizing off of this, but the problem is there's no walker in lane 4, so Rokin over here is not really going to offer too much. Lane 1's not going to have a walker either, so it's mostly about these mid lane walkers where you can see Hydration are already reinforced. Not too worried about their base. They're worried about losing these walkers and worried about losing control. And obviously with the Rejuvenator, their lanes are going to be shoving, so it's very difficult to even make a push happen for Llama Lords, even if you get any of these kills.
All right, see Bullet, Resist Shredder, and Burst Fire getting picked up by Arkram, who's been caught out early in a couple of these fights. There's a telekinesis, but Naked's wall kind of gets in the way. You can see desperately DMB wants to TP forward and capitalize on it. Naked's been a problem, a real nuisance, and even the combo committed to try to lock them down. Still, Naked was able to shrug that off, and Quig's the one that falls. These fights are haphazard for Hydra Nation. What a charge from your boy Calc. RKO from the top rope, and Llama Lords take a 2-0 engagement.
So they're going to try to run the urn here, try to claw back at this lead. They're still down by about 5k. Hydration really hasn't been in these fights, and even with Leffa going down, Hydration's just continue to farm up as much as he possibly can. I think is he trying to rotate in towards stopping the urn, or is he trying to look for farm in lane 3? Both. Leffa's going to be over in lane 4. Yeah, always farm.
He's picked up Shadow Weave as well, which is less commonly seen. So Hydration does not want that early attention. He is quietly getting pretty farmed. 23k souls. Still haven't really seen a fight where he's been able to have that impact, but here he is under the effect of that stealth. And he pops out of it instantly now, trying to get a quick burst out on young Calc. That poison is going to take hold, and Leffa might have been extraneous to that entire exchange, but they do get the urn carrier. And Hydration's scooped that up now, though. Hydra Nation still have to fight a little bit more to land this particular plane. Hydration's going to go for it straight away, but there's a mess happening elsewhere. I hear the Death Slam going off there. Hydration's able to turn the Soul Urn in despite this, though, and now's the fight to be had. Vegas does fall, but Leffa does get the Shadow Transformation, and Brocane gets run over. Oh, that's tough by the Viper. Hydration hope to make a play there, but PayPal is able to deal with them. Still, Hydra Nation walk away from a 2 versus 2, having been able to turn in the urn. They do have a lead, and now I think there's some serious pressure headed the way of Arkram, is trying to fight back with those pistol shots. Eventually, though, you have to imagine he gets run down, but Naked throws a wall up there, coming to the rescue. Leffa realizes he might have been denied, but Flick comes in to get the secure. And Hydra Nation will have to back up eventually. Eventually?
With this. Yeah, I don't know. Yoga's looking for the charge. It's not going to land it, unfortunately, for them. But this was like a disadvantageous fight for Hydra Nation, because they did have DMB pushing lane 2 for the majority of that fight, able to get a second walker, and then, of course, netting them a flex slot here. But Hydra Nation were fighting at a disadvantage. I mean, Hydration didn't even have his Petrify up. He didn't have his ultimate online just yet, because he just used it on Young Calc to get, sorry, excuse me, to get that initial kill. So I'm not sure why they kind of stuck around. Maybe it was because of Lord and M, and the Death Slam was able to keep them there and force that fight to actually break out.
Colossus got picked up there by DMB of all people, who definitely wants to be in the thick of things when it's time to use that telekinesis. Also, our Chemical Fire finally getting picked up here as Flick continues to build more in that supportive direction. Again, just buffing up that bullet damage is really crucial, especially when, you know, Hydration and DMB are going to be in the middle of these fights. So keep your eyes peeled for that. We have at least a little bit of a lull here, though, now, as finally Hydra Nation were able to push in and take not 1, but 2 walkers in that mess of back and forth.
I think that's why you're seeing them kind of keep the lead here, not to mention the urn turn in, I believe, because of Hydration stealing it away. It's coming down to the objective game. That's where they fell behind early on. We had Llama Lords take the first walker of the game in lane 1, and Hydra Nation only had 1 Guardian to their name. So it's a good little turnaround here. A lot of extra souls being farmed up for them, as we can see. Mid boss. Both teams poisonous. Now it's starting to look a little bit more like EU, Mitch, where we saw a lot of stalemates happen over towards mid, both teams realizing that one mistake here could cost you the game. And well, last week, Llamalords, they took the first map of the series, but they lost the following two, and they're obviously looking to get that first map under their belt here if they potentially can. A great little swap comes through, but Hydration just dismantles PayPal.
Oh, that is sickening. PayPal just ceased to exist. They literally vaporized in front of us. Oh, with the holiday out of the picture, that's a lot of the pick potential taken away from Llamalords, but there's still a fight to be had here. I hear a telekinesis getting popped, and it looks like it might have been Lord and M caught inside that. They're going after Arkram by the looks of things. Damn, they get caught inside that grenade. That is perfectly laid down by Flick. Really hard for Llamalords to escape. And now DMB, of course, is hot on the heels. Naked is able to slink away from the fight, but Hydronation have got to be feeling a little more comfortable about this mid-boss take now.
Lord's been sitting here this whole time, waiting for a steal, even when his team is getting pressured on. And I can kind of understand that, considering they already lost, one or two players initially. With Naked going down, there's definitely no potential plan of steal from the backside.
Oh, wait a minute!
You got to get the base done, but he's too early.
Oh, Leffa gets it. Now the timing not quite there for young Calc. He seems just inches from glory, Jason. I know you've been in that position, mate. So close, and not able to pick up the rejuve. Hydronation continue to lengthen that lead.
Kind of rude.
I mean, it really depends on how you interpret it, Mike.
Always the worst way with you. I'm curious with Hydration, though, what he leveled up, what he's maxed so far. It looks like he actually went for his Petrify, because he did hit a two-man Petrify early on when we saw Lillard trying to run away. And speaking of run away, that's what Hydration is doing with this game. Almost 30k in the lead, and we'll be there momentarily, running the urn in the meantime as well with Flick. And this is looking very bad here for Llamalords.
Yeah, surprised they weren't even looking for a little bit more, maybe some shrine pressure there, but they have this urn, and they've got good lane push here behind it. Elsewhere, of course, Vegas is trying to shove things up. Vegas, not the relevant threat that we sort of suspected that he might develop into. I do think Vegas wasn't always able to roam and get assassinate value at times early in the game, kind of kept in place a little bit.
He's just running it through. I'm so surprised to see him just go full in like this, but obviously with his teammates pushed up like that, he can afford to go for it. Llamalords couldn't contest it whatsoever.
Yeah, they're just not. I mean, they're forced back inside their base there. They got early warning, I think, off the beginner's turret, but it doesn't do much to slow things down. There's Naked's wall. He didn't actually catch inside. Looks like Quig was on the wrong side of it here. So Llamalord's actually able to get a pick, and that's Naked again, just being a playmaker in his own right. Here's that heavy barrage. One of the base bosses already got taken down, but now we'll see Hydronation pivot to a different direction. All the lanes, Jason, pushing in their favor.
So you're looking at Lord and M as well here. With no Majestic Leap, it's really hard for him to get a good position for a big ultimate, but then you have to question, do they actually, I'm going to say they do have the damage to easily burst out Hydronation. If they catch out Hydration, they catch out DMB, like you're already taking out a massive amount of their damage. So you're seeing Hydronation have to really respect this, especially with Quig down. I don't believe Quig has Phantom Strike. I think he might have Warp Stone, if we can check on that a little bit later on to see if he could potentially stop that ultimate of Lord and M. But we do see the push coming onto this lane for Walker, and this is going to be it's going to be gone. It's out of here.
It's pretty good. You have all the push tools you need. Like the Alk Fire is going to be there just to burn it down. At this point, Llamalords are essentially out of the game. They have to have like a pretty insane fight with NKD or Naked rather than Arkram respawning, but I don't think that opportunity is going to be afforded them here. Hydronation still have 4 players with rejuve on them as well, so they can afford to be a little bit more greedy, a little bit more aggressive. You can see DMB is just hunting for his next victim. And you can see just how hard he's hitting. PayPal there. Back to Lumbridge with you, sir. Coming out of spawn there, only to get picked up pretty much straight away. So this is a patron knock, and likely a game end here. Is you'll notice the PayPal's obviously respawn time gets cut in half after the patron transforms. So Hydronation, though, they're sticking around. NA, baby. Freest Deadlock has ever been.
Well, I mean, they still have to worry about Lord and M, who can easily get a big slam into the fountain here. I'm just wondering if he's going to be able to pull it off. It's going to be very difficult. He's going to be bursted down from before him. You still have to worry about the potential Petrify that you could hit while he's in the air trying to, channel his ultimate. It looks like they're trying to go for the push. You can see the Patron already losing a lot of HP here. And Llamalords, they have to contest.
Yeah, I mean, we're on board with Vegas, who is not in the pit right now, but the rest of Hydronation sure as hell are. Young Calc has had a couple near misses on some key abilities in this game, Jason. That one, the most recent of them. Leffa was under the impact of the Shadow Transformation, but it doesn't matter. The kills come in for Llamalords, but they cannot peel Hydronation off their patron. And Hydration ended up getting the 34k at the end of that game, a legitimate damage-dealing threat. But it was a very, very volatile early game. One of the most messy I've seen, and we see a lot of brawling in this NA region. Llama Lords look like they're up to it, but then Jason, there's that exchange where there's an earn turn in and 2 walkers picked up by Hydra Nation amidst all of this fevered, frenzied fighting. And they have a lead that they just don't give up.
I would definitely say the early game for sure favored Llama Lords. Like they were rotating really well. They were pushing objectives really well. They were up a walker over just 1 Guardian taken for Hydra Nation. But then there was just a couple of fights where they just started to let things slip away from them, unfortunately. And from there, it was just a snowball against them. You know, if Hydra Nation, you give them a finger, they're going to take your whole arm, and they're going to eventually take the series against you as well as you get the first map of the series.
Is that what they say?
You know what? I can make up phrases. I'm in Italy. I'm allowed to do what I want, okay?
Did you look up the Iliad yet? No? Okay.
Come on. I went to school. It was in the US, but I went to school.
That's crazy that you razz me for looking at Twitch chat and I see you typing in it. That's actually crazy.
Well, you know,
the double standard is just crazy, bro.
You're talking about reading the Iliad, but I was going to say, I feel like you're more the type of guy who reads GQ magazine, but then I see what you're wearing. And I know that's not true.
Bro, I had people gassing this outfit up in the chat. That's crazy. You know who loves this outfit? Jake. Let's bring him back in, obviously, after a pretty crazy game number 1, Jake. I mean, I'll be real, like, it's hard to keep track of, you know, we have the best observers in Deadlock. And I still find it very hard to keep track of all that back and forth fighting that we saw at the start of that game. But Hydra Nation, as they always do, they are the one that emerge and still standing as the smoke clears.
Yeah, and I think Hydration did a great job that game, you know, kind of being a backstop for the team, getting really farmed, and he just hits that point with Shadow Weave as that pickup. Love the pickup of the Shadow Weave, just giving you that insane ganking potential, showing up, you know, turning a few of these kills. Some of those big petrifies were pretty instrumental in the late game team fights. And you know, it's kind of the story we've seen before with Hydra Nation, right? Like their ability to split push. We saw DMB taking tons and tons of objectives in the mid game off the back of those team fights. And, you know, Llama Lords, we know they've got the death match from an individual level to win some of these fights and to come out of the early game decently strong. However, the problem is you've got to do more than that to beat Hydra Nation. You've got to get through and, you know, survive into the late game, which is where they've really looked at their strongest.
I feel like the Mudmen of Deadlock, they just drag you into the quagmire or the quagmire, as it were, and they just they make you play their game, and they, while you're trying to trade blows with them, they are sneaking into your back door and taking the cookies from your pantry. They are taking all these objectives whilst with the other hand keeping you busy with magic tricks. Jason, it really seems like it's a hard style to handle for so many of our NA teams, and it's kind of why Hydra Nation have been king of the hill.
Well, it's also the fact that, like, if they're the team to coin how macro's being played in North America, if you're a team trying to really work on that, if you make a mistake, they're easily going to know how to punish you. And the thing is, like, Hydration was punished so heavily early on in the game. Like, he was easily the most killed player in this match. But he still knows how to bounce back from this. He still knows how to, like, play around his team with the macro, and his team knew how to play around him as well for him to be this threat where he eventually got the Shadow Weave and was able to help burst people out extremely quickly. Obviously, like, we've seen teams even in EU, like Buff Enjoyers, back in the early days of Deadlock, they were very weak early game. Like Polgelize Scumbria were able to easily outbeat them when it came to kills within the first 10 minutes. But then when it came to the macro play, where it was the most important part of the game, they knew how to bounce back and they knew how to close out games. And that's what you're seeing out of Hydra Nation. You need to be able to not only beat them in lane, but you need to know how to be able to play macro against them.
And your boy Hydration comes out with 9 kills ultimately. We talked about it. DMV, of course, you know, with the ability just to increase his fire rate exponentially for a short window of time, has pretty nutty objective damage. Didn't feel like they weren't roaming so much as people were just coming to their lane to try and start fights, to the extent of people like Young Calc pushing past the Guardian, trying to keep this Wraith down, but DMB refused to be silenced.
And one thing we talked about before the show began, Jake, was that, like, DMB is their highest objective damage dealing player on the team. And then Hydration, I think, is generally going to be like one of the players with the most souls per minute. Then Left is going to be one of the players with the most, like, kill participation per minute, because they all have kind of like very good roles that they're kind of like set to of what they're doing within the match. And I think that's also a thing we have to look at when it comes to Hydration and being so strong.
Yeah, like they each have their own, you know, sort of perspective on how to carry the game. They're all carry roles, right? Getting farmed, getting damaged, getting objectives pressured, but they play to their specializations. And I think somebody like Lefa is just a great call out for getting into those team fights, because on an individual mechanical level, I think this guy is the best to do it right now. Put him on something like the Spirit Yamato. He's just not missing on his skills, right? He's just so consistently pumping damage, pumping burst in the team fights. Get that Mystic Reverb online on Yamato. And something like a Spirit Yamato, you know, especially late game, if you get into something like a Refresher, you know, it's just such an overwhelming amount of damage. The only thing you can do is try to dodge and try to escape Yamato. You know, killing her through the shadow transformation often is not an option. So somebody like Leffa, just, you know, it's kind of a perfect combo for him. You know, his aim is going to be so on point. You know, his individual laning is going to put him in such a strong position to succeed in the game. I mean, the Yamato is just the king of like absolutely inting into the team fight and actually that exactly what your team wants you to be doing at the moment.
Just dive, like you have Torment Pulse just doing damage. You have all these resistances from Shadow Trance, and they try and run away. You just hit them with the Flying Strike, slow them, just jump on them. It's just so hard. She's so sticky, and she's not even really easy just to burst down. That's the problem. And she gets like, it's just unreal damage resistances in that Shadow. It's sick. It is obviously great to be a Fed Yamato. We've seen that a couple times already over the course of our games today, and yeah, it's highly impactful. We're gonna have some time here for a quick break. Jason's gonna read up, maybe even the Odyssey as well. Just I mean, you add it to your repertoire. It's worth it. You know what I mean? Get yourself well read. Read a book. You know what I'm saying? We got merch that says that. That's how you know it's real.
Credit. That was good. That was good.
All right. See you guys after the break with more of our Deadlock Fight Night for North America, number 11, presented by Intel. Welcome back, folks, to the 11th Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. We are in the NA portion of the show, and it is always a bar brawl, folks. There is never a moment to breathe outside of those breaks. So I hope you made good use of it, because we're jumping into our second map of this best of 3 money match in just a moment. $1,000 is on the line between Hydra Nation and Llama Lords, and Hydra Nation are basically turned this into a form of passive income, Jake. They are just... They've broken out of the Matrix, brother. They have just gamed the system, and they are laughing all the way to the bank. But Llama Lords at least put some pressure on them early, like they have done. But last week they got a whole map off them. Can they repeat that feat, if not more, today?
I'm curious to see if Hydra Nation are going to keep with the Viper. I feel the Viper, it was pretty polarizing, right? Like, it had some big moments when it came online in the ultra late game. It did look super scary, right? It did feel like the classic hydration hero that, you know, comes out of the jungle after enough time and just like controls the lobby, dominates the game, while the rest of the team has sort of stabilized up to there. But it was a little bit rockier than we've seen from other heroes, such as, you know, the Shiv from Hydration. So curious to see if they go the same direction in the draft, or you know, maybe they mix it up with something a little bit more conventional.
Do you think Hydra Nation has just gotten bored and they started to handicap themselves? They're like, you know, let's just throw you on Viper for the hell of it. Let's just make it easier for other teams. And yet they still come out with wins. Maybe we need to start actually handicapping them somehow, limiting like who they can pick and actually give them some comps to play.
Well, they got buffed, right?
What's that? Viper?
Viper got buffed, like, broadly.
Slightly buffed.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's not really a big enough change to like make her like a meta hero at the moment.
I will say, like, for Hydration though, it's such a good fit in terms of his style of like him being so efficient on the map, him being like the #1 farm prio character who cleans jungle really fast. I think that's kind of exactly what Viper does, right? Build Tesla bolts, clear jungle, ultra fast, come out late game, and just be a menace. It fits the playstyle really well for Hydration. So I think like other teams, probably it would be really weird. They'd be forcing it, but I can see the merits of the character just for Hydration's playstyle. But I do agree. I'm not convinced fully about the Viper in general. I think it is a little greedy in terms of like the lack of presence in the early game and the risk of a team like Llama Lords sort of getting momentum on you as they did in the last game and maybe being able to convert that into more. However, I think it's kind of up to Hydration. I think the team has got to have a lot of confidence in him at this point, and with all the consistent performances he's been delivering, I think if Hydration wants Viper, he's going to get Viper again.
Big shout out to Say JJ with her 5 gifted subs. Turns out turning against Jason in the chat makes you also a more magnanimous and gifting individual. So you should all give that a try and see if it works for you. I strongly recommend it. While I've got a moment here, we've got passive aggressiveness from Hydration in our internal chat, because apparently the draft has taken a little while to get going, and it's not exactly Hydra Nation's fault that that's happening. So while we have the chance, I want to talk about some of the merch that we have available. I did briefly allude to it previously, but Deadlock Fight Night is proud to present our new line of merch, including Read a Book Sucker. And we all know that, yeah, the Iliad is fat enough to hit people with, so that's probably what Abrams is toting. One of the best ways you can support this broadcast and help us keep the lights on is to get gooped! Get good, buddy. It's available, of course, in t-shirt and sweatshirt variants. Getting good directly supports the Deadlock Fight Night and helps us ensure we can keep paying players, put its production on for you as well. Of course, we've got Intel who are, doing a huge amount of lifting to keep this all going. But, Jake doesn't come cheap, and I'm paid by the word. So do the math, folks. We think the merch is great. Hopefully you guys do too. So go ahead, buy a shirt, and you won't be able to explain it to people again. That's fine, because I'll know, you'll know. When you walk around the streets and people don't give you a second look because they don't understand the reference, you'll still know that you are supporting the show. And if I see you on the street, I will probably stop you. I'll probably flag you down if I see you wearing this shirt and ask you just how many books Jason do you think he's read in his entire life? And we can have a great conversation. And maybe I'll take you for Chipotle or something. I don't know. Like, well, maybe that's a great way to hit off. I would say hating on Jason will be common ground. So if you do want to develop like a personal relationship with me, that's a great starting point. Deadlockfightnight.com. You can head over there and you can order it today. I'm checking in on the draft.
I was just going to say, I would love one of those hats, because, just imagine it would be like one gym hat for me. Go to the gym with your bros, watching Mitch push 20 pounds on the bench press and like 200 pounds on squats.
That's crazy.
And you just, see each other across the room. You're like, what's up? You watch DFN.
I'm sorry, I've got gat, brother. What do you want me to do about it, bro? This is how I was made. All right.
Actually, you know what?
A dump truck daddy.
I showed this to Jake earlier on. I told him I had a picture of you that I wanted to show on air that I could put right behind me. I don't know if you want me to show it right now, though. That does prove what you're saying correct.
I don't know why. I don't want to see this at all.
You don't want to see
Oh, Lord and Lord.
It's not the one where I've had too many spiked lemonades, is it?
This is very free Deadlock, guys. This is extremely free
So,
Deadlock.
the fans are coming through here.
We are so free. Let's jump into the draft here. Let's quickly move on. I haven't kept any material on you, Jason, because you provide it for us in real time. Do you know what I mean?
You told me to record you doing squats, and I did what you told me, okay?
We don't need to see that. Okay, here we go. First ban is going to be the Warden. That's going to be taken away. Hydra Nation have been leveraging this ban against Llama Lords, not only in this series, but also last week.
Warden consistently strong, you know, the ability to lifesteal through some of these team fights, and then the catch potential that comes from the follow-up. I mean, I think especially with how much Llama Lords love to play, you know, the Lash, the Abrams, there's a lot of setups for the follow-up stun for Warden. And I think for Llama Lords, probably their best chance is just hard snowballing a game, getting out of control early, and then just continuing to expand that lead. This time the Vindicta ban comes out. Wonder if Hydra Nation are going to take the Calico since it's unbanned. Yeah,
do you feel like the Vindicta was ban worthy after what we saw from Vegas in that first game? Some good roaming, right? And Jason, and some assassination pickups there, but didn't seem like she was the real, you know, working threat, I feel like, on the battlefield.
No, for sure. But at the same time, it's like, do you ban Wraith then to stop DMB? Do you ban Yamato to stop Lefa? Do you ban Viper to stop hydration? I feel like she provides a lot of control, and I feel like it provided a lot of control early on. Obviously, we saw, I think it was like 2 or 3 assassinations come through. But ban-worthy, not quite convinced necessarily. I feel like there's still a couple of other heroes you could look to focus on to punish Hydra Nation.
We get the shift locked in by Rokane here pretty much straight away. It's hard to talk about like where our expectations should be with laning, because we actually had our solo lanes in the middle of the map for most of the game. But Jake, your call of the Calico pick now that she's open is paid off. That's going to get snapped up straight away.
So you need a
Yeah, we've seen Calico be super dominant. I think whether it's played in the solo or the duo lane, we've seen Naked play it even on support at this point. The hero just feels like it has so many styles, so many powerful ways to be played. I think it's just hard to bet against Calico. It feels like a great opening pick since it doesn't really commit you in any one direction in the draft. It's just a great opener, a great place to start. And you know, playing to Hydra Nation's flexibility, it's something that they could probably have quite a few players deploy here in this series.
Where do you prefer to see her? Because I actually enjoy seeing her more of a dual lane because of the roam potential with Ava.
Turn to Paradox for help.
Yeah, I don't mind the roam. I do think she's just a very powerful solo laner when it comes to like the individual trading potential with the dash and, you know, the sticky bombs. Yeah. You're not wrong that I think like the mid game roaming is pretty sick too. You can always just cycle out of the side lane though, like after, you know, 3k souls and you want to start roaming, then just put somebody else into the side lane. I think it kind of depends on Llama Lord's draft what you go for, but a Paradox Shiv is a great opener for Llama Lords. I mean, this is like a conventional first 2 when it comes to the second pick. Hydra Nation get the second new hero online. What if let's see all 4 new heroes for Hydra Nation. That's the challenge for Hydra Nation. Can you win with all 4 new heroes?
Vegas.
I'm so here for a little bit of magician, but Holiday picked up. We've seen a couple of different builds. We saw a more gun-oriented build, like Sharpshooter picked up here. Some of those gun items are actually for PayPal, who we know wants to play those gun-oriented, heroes, whether it's Mirage or Holiday. But we'll see what Hydra Nation's take is going to be on that. Okay, here we go. Heavy hitting Lefa Yamato potentially out of the drafts again.
Yeah, as you mentioned, like Holiday, I think PayPal is the only person we've seen since Holiday's been out in DFN that actually played her as like a gun, more gun oriented. Everyone else went Spirit for like the nuke of the barrel, but he went gun and he leveled up his jump pad first to have that utility when it came to fight. So it was actually really interesting to see like the difference in plays for Holiday. But the Yamato, I mean, I'm still not.
Summon a god, right?
I'm not. Off the top of my head, I don't remember necessarily. Oh, come on.
God, bro, I'm absolutely.
Okay, we're bringing out the image of Mitch. Give me a second here, boys.
No, that's a Warden pick. That's a Warden pick, though. I think we can get the text wrong. It's a Warden pick.
Because Warden's
banned. Not Lash. That's Warden, bro.
Oh,
I say that. No, they banned Warden. We got to redraft, guys.
Load image.
Holy, I had nothing to do with this. Oh man, that's so funny. Okay, so
Can I actually show this? What do you think?
Is it against TOS? Probably not, right? It's just me and my dumpy. Hey, what's the problem? What am I doing? Doing some
for the
swaps?
people. For the people.
Yeah. I'll get the buns out right now if it didn't get me in trouble. But you know what I mean? If it's a video you're putting up, you get banned, not me. That's how it works, right?
The Viper respect ban from Llama Lords. They're countering the 4 new heroes draft. Can't come out now.
That's crazy. Okay. And Abrams curse taken away from Young Calc here. So, look, I mean, definitely been one of the brighter spots for Llama Lords, especially over like the fairly frenetic laning phases. Young Calc just gets a ton of value there. And also, he's really nasty in those like very tight 1v1s when it comes to like baiting out parries or parry timings of his own. Like just really very good when it gets very hot and heavy in those lanes.
I'm so confused. I keep looking down and see my face. I'm like, who's that? Like, who the hell is that? I have to read the name to like realize, oh, it's Lash.
Bro. What do you mean?
Lash,
You look
bro.
like Lash, bro. What are you saying, bro? You
I'm
do.
worried though. With Abrams being banned away, we've seen Young Calc play Kelvin, and if he's on Calvin again, I kind of want to say that they're tilted and it's going to be a done game in 2 for sure.
I mean, the guy's not on one
last week.
He's not on one hero wonder, right? I mean,
No,
you know.
but I mean, but the fact they pick Kelvin now instead of like McGinnis, I mean, yeah, you're taking away from Quig, but like if you want to play support, or you don't want Young Calc to play support, you want to pick McGinnis for naked. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a little bit worried about this.
Okay.
I also think it's possible we could see like a support holiday strat for Hydronation, right? Like I don't think this holiday has to be necessarily played as a core with like the CC when we saw that in the EU. So I think especially with Calico and Holiday both being shown to be flex, I think Calico less likely, to be honest, to be flex as support for Hydronation. I just kind of feel like with the first pick pro, they're probably going to go in a little bit more of an aggressive direction.
Vegas plays Holiday as well. So, okay. He's the McGinnis. That's one of your supports picked up. Yeah, we've seen one game of Holiday for Vegas so far. So,
denies it from naked. Great against Lash as well, right? Like gives you that protection, can kind of cancel the Lash ult, or like block line of sight, can catch someone like Shiv trying to front line, or even a Paradox. I like to say here.
Deathy in chat to say that's my Lash. Now I gotta respect it. If he gives the approval, I gotta respect it. Assuming that's approval and he's not jealous.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely approval, Jason. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't second guess it. Here's the say again, Mirage again, like not I get high prio pick here for Llama Lords, but they are. It almost seems like it's mostly headed in PayPal's direction, but not every game. We've seen it change hands a couple times. Again, look to see that have big impact. It did, and the Mirage was huge in their Challenger game, excuse me, with ridiculous hero damage as he sort of emerged. Again, can fly under the radar when we have a lot of those, like very active fights, because it's not shock and awe that he really offers. And a Geist here to round out the comp for Llama Lords.
So it won't be full tilt then. In my
I think
eyes,
this is
for
more
Llama
likely
Lords.
the Young Calc hero.
Yeah.
The Geist kind of tracks for me here. And overall, I think the draft has come together pretty decently for Llama Lords. Hydronation are the ones who are getting, I think, a little bit more creative when it comes to the Holiday and the Calico, but these two have been probably the most consistent of the new heroes in the pool that have looked really strong, have looked really effective. With Calico being able to get a lot of vision, Calico Yamato being able to like double front line, get a ton of vision, and Viscous this deep into the draft. Oh, this is such a powerful Viscous pick. This looks really potent to me, saving people from Paradox, Lash, and Shiv, all their initiations, and being able to potentially snowball the early game. A lot of eyes on Viscous right now for what they're able to get done in terms of getting this game aggressively off to a fast start for Hydronation.
Yeah, there's a ridiculous amount of like cube applications here, like you mentioned, to bail people out of dodge. And once like Llama Lords maybe lose that impetus at the start of their fire, that's a shame. That's real sad.
It's still me.
Look kind of, yeah. I mean,
Wait, hold on.
you got a little glass jaw going on a little bit, but I definitely see the similarities.
Even the burst potential from Viscous onto somebody like Geist, like just nuking her down.
It does feel like Young Calc wants to be on like a Colossus carrier a lot of the time.
Yes.
Right? Geist obviously can pull up some pretty absurd scenarios, with that swap, but it can also be shut out of these fights.
He hasn't played it yet though, for DFN at least. It's been Arkram that played Lady Geist. So the only character here that I see picked that he's played is the Kelvin, but like realistically, will he be on it?
Yeah, playing then?
Yeah, exactly. Like what would Naked be playing? But this is like one thing that again we talked about before. You got to really deepen your hero pools if you want to be a legitimate threat here as Deadlock continues to build up across this year. If you are someone who doesn't have that flexibility, you put your team you're already the weak link in the team because you put them 1 foot in the grave already because you can't have that flexibility where a team like Hydronation can. So I don't know. I'm curious to see what they're going to swap it to. I actually want to check who's the Paradox.
Obviously, we're still on the draft screen here, folks, because NA players and their abiding love of pooping after they've said that they're ready and not in their seat. They've actually gone away to the toilet in order to carry that out. Thankfully,
One would hope.
hygiene standards. Yeah, I would hope so. But that means we got a slight delay here that we're dealing with. Did you find out who the Paradox player is that you expected to be?
Well, so PayPal's played it twice.
Okay. But then who's the
If
Mirage?
I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I know. This maybe is a little bit of flexibility, but I'm also kind of thinking it's not necessarily flexibility. It's more of
Arkham plays the Mirage, actually. What am I saying? Yeah, it could go between both of those. So that's all right. I'm here for it. We are moments away from jumping into our second map of this best of 3 series. Hydra Nation are looking for a clean sweep over Llama Lords this time around. And we are moments from getting into the game. So it's going to be hydration on that Calico. That's fun. It will be Vegas, of course, on that last pick Viscous, something that Jake noted was very, very powerful against this Llama Lords comp to sort of thwart their attempts at isolating individuals.
Yeah, we'll see how these early lanes get popping. Something like the Viscous always is, I think, eyes on for the early game, right? The ability to tempo out some of these early fights, put a lot of lane pressure down, and then just get active as soon as the ball is online. I really liked watching Vegas Viscous in the past. You know, his play is pretty aggressive, gets some good scaling on as well. So can expect him to be a big threat. And with Quig on the McGinnis, I mean, the stability, the lane pressure, DMB, you know, kind of doing what he does best. I feel like Wraith is my personal preferred hero for DMB when he comes to pressure lanes, you know, force objectives, do towers. You know, Wraith is basically the king of that right now in Deadlock.
Rokane and Young Kalk actually on opposite heroes than what we expected to see them on. So something worth checking out. Solo lane here is going to be Geist versus Wraith on that lane number 1. And then it will be the Yamato versus Mirage at lane 4. And of course, we're on board here with Quig, who's able to sneak this pick away from Naked, force the Kelvin pick up. And of course, the Kelvin and McGinnis won't be in the same lane here. They're distributed across the map.
Kind of don't hate, actually, seeing Young Calc on Shiv, because I know we talked about before of like, is he potentially going to be playing Shiv in the first match when they're against TF2 Boomers. I feel like it kind of does fit a little bit of his play style. He likes to be flashy. I feel like Shiv can be flashy. But I think the one downside is I feel like Young Calc likes to play with his team and likes to be a facilitator in like opening up kills, whereas Shiv is more of like the cleanup crew, and you need to come in at like the right time and kind of delay your push through while trying to throw your knives at range. So I don't know. I want to see if he's actually able to play it pretty well, because again, like hero pool is one thing that's always going to punish this team, especially when we get more and more heroes added to the game.
I'm definitely here for the Vegas Viscous as well. That's obviously a pick that's been pretty synonymous with him. And already those puddle punches persistently punishing the positioning from Lava Lords in that lane. Vegas has been quite the nuisance. They're able to shove a couple lanes down in here. Young Kalk obviously seen better days health-wise. Definitely he and Naked suffering from this poke, but nothing to write home about yet. We can, though, really see pressure brewing in both lanes 2 and 3 for Hydra Nation. They are shoving.
Trying to get some really good pressure. And I mean, as you heard Jake talk about before, like Naked will be eventually able to heal the poke that's being done by Vegas. So this is looking to get a little bit aggressive early on to really punish them, keep them back. As you're talking about lane 2 and 3 being shoved, I mean, we're also seeing lane 1 shove for Llama Lords as Rokane's really trying to gain some control up against DMB, but he's going to be behind in souls just a tad bit here, as we already have a rotation come through. Naked was trying to rotate in over to lane 4 to help out. Not able to get the game.
Yeah, and obviously what Jason's referring to is the second point invested in the Frost Grenade makes it a healing effect. But you don't obviously have access to that straight away. You need to invest that. But now Naked is at the point where that poke can be shrugged off, or at least ameliorated by the healing. But the pressure still coming in. Big barrel there, catching on towards Young Kalk. He's having to get out of there pretty darn quickly. In the lane, 3 Hydra Nation players really laying it on thick.
Just so much poke, like the barrels plus the goop coming out of the one out of Viscous. They also have a lot of survivability because of the launch pad. It actually helps you so much. As you see, thrown under the cube, gets immediately just yeeted away. So it's really hard to, you know, close the gap and get kills on these two players. Obviously, survivability is something they're going to be lacking a bit when it comes to like staying alive in lane with health. But Llama Lords at least will be able to keep it equal here in a few seconds.
Some nice little denies there from Naked. Keep the soul situation pretty close. As Young Kalk was able to avoid that gank that came in. And that's back, of course, to the holiday setup with the Viscous on that lane number 3. We're on board here with Lord and M, who definitely suffered a bit of pressure in a fight maybe about a minute or so ago. Then with the hydration, Calico, and of course Quick is in this lane. And look at the drift across to try and punish Rokane here, who's definitely sat under their guardian, but hydration has Ava form going to go in for a bit of a slash. Good damage. Whoa, the connection with the glue bombs was really good. Now that they might have bitten off more than they could chew here, because there was a response from PayPal knowing, or sniffing out at least, the presence of this Calico.
Yeah, I mean, a decent rotate. And I mean, Rokane, I believe he's going to level his life drain first, which we're typically seeing out of Geist now. Considering we've had the change where you can store up charges of it, makes it really powerful in these solo situations, and of course in team fights when you're already just this tanky beast. But you can already see, like, I mean, Hydronation trying to get aggressive early on to really put some pressure towards, not pressure, but to really alleviate some pressure for DMB, like we saw in the last match where they had 2 players there, Quig on the Mo and Crow, to keep him alive and obviously get him a good start.
It looked like there was something brewing there, but Quig isn't really able to facilitate a kill for Hydration. There's a lot of frenzied movement there from PayPal and Lord and M, but there's no kill resulting. And at lane 3 as well, things are getting a little bit hectic now, so there's a rotation from Naked over to lane 4. They're going to try and get involved in dealing with the Yamato. Here we go. Drop in. Heavy barrage getting used here by Quig, maybe unaware that Lord and M is back behind them. Young Calc actually falling here. There's a fight going on. Yamato elsewhere, punishing Naked for that rotation across the lane 4. Eventually, Arkram wins it out, but the fact that Lefa is in a 1v2 and trades kills is pretty big. However, Quig, amidst that heavy barrage, and of course the debuff it applies, just doesn't have the mobility to get away. And hold on, DMB's also fallen in the solo lane 1.
So Rokane able to pick up that kill, even though we got ganked earlier on. I mean, a true testament to how good Rokane, I'd say, is as a player. It's always frustrating to get ganked early on, but then obviously DMB is nothing to scoff at either. As we do see, there's a frozen shelter going to be coming in. Vis is going to fall. The Lasso comes in to pull him under the Guardian. That's going to be Young Calc there to help facilitate potentially another kill.
Well, clutch though. Frost grenades straight at the ground there. Flick ends up getting caught out by Young Calc, so nice turnaround there. It's pretty hard to kill Kelvin once they've got that extra point invested in the Frost grenade. Beautiful. And of course, the respawn times are so short that you can't linger. Vegas hung around for way too long, and frankly, so did Flick.
Again, you're seeing, you know, a little bit of a difference. You're going to see the health still here come out, and Rokane's immediately going to be backing away as the gank comes through yet again. They're really trying to apply pressure onto him as Hydration's going to be here this time. And Rokane needs some support, but his teammates are going to be pushed up towards the guard in lane 2. And looks like Lord and M is going to be the one to rotate in to help out.
There's a really interesting exchange because there's a soul exchange used there by Lady Geist when I think both Rokane and the other opponent were about equal health. Like there wasn't really a huge value ultimate there. It wasn't clutched or turning the fight on its head at all. Young Kaki has got to respect the pressure coming his way, and immediately Hydronation, look at them peeling off, going to lane 2, realizing that something is afoot. Does PayPal realize it? They're at least able to get back, but Lord and M is a little more extended. They can slam back to safety, and that quick little pivot from Hydronation from lane 3 to 2 fizzles out.
So we're having, again, a 2-on-2 develop over towards lane 4. Naked just kind of rotated, leaving Young Calc to himself on the Shiv, something we typically see a lot when it comes to NA, especially with Hydration. But the push is still going to be coming. Like, look how aggressive they're being here with PayPal. I mean, he can easily be caught off here as he's trying to retreat away. The wall is going to potentially lock him in. He's have his teammate here to help him escape this one. And it looks like, I mean, the aggression from both of these teams here are just going to be backing off.
It was at lane 3, pressure down and take of the Guardian, though, that keeps Hydronation in this one, despite the kills actually not necessarily favoring them in some of these exchanges. There are only marginal leads that have been able to be achieved, and Naked gets picked off there by Lefa, so looks like they rotated again over towards lane 4 to try and make an impact, and Naked's going to be here. Rokane gets dumped down. Oh, the wall catches them after the telekinesis. Everything and the kitchen sink thrown at the Lady Geist, but eventually it's enough to drag Rokane down. And now Hydronation starting to build up a little bit of momentum, but still fighting elsewhere. Time Wall gets thrown up there. You can see Hydration's a little bit wary of it. Opts to get out of the fight, but doesn't realize that Lash is there as well. This is dangerous stuff. No ultimate available for Hydration and no escape eventually as they are brought down.
Took a little bit of extra time here for Lawnmowers to get going in the beginning, but they finally started to hit a stride in this early game. Only 1,000 soul difference between the two as we do see a fight and a gank coming on to lane 4 at the same time here. Paradoxical swap going to use to get away, but PayPal is eventually going to fall here to DMB. In the meantime, Left is able to pick up a kill onto Naked, and this is, I believe, when they were down a man.
They're constantly fighting over this lane 4. Young Calc, though, turns up at just the right time. It seems like at that point, Akram's not really in a position to get involved in the fight, but Young Calc can get it done on their own. And I don't know what the plan there was for Flick. They may not be aware that the Shivers appeared out of nowhere and taken down Lefa.
Great little stun comes in with the Kinetic Carbine. Hydration getting low yet again. This is ultimate escape, so no chase going to be coming through, but you can see at least PayPal is able to apply some pressure onto this lane, at least some counter pressure. Back to the Shiv really quickly. I know I talk about Young Calc a lot, but I feel like he's been one of the most explosive players in NA when it comes to like making plays happen. And I'm curious if he ever transitions to like more of a just a pure damage dealer role, how effective he would be. Because already on the Shiv, I mean, he's up to 8K. He's leading his team when it comes to souls. But he has to obviously depend on his teammates to open up opportunities for him to get these resets on his ultimate when he does eventually get that max rank.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be an impact player in this game going forward. DMB won a straight solo fight there against Rokane, so the lady guy's starting to perhaps fall behind a little bit. There's the 1K soul lead there. As though we're turning in the direction of that lane 1, there's going to be a big party there for DMB, and they don't have that ultimate available. They slip it out. They're teleporting away from this. But this is the pressure in that lane 4. And Vegas is in no position to stop the Guardian from being picked up. Now, Llama Lords have 2 Guardians to Hydra Nation's 1.
So Jake, you're here. We have this match kicking off. I mean, Llama Lords again with a strong early start. But how do you feel about how this is going to play out the rest of the game? Do you think the comp that they have can support a strong early start and transition into a stronger mid game?
I think it definitely can. I am a little worried about how strong DMB is going to start to get, though. DMB on a 3-kill streak now, you know, winning a few consistent fights here in the side lane. I feel like this Wraith could really end up being like that key factor. And I mean, Leffa hasn't really been slowed down that much. Hydration's been taking a little bit less farm than normal, but with Leffa and DMB having as good games as they are, I'm not too worried about the long run for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, it just seems to be like really similar to what we saw in the first game then, where like Hydration was the one to fall behind, but others were able to pick up the slack and they're able to get each other's back here as yet again. Rokane's going to fall another time here, Mitch. They're really putting the pressure onto him and obviously the direction they want to go because there's going to be a Guardian here as well they want to take.
I mean, DMB has really been taking this lane over. A lot of the time it was solo. This time it wasn't. Death Slam under the Guardian. Quick TP away here for DMB and no point looking back. They are absolutely getting out of dodge. It looks like though Lord of Them is trying to pursue at least into some kind of fight. That's going to be Flick getting picked off at lane 3. That is Young Calc just flexing that 3 to 4K soul lead over many of Hydra Nation's players. Still though, lane 1's where it's at. Lord and M there lingers, maybe looking to chase down. There's a paradoxical swap there catching on to Vegas, who doesn't have Goo Ball or any of those key cooldowns available. Hydration got picked off there in the wake of this Viscous, who surely will be slowed to a standstill and dragged out.
Man, Llama Lords are still able to pick up so many kills here. Able to get themselves a Guardian here on lane 1. Just looking at back where the lasso pulls him right back under it, but it's going to disappear in the midst of the fight. Wall's going to come through and lock him down, but he's trying to sneak in the corner, but he's just a little bit too heavy, a little bit too fluffy. Just like you, Mitch. I can't say that. You got abs.
I don't feel too fluffy, but I have had moments, sure. As Arkram getting picked off here, and lane 1 is just spattered with blood at the moment as both these teams are throwing down. Vegas is off respawn and he's quickly getting into the lane. A TP just came in from Young Calc as well, who's about to be discovered. I think DMB's aware of it. Telekinesis onto the Shiv. Hard to burst them down here, and Young Calc shrugging most of this damage off, but they are adamant about getting the Shiv out of the game. But look at the damage. Oh my goodness. Young Calc doesn't care for anything the Hydra Nation are throwing at them. They just slapped down that Wraith. Now, of course, Quick is trying to get on out of there, but Llama Lords are starting to exert dominance a little more. At least Left is gaining progress here with this split push in lane 4. But elsewhere is looking dire for Hydra Nation.
And we saw Llama Lords do this in the last game, right? They took the lane 1 Walker with relative ease before Hydra Nation were really able to get much going around the map. Llama Lords right now, they have a flex slot as an advantage. They're still getting a couple of kills here or there. Actually getting quite a few kills here and there, 4 in the last few seconds. They need to continue to take this advantage they have and snowball from here on to take it to a map 3. They cannot afford to make those same mistakes they made from last time. And one thing you got to give a shout out to Young Calc, a fantastic job of making sure to keep that rage up to allow those dashes to get those resets and put out some insane damage as a great soul exchange comes through. And Hydration immediately has to run away. Rokane get the better of him, and Llama Lords are continuing. That's 5 kills unanswered.
Yeah, it's just been a churn of bodies in this lane 1. The result though is that Walker has now fallen for Hydra Nation. That was how deep that Llama Lords are able to push off the constant fighting in Hydra Nation. Theoretically, you thought they were trying to fight to equalize that, but they've also lost the urn. In a space of like a minute and a half, Hydra Nation have fallen behind by 14,000 souls. Then there's a Warpstone pickup as well. That's really going to allow Rokane to get what they need to. Toxic bullets, big power spikes. Torment Pulse also picked up for Young Calc, who definitely wants to be in the middle of the fight here. Llama Lords have a really scary front line, especially between this Shiv and Geist.
Well, I mean, speaking of Shiv, Youngcock's at 17k. He's got Spirit Lifesteal, debuff reducer. I think the Spirit Lifesteal is well going to give a lot of extra survivability in these fights again for Shiv to really get going. He's about cleanup, and I mean, obviously does a lot of damage in the fights, but cleanup is really where I think he reigns supreme. Get that extra sustain in these with the knives. A little bit of a paradoxical swap comes through. Not sure if a kill's going to come off the back. This is Vegas going to get stunned up, but you do not want to be in a tight area up against a Viscous. No. But Youngcock, 18k. Like, he should be able to take anyone on 1v1 at this point. It's about using that advantage to create even more advantages for your team as that solely continues to build up here, Mitch.
Yeah, that's even with Leffa pretty diligently trying to farm for a lot of this game, but they've just not been involved in any fights. Whereas Youngcock has been swooping in, and he hasn't been the finisher. He hasn't been lurking around the periphery of a fight. He's just been diving in and, again, using that raw... I mean, 6k souls at this point in the game is... It's a bloody hell. It's a tier 4 item. It is a huge lead. And yeah, he's definitely making that felt. And again, Arkham's annoying for Leffa to deal with. Obviously, you don't like the poke down as Yamato, but Toxic Bullets was just picked up for the Mirage. So that becomes a real pain in the neck if they're getting sustained damage on you while you're just trying to push these waves.
Yeah, he's been pretty focused on doing this. In one of the fights earlier on we had towards lane 1, he actually was pushing lane 4, and then he ulted over towards lane 2 to actually escape away from Leffa, who was going for a chase. So he's really trying to keep them honest. The one thing I do worry about is that I feel like Youngcock has to be there for these fights for them to win. Whereas if you see Hydronation in the same situation, Hydration doesn't ever need to be there for the fights for still Hydronation to win out. So I'm kind of worried for Llama Lords.
Finally, this lane 1 Guardian goes down here, but there's problems for Hydration in lane 2. They're getting shoved down, and yeah, again, the buff's under full control of Llama Lords. They definitely have access to those, and also an earn pickup is likely to happen. It does look like DMB wants to push down this Walker, or at least start to threaten in some way, but Arkham is doing the same across the map. Llama Lords are reciprocating with these deep pushes towards objectives, and Leffa wants to have something to say about it. Arkham could be in trouble here. It looks like they got cubed and out of the fight. Still will be picked off as Vegas locked them in place with that ability.
DMB gets the Walker. I mean, this is what we talked about in the picks, right? Or then the draft, is that they have their own specialties. And DMB, one of his specialties is like knowing when he can push these Walkers down, when he can get his most objective damage down as he possibly can. He does equalize things when it comes to lane 1. So again, a really good job by him, really good awareness, and you have to give him credit for that.
I mean, it's huge. I mean, yeah, Hydronation have been able to go and get themselves a Walker for their troubles, which is a big deal considering how far they were behind. They have closed the gap to 8k, so they've gained 6k souls in aggregate over the last couple of moments. But there's going to be a flurry of activity over this earn turn in location because we're at a pretty pivotal point in the game. Wall comes out for Naked. That could be a bit of a problem here. Rather, came out from Quig, sorry. Hydronation are the one with the McGinnis in play. It's going to be Lord and them caught out. That's your initiate tool down. Still, though, the Uncalc's a problem. He's a huge issue, and someone needs to be able to deal with it. Shadow Transformation comes down here from Leffa, and Vegas is going to cube himself and try and reassess the situation, but instantly gets burst by Youngcock as he emerges. Walk it down. Rokane doing some serious work for Llama Lords, so they win this fight, and they win the macro game as well. They're starting to close the chokehold on Hydronation.
Yeah, Rokane, he went into lane 4, gets the Walker, teleports over to lane 1. They're going to get the earn turning on top of this. I'm not going to lie, though, that Jake, I'm going to bring you in for this. That looked like almost a massive mistake. The mistake that Hydronation needed to get back in the game. That wall could have completely ruined their day.
Yeah, it was a scary fight to commit to, right? Like going for the aggressive earn drop off, but it ends up paying off big time. They're able to fight in the frozen shelter with Young Calc, and I mean that's the lead he has right now. Like if he wants to go for that play, if the team is behind him, I think he can kind of go wherever he wants to on the map. The scary thing is if your team is ever greeting, if people are ever split up, then that's when Young Calc could really be at risk. But a few more of these fights, and I feel Young Calc could really just be out of control, sort of beyond the reach of Hydronation. Have to see this next team fight is really kind of like the last hope, I feel, for Hydronation to really get a good fight against Young Cal.
I'm going to say PayPal, obsessed with gun builds, has got the crippling headshot for Paradox, so really wants to be a legitimate damaging threat in so many of these fights. And yeah, it's a mid-boss take here in the making. DMB, obviously, a big part of the disruption that Hydronation could leverage, taken out of the fight. Now, though, things get a little bit spicy. We know that Hydronation have a McGinnis. They've also got Hydration dropping on in there instantly with that ultimate. Here comes the wall. Arkham, though, is going to be able to secure the Rejuvenator, but goes down instantly after it. Still, there's a fight to be had for Hydronation, but DMV isn't there. Theoretically, the biggest source of their damage is just not in the fight. Hydration eventually gets pulled down. Quig and Flick low, and Leffa has seen better days. An attempt to climb the wall there by Quig will be stifled as Lord NM puts him to bed. And Llama Lords get everything they could have asked for.
And more, it looks like, as they're looking to push the Guardians in the base. Rokane leading the charge on this when it comes to lane 2. and Hydration are just scattered. They're looking for something to possibly do. Flick goes over to lane 4 to start clearing out a wave, but has to immediately back away because lane 3 is going to lose a walker. A nice little paradoxical swap comes in to look for even more kills and really desync the respawns out of Hydration. The PayPal will just barely be able to escape. The next flex slot going to be unlocked for Llama Lords, and they are galloping their way into a map 3.
Again, they were so close last week, Jason. They managed to get the first map of the series and then fell off. This time, a different story. They've looked really, really good, despite having the McGinnis taken away from Naked, Young Calc not being able to play the Abrams. In theory, like a lot of the picks that they've really made their name with have been taken away. But Llama Lords are showing us a little bit of the depth of hero pool that we said they need to have to take on Hydra Nation. And again, they were able to ride the lightning in those first 5 to 10 minutes of this game with this crazy back and forth rotations between lanes, and this time find themselves with a lead.
And I know it sounds like I'm shilling so hard for Young Calc, but like, let him play heroes more like this. Like, I feel like a Shiv has so much more potential to stay a relevant threat late game, especially with the executability on his ultimate, whereas Abrams just falls off. Like, let him keep playing things like this because he can almost not single-handedly, but he can carry games so well for his team. He's almost on 30k souls. He has over double the souls of Quig. He has double the souls of Flick. He almost has double the souls of Hydration. And the other players that are even close to him are Leffa and DMB, and they're 10k behind.
We have also double Frozen Shelter coming up because that's a refresher picked up by Naked. And we've seen that before. It is extremely troll and very disruptive. So keep an eye out for that. Ultimate getting used twice. Paradox to swap there, catches on to Hydration. And PayPal wants to try and get into the fight, but the wall thrown up by Quig is going to make that a problem. Frozen Shelter was there, then removed. Might be back again. Who knows? Lord M and PayPal will go down. Hydra Nation might have found an advantageous fight, but Young Calc is still so hard to handle. He's low, though. He's definitely vulnerable to get picked off, and he'll be dropping quite the bag when he does. Somehow stays in there for longer than you would have expected, but Llama Lords, it's a pretty disastrous fight despite that.
You saw the sustainability that a Young Calc, whenever those knives ticked, I mean, he was able to jump from like 90 HP to 300 to 500, but obviously eventually they were able to finish him off here. But still, they had the reju. If they're gonna get the respawn back in, they're still applying pressure. Look at this. They're all boosting back into the lane here to try to get some catches.
Yeah, we're watching Hydra Nation try and get away, but Leffert clearly wasn't so lucky. The Llama Lords are going to be back as a full 6 now. Mid-boss is still 4 minutes away. And there aren't any key objectives to really take here, but you can start to pressure these base bosses and get towards those shrines. Vegas got pulled off. And Hydra Nation, unfortunately, are just staggered out, Jason. They don't have the players. Arkham goes down to at least Flick. These base guardians are falling here, and DMB was supposed to be a factor in this game. Just got blown to smithereens.
Did he connect Carbine at players? He was falling to the ground, hits him as he's falling, and then after the connect Carbine stun wears off, he then hit the ground after. Like, that was insane. Here's the Frozen Shelter, the first of 2 potentially coming through, as you mentioned before, able to lock in Flick as Young Calc gets himself another kill, and they might... I mean, I don't think they're going to go for the win just here just yet, but they're going to get the Shrine, they're going to get the Patron, and that sets them up kind of nicely for mid-boss.
I mean, Hydration and Quig have to have their wits about them here. Vegas is now back. DMB's 10 seconds away, but this will be a Patron knock. This is what you want to see from Llama Lords, right? We saw so much in early Deadlock days. Teams struggle to like push those advantages that they derive early, but this is, shows a great development from these teams. I don't think you can kill Young Calc really at the moment, unless you fully throw everything at him. Eventually he goes down. Cast the curse, perhaps. Still, Llama Lords got a bit to work with now. Shadow Transformation comes out, though, for Leffer, and he's looking out for blood. PayPal blown up. Nice little power slash there to guarantee the kill. And Lord NM will struggle to stand in the face of this Yamato. Llama Lords now start to fall down in the base of Hydra Nation. But there's still a heck of a lot of clawing back that Hydras have to do here.
Yeah, Young Calc got too greedy. He tried to go for the insta kill onto Quig, and because he didn't actually pull it off, he eventually gets run over. Thing is, if he gets that kill, though, that can almost be a game-winning play because the Patron was just transformed into the weakened state, meaning you're not going to get the reduction in respawn, meaning Quig's going to be on a pretty decent long respawn timer. So you lose the wall, you lose the healing, and potentially Llama Lords could have taken the game right there. So I'm not going to judge too harshly on that play, but Llama Lords, they still will give up a little bit of extra souls. I mean, even though this game is going the complete way of Llama Lords, Hydra Nation realistically aren't that far behind considering how this game is felt.
I mean, I think that engagement was pretty big to that effect. They still have... I want to point out that they are this close in souls, Jason, and Llama Lords still have 3 walkers on the field, which only get more valuable as the game...
And a Guardian.
Right. So there is a lot of, like, in theory, there's a lot of souls out on the battlefield that if Hydra Nation can win one fight outside of their own base, they can quickly cash in pretty much straight away. PayPal there attempts to get a catch with the Carbine. It's going to be a Death Slam coming out, though. Who is going to be amidst that mass as they drop to the ground? DB trying to stay clear of the action here. Left for a little bit low, maybe doesn't feel confident going forward. Young Calc is down to half, but oh man, the execute is so dirty. Lord and M finishes the job on Quig. Although Calc should fall here. Eventually, no, somebody please deal with this Shiv. He keeps healing through this damage, so much of it gets deferred, and I don't think this Holiday is going to have anything to deal with Calc, and that's got to be it now. You got 5 players down. You don't worry about mid-boss. I think you just go finish the game.
Stop letting Young Calc play Abrams. Let him play Shiv, man. Let him do Shiv things. They're going to finish off the last player, Young Calc, carrying that fight. 37,000 souls. And Mitch, it looks like we're going to a third map here between Hydra Nation and Llama Lords. What a match out of Young Calc.
That might be one of the most outsized impacts of an individual player we've seen on DFN in quite some time. Beautifully done. The Shiv from Young Calc gets off to a great start and looked virtually unkillable. Hydra Nation had to commit so many resources into trying to shut down the Shiv that even in fights that, Calc died, the rest of Llama Lords were ready with all their cooldowns and in a position to take an advantaged fight. Pretty wild. And this is something that we were critical about Llama Lords, about earlier on, is their, ability to transition out of a very rocky laning phase, but also take objectives at the same time. We've seen the complete opposite this time around, but there are, I think, a few key interactions that sort of occur through the laning phase that kind of get them there. I want to bring Jake back in as well and get his take on this as well, because it's once again, a very active early game. I don't really want to pin this game just down to Young Calc carrying, although it was a big factor here. It definitely seemed like, Naked's able to have a great game on that Kelvin as well and, have a big impact on the support role.
Yeah, I felt PayPal had a nice game on Paradox as well, like a lot of those pickoff potentials, able to snowball. And honestly, DMB was kind of the one leading the charge that game, but for Hydra Nation's side, but it felt like that one fight where, Young Calc came to the teleporter, DMB was like, wait, yeah, I'll lift him, it's fine. And then Young Calc just turns and kills their whole team. And I think they just didn't quite realize how far ahead Young Calc was getting off that early game, and maybe just a little bit low on like the respect, needed to just be a little bit more committed to shutting him down. At some point, Shiv just becomes this really, really scary hero. I like their call out on Young Calc getting a character that just gives a little bit more of that late game carry potential. He shows that he can definitely handle the responsibility here in this match.
Yeah, and I feel like that's just why I've been saying it. I think to me, he's been one of the biggest playmakers in NA, and within Llama Lords, he's been able to do some crazy things. And obviously the Abrams, the early game presence and mid game presence he applies is pretty damn impactful. But with Shiv, he just becomes more and more and more impactful as the entire game goes on. And I mean, the thing is, like, Llama Lords still made some minor mistakes here, but you can't expect a flawless game when you're up against Hydra Nation. But like Hydration, who we normally talk about as being one of the most consistent players, I'd say, in North America and potentially even in EU, he just really couldn't get going on the Calico whatsoever.
Yeah, I feel like obviously with some of your highlights, of course, we see like at 5 to 7 minutes, like Young Calc is 3.6k souls, not really a huge factor. Here, 32k, next closest at 26, right? And we thought Leffa, doing his darndest farming. I mean, both solo laners in DMB and Leffa looked like at points they could be legitimate threats. But there was so much shutdown potential, of course, with the paradoxical swap and Lord and M hitting these big death slams that tend to make it pretty hard for the Wraith and the Yamato, respectively, to find that value, even with obviously how good Shadow Transformation is at letting you sort of sustain through. And this is look at his health. Look at the health regen.
Yeah, can we get this highlight, actually this specific highlight, played again a little bit after this, because he was dead in terms of his health would have drained eventually, he would have died, but because he kept going, because he had the spirit life, so he kept healing up more and more and more, able to sustain that entire fight. I mean, look at this, he almost has the full rainbow here.
He's hitting like every knife, and so not only is he bleeding them, but like just getting life back from that spirit damage. It's a tier 2 item, costs you 1250 souls, but man, it really is the glue in that kind of build that makes Young Calc virtually unkillable.
Yeah, and the heal bane as well, giving you that big stack of bonus health on every kill, which of course you're going to get all the kills since you're getting the execute mechanics, securing those for yourself. So I mean, it is a perfect hero to take this kind of snowball and run with, and honestly really impressed the Young Calc was able to hold on to the snowball despite a clear awareness from Hydra Nation. The team making that call to go for the aggressive earn drop off, I was agreeing with you. I was like, wow, like I'm scared for them. Like, are they throwing the game right now, trying to go inside? But no, they play around the dome, letting the Shiv take the aggro, getting the frozen shelter, coming in to bail him out, and that wins the team fight. And you guys are right. I mean, this highlight is absolutely disturbing from Shiv.
He's dead. Like he will die over time.
But he hits every knife. He hits every knife.
So he did max knife.
And then he had knife and ult max, so he didn't go for the dash build. So he's definitely going for the poke here with the spirit build, but just ridiculous. Also, a big shout out to production and getting that done so quickly. But I mean, okay, I'm gonna like jump in on this and go a little bit podcasty with you, Jake. I feel like if you want to be a team that's successful in Deadlock esports down the line, you can't have that one player who just pops off and wins you a game. It's great to have once in a while, but if you want to be a legitimately competitive team, you can't have, and you can't ever expect Young Calc to be the player to do that every single match. And I think one thing that, and not to be rude, that we're not seeing in Llama Lords is another player who has that pop-up potential in the team. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's just the feeling I kind of get from the roster.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of up to, you know, Rokane or PayPal that like have those similarly strong games. But it all comes out of an explosive laning phase that I think is probably the hardest thing to find when it comes to playing against a Hydra Nation, right? To get this snowball rolling, to get that soul lead that we had talked about at this point in the game where he's up 10K, he's up 15K, he's destroying the game. Like, to get there, you had to start somewhere. You had to build it out of just like out laning, out having like better last hitting, better, you know, getting a kill or two out of the lane. And that's what's so difficult. That's what so few teams have been able to do against Hydra Nation with so many individually strong players who just win all their lanes. And so I agree with you, Jason. I don't think it's one player who can win this series for Llama Lords. It's going to need to be a full team effort. I will say though, like honestly, even with Young Calc having a huge game, the team really did coalesce around him, right? There's clearly a lot of points there in the mid game where he's aggressive, he wants to go in, and the team is willing to commit with him and fight as a unit, force these big team fights, even in risky scenarios. Like if they're fighting, they're all in together. You know, no one's backing out of those engagements. They're really committed, and that's what paid dividends for them against Hydra Nation in this match.
But that's the crazy dichotomy between the way Hydra Nation played Shiv and the way Llama Lords played Shiv. Like with Hydra Nation, you just leave Hydration to his own, and you have the 5 without him force fights across the map somewhere else, because you have Left and you have DMB who can put up some really good damage in fights. Whereas Llama Lords, the way they played around Shiv was, okay, we need him in every fight. We need to keep feeding him. We need him to be like a playmaker. So it's kind of cool to see like the way both these teams have played out Shiv now and in the past, and how it's kind of worked out differently.
I mean, we are set up for a banger of map 3, guys, whichever way you slice it. It is Llama Lords once again taking a map of Hydra Nation, threatening to topple them to become the first champion of Deadlock Fight Night in NA outside of Hydra Nation. That would be an exciting result. And there's only one way to find out how it goes down. Join us here on the Deadlock Fight Night for NA, presented, powered by Intel after this break. All right, guys, gloves are off, and it is serious here at our Deadlock Fight Night for North America number 11, presented by Intel. It's a map 3 situation, familiar to us if we enjoyed Llama Lords and Hydra Nation fighting together last week. But the difference is, Llama Lords, guys, had a great start last week. They won that first map, fell off entirely, pretty quick games. This time it went quite differently. Struggled to start, now found some momentum. And I think the question on everyone's minds is, can they finish the job, Jason? Can they become king of the hill for the first time? Anybody, not Hydra Nation, has done it.
I mean, you have to hope so, right? This is the third time they've taken a map off them in the series. The third time here at DFN in week 6, week 10, and now week 11. And it's just a matter of time, I feel like, before a team finally does take them down. Is this going to be the week? I kind of hope so. I want to see some like spark reignited in Hydra Nation, though I will say this, and maybe I could be wrong here. Feel free to interject, Jake. But I feel like Hydra Nation have definitely been experimenting a little bit more this week compared to last, like seeing Viper, seeing a Hydration playing Calico. It's not necessarily more of like the standard heroes we would normally see them on.
Yeah, and when it comes to the hero draft, the one thing I am worried about for Llama Lords is that with Young Calc having such a huge performance in the last game, I feel kind of vulnerable for like a first ban. Like I wouldn't hate to see something like a Shiv just taken off the table, or first picked if Hydra Nation go for the first pick, and just to deny that, because on for Llama Lords, I mean, Young Calc can have a great game on Abrams, but just you're not solo carrying the game on Abrams. It's just not really what that character does. And I wonder, as you said for Jason, like who's going to step up on Llama Lords if that is the approach for Hydra Nation? If they do ban out Young Calc, make it difficult for him, like take him off his comfort heroes, or even just in the play style, put more emphasis on him in the early game, ensure he doesn't get off to too crazy of a start, then who else is going to step up? That's what you need to take on a team with as many threats as Hydra Nation. You need your own group of threats more than just one player you're relying on to put a lot of resources into.
And I feel like we kind of got that at the end of that last game, right? Like Young Cal looked really good. I think quietly, like, you know, Arkham has been really good. A lot of those solo laners, quite often the Mirage. PayPal is also creating some great opportunities on this gun damage Paradox build, which is a little bit of an interesting look. And despite that early pressure that came down on Rokane in the solo lane, they were still able to come into the game and be quite a factor, you know, on that lady guy. So a lot of options here, of course, for the side of Llama Lords. And at this point in the game, it's kind of hard to see us banning them out. But on the side of, you know, Hydra Nation, there were a couple of things that are often present in their winning games that just weren't quite happening this time around. I do think hydration is a big part of that, right? He picks the Calico, is held to 2 kills, 6 deaths, I think, in the end. And I think Hydra Nation guys are hoping to be able to do a little bit more with the talent Hydration possesses, set him up for success. We're jumping here now into the picks and bans. Hydra Nation versus Llama Lords, our final map of this series. What are expectations? We're going to see another Warden ban. Looks like Hydra Nation have not wanted to deal with that at all this series.
Yeah, I mean, they've done it before. I wonder if they want to change it up now. Maybe proing something like a Shiv with Young Calc's performance last game. Maybe that's just overreactive, though, from Hydra Nation. They're going to stick with their guns, at least in the ban.
I think what's nice about seeing Hydra Nation drop maps is that we're not used to seeing them have to play out a map or match when they're uncomfortable. And I think we saw Llama Lords make them a little bit uncomfortable. Whenever Hydra Nation don't have like control of the game, I feel like that's where they start to have a little bit of problems. Like you don't have hydration farming off, you don't have DNB split pushing, Lefa doesn't have a decent start. So it's kind of good. I mean, even if Hydra Nation still come back and win, even if they lose here, it's I think a win-win for Hydra Nation in the long term. As Llama Lords respawn with a Paradox.
The first pick Paradox ban, I guess. Obviously, Hydra Nation have that first pick, so they don't want to risk giving it over to them. PayPal was able to get hold of it last time. I think both these teams have been trying to pick that up where possible, right? It looks like we're not going to see that sort of hard engaged potential set up with a paradoxical swap in this map 3.
Yeah, and really quickly, I didn't even realize it because you're talking about PayPal just doing some really good damage last game. He actually was the second highest damage deal on his team. And he beat out like Rokane on Lady Geist. He beat out Arkram on Mirage, Lord of them on Lash, which was actually kind of surprising because you don't normally see big numbers out of a Paradox like that compared to like a lot of the other heroes you'll normally see.
And again, was that like there was a crippling headshot picked up like pretty early on in the game. Like it's very clear that like they're going like for this gun damage build that ends up like getting some serious numbers. So it's important to be reminded that you don't just have to go into like the full utility build, like, you know, pristine emblem. You can really try and put some serious pressure down with a gun focused build and find success.
Today isn't the day for mercy.
Shiv versus Vindicta. All right, it's a kind of a battle of the titans in terms of high prio picks. Hydration, I think they're taking this, going back to their bread and butter with a hero that lets Hydration farm really hard. Although
or maybe those aren't real picks.
Maybe were we debated?
I'll ask production.
They're just trying to set up a picture for Mitch as one of the heroes, probably.
Oh man,
which hero is Mitch?
What hero am I? Oh, hold on, let me look at heroes.
Viscous,
you need someone who's kind of just like mid at everything but yapping. To be fair, my hair. Oh, does my hair look like Shiv's? Not really. I'm losing it too much of it.
Too red.
I can't get that.
No, it's given kind of a holiday. I could see kind of a holiday gender bend.
Okay, that could be worse. See it. I mean, can we go to the Hero Labs? Let me be right. I can't grow a beard, actually. No, that doesn't work either.
You're looking kind of like a viper these days.
I'm a pretty...
I mean, don't vipers fit like venom?
Oh,
yeah.
Get metaphorical. I like that.
I mean, you have no business trying to back me up, Jason, but I appreciate it. I'm still going to give you...
I'm still going to give you...
You had the Iliad over break. That's good. You're up to speed now.
All right. So we're going to run that back again. It looks like we are...
Okay. Inversion.
You were looking to summon a god, right?
Vindicta Lash. So
Llama Lord's securing the Shiv once again for Young Calc, most likely after the last game. I can't imagine anybody else is going to be taking Shiv.
Yeah. I mean... but I respect it, but at the same time, I kind of hate it because like you can't depend on getting that hero to be your win condition.
Yeah.
And we've seen that happen for a couple of other teams as well out there.
And you've got two great sources of lockdown already.
You have multiple shift plays in this team as well, right? Like you might have this might be picks for Rokane and Akram.
No.
After the last game, I feel like Young Calc is just running it back. Like there's no way.
How scared of Hydronation of Warden that they leave the Shiv open to be first picked like this. Damn, they've got insane solo lane potential. It's kind of hard to know where these guys are going. Mirage might end up in a dual lane or Shiv even.
I think looking at the last game, if Young Calc is on Shiv, we're probably going to see him dual lane again, just because you have more of a comfortable start. And as Jake was talking about, like if you're going to stop Shiv from becoming that threat or stop him from getting that, inevitably 10K lead that he had in the last game, you have to start early with that and punish him.
I do think though, when it comes to the late game, Vindicta, Lash, even Holiday now, like all three of these heroes have some pretty significant control. And I think that's really the counter to Shiv, right? Rather, I mean, there's stuff like dots like Infernus that are really strong against them, that have like a natural, a good matchup into the passive. But I think just like a lot of lockdown, not letting Shiv cast his skills, not letting him, juke you and like delay for time. Even Shiv's taking this, it isn't quite enough when he's just getting CC'd to death. And Vindicta also offers some pretty serious dot if you go that direction on the build.
There's a Kelvin going to be taken away here. That was definitely, the refresher Kelvin build from Naked looks like it was causing some big issues. Not only do you have like an insane amount of healing by the frost grenades, and also it allows you to like get through like an annoying lane matchup where you're getting poked down a lot, but late in the game, like having 4 of those grenades available to you if you have refresher, just like healing constantly. That's how we've seen people get up to 70k healing today. Pretty insane stuff.
I'm actually kind of surprised to see the Kelvin ban come in, because I mean that's like perfect for Quig, but I guess it's gonna. I'm assuming he's gonna play more towards Ivy then, if they're looking for more control to deal with Shiv, like some form of CC to deal with him, or maybe take away McGinnis as well, because they can walk him out.
I think McGinnis gives you some of that CC, gives you some of that control, and good for securing. I don't hate to see the Ivy either, since Stone Form can be pretty strong. Heals can be nice, delaying the game. But yeah, I feel with Quig had a pretty solid game with McGinnis previously. No reason to really change that hero up individually. And I mean, there's a ton of control on Hydronation's draft right now. Everybody offers some form of control so far. And sure, Yamato's going to shrug that off, but someone like Shiv and Mirage kind of rely on these fights going a little bit longer, being a little bit evasive and elusive, getting some more cycles of their skills off. And I'm curious to see how they can do that with this level of lockdown cycle from Hydronation. Viscous, though, could be an answer.
That's one way to deal with it. I mean, you're bringing up like such a good point. Is like, how does he stay alive? And Viscous can be one way to do it. Obviously, picking your fights can be very important as well. We're going to see Young Calc tested if he can compete against all the CC on the other side.
This could be a pick for Naked, right? Because Naked has had the Calico, the McGinnis taken away, and the Kelvin banned. They have played Viscous, I think, a couple times.
Ooh, I love this Wraith pick too. This is like nice shutdown potentially for heroes like Vindicta or Lash. I mean, they can kind of fly away from the Vindicta or from the Wraith ult rather and like delay its timing. But honestly, Llamalords have gotten a ton of like just super high prio heroes that I think are super strong right now. Like so much damage from these 4 picks. Viscous gives you control and damage. I kind of like this Llamalords draft. I think they've set themselves up for success.
Okay, Infernus. Yeah, again, and obviously like, you know, another form of like effective dot damage on Shiv here as well. So like something that can answer that. But I guess there's like a late Geist pick available here. Something doesn't seem quite right about Hydra Nation's comp. They don't really have a front line to speak of.
I mean, Mo and Krill is something they can play. I know Hydration can play Lash, but Mo and Krill is still something that can feed up his way. Okay, but the Geist.
It's like Geist, yeah.
Someone read the script?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, we know, like, Lefra is a pretty prolific Lash player as well. There's a ton of recipients for that particular pick. Yeah, I mean, definitely enjoying what Llamalords have here in this setup. They look very, very strong. So much, I guess, depends on, do we get to see like Vindicta take over the game? Is that even a possibility here? Bebop. Whoa, okay. So like something that really punishes is Vindicta for floating around so much of the time. That is terrifying.
Lash as well. I feel like this is a good matchup for Bebop into Lash, where when Lash ults, right, he's like basically still in the air and he's really vulnerable to just getting hooked, canceling the ult. Lash dies, like it completely turns the game on its head. So I love the 6-pick Bebop. I think Llamalords have cooked the draft here. I don't want to call it too soon. I mean, but I think they for sure got a good shot here to potentially unseat Hydra Nation. I think Hydra Nation have an uncharacteristically awkward draft. Doesn't look so comfortable for them.
We've seen these like amazing drafts sometimes just get ranched in the lane phase and never have a chance to do their thing. So far, the first steps for Llamalords to victory here in the Deadlock Fight Night for North America, powered by Intel, have been taken. The draft looks pretty darn good. Now, it's a matter of the execution. Will it be a perfect 10 from the judges, or will the wheels fall off this Trojan llama before they get to the gates? We're about to find out. Let's jump on in and get a bit of a feel for what our lane matchups are going to be.
And who's going to be on what? Lord and M's going to be on the Bebop. So that means Naked will, I guess, like I think we called, on the Viscous most likely here. And I mean, I'm assuming it's got to be Young Calc on the Shiv. If we were after the last game of play here.
Yeah.
On the other side, of course, Vegas is going to be on Vindicta. This is going to be interesting because obviously, you know, Bebop as well, very good for opening up picks. And as we saw in EU, like it can really style out games because teams have to respect it. But at the same time, I feel like something that's underutilized is that you can use that hook to save your teammates. So if Young Cal gets like too aggressive, you just hook him in and you can technically save him.
An off underutilized piece of the kit for your Bebop, no doubt about it. And here, of course, we have the setup. So we'll be PayPal on the Mirage this time. Rokane, unsurprisingly, going to be on a solo lane. And yeah, Young Calc will be back on the Shiv. That's what we're looking for. No surprise to see Vegas here on this pick. In fact, I think everyone from Hydra Nation in roles did expect to see them in. Hydration here with a chance to be a playmaker, especially early in this game, as Lash really needs to open things up. There's a lot of push here we're seeing. DMB definitely getting aggressive in that lane 1, taking a lot of space. And with the pressure also that we're seeing from Hydra Nation in lane number 2, there's no chance for Llamalords to rotate out there right now. So DMB really wants to make the most of this. And Arkram is struggling.
It's kind of a reversal of what we saw in the last match. It was DMB on the Wraith up against Rokane on the Geist. But it's going to be Arkram on the Wraith this time. And you can see it. I think we did see as well, like Rokane, when he was on the Geist in the last game, was able to be very aggressive early on and really apply some pressure. And Arkram's going to be the first one to go down here over in lane 1, just to DMB with Hydration coming in with the gank. I think what I was saying before about Llamalords, like you have to have someone else step up besides Young Calc on the team if you want to be a successful roster. And I think this is going to be probably like the real true test of like who can do it. Because Young Calc has the deck completely stacked against him when he tries to go in with the amount of CC he has to deal with. He has to pick his engagements perfectly. And you need that other person you can lean on your team to put out that damage that you're not able to do until you can get that execute that you want.
Just that one elimination so far and how this is broken down. Got a chance here before we get into the nitty-gritty of it here is to check in with Jake. And how you feeling about the lane assignments here? You like the Llamalords composition, but Hydra Nation have struck their first blood.
Well, Mitch, I think you've been a little bit mean to Jason. I think you've been nicer. He's definitely read the Iliad. He knows the poem.
I've done it again. I've thrown to him when he said in Discord that he's gone away. Okay, good job. Yeah, good pick up, Jason.
He's right here.
Oh. You don't sound the same, even though you're both California guys. Originally, anyway.
Yeah, he sounds and looks more like James Franco, and I'm more just an annoying voice that you hear in your ear with a big nose.
Give yourself some credit. I mean, you could at least liken yourself to, an actor. What actor do you look like?
So I've heard Lucifer, the actor from Lucifer, and also the guy from Angel.
Okay, I think Lucifer one's pretty good. David Tennant almost. Either way. A bit of argy-bargy here in lane number 2. It's going to be Lamalord's push right on back as, again, Quig laying down that sustained damage, and Hydronation always, posing a disruptive threat. Young Calc in a position where he needs to get out and get something happening here. Nicely done, though. Naked sets up a potential pick here. Quig is so low. Can they get it? Surely they do. But what's the reprisal going to look like? It's only hydration here. There's just no help. A sick rotation here. Comes in for Lamalords.
That was a huge tornado. Naked knocks up Quig, and the tornado still connects while Quig's in the air, so he gets stuck up there forever. And I think they kind of wondered, where is he? Which is why they changed their attention over to a hydration, I believe that was. But a big kill. Unfortunately, I believe Young Cal did not get credit for that whatsoever, but that's all right. Any kills are going to be more than happy to take. But as we look back to lane 1 here again, we did see Arkham be the first player to go down, and DMB and Arkham relatively similar on HP. However, the Soul still in favor of DMB, and I mean, we know the pressure this man can apply when it comes to these objectives.
Yeah, look, I use the word a lot, Jason, but it's just not letting up in this lane whatsoever. Yeah. And obviously DMB has a lot of inherent sustain, especially when, should the Wraith ever get close enough. I think maybe once telekinesis is available, sure, there's an opportunity, but I mean, I'm always scared about the life swap out of Lady Guy. She seems scary to try and tangle with on your own. So look to see rotations go over towards that lane every now and then. Just like right now, Naked is trying to help out. Can they set up a gank situation? Nice. They can. Arkham finally able to get one back on DMB. Naked is all around the map.
That's about what would they potentially lose from this. Naked quickly heading back with his ultimate to get over to lane 2 to make sure they don't lose too much here to back up Young Calc, who has yet to actually even get his ultimate online. In the meantime, lane 4 is being pushed on his Rokane's going to be stuck. Great hook comes through out of over to them. That's going to be over onto Vegas. The follow-up, I don't think it's going to be there, unfortunately. And that will be Rokane to go down in lane 4 with that 2-man push.
Yeah, left eye does fall elsewhere, though. I think there was a fight happening over towards the lane 1 side here. Looks like it's still going. PayPal and Flick, I think, having at it over there. We're looking at hydration, excuse me. But here it is, yeah, PayPal low, but the guardian damage a bit of it's Rokane, man. Again, the spawn time is so low at this time of the game. You've got to be quick. Lefa should be clear of this. No? Okay, the catch here from Rokane as the rope comes in. Lefa's in deep trouble. Rokane only has to move up a little bit, and PayPal has the damage from across the map. All right, so a lot of trading and people coming back off spawn just to int again into lane 4.
That's the funny thing, is because Rokane died first, he was able to boost back into lane earlier than Lefa was, which is why they're able to get the 2-on-1 up against Flick, and then the 2-on-1 yet again against Lefa. So a really smart play of Lamalords there, to Rokane in particular, to really turn that one back around and actually come out in the lead when it came to that exchange.
There's a drift over here from Quig, so it might be a wall to try and set up a kill this time on the Wraith. But again, you can usually TP even out of that situation. So this is being baited in. Good pressure. Here, though, comes the McGuinness. The wall doesn't quite reach there, so good awareness from Arkham. Able to avoid that gank attempt, but Quig's hanging around for the time being. See if they can create an opportunity. Now is it Naked is going to be there as well. Flick hooked in, cops a bomb, but is able to back away. Gave Vegas a bit of a tickle, though, with that bomb damage. A bit rude.
Actually, can we see Lord and M when we have a second? I'm actually curious, is he going to be going towards... I mean, he's got to be going towards Spirit most likely, and obviously with a little bit of support mixed in.
With the big hyper
especially with the... Also, the nerf with his the uppercut, because you don't stay in the air as long. You can't do as much damage with your gun while they're falling in the air. So it's like an indirect nerf to a gun bebop build.
Yeah. So far we've seen a couple of hooks come in. See Lord and M's build here. Nothing really to write home about at the moment.
Still leveling his defensive first.
Yep. Flick. That's going to hurt. But still able to stay alive. Vegas trades things out there. Finds the finish off on Lord and M. What is Lefa up to here? Looking to try and pursue, by the looks of things, PayPal. Oh, there's no way you're getting out of that. Here comes the pinch. Vegas seems to be everywhere at the moment. And getting kills funneled towards the Vindicta doesn't seem like a bad thing.
I believe that was 2 assassinates as well. So a lot of extra souls for Vegas. He's up to 6k. I think we talked about how he can run away with this game. Is Naked going to be just rolling on over DMB. Follow-up not going to quite be there just yet, unfortunately. And in the meantime, we also see Quig rotating over to lane 1 to help out. It's going to be a brawl in lane 1. It seems like every match between these two teams, it's always a brawl in lane 1.
Calc getting involved a little bit now. Oh, puddle punch dangerous here for Quig. Wall throwing up because he knows there's some harassment coming from behind. But what hope of escape do you have? Elsewhere, Arkham's going to fall here. Hydration, yeah, able to quite easily pressure here in towards this lane number 1. Whilst Quig just tries to hold it down. And they've stayed alive despite that. That's huge. It lets Hydration get that kill and they don't have to trade it at all. Bounce pad here. Flick really trying to clear the area now as his Bebop is coming in hard and fast. Lord and M going to get caught by the lasso though. Just keeps them under the tower for the time being. Bombs get thrown on Flick, but they'll be able to survive it, and they get the kill. That's huge.
Initially a good play by Lord because he prevents Flick from teleporting from lane 4 to 1, which he was trying to do to actually back them up. And Young Calc here in lane 1, and he's just burning away. You can see his health extremely low. They're trying to take down this Guardian, but they have to be so careful. It looks like PayPal will actually get the kill onto left as Naked rotated back over to lane 2. So they'll get the Guardian here, and that's where Llama Lords got a lot of their early game lead. Was in objective control where Hydration just couldn't really keep up or weren't necessarily focused on keeping up.
That's really good. I mean, they get that Guardian first up. Here's the Death Slam in lane number 2. All of them is cooked. Not much you can do about that. So maybe Hydration can trade a Guardian here. They did lose that one in lane 1 just now. The reinforcements are on the way though for Llama Lords here. And there's no real hope of pushing up. All the lanes are pushed against Hydration, so they don't have the chance to actually trade objective for objective.
Let's see how you do.
Calc, gotta respect him. He's
like,
raged up.
Damn door. I can't get out.
Oiled up, raged up, ready to fight.
I think that's what's also been really impressive with Young Calc on the Shiv is that whenever he joins these fights, he's always high rage.
Oh, the knockdown
there. Yeah.
That's an early knockdown pickup, Jason. I think Rokan could be able to chase some of this Vindicta kill easily enough. Shadow Transformation shrugs off what would have been an assassination attempt, and Vegas ends up falling. Still, Flick is healthy enough and is hiding under the Guardian for the time being, but I'd be scared. Naked and Rokan are circling. Naked cubes himself. Buys time for Rokan to get into the fight. Left has been dying a lot. I'm going to put it out there. So Flick will survive here, but there's a lot of pressure still on this Guardian. Oh, the lasso under the Guardian, but cleverly, Rokan actually tanks the damage. It's still not enough. After Naked comes out, the lasso gets picked off, but a beautiful power slash cleans up the offending Holiday.
It might not be for best though. As you can see the chase coming for Vegas. He wants the 1v1 Rokan. I mean, he might even try to take it as we do see the stake come in, locks him down. Dangerous. He's going to continue to go for this one. I mean, Vegas is still relatively health, down about half HP. And Rokan has to worry about any potential rotations, but he does at least push him back to allow him to get the buff on the right-hand side. At least he better secure it right now. They're coming for it. And he does actually give it up. Oh, he gets his kills because he dive bombs to Vegas and he gets the kill.
It's dangerous. I mean, remember, you have 400 HP, Jason, but you lose most of that to a power slash. I don't know. Yeah, like Vegas was really looking for a fight there against Rokan. I'd be the heck out of there myself, but that's fine. Discretion clearly not the better part of valor for Vegas, and it cost them their life.
That was very ballsy out of him. I thought he would just would have taken the buff, but I guess he tried to bait them, thinking he wasn't there because he didn't take the buff, and he gets a perfect, re-engagement onto Vegas. We take a look at some of these items. Healbane again. We talked about it being such a impactful item for Young Calc in the last match. We've seen a fight yet again here on lane 4. And that's going to be Arkram going to be rotating in to help out as well with, of course, the urn in hand.
The Healbane important against the Geist here, especially. And obviously, we know that the Spirit Lifesteal on the Infernus is really powerful. So being able to shut that down is pretty crucial.
I mean, if you think back to the Buff Enjoyers game, it was Zergy who did such a great job of like diving and dipping in fights, and he would survive like 200-300 HP. But the thing is, Shiv doesn't really care about that health because he can just execute you. So I'm kind of curious how he's going to play this one out.
Yeah. Shiv does it better as well with if you're hitting those knives consistently. There's the telekinesis, does end up catching. PayPal is not going to escape from this. Meanwhile, big pressure. DMB just pushing here on this lane number 1. So Llama Lords need to extricate themselves from this situation in lane 4 as quickly as they can. They're trying to apply some walker pressure by the looks of things, but elsewhere there's 2 lanes that are under threat from Hydration. Maybe they're starting to take some strides now in the macro game. They get that lane 3 Guardian and they hold off the push in lane 4.
Yeah, definitely redeeming what went wrong for them in the last match. So they might get collapsed on into lane 3, looking for that last Guardian. The dive's going to be going through, and keep in mind, Young Calc's already on 12k souls here, leading everyone in this game and looking for more. That's going to be another kill coming through for Young Calc. He's starting to hit that point where he's becoming a massive threat and continuing to grow this league, and can continue to allow him to be even more impactful as this game goes on and really carry a lot more weight on his shoulders.
Hydration never stood a chance there against Calc. He is getting pretty fed. And that's still like something you've got to be aware of towards that mid to late game. If Shiv can just sustain through everything, and also just shrug off all the burst damage. There's no one way to guarantee a kill on him. And the problem in the last map was it took too many resources from Hydra Nation to deal with Young Cal, because there wasn't enough left over for the rest of the fight after it happened. Still, let's take stock of things. Both teams still have all their walkers. It's only a 3k soul lead, and both still holding on to one last Guardian. That might be fixed here, though, as Hydra Nation look to pressure this lane 4 down now. Brocane and Shadow Transformation still going to suffer, tries to throw out the cold front to slow down the attackers. Hydration gets back behind the situation and knows that they're on a timer. The reinforcements are coming here from Llama Lords, and they haven't really done any damage to this Guardian whatsoever, so that's still a relevant damage threat in this fight. Bombs on Hydration. He'll be forced back here. The Bebop's starting to do some serious work, and Flicker's already down. This has gone horribly wrong for Hydra Nation. Llama Lords punishing them every step of the way.
3 kills for Young Calc, and the chase is continuing. Naked coming out pivotal in that last map, or that last fight, sorry. He saves Rokane from going down, buys time for Young Calc to get in there, and that was a massive pickup here for Llama Lords. I would almost say mid-boss could be exactly what they do, but a little bit too late to rotate into that. Not really a chance, as Vegas are looking for one more kill, and eventually they realize, okay, it's time to back away. Young Calc's on 14k. He's had to have built up a ton of souls off that last fight, and this is starting to look worse and worse here for Hydra Nation.
Warp Stone here for Vegas being picked up pretty early. They're definitely feeling the pinch. I know there's a lot of pressure going their way. Hatazora now online as well for DMB, so they're looking to be a pretty scary threat once they're surrounded by foes. And Tesla bullets will go the way of Arkram. So quietly in the background, that Wraith is also starting to look pretty dangerous. Water on keyboard. Water on keyboard. What?
Are you telling me you don't play with like a glass of water right next to your keyboard that you can accidentally hit?
I mean, I knock things over all the time. I talk with my hands, so I wouldn't do that. But like in a game like this, Llama Lords, have you fried your keyboard?
I hope not, for Llama Lord's sake.
Okay, so it has to be someone who didn't just type. So it's not Naked, Young Calc, or Akram, right? So who could it be?
It could be Young Calc.
How did he type tech then if he put water on his keyboard?
Oh, that's true. Good point.
If it's Calc, that would be too good.
Well, we do have Jake back here, and I kind of want to bring up a topic that was discussed quite a bit when it comes to Shiv, is that he can't be like the sole damage dealer for the team, right? If you want to get those executes and you want to get those resets, you got to have other players putting out damage, which made it even more surprising in the last game. They was able to do it so consistently, but I guess it was PayPal on Paradox. But Jake, looking at the lineup now, I mean, you have Arkram, you have Rokane, you have PayPal. Like, they have so much more damage, I feel like, this game than last, that I feel like his execute should come that much easier.
Yeah, they have great damage. They've got Bebop and Viscous to do kind of the most of the frontlining disruption. I mean, this is kind of a classic, very beautiful comp from Llama Lords. I really liked the draft when I saw it, and I think Hydra Nation are the ones on something more unconventional, relying on some pick-off snowballs, like with Llama Lords picking up things like the Wraith and the Yamato. The normal conventional carries aren't really there for them this game.
Sorry, Arkram is ahead by 1k souls there, but they're really afraid of the swap, I think. But DMB doesn't have it available, so I'm not sure what they were looking to avoid them from, but that's a walker taken down. Hydra Nation have lost that objective already. That's in lane 1. DMB eventually is able to punish for it. Here's the Hyper Beam, though. Vegas did go down. Flick! Oh, can't get away. Young Calc's able to finish the job all too easily. Everything going right here for Llama Lords. It's an 11k lead now. They've got the walker advantage, and they still have a Guardian standing. They have so much coverage of the map. Young Calc is at 18k, Rokane at 16k. Everything's coming out Millhouse.
Oh, no stun from the walker to help him out here. And there's no one going to be reinforced. Potentially Arkram could be coming in, but Hydration is just going to back away, trying to punish them. The urn will be picked up by Llama Lords. They've definitely been putting some extra focus on it in this series, but look what the turn-in is, and this is going to be... I don't know. Actually, I'm looking at, like you said, like there's a soul lead of 11k. It's still risky when you have the wall to deal with here. You have Hydration's ultimate up as well. But I feel like it is possible. I feel like they could win a fight here, especially with Young Calc on 20,000 souls. And that could be a jumping off point to further the snowball the game, or unfortunately for them, potentially give Hydration a chance back in. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, is the turn-in for this. Are they going to go for it? Are they going to commit for it?
Okay, Toxic Bullets picked up here for the Lady Geist. And Headhunter for the Shiv. Okay, some real gun damage. That's scary. Vegas is in deep trouble. How do you get away from this one? Trying to fly away, but stuck with the bomb. Lord and M having outsized impact on these fights. And once again, the Vindicta gets caught out. She's unable to have the impact. Remember, there is knockdown. It was picked up really early here, so it's pretty scary to be Vindicta in general. Wall thrown up there as Quick attempts to try and catch out at least Lord and M, but DMB just imploded. Young Calc is getting chunkier, and this orb turn is looking even more likely. Rokane does get lassoed away though. Can they break through this with a shadow transformation? It doesn't matter, maybe elsewhere. Arkram is shoving another walker in. Llama Lords are taking and giving nothing, not even an inch. Quick goes down. Somehow Rokane survived that ult combo earlier on here. And Hydra are losing control of this game rapidly.
That's the DMB special, this time by Arkram, man. Just split pushing, getting damage down with the raids. They're still winning the fight over on lane 2. They even get another walker on top of this. Are they going to continue to get more kills? The question, Young Calc has fallen, so a lot of their damage will have gone to the wayside, but they still have that hook. And the hook's going to land yet again, and it's going to net them another kill as Vegas goes down a second time.
They have no walkers, Jason. All of them. The last 3 just got taken in that last engagement. Look at now how this Soul Leader's billowed out. Some big items surely about to be picked up as Young Calc gained like 3 or 4k souls over the last minute, continuing to get further and further ahead. Oh buddy, that is scary. Toxic bullets now for Arkram. He's really looking like a serious threat. Mystic Reverb for Rokane. I don't think Hydra Nation can win a fight anymore. I think this is over.
Whoa. Calm down, Mitch. It's not over just yet. I mean, obviously, you want to see a new champion in NA, but you can't count out Hydra Nation. They still have that comeback potential, especially if Llama Lords go for something like this and throw it. The upside,
how far ahead they
hydration.
Are this early, Jason. It is pretty egregious.
It is huge. But there could always be that mid-boss steal. There always could be that comeback. Llama Lords did to melee creeps last week. And you don't want to see them throw it away to Hydra Nation this week.
DMB's not here. Flick is extremely low. Leffa picked off. I mean, wisely, Llama Lords get off the mid-boss now, and they're going to be able to secure it properly, but these kills just keep coming. Shadow transformation available for Rokane in a couple of seconds, so they want to get out of the fight for the time being. This is nothing to defend the base for Hydra Nation. Look at how these waves are pushed up. How do they get themselves out of this?
I think it starts with just a good team fight. It starts with some mistakes as well out of Llama Lords. I don't know how they shut down Young Calc is my question. But here we go. Regenerator's coming down. No one's there in time to contest it.
Quick's dead again.
Here to Llama Lords. And Quick dies to Young Calc. Rokane gets Vegas. And this is all going pear-shaped.
I mean, you can't tell me that Hydra Nation are still in with a good chance here. This is absolutely brutal. Just a sick comp here for Llama Lords. They come out of the draft grinning from ear to ear, and now they have a chance to start to pressure down these shrines. Rejuvenator is big, and also the fact that the lanes are pushed pretty heavily in their favor across much of the map means that they can really start to cut to the heart of the matter. Great pressure, a huge soul lead now. And we'll see that obviously turn into some more of those really punishing items. As 26k on Young Calc, Rokane 23. That mid-boss engagement gave them another 3k souls each.
Like 26k 20 minutes in, when the next closest to you on the other team
16.
is 10k below you.
Yeah.
Like, that is insane.
It's okay, so this comp, you can try and lasso, I guess. But what ways do you really have to lock down the Shiv?
I mean, you have a wall to lock him in. You do have the tether, like the stake out of.
You can try and death slam him. I guess the stake.
You have a lot of ways to control him, but
you need to stun him, because if he can throw knives and continue passively healing, he's taking just far too much of your attention away. He's just got ethereal shift as well, Jason.
I wanted to see a defensive item out of him to make sure he survives these fights if he gets caught off, because there's just so many things and so many ways they can stop you that you need that defensive capability. And speaking of that, Naked's going to be split into the cube, switches to the ball form, and looks to roll away. Okay.
Naked walks away. Still, there's a fight to be had here. Well, the fight is, doing some very heavy lifting, like Olympia level lifting, that word. It is a death slam now. Ethereal shift, going to shrug it off entirely. So that's one of those abilities unable to lock down the Shiv. Hydration falls. Leffa goes down here. Arkram starting to run away with it as well. That Wraith has definitely gotten out of hand. Additionally, and it's an all pickup. Naked continuing to snowball this monetary advantage, we'll call it. And Llama Lords come back in here once more to pressure this shrine.
This is ridiculous, Jake. I'm going to bring you in really quickly. I mean, looking at Hydra Nation, they're going to have at least one more chance of a respawn here, but this is just so insurmountable to come back from. We're looking at almost 50k difference at 21 minutes in. I have to agree with Mitch. I don't think it's possible at this point.
It's never been more Jover, baby. We got a new champ coming in NA. It's Llama Lords. I mean, surely it would take a gargantuan throw to drop a 50k soul lead. It's still possible, but so much discipline from Llama Lords, doing the earn at that moment, dropping Patreon. I mean, good luck coming out on the map with a 50k soul disadvantage. I know Hydra Nation are good players, but this game is in the bag for Llama Lords unless they make some egregious errors back to back to back. I mean, they've got like 4 team fights to throw before the game's even. And I don't think they're going to throw one. The first is the hardest for Hydra Nation. Most likely, it's going to be one and done here. Next team fight, 1 hook from Bebop, 1 catch from Wraith, and it's all over.
Or this.
I mean, okay, DMB's trying to walk away from this. Tethered briefly. Everyone chasing. Not even a chance to make use of a health swap there. DMB's just out of the game. Don't know what they were hoping for there. Llama Lords have returned. You've got a refresher on the Yamato as well. Rapid fire, by the way. Some pretty insane gun items being picked up here by your boy Calc. And now the other base, rather the other shrines need to be dealt with. The patron's already weakened, so Ethereal Shift going to be used for a time, and then we're back into the fight. Hydration gets popped. Llama Lords now posturing, poised to be the first team in North America since Hydra Nation to claim the King of the Hill here in the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. Llama Lords are your NA champions.
You know what's so funny about this win, though, Mitch, is that like Hydra Nation have been an amazing team. I feel like everyone loves them, and yet everyone wants to see an undefeated team finally lose, and it's Llama Lords to do so. It took them 3 tries, or sorry, it took them 3 times of individual maps being taken off them for them to finally close it out, and they do it. And honestly, off the back of Young Calc, I mean, I don't think we need to discuss or even figure out who the MVP of this match is going to be, because it has to be that man on Shiv in back-to-back games. It's almost ban-worthy, I'd have to say now.
Yeah, the individual presence from Calc, both games delivering huge performances. But we talked about it, over the break. It has to be more than one player, and it absolutely was from Llama Lords. It was everybody coming together. I think Lord NM on the Bebop had a lot of big moments there, and just a very straightforward front-to-back conventional draft from Llama Lords. This wasn't an attempt to cheese Hydra Nation. It wasn't trying to get fancy. It was like playing the strong characters, winning team fights, playing objective gaming. They beat Hydra Nation at their own game, and it was Hydration and Hydra Nation at the end who were left scrambling, who looked totally discombobulated in game 3 after that game 2 loss. They didn't look like themselves, showing that they were really rattled by what Young Calc was able to put on in game 2.
And we were walking it back, right? We were watching like this bullying. DMB is like pushing Arkham in that solo lane. Like it's bad. They get the first kill. All of a sudden it seems like, okay, maybe we're going to come out of these lanes with Hydra Nation just being too far ahead. But then these rotations coming in. Naked is getting into that lane, setting up for kills on DMB, letting Arkram get back into the game. Meanwhile, Young Calc still going under the radar. Ends the game 11, 1, and 3, by the way. Just goes absolutely ham. Then he builds up to that critical mass again. It just seems like no matter what Hydra Nation had, they could not stop him from doing this to them. But this is how it happened early, right? This is really a very difficult start from Arkram, but he just kept a cool head about it. Rotations came in, and all of a sudden the lane was winnable.
Yeah, and so many of these big playmaking moments in the mid game. Bebop, I feel like the ult was able to get a lot of big value, surprisingly, honestly, a lot. Though maybe this was a nice counterplay, showing that there still is like so much playmaking on the side of Hydra Nation, but this draft felt so uncharacteristic of Hydra Nation. Like honestly, if you showed me these 2 lineups of heroes, I would have looked at the Llama Lords draft and think this is much more normal, and somebody else is trying to cheese Hydra Nation by picking all these like stun and control heroes. I think maybe the draft just got away from them there in a little bit in the middle, losing like stuff like that Yamato that I think almost certainly Hydra Nation would have liked to pick up.
Yeah. I mean, Leffa ends up being on the Infernus in the end, right? Which is fine, but it's not something we necessarily associate with like these big, shock and awe, game-changing moments here for Hydra Nation, Jason.
Well, I'll disagree just because it's Leffa. Like his Infernus has been just nutty this entire DFN. I mean, obviously not this one in particular, but like the entire series we've been doing, he's been unstoppable. He's snowballed lanes, but I think it's just a showing and a telling of like other teams are catching up. Other teams are finally closing this gap that Hydra Nation initially had when we started over 11 weeks ago. And I think Hydra Nation need to adapt. I think the easiest thing they could have done there, just ban Shiv. Like, why try to control it when you could just ban it? And I don't think they should ever be worried knowing the hero pools of what Llama Lords had, that like, oh, if we don't ban this hero, they're gonna get it and we're gonna lose. No, it's just a Shiv. I feel like you take the Shiv away and we don't see that performance, period.
I mean,
look at this.
But with PayPal, like PayPal's top damage this game, and bro, can't like think about that. We talked about needing more players to have a big game, that you can't just expect Young Calc to solo carry. I mean, that's exactly what we got in this game, right? 3 characters. We got Mirage, Shiv, and Yamato kind of all on the same level when it comes to their damage, their team fight impact. Everybody having big games. Lord NM and Naked coming up big when it comes to disrupting and starting team fights, and then Arkram maybe taking a little bit more focus on split pushing and objective pressure, but very much reminiscent of the success formula for other really strong teams that everyone is performing, everyone is coming online, and they're fighting really well together.
I mean, yeah, you can see here, Arkram, right, like doesn't have the biggest game in terms of their player damage, right, but turns around and just is a split pushing menace. And eventually, like, there's no one that can really fight the Wraith. He gets to the point where he can just take walkers down. There's one fight, I think one engagement where there's like a fight that happens, and off the back of it, they take 3 walkers, 3 entire walkers. Like, there's a back-breaking moment that you just really can't bounce back from. We're going to talk about our player of the match here, presented by Intel. I don't think it's a particularly hard one to figure out, but we'll keep you in suspense for the hell of it. It is going to be Young Calc, already impressing us on Abrams, having this big impact. As a player that looks to try and initiate, to try and set up opportunities, but put him on a hero that can carry, and oh boy, this guy cooked him.
Yeah, I mean, insane. So obviously, it's a showing of like his mastery of Shiv in general, but I think it also just, as we said before, Jake, so many times, it just really plays into his style. He loves to be explosive. He loves to be flashy. He knows when to like make these plays happen, and he's not the one necessarily initiating the plays like he would on the Abrams, but on the Shiv, he knows how to clean them up. He knows how to finish them, and that's one thing that Shiv does so much better than Abrams. He's just relevant throughout the entire game. He doesn't fall off like an Abrams will later on.
Yeah, and analytically, I mean, there's a lot to say about Calc's performance, like putting up a big game here. But beyond that, I feel like you got to give credit for this guy being the one who really believed, right? Like, I mean, that may seem ridiculous, but like, right? Like to come in game 2, put up that kind of a solo carry performance to really look like, man, he's the one who's going to make this happen. I think game 3 doesn't look like it does without Calc having that confidence, the team building on that momentum that he starts in game 2, right? Like he has probably one of the most ridiculous individual carry pop-offs that we've seen in Deadlock Fight Night, period, with like one individual so far above even their own teammates. And then game 3 is a much more full team effort. But Calc, you got to give him credit for starting that, for building that momentum, and for getting this group together that really believe that they could be the ones, after so many wins for Hydra Nation, they could be the ones to change that story.
Don't forget, they lost Ido too, and I feel like Ido is such a big personality when it comes to NA, and losing a player like him who's also pretty flexible, very strong player on like Pocket and such, it's a big hit to the team. It's a very big hit to the team when you lose someone like that. So for them to kind of stick around as a roster as well, considering we've seen some interesting roster moves in the past out of certain teams, but they did it, and they stayed again. They proved like Hydra Nation is beatable.
Yeah, I mean, this is again, it took everything from Lava Lords, right? That first game was pretty inauspicious for them, but we were already looking at the draft of Hydra Nation and going, something doesn't quite look right here. Vegas, by the way, ends the game. I don't want to call the guy out, but it shows the struggles that he faced on this Vindicta. 0 objective damage, 0. He was just not able to really, get ahead in any of those lanes. This was happening to him constantly, right? Just the sheer amount of burst damage being thrown his way. Nothing that he could really do about it. And it feels good. I mean, it feels good to have a storyline like this after 11 Deadlock Fight Nights in NA.
Yeah.
Here is your history graphic. Wow. The tyrannical reign of Hydra Nation has finally come to an end. All 9,000 heads have been lopped off, and the rest of the body is writhing in the sand. Lava Lords have come close. That's the 3rd time they've taken a map from them, but now it's nice to see them finish the job, guys. We'll have a good story here in the freest region of Deadlock.
4 matchups it took them to finally take them down here in DFN. Now, my question is, next week, can they hold on to this title? Could they potentially defeat them again if Hydra Nation are being invited back to the event? That's the real question. That's the real testament of the team. Can they take that win, take this next week, prepare some other things, because you cannot expect Shiv to get through for Young Calc anymore after this performance? And can you maintain your title?
Yeah, have we gone from a 1-team region to a 2-team region? I think that's the question on everyone's lips. Once flash in the pan, that's exciting. A blip in the radar, we'd like that. But if they can turn it into, some continued dominance, then we'll be very excited, because that's what we talked about coming into this show, Jake. We talked about us wanting to see the North American region become deeper, see more teams step up, and actually take some competition to Hydra Nation. Something that in turn is only going to forge them into a stronger unit for when we do get to those first international tournaments, man. that's when all this work that's been put in week after week is going to be put on display. So I feel like, you know, a rising tide raises all ships, and ultimately this is actually a good thing for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I think in the long run they'll look back and be grateful about this, but it's got a sting right now. I felt like even in the end of that series, right, kind of felt like there was some serious tilt from Hydra Nation. Like there's quite a few fights where they're just like kind of inting onto the map, and you know, you can look at like a Buff Enjoyer when they're falling behind, when they're down 10-15k souls, they're adopting a very defensive posture. They're like positioning, trying to like just scrap for every little bit of advantage that the enemy tries to take. But it felt like Hydra Nation were just kind of like full sending it, even with a big disadvantage. And Llama Lords were ready for that. They were happy to take those fights out of the map, away from objectives. Hydra Nation, I mean, I think they're a team that's gotten so used to winning. We'll see how they bounce back from this loss. Do they have the mental fortitude to really get back in the lab, get back on the VOD review, the grind? Or will they just think, oh, you know, the enemy team got lucky? I think if they do the latter, they're making a big mistake, because I think this Llama Lords roster has shown real staying power. It really impressed me, honestly, with their individual plays, from the supports to the carries to the frontliners, and then even the macro play really developing throughout this series, looking pretty respectable. So I think Hydra Nation have a real competitor on their hands now.
Yeah, 100%. Want to quickly thank everybody in the chat who has been involved, engaged, given Jason crap, gifted subs. We'd love to have you guys here. Big shout out to Intel, of course, for making this possible to bring you guys the very best of Deadlock here, both in NA and EU in this very early stage of the game. It's only upwards from here. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back next week with Deadlock Fight Night number 12, both the EU and NA. The stories will continue being told. We'll be here giving each other crap. We'll see you next week.